Chapter 1. The Sign and System, Year 59 of Konoha. In a small grove, a 12-year-old boy with black hair lay curled up on the ground. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by towering trees and scattered stones. Where am I? Whoosh. The moment the boy stretched his body, he was struck by a wave of pain, causing him to gasp sharply, "What on earth is happening? I find myself in this bewildering place, and my entire body aches terribly." Enduring the pain, the boy leaned against the tree trunk and sat up. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. 10 minutes later, the dizziness subsided, and he regained his clarity. This bizarre occurrence of crossing over happened so suddenly. The boy was utterly baffled, clearly not anticipating that he had truly traversed into another realm. It turned out that prior to this, he had been engaged in a fishing game, and unexpectedly, he had caught an email. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained a mysterious system by fishing and entered the world of Naruto. Would you like to proceed?" Driven by a strange impulse, the boy chose to enter, and everything went dark when he opened his eyes again. He found himself here through the merging of memories. He began to understand his situation. This body belonged to Uchiha Chinyu, one of the orphans of the Uchiha clan. His parents and relatives had all perished, slain by Uchiha Itachi, leaving Uchiha Chinyu with merely a house and a modest sum of savings. Most importantly, he discovered that he often competed with Naruto Uzumaki for the title of last place in the Ninja Academy. Reflecting on this, Chinyu couldn't help but feel speechless. However, where is this so-called mysterious system that was promised? Uchiha Chinyu had fully accepted the reality of his crossing over, yet pondering the absence of the system, he felt a surge of confusion. Ding. The sign and system is currently binding. Ding. Sign and system binding successful. The sudden sound of the system's prompt startled Chinyu. Ding. The host can use the sign in system to check in once daily and receive random rewards. Ding. Would you like to sign in? A series of system notifications elucidated the operation of the system to Chinyu. Excitement. Elation. Chinyu was overjoyed and hastily initiated his first sign-in for the day. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial version of the Sage Body. A refreshing current flowed through his body, and Chinyu felt the pain gradually dissipating as the energy coursed through him. It eventually faded away. Thanks to this invigorating flow, his previously aching body had nearly returned to normal. Heya. Feeling the gradual restoration of his body, Chinyu couldn't help but rise and stretch. Indeed, the Sage Body is remarkable. The speed of self-healing and chakra recovery has more than doubled, and the chakra storage capacity has increased nearly threefold. Marveling at the potency of the Sage Body, Chinyu was left in awe of its power. Wait for me, Sasuke. Today, we shall settle this score slowly. It turns out that Chinyu found himself in this predicament today solely due to Sasuke's actions. Sasuke believed that Uchiha Chinyu's strength was too feeble, tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and thus took out his frustrations on him. Upon returning home, Chinyu quickly addressed his basic needs and then succumbed to slumber. He did not awaken until the following morning as dawn broke. Chinyu, still with his eyes closed, began his system check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the 3-tomo Sharingan. Wow. Chinyu's eyes shot open. The surprise overwhelming him, he hurried to the mirror, eager to gaze at the reflection of his newly acquired Sharingan. The crimson eyes with black pupils were adorned with 3-tomo. Elegantly encircling the pupil in a triangular formations is the 3-tomo Sharingan. It looks truly magnificent. After admiring it for a moment, Chinyu concealed the Sharingan once more. After a brief routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, he took some money and stepped outside, making his way to Ichiraka Ramen. He called out, "Boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Settling at the table, the owner, while preparing the noodles, replied, "Sure thing, just a moment." In no time, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before Chinyu. "Your tonkatsu ramen. Oh, it's you, Chinyu. You've come early today." The owner, having personally delivered the ramen, recognized him just a tad early. "Take your time eating, call if you need more." "All right." With that, Chinyu picked up the tonkatsu ramen and savored a bite before devouring it ravenously. Indeed, Ichiraka Ramen, famed in the world of Naruto, lived up to its reputation for delectable flavors. After relishing 3 bowls, Chinyu finally left, thoroughly satisfied. At the Ninja Academy, Chinyu entered the classroom as usual and took his seat. "Good morning, Hinata." "Good morning, Chinyu-kun," Hinata replied shyly, lifting her head. Hee. Seeing the young Hinata filled Chinyu with joy. She had always been adorable in her childhood, and he had cherished those moments while watching Naruto. Naturally, he also admired the grown-up Hinata, as she was remarkable in both appearance and character. As he observed Hinata, her cuteness became increasingly irresistible, prompting him to gently ruffle her hair. Ah, the bashful Hinata, easily flustered since childhood, turned bright red at this sudden display of affection, yet made no move to resist through his memories. Chinyu knew that although this body had once been timid, it also possessed a strong sense of justice. In a fateful encounter during their youth, he had witnessed Hinata being bullied and stepped in to rescue her, thus forging an unbreakable bond. This connection was now inherited by Chinyu at that moment. A blonde-haired boy with a feline pattern on his face entered the classroom. "Good morning, Chinyu." "Good morning, Naruto." After exchanging greetings, Uzumaki Naruto dashed towards his seat at the back. Next the two then engaged in playful antics. "Here come Sasuke." "It's Sasuke." "Sasuke, it's Sasuke-kun." "Sasuke is so handsome." Sasuke-kun is the most dashing. As soon as the infatuated girls in the classroom caught sight of the stoic Sasuke entering, they began to swoon. Sasuke, seemingly oblivious to their admiration, headed straight to his seat in the corner of the classroom. Chapter 2. The examination at ninja school. As class commenced, Irika punctually entered the classroom. Today's primary lesson focused on the techniques of the shadow clone jutsu. Irika was an exceedingly responsible teacher, diligently explaining various techniques and striving to make the class more engaging. Chinyu attentively absorbed the lesson for 5 minutes before succumbing to drowsiness. Resting his head on the desk, it wasn't that Chinyu wished to sleep, rather, the monotony was overwhelming. Ever since acquiring the undeniable Sharingan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chinyu's comprehension of ninjutsu had remarkably intensified after listening to Irika's 5-minute discourse on the shadow clone jutsu. He felt confident that he could successfully perform it. However, to his dismay, Irika continued with an even more detailed explanation. This was a predicament. He understood the material, yet found it increasingly tedious. The more he listened, the more he yearned for slumber. Irika devoted 2 entire class periods to the discussion of the shadow clone jutsu, during which Chinyu managed to doze off for the same duration. When the bell rang for lunch, Chinyu eagerly pulled the shy Hinata along to enjoy a meal at Ichiraka Ramen. After finishing lunch, they both returned to the classroom. "You disgrace of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect you to recover from yesterday's lesson." As Hinata and Chinyu settled in, Sasuke happened to pass by Chinyu, pausing briefly. Chinyu chuckled and replied, "Sasuke, I will settle the score with you, just wait." "Is that so?" "Such delusions." Sasuke scoffed coldly before walking away. The afternoon class focused on the divisions of power within the ninja world, and Chinyu attentively listened. After all, becoming a ninja was an inevitable future. Once he became a ninja, undertaking missions would become commonplace. Understanding the power dynamics of this world would aid him in completing tasks more effectively in the future. Thus, the day passed. From that day forward, Chinyu's daily life took on a newfound purpose. First, there was the system check-in, followed by attending school occasionally. There were gatherings with classmates day by day. A month slipped by. Today is the graduation examination. The exam consists of 2 parts. A written assessment in the morning and a practical ninjutsu test in the afternoon. I will distribute the exam papers shortly. Please pay close attention to your answers. Irika, serving as the examination proctor, firmly admonished the students in the classroom. Subsequently, the examination papers were handed to the students at the front desk, who passed them back to their peers. One by one, Chinyu held the paper, gazing at the questions, a wave of frustration washing over him. Although he had attended the lectures, the topics discussed were primarily related to the realm of humanities, while the exam content bore no resemblance to such studies. Upon reading the first question, Chinyu felt a chill run down his spine. How is chakra formed? What sort of question was this? Why on earth would they ask something so trivial? Chinyu found himself utterly perplexed. He could already gather chakra. Why was he required to answer a question about its formation? Yet, considering it was an examination, he had no choice but to endure. Just as he was about to scribble aimlessly, he suddenly recalled that he had left home early for the ninja exam that morning and had not yet signed in. Quietly, he decided to sign in first thing. "Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the Encyclopedia of the Ninja World." A flurry of questions flooded his mind. The Encyclopedia of the Ninja World? What on earth was that? The system's reward arrived instantaneously, and suddenly, all knowledge pertaining to the ninja realm filled his mind. As he glanced at the exam paper before him, Chinyu felt as though the questions had transformed into child's play. It was akin to a postdoctoral researcher tackling first-grade homework, effortless and within reach. This system truly is a timely blessing. It provides precisely what one lacks. Kudos to it. With a flurry of strokes, the pen in Chinyu's hand seemed to come alive. In no time, he had completed all the standard answers with unwavering confidence and submitted the paper, eagerly anticipating the martial arts test in the afternoon. In the afternoon, at the ninjutsu training ground. "All right, we shall now commence the ninjutsu assessment. Students whose names are called, please step forward and showcase your most proficient technique." Irika stood to the side, holding a notepad and Izuka Kiba. "Present." A boy clutching a small dog stepped forward Akamaru. Body double jutsu. With a hand seal, Akamaru transformed into another Inuzuka Kiba with a resounding bang. One by one, students began to demonstrate their proudest ninjutsu when it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn. He performed his signature fireball jutsu, just as depicted in the original story. After several others had showcased their techniques, when it was time for Uzumaki Naruto, all had completed their demonstrations, leaving only Chinyu yet to be called. Uzumaki Naruto also followed suit, executing a technique of multiple shadow clones Uchiha Chinyu. Here, finally, his name was called, and a spark of excitement ignited within Chinyu. After all, the moment of showcasing his prowess had arrived, and in front of so many witnesses, how could he not feel exhilarated? Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. With a resounding explosion, a fireball of sufficient power to qualify as a brank technique struck the wooden stump before him. The colossal fireball erupted, igniting the surrounding wooden stumps, and the ground turned to a charred black. Is this a joke? The power of this fireball exceeds that of Sasuke's by more than a factor of 2. Is this truly the Uchiha Chinyu, who ranked at the bottom of the class? Sounds of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as disbelief enveloped everyone witnessing the unfolding spectacle. The individual who was expected to be at the bottom had suddenly exhibited remarkable prowess. It was truly surreal. Not only the onlookers were taken aback, but even Iruka, standing nearby, was startled. He was acutely aware of Chinyu's capabilities, yet the display of skill today genuinely astonished him. However, the one most incredulous about this turn of events was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. In his memory, Chinyu had always been the disgrace of the Uchiha clan, weak and cowardly. Just a month ago, when he had confronted him, Chinyu had not even been able to retaliate. How could such a drastic transformation occur in merely a month? Not only had his demeanor shifted dramatically, but his jutsu skills had also seen significant enhancement. The fire style, fireball technique he displayed was, without a doubt, twice as potent as Sasuke's own. Impossible. This jutsu cannot possibly be cast by Chinyu. Among all present, Sasuke was the only one who utterly refused to believe that Chinyu could perform such a technique. Iruka-sensei, I demand a ninja battle with Uchiha Chinyu. His voice echoed across the playground, drawing everyone's gaze towards him. The crowd, swayed by Sasuke's fervent declaration, began to lean towards his belief. Uchiha Chinyu. What say you? Chapter 3. I have my own. Although Iruka served as the proctor, he lacked the authority to directly compel Chinyu to engage in a ninja battle, so he could only pose the question. Sure. I was hoping for an opportunity to spar with Sasuke. A fierce smile abruptly graced Chinyu's face. All the students stood outside the playground, while Iruka took his position as the referee. In the center, Chinyu and Sasuke faced each other, standing at either end of the field. Today, it is time to settle the score, Chinyu stated confidently, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Sasuke. It had been a month since he acquired the Sharingan system. During this time, the rewards from the system had bestowed upon him numerous jutsu, while simultaneously enhancing his sage body. His jutsu prowess had surged significantly, and his physique had become even more formidable due to the reinforcement of the sage body. If one were to assess Chinyu's strength, he could now undoubtedly be considered a Chunin with the strength of a Chunin. Would Chinyu regard a freshly graduated Sasuke with any seriousness? Clearly, the answer was no. Sasuke, with a cold expression, let out a disdainful snort, retorting, "Just you wait." With that, he grasped his kunai and charged towards Chinyu. Observing Sasuke approach, Chinyu remained unperturbed, brimming with confidence. He merely adjusted his kunai, poised to meet Sasuke's assault. With a clang, sparks flew as their kunai clashed together. Sasuke, propelled by his momentum, aimed to topple Chinyu in one decisive blow. Yet, what transpired next was unforeseen to everyone's astonishment. Chinyu not only withstood Sasuke's attack, but did so without the slightest retreat. This scene left the students outside the playground utterly amazed. Even Iruka, serving as the referee, was taken aback as Sasuke witnessed Chinyu absorb the blow, his pupils dilated in surprise. Is this truly your strength? Chinyu taunted, gazing at Sasuke with a mocking expression. Get lost. Sasuke retorted, leaping backward with agility, kunai secured at his waist. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, puffing out his cheeks before unleashing fire style. Great fireball technique. True to its reputation as a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke executed the great fireball technique in an instant. A fireball, roughly the size of a watermelon, hurtled towards Chinyu with alarming speed. Boom. The fireball struck Chinyu, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone technique? Iruka marveled at the spectacle before him, curious about when Chinyu had cast the jutsu. Is this what you dare to call a great fireball? With a resounding thud, Chinyu had already positioned himself not far behind Sasuke. Allow me to let you personally experience what truly constitutes the mighty fireball technique. Qin Yu's hands danced gracefully, completing the hand seals in an instant. Such speed. This was the thought that crossed Irika's mind upon witnessing Qin Yu's swift movements. Fire style. Great fireball technique. With a fierce exhalation, a massive fireball, half a meter in diameter, was hurled towards Sasuke. The searing orb scorched the air, producing a faint crackling sound. As the formidable fireball approached, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have reached a decisive resolution. Irika sensed impending danger the moment Qin Yu unleashed the fireball. Its immense power was beyond Sasuke's capacity to withstand. Just as he prepared to intervene, he realized it was already too late. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the fireball struck, sending a torrent of smoke and white mist billowing into the air. Whoosh. A disheveled figure emerged from the obscuring fog, escaping the fireball's range. As the mist dissipated, it revealed Sasuke. Relieved to see Sasuke unharmed, Irika felt a surge of reassurance. However, just as he was about to step in and halt the duel, he froze in astonishment. This is the Sharingan. Irika gazed in shock at Sasuke's eyes, which glowed a brilliant red, framed by a black pupil and encircled by a black tomo. Today, I shall show you the vast chasm that exists between us as fellow Uchiha. Despite his disheveled appearance, Sasuke radiated unwavering confidence, fueled solely by the power of his Sharingan. Naive. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled gently. Borrowing a phrase once uttered by Sasuke, he responded, "Just because of you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was filled with rage. He unsealed a storage scroll and produced dozens of shurikens, which clinked and clattered as they flew out, colliding in midair before precisely darting towards Qin Yu. Confronted with the oncoming shurikens, Qin Yu showed no fear. He wielded the shurikens, skillfully batting them down one by one. Meanwhile, while Qin Yu defended against the airborne projectiles, Sasuke had already positioned himself behind him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Empowered by the Sharingan, Sasuke's strength surged. In an instant, he launched 3 massive fireballs from behind Qin Yu. Water release, water prison technique. Just as Qin Yu had managed to deflect all the shurikens, he sensed a looming threat from behind and quickly executed a defensive water jutsu. A protective shield of flowing water materialized around him. Sizzle. There was no explosion, only the sound of dissolution. Water, being the nemesis of fire, began to extinguish the fireballs upon contact with the water prison. How is this possible? Seeing Qin Yu unharmed within the water prison, Sasuke was struck with profound astonishment. You can use water jutsu? I have activated my Sharingan. I am the strongest. You are merely a lowly underachiever, a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's agitation escalated, verging on madness. Fire release, great fireball technique. Channeling all his chakra, Sasuke unleashed his most powerful attack. A colossal fireball hurtled towards Qin Yu, accompanied by the swarm of shurikens. Qin Yu merely smiled softly before dissipating the water prison technique. Witnessing Qin Yu's demeanor, Sasuke's fury intensified. Though his chakra had been expended, he still possessed strength. He continued to fling shurikens at Qin Yu. Enough. The game is over. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within Sasuke's heart. Subsequently, Sasuke gazed at Qin Yu, utterly transfixed. Even Irika, standing nearby, along with the students outside the playground, were similarly entranced, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Qin Yu's eyes transformed, becoming the coveted Sharingan. The crimson orbs, framed by 3 interlocking tomo, radiated an intimidating aura. The Sharingan is not solely your possession. I too possess it. Urgently, Irika shouted. Sasuke, quickly evade. As he observed Qin Yu forming intricate hand seals, it was evident he intended to unleash a formidable ninjutsu. Despite his warning, Irika's anxiety compelled him to sprint towards Sasuke. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Chapter 4. The might of Uchiha. Qin Yu's scorching fire dragon let out a thunderous roar, its head descending as it soared towards Sasuke with deadly intent. At that moment, Sasuke stood frozen, devoid of any reaction to Qin Yu's onslaught or Irika's urgent caution. Just as life hung in the balance, Irika reached Sasuke, pulling him away from the impending strike of the fire dragon. The dragon, initially descending, abruptly veered skyward. Boom. Upon reaching the heavens, the fire dragon erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Fiery flames billowed and coalesced into a colossal inferno. The air shimmered with oppressive heat, a testament to the blaze above. Irika gazed at the fiery spectacle, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The prowess of Qin Yu is indeed astonishing. Observing his composed demeanor, it is evident that he possesses considerable reserves of strength. Such a deduction leads one to ponder, has Chinyu nearly attained the rank of a nin? This thought leaves Irika both astounded and intrigued. He simply cannot fathom how a student who consistently ranks at the bottom has suddenly transformed into such an exceptional figure. Not only does he demonstrate mastery of advanced ninjutsu, but his grasp of both techniques and chakra is remarkably precise. It is truly unbelievable. Whoosh, whoosh. What just transpired? Two-leaf ninja adorned with cat-faced masks abruptly appeared on the training grounds. The disarray of the area and the residual flames in the sky clearly indicate the aftermath of a battle. It's nothing. We were merely conducting a ninjutsu drill. Irika approached the Umbu ninjas to provide an explanation. After gathering the necessary information from Irika, the two Umbu ninjas departed. Once the Umbu had left, Irika turned back to glance at Chinyu. He called the students outside the training grounds back in and announced the outcome to the gathered crowd. Uchiha Chin, you has triumphed over Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's proclamation was met with unanimous agreement from the onlookers, who had witnessed the event unfold clearly. They remained in a state of shock, still processing the extraordinary turn of events. Meanwhile, Sasuke, upon hearing Irika's declaration, had already regained his composure. Clenching his fists, he cast a dark glance at Chinyu before quietly departing. He found it utterly impossible to accept this reality, let alone the identity of a defeated opponent. Well, today's examination has concluded. Tomorrow is a day off, and the day after, everyone is to arrive punctually at school to receive their ninja headbands. The school will also assign classes. Irika concluded, and as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed. Some left alone, while others formed small groups as they exited. Irika intended to call out to Chinyu, but, noticing that he had already departed with several classmates, he simply shook his head and refrained from doing so. Chinyu, I never imagined you were so formidable, Naruto exclaimed, draping his arm over Chinyu's shoulder in a brotherly manner. I truly didn't expect you, who usually ranks last, to be so deeply skilled. Akamaru followed Kiba, who was walking alongside Chinyu. I can't believe it. Aside from myself, you possess such strength, Chinyu. Naruto unabashedly praised him. Chinyu remained silent, yet a subtle twitch appeared on his face. Come on, Naruto, if you possessed even a fraction of Chinyu's strength, it would be commendable, yet here you are boasting. You regarded Naruto with palpable disdain. Where are we headed? Upon disbanding, Naruto and you had whisked away, leaving Chinyu unaware of their destination. To celebrate, Hinata, shyly trailing behind, responded to Chinyu. Indeed, indeed. Today we commemorate Chinyu's victory over Sasuke. Let us indulge in some barbecue to celebrate, Yo exclaimed with fervor, while Akamaru barked enthusiastically behind him. Hurry, hurry. Otherwise, we might miss out on seating. Naruto urged the group, quickening their pace. As they entered barbecue queue, Naruto glanced around. No seats available. Discovering that all the tables were occupied, Naruto's spirits plummeted. I can't believe there are so many people today. We've got no place to sit. Yet echoed Naruto's surprise at the bustling crowd. Oh, isn't that Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru? Suddenly, Naruto noticed a familiar table filled with acquaintances. Are you trying to join their table? In an instant, Chinyu comprehended Naruto's thoughts. Truly worthy of Chinyu, he immediately discerned my intentions. Naruto chuckled heartily. Chinyu and you exchanged glances of disbelief. Shikamaru, could we possibly share a table? Naruto, accompanied by Chinyu, and Hinata, approached the trio of Ino Shikacho. It's Naruto, Shikamaru acknowledged, glancing at him. Chinyu, and Hinata are here too. He greeted each of them in turn. Please, have a seat, just don't fight me for the meat. Choji waved dismissively, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Shikamaru shook his head in resignation. Ino silently indulged in the grilled meat, occasionally stealing glances at Chinyu, evidently intrigued by his performance that day. Thus, the feast of grilled meat commenced. As they savored their meal, the atmosphere grew lively, and by the time they departed, the bonds among them had deepened significantly. In the Hokage office, Hokage-sama, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe while listening to Irika's report. You say that both Sasuke and Chinyu have awakened their Sharingan, and Chinyu's has even reached the level of 3 Tomo. Hiruzen wrapped his pipe, rising to gaze out the window. Indeed, Irika affirmed. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen replied, Very well, I understand the situation. You may return. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once Irika departed, Hiruzen's eyes, fixed on the view outside, flickered with an unexpected expression. At the Uchiha residence, why? I am the genius of the Uchiha clan. I will never be outdone by you. The tail end of the class. Never. Chinyu, you better watch out. The room lay in disarray. Clearly the aftermath of Sasuke, venting his inner rage. When Uchiha Chinyu returned home, it was well past midnight. Observing that the day had already passed, he couldn't resist signing in, for the system offered rewards for daily check-ins. Chinyu, filled with anticipation, began the check-in process. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Eternal Strength Pill. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, and then the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Upon hearing the term Dali Pill, he felt a twinge of discomfort and chose to disregard any distinctions regarding its effects, opting instead to retire to bed for some rest. Chapter 5, Class 7, The Ninja Academy. The classroom was already filled with students early that morning. Today marked the momentous occasion of bestowing the Ninja Forehead Protectors and assigning team classes. Once awarded the Forehead Protector, they would officially become ninjas and could commence their missions. The thought ignited expressions of excitement among some students. Conversely, individuals from prominent clans, such as Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, regarded the event with a sense of nonchalance, displaying little enthusiasm. At that moment, Irika entered the classroom, noticeably arriving earlier than usual. With a warm smile directed at the students, he announced, "All right, I will now declare the class assignments. Please pay close attention." Holding a list of class assignments, Irika began reading from it. Class 1, Shin Muchuan, Yamanaka Ikaru, Hekasamu, led by teacher Yuzaki. Class 3, Li Lok, Tion, Hinata Niji, led by teacher Akai. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Chinyu, led by teacher Kakashi. Seated at his desk, Chinyu initially felt bored. But upon hearing that he had been assigned to Class 7, he was momentarily stunned. Not only was Chinyu bewildered, but Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto were equally taken aback. What was going on? Chinyu found himself assigned to Class 7, which was evidently somewhat amiss. After all, the allocation of classes is typically based on an equitable distribution according to academic performance. Chinyu pondered, regardless of whether it was the written or physical examination. He believed himself to be among the elite. Given that he excelled in both domains, it seemed improbable for him to be assigned to Class 7. Although he held a certain disdain for Sasuke, he had to concede that Sasuke's performance in both tests was also exceptional. With Sasuke in Class 7, it further diminished the likelihood of Chinyu remaining there himself. Teacher, how could Chinyu and Sasuke be placed together? Isn't this allocation rather unjust? Questioned a student whose name remained unknown, clearly dissatisfied with the composition of Class 7. This arrangement not only resulted in an additional member in Class 7, but also introduced a formidable talent, which seemed unfair to the other teams. The classmates exchanged glances, some engaging in hushed conversations. Irika, observing their murmurs, furrowed his brow. He understood that such class assignments would inevitably invite skepticism and claims of unfairness. Clearing his throat gently, Irika addressed the students. This distribution has been personally assigned by Lord Hokage. I am not entirely privy to the specifics. Upon hearing that the decision stemmed from Sarutobi Hiruzen, those students who had harbored grievances fell silent. Though they felt the allocation was inequitable, the authority of the Hokage's judgment stifled any open dissent. Realizing that the arrangement was orchestrated by the Hokage himself, Chinyu felt a sense of clarity wash over him. It was no wonder things had unfolded this way. As Irika noted the newfound quietude among the students, he continued, "Very well, let us proceed with the class assignments. Class 8, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, led by Yuhi Kurinai. Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, led by Asuma Sensei. That concludes the class allocations, and your ninja headbands will be distributed by your respective instructors." With the announcements complete, Irika departed. I suppose we shall not see each other every day from now on. Hinata, Chinyu thought to himself. Since the moment Chinyu first indulged in the delightful act of affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair, he has grown fond of this sensation. Consequently, he has often found himself caressing Hinata's head, a practice that has persisted until now. There's no need to hesitate. You can come to me directly in the future. Feeling the warmth of his hand resting upon her head, Hinata, as always, lowered her gaze in shyness. Although this was not the first time Chinyu had affectionately touched her hair, Hinata could not escape her habitual blush. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chinyu chuckled and remarked, "Great. I shall visit you often from now on. By the way, Hinata, are you the only child in your family?" "No, I have a younger sister. Her name is Hanabi." "Oh, I've never heard you mention her. If the opportunity arises, you should bring her out so we can all get acquainted. Certainly. As Chinyu uttered these words, an expression of cunning satisfaction emerged upon his countenance. It was evident that his intentions were far more intricate than mere simplicity. Hinata, shyly averting her gaze, failed to notice the expression on Chinyu's face. Yet even had she seen it, she would have been unable to discern his thoughts at this moment. Reluctantly parting from Hinata, Chinyu returned home first, choosing not to hasten to find their supervising teacher. He understood that Kakashi Hitaki was notoriously tardy. Arriving early would only result in a fruitless wait. Rather than languish in anticipation, it would be wiser to retreat home for a brief respite. He could always return later when the time was more opportune. At the designated assembly point for Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki had already gathered, having left the Ninja Academy in anticipation of Kakashi's arrival. Time passed slowly, and despite their wait stretching on, Kakashi did not appear. Even Chinyu's absence was noted. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto inquired, blocking Sasuke's path as he turned to leave, a stormy expression clouding his face. "Move aside, I'm going back. Don't be hasty. Perhaps this is a test from Kakashi-sensei. A way to gauge our resolve and patience as aspiring ninjas. Just give it a moment." "Indeed, Sasuke, we've already waited this long. A little longer won't hurt." Sakura chimed in, striving to bolster Sasuke's spirits with Naruto's reasoning. Considering their words, Sasuke pondered the possibility and decided to remain, albeit temporarily. Just 10 minutes later, a figure materialized atop a tree. "Sorry for the delay." Kakashi, his face partially concealed by a mask, surveyed the scene below, noticing only 3 individuals instead of 4. "Wasn't there supposed to be 4 of you? Where's the 4th? Shrugging off the thought, he descended to inquire. "Who are you?" "Sasuke, Naruto." And Sakura regarded the unexpected arrival with expressions of confusion and caution. "Easy there. No need for alarm. I am your team leader, Kakashi Hitaki." Chapter 6. If I make a move, you shall have no chance. "Oh, so you are our team leader, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Stepping forward to address Kakashi. "Did you take a bathroom break? Why are you so late?" At this remark, Kakashi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him beneath his mask. He could hardly confess to his students that he had lost track of time while engrossed in reading Ika Paradise. Such a revelation would be utterly mortifying. Grateful for Naruto's timely excuse, Kakashi decided to play along, responding, Yes. That's exactly it. Are you certain you were in the restroom for that long?" Sakura Haruno furrowed her brow as she gazed at Kakashi, a nagging feeling suggesting that matters were far from straightforward. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, twitched the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Sasuke approached Kakashi, extending his palm and stating, "The ninja forehead protector." Kakashi chuckled heartily and replied, "It seems you all are not yet gathered. Let us wait until everyone arrives before distributing them." "Oh, you mean Chinyu. I wonder why he hasn't shown up yet. Who knows what he's been up to?" Naruto mused, clasping his hands behind his head. Upon hearing Naruto's remark, Kakashi sighed softly. He never anticipated that on the very first day of assembling the team, such a predicament would arise. Truth be told, he realized it was due to his own habitual tardiness that Chinyu was still absent. However, Kakashi remained oblivious to this fact, his mind solely preoccupied with the concerns of bringing a troubled youth along. Just then, Chinyu made his appearance. "Oh, you all are here. It seems I arrived just in time." As Chinyu approached the crowd, savoring the potato chips in his hand, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow at the unexpected appearance of Chinyu, glancing at Kakashi before inquiring, "You weren't already in cahoots, were you?" Sakura also cast a dubious glance at the two, her face brimming with skepticism. Sasuke, however, coldly gazed into the void, treating Chinyu as if he were invisible. Kakashi offered an awkward chuckle and replied, "Naruto, you always have a knack for humor. I didn't know any of you before I arrived. So it's impossible that I had any prior arrangements with any of you. Now, to dispense with the trivialities, let me extend a warm welcome to you all as members of Team 7. Here are your ninja headbands. From this moment forth, you are officially ninjas of Konoha." With that, he retrieved 4 headbands from his ninja pouch and tossed them towards the 4 individuals before him. After receiving their headbands, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke promptly donned them upon their heads. In contrast, Chinyu opted to fasten his headband around his waist. "Chinyu, headbands are meant to be worn on the head," Naruto remarked, puzzled by Chinyu's unconventional method of wearing it. Mistakenly assuming he was unaware of the proper way to adorn the headband, Chinyu cast an exasperated glance at Naruto and remarked, "Of course I am aware. I merely believe that this approach appears more stylish and visually appealing. The crowd fell into a momentary stupor upon hearing his words, followed by an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Even Sasuke and Kakashi, who typically reveled in their own bravado, discreetly twitched their lips in surprise. Clearly, Chinyu's rationale had left them quite astounded. In that fleeting moment, the conversation had veered off course, prompting Kakashi to hastily redirect everyone's focus. Now that we have concluded the discussion about headbands, let us turn our attention to the daily curriculum of the class. Kakashi surveyed the group, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. I am Hatake Kakashi, your homeroom teacher. Today marks the first day of our class gathering, and I shall outline the day's lesson plan. Kakashi retrieved 3 bells from his ninja pouch, securing them to his waist. As he did so, he announced, I possess 3 bells, and your task today is to seize them from me. There are no restrictions on the methods or strategies you may employ. You must possess the determination to defeat me if you wish to claim these bells. And what if we fail to take them? Naruto inquired, gazing at the bells with a Navi expression. Then you shall forfeit your opportunity for lunch and dinner, and I will bind you to a wooden post while I enjoy my meals. What? Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, clearly taken aback by Kakashi's proposition. Meanwhile, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on the bells, his eyes brimming with earnest determination. Let the challenge commence, Kakashi declared, remaining stationary as he held the familiar paradise in his hands, seemingly indifferent to the 4 individuals before him, as if they posed no threat whatsoever. Let us all charge forth, Naruto proclaimed, leading the charge, with Sakura and Sasuke following closely behind. As for Chinyu, he stood still, observing the 3 and Kakashi with a contemplative demeanor. Chinyu was acutely aware of Kakashi's prowess as a jonin. There was no way he could be easily outmaneuvered by Naruto and his companions to seize the bells. The only plausible explanation for such a scenario was that Kakashi had intentionally exposed a flaw for them to exploit, granting them a slim chance to snatch the bells from him. With a sudden poof, Kakashi transformed into a cloud of white smoke, while Naruto rolled through it and landed on the ground. Over there, Sakura exclaimed, directing everyone's gaze towards the spot she indicated. A series of metallic clangs echoed as Sasuke released a flurry of shuriken, striking Kakashi's silhouette, only for it to dissipate with another poof, revealing yet another clone. After nearly 20 exhausting minutes of relentless effort, the trio found themselves panting heavily, barely able to remain upright. Chinyu, why didn't you join us in the effort? Naruto questioned, seated on the ground, perplexed by Chinyu's lack of assistance. We are all in the same class, and while everyone else was striving to seize the bells, were you not inclined to lend a hand? Sakura added, her brows furrowed as she voiced her frustration towards Chinyu. Chinyu cast a disdainful glance at Sakura and stretched his body. At that moment, Kakashi, perched in the tree and still engrossed in the romantic scene, found his attention diverted to Chinyu as he extended his limbs. I am offering you an opportunity. Should I intervene, that chance will vanish. Sakura huffed dismissively, branding him arrogant, clearly unconvinced by Chinyu's proclamation. Meanwhile, Naruto gaped in astonishment, scratching his head in bewilderment. Kakashi, overhearing Chinyu's confident declaration, smiled faintly. How intriguing. It appears that this Uchiha Chinyu possesses considerable strength, otherwise, he would not be so audacious. Hatake Kakashi, allow me to experience your prowess. Suddenly, a transformation occurred in Chinyu's eyes as the 3-tomo Sharingan activated, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Chapter 7. Spiraling Sphere. That was the 3-tomo Sharingan. Upon witnessing the 3-tomo Sharingan within Chinyu's gaze, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. With a snap, he closed the book Ika Paradise, instinctively becoming alert. Kakashi was well aware of the capabilities of the 3-tomo Sharingan, for he himself possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan and had shown brilliantly during the Ninja World War by utilizing its powers. Consequently, Kakashi earned the moniker of Copy Ninja Kakashi within the ninja realm. Thus, seeing that Chinyu had also awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan elicited a genuine shock from Kakashi. Upon the activation of his Sharingan, Chinyu's figure surged forth, propelling him into motion. Fire release, great fireball technique. Chinyu unleashed a jutsu, summoning a colossal fireball that hurtled towards the tree where Kakashi stood. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the tree, causing it to collapse instantly, engulfed in fierce flames. In a swift motion, Kakashi emerged from the inferno, clearly not to be underestimated. Before he could finish his thought, another massive fireball approached menacingly. Kakashi quickly retreated, hastily stowing away his paradise of affection in his ninja pouch, and rapidly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier jutsu. Just as the fireball was about to impact him, Kakashi called out, and a wall of water surged upward, shielding him from the fiery onslaught. Upon witnessing Kakashi effortlessly counter his assault with water release, Chinyu's lips curled into a subtle smirk. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer, Kakashi. Fire release, twin dragon fire technique. Chinyu's hands danced gracefully, and his mouth exhaled fiercely, summoning forth two magnificent fire dragons. As the fire dragons emerged, the air around them became intensely scorching. Kakashi, observing the two flames, felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask and remarked, a B-rank ninjutsu. The fire dragons soared, one to the left and the other to the right, hurtling towards Kakashi. In a swift motion, Kakashi dispelled his water technique and retreated with agility. Chinyu Fei swiftly closed in, orchestrating the coordination of two fire dragons, effectively encircling Kakashi in an instant. Suddenly, a cascade of silver light enveloped Kakashi's form. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. The silver luminescence intensified as Kakashi transformed into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly piercing through one of the fire dragons and emerging unscathed. Fire release, great fireball technique. The moment Kakashi broke free, he unleashed a formidable fireball hurtling towards Chinyu. Chinyu retracted his dual dragon fire and swiftly evaded the fireball. After dodging the blazing projectile, he did not pursue the attack, but instead stood still, gazing intently at Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm about to get serious now. Are you prepared? The taunting demeanor of Chinyu momentarily stunned Kakashi, who realized that Chinyu had not been earnest in his previous efforts. A sense of impending danger subtly enveloped Kakashi, compelling him to adopt a more serious stance. It seems I can no longer afford to be careless. He pressed his right index finger against the forehead protector concealing his eyes and gently pushed it upward. Suddenly, a crimson three-tomo Sharingan appeared. How could this be? Kakashi possesses the Uchiha's three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Chinyu is incredibly powerful. Naruto surveyed the chaotic surroundings, where flames raged and the ground lay scorched. As for Sakura, she was utterly speechless. So you're finally willing to take this seriously. Let me see just how formidable you truly are, Kakashi. Upon witnessing Kakashi unveil his Sharingan, Chinyu recognized that he had commenced in earnest. At this moment, their contest transcended the trivial pursuit of the bell. It had evolved into a profound desire to gauge each other's true strength. Chinyu sought to ascertain the extent of his current prowess, while Kakashi aimed to gauge the true depth of Chinyu's capabilities. Previously, he had received instructions from the Hokage to pay closer attention to Chinyu, who was purported to possess the strength of a Chunin. Initially, Kakashi was reluctant to accept this assertion. However, following a brief yet revealing trial, he was compelled to believe in Chinyu's Chunin-level strength, and even suspected that his abilities were nearing the threshold of a special Jonin. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Chinyu moved swiftly, unleashing a formidable fire technique. A fireball, twice the size of a standard great fireball, erupted in succession, manifesting 5 massive orbs of flame. Kakashi, witnessing the emergence of these colossal fireballs, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth wall. Kakashi was quick to respond, his hands flying through a series of hand seals, conjuring 2 defensive ninjutsu in rapid succession. A wall of water surged forth, followed closely by a barrier of earth, creating an instantaneous defense of water and soil. Boom. Sizzle. The fireballs collided with the defensive water barrier. The first fireball was largely evaporated by the water, while the second approached swiftly, soon followed by the third, fourth, and fifth, all converging together. Crash. The water barrier transformed into steam, allowing the fireballs to strike the earthen wall. The wall was met with the impact of 4.5 fireballs, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent debris soaring through the air, enveloped in swirling dust. With a whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. A kunai appeared, hurtling toward him. As Chinyu activated his Sharingan, he clearly perceived the trajectory of the shuriken's flight and swiftly evaded its path. Whoosh. Just as he dodged one shuriken, he found himself encircled by a multitude of them. A series of clashing sounds ensued as Chinyu drew a shuriken of his own, deftly knocking down the incoming projectiles. In that instant, Kakashi abruptly appeared beside him. Just as a sharp shuriken was about to strike Chinyu's back, he propelled himself into the air with agile steps. Chinyu, you have miscalculated. The voice of Kakashi echoed in Chinyu's ears, a shuriken pressing against his back. With a resounding thud, Chinyu transformed into a cloud of white smoke. This is bad. Upon witnessing the dissipating figure of Chinyu, Kakashi instantly realized something was amiss, and hastily attempted to retreat. It seems you have miscalculated. Before Kakashi's eyes, a hand spread open, and a rapidly spinning sphere of light materialized from nothingness in an instant. Spiraling sphere. A soft exclamation rang out as Chin-Yu thrust the spiraling sphere towards Kakashi's face. As the sphere drew nearer, Kakashi's pupils rapidly constricted, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was a sensation of impending crisis, a harbinger of death. Cold sweat immediately beaded on Kakashi's forehead, yet his heart continued to pound faster and faster. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the silence. Chapter 8. Hidden Strength. Just as the spiraling sphere was about to strike Kakashi, Chin-Yu forcefully altered its trajectory. With a graceful motion, Chin-Yu propelled the Rasengan away from Kakashi, his palm angled as he soared through the air. As he distanced himself from Kakashi's vicinity, his form began to descend. Simultaneously, the Rasengan in his grasp altered its trajectory, plunging towards the ground. Boom! Upon its contact with the earth, cracks instantaneously radiated outward. As the Rasengan fully met the surface, its formidable power erupted. The rapidly spinning Rasengan resembled a powerful mixer, swiftly carving out a large crater measuring 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter in depth. Snap! As Kakashi landed, he stood momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the orb in Chin-Yu's hand possessed such immense power. Had he been struck by it moments before, the consequences would have been dire. The mere thought of this caused beads of cold sweat to form on Kakashi's brow once more. Alas! It seems, Kakashi, you are still lacking. Suddenly, Chin-Yu appeared by Kakashi's side, gently tugging a bell from his waist. As the bell was snatched away, Kakashi's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Chin-Yu's remark. He initially intended to utter a few words to salvage his dignity, but found himself at a loss for what to say. After all, Chin-Yu had undeniably demonstrated his formidable strength, while Kakashi could not contest that reality. Never mind, I shall take my leave now. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. After acquiring the bell, Chin-Yu tossed it back to Kakashi. With a casual wave, he sauntered away, exuding a sense of nonchalance. After Chin-Yu departed, the only ones remaining were the grim-faced Kakashi and the 3 young ninjas, who were utterly astonished by the recent battle. Uchiha Chin-Yu. Kakashi muttered the name through clenched teeth, his displeasure palpable. Subsequently, Kakashi directed his frustration towards the 3 young ninjas, leading to a chaotic and dismal training session. A bowl of char siu ramen. All right. Just a moment. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Chin-Yu sat at the table, his expression one of relaxation and contentment. Recalling the battle with Kakashi, he was pleasantly surprised by the sheer power of the Rasengan he had executed so effortlessly. This technique, awarded by the system during his daily sign-in, had initially seemed unremarkable, as it required no hand signs. He had not anticipated its formidable strength. The fact that he had utilized this technique by chance today revealed its true potential. It was indeed a torment. Although there were stronger combat methods available, he could not openly employ them at present, which was truly agonizing. Chin-Yu pressed his forehead, wearing a look of deep contemplation. Ever since he arrived in the world of Naruto, he had been utilizing the system's daily rewards to enhance his strength. Through numerous days of system sign-ins, Chin-Yu had experienced remarkable advancements in various aspects. Physically, his sage body had been fortified to perfection. Now, this sage body not only boasted an accelerated chakra recovery rate, but also possessed an astonishing reservoir of chakra. By his own estimation, the chakra within him could rival that of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In terms of ocular techniques, he had not only acquired the Byakugan but had also attained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, allowing him to summon Susanoo at a preliminary level. As for ninjutsu, he possessed an array of S-rank techniques at his disposal. The interplay of these numerous enhancements had rendered Chin-Yu's power exceedingly formidable, sufficient to stand on par with the Kage level. However, he was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Chin-Yu comprehended the true nature of the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a genuine ruler and master of intrigue. Moreover, within the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from Hiruzen, there were individuals such as Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Kamachi, and Mito Gaiden. These individuals were known for their penchant for stirring trouble, often engaging in frivolous schemes. Should Chin-Yu's prowess be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite apprehension among them, rendering his desire for a languid existence unattainable. The mere thought of the necessity to restrain himself brought a slight discomfort to Chin-Yu. Yet, that was the extent of his concern. Your chashu ramen. A delicate hand placed a steaming bowl of ramen before Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu looked up and beheld a young girl with flowing hair. Her features were exquisite, and a rosy blush adorned her cheeks. She was clad in an apron, and this individual was none other than Changpu, the the daughter of the handmade craftsman. Changpu, are you the one preparing the noodles today? Qin had known Changpu for quite some time, and upon seeing her, he greeted her warmly. Ah, it's you, Qin. It has been a while, Changpu exclaimed, noting her long absence from the CAF where they usually met. What have you been up to lately? I hardly see you, and it's made my meals less enjoyable. Upon hearing Qin playful words, Changpu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. You always know how to jest, Qin, she replied, though she couldn't help but share her news with him. I recently opened a flower shop, and I've been busy there most of the time. Is that so? Then I shall make it a point to visit your flower shop for meals. Qin took a sip of the noodle soup and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Changpu. Initially taken aback, quickly whispered, this may not be appropriate. Qin lifted his head, gazing at Changpu's face with a smile, and said, Do you wish for me to starve? That is not my intention at all. Changpu hurriedly shook her head in denial. Then it's settled. Whenever I have the time, I shall visit the flower shop to dine with you. After Qin finished speaking, he began to eat leisurely. Changpu, blushing, returned to her work. Once satiated, Qin playfully teased Changpu for a while before taking his leave. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi remarked, You say that Uchiha Qin possesses the strength of a jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and took a puff from his pipe. Indeed, I engaged in a spar with Qin today, and I was defeated. Kakashi's tone shifted from its usual nonchalance to one of dejection as he uttered these words. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed curiosity. Qin had not only awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, as the Hokage had mentioned, but he could also perform various fire-style jutsu, all reaching the level of B-rank techniques. Furthermore, his agility was remarkable, and his precision with hidden weapons was impeccable, demonstrating an acute sense of timing. Kakashi held a profound understanding of Qin, having nearly fallen to him in their encounter that day. It appeared that Uchiha Qin was indeed a deeply concealed talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a pang of concern. Qin rise had been alarmingly swift, and his concealment too profound. Just days ago, he had claimed to possess the strength of a chunin, and now he asserted himself as a jonin. Such rapid transformation was unsettling. Chapter 9. We select missions for Teacher Kakashi. As he quietly smoked his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply. With a decisive motion, he placed the pipe on the table. In a month's time, the chunin exams would commence, with various ninja villages participating. Rather than discussing Qin, he shifted the focus to the upcoming chunin exams. Let us keep Qin prowess under wraps for now. During the exams, I want him to showcase his skills. This will be an opportunity for our village to demonstrate its strength to the other villages and the feudal lords. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would consider Qin a trump card for the chunin exams, although ostensibly a promotion exam for genin. The chunin exams served as a platform for the lower-ranked ninjas of each village to showcase their village's prowess. Such exams occurred twice a year and determined the volume of mission assignments and the funding and treatment each village received from the feudal lords for the latter half of the year. Essentially, the chunin exams resembled a miniature war among the major ninja villages. By the way, should we allow Naruto to participate in the chunin exams? As Naruto's teacher, Kakashi was well aware that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Considering Naruto's unique status, Kakashi felt compelled to consult with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Kakashi, this is Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted with rare authority. Kakashi, witnessing the Hokage's commanding presence, reflected, Indeed, this is Konoha. Kakashi fully comprehended the intent behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Here in Konoha, Naruto, as a resident of the village, was participating in an examination for his own community. What was there to fear? Surely, within the confines of his own home, he would not be intimidated by outsiders. If there were no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi bid Kakashi farewell. Suddenly, an Umbu member clad in a cat-faced mask appeared before Hiruzen. Ensure that someone is discreetly monitoring Uchiha Qin, and report back promptly should any developments arise. Furthermore, from this day forth, intensify the vigilance throughout the village to prevent infiltration from other villages. Understood. As the last word echoed, the figure vanished without a trace. In the mission hall, Uncle Yuri, are there any tasks available for us? Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the mission board, uncertain of which tasks he could undertake. To his left and right, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were also looking expectantly at the mission announcer, Yuri. Meanwhile, Uchiha Qin was engaged in conversation with Hinata, completely oblivious to the trio. After all, over time, feelings could easily fade, Thus, occasional appearances and flirtations were necessary to deepen Hinata's impression. Such actions would certainly prove beneficial for future endeavors. There are D-rank missions available. Take a look at what you wish to accept. Yuri presented a document before Naruto and his companions. Find a cat. Catch a thief. Clean the restroom. As they beheld the ludicrous mission details, Naruto's face was rife with discontent. Why are all the tasks so trivial? Is there not something of a higher caliber? With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto gazed imploringly at Yuri, who remained unmoved. With an impassive expression, Yuri addressed the tearful Naruto, stating, "These are the tasks suitable for Genin. Once you attain Chunin status, you may undertake more advanced missions." The trio fell into speechless dismay. "Yuri, could you assist me in discovering what missions are available for Jonin?" At that moment, Chinyu stepped forward, leaving everyone astounded by his declaration. Yuri furrowed his brow and inquired, "Jonin? Which Jonin do you represent?" "I am here on behalf of my teacher, Kakashi, to select tasks." Chinyu decisively brought Kakashi into the conversation. Indeed, upon hearing Kakashi's name, Yuri's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Are you here to pick up missions on behalf of Kakashi?" Noticing Yuri's lingering skepticism, Chinyu pointed to Naruto and his companions. "These three, along with myself, are all students of Kakashi-sensei. Is it not permissible for the students of a teacher to select missions on his behalf?" At this moment, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke also grasped the situation. "Indeed. Are we not allowed to assist our teacher in selecting missions?" exclaimed Naruto with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of righteous confidence. Chinyu awkwardly covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yuri, too, was taken aback by Naruto's actions. He had never anticipated that this child would behave in such a manner. Just moments ago, he had appeared teary-eyed and aggrieved, yet now he exuded an air of arrogance. It was as if he were a master of disguise, his expression shifting with remarkable speed. "Since you are assisting Kakashi with the selection, that changes the situation entirely." Yuri began to sift through tasks that only elite shinobi could undertake. Chinyu observed Yuri as he searched for information, a sly smile creeping across his face, betraying his crafty intentions. In truth, it was not solely Chinyu's desire to assist Naruto. Rather, he seized the opportunity to take a stroll himself. However, this leisurely outing was not his true objective. His aim was, in fact, the legendary weapon of the second Hokage, the Sword of Raijin. According to the village records, the Sword of Raijin had been stolen. The culprit behind this theft was none other than Sanai Pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity to venture out of Konoha, Chinyu secretly plotted to seize the Sword of Thunder from the grasp of Sanai Pain. With the Sword of Thunder, the swordsmanship acquired through the system would finally find its purpose, and his own strength would experience a significant enhancement. "Look here, this is a mission suitable for Jonin." Upon seeing it, Naruto and his companions were momentarily astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Not for any trivial reason, but due to the high level of difficulty and the rich rewards that awaited. Shaking his head, Chinyu retrieved the documents from Naruto's hands. "This A-rank mission shall do. The capture of the rogue ninja, Ishikawa Ikemen." Chinyu returned the documents to Yuri, requesting him to register them. Once Yuri completed the registration, he handed over the task scroll to Chinyu. Subsequently, Chinyu led the trio to the assembly point of Team 7. Upon their arrival, they spotted Kakashi lounging on a branch, engrossed in his reading of Makeout Paradise. "Hello, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called out, waving his arms from a distance to greet him. Upon noticing the group, Kakashi leaped down from the tree. "What is with all of you? You seem rather cheerful," Kakashi remarked, puzzled by their exuberance. "Kakashi-sensei, we just accepted a mission on your behalf." Unable to contain his excitement, Naruto eagerly relayed the news to Kakashi. "Oh, so you took up a mission for me. Is that really cause for such joy?" Kakashi replied with a bemused smile, somewhat exasperated. "It's merely a mission. Is it necessary to be this ecstatic? You bunch of kids?" Just as he finished speaking, Kakashi sensed something amiss. "Naruto, what did you just say? Please repeat that." Seeing Kakashi's sudden urgency, Naruto scratched the back of his head in confusion. "I said we went to the mission hall and accepted a task for you," Naruto reiterated, observing Kakashi's anxious demeanor. "Nanny?" Kakashi exclaimed, snapping the book shut. "Well then, here is your mission scroll." Chinyu timely stepped forward to deliver the mission scroll. "What the hell?" Kakashi could no longer contain himself and let out an expletive. Every ninja possesses a certain success rate for their missions, and this rate directly influences the commission earned upon completion. A higher success rate results in a more substantial reward, whereas a lower one diminishes the earnings. Over the years, Kakashi had meticulously undertaken missions, achieving an impressive success rate of 99.5%. Currently, with someone else taking on a task for him. It effectively meant he had accepted a mission himself. If the task was successfully completed, it would be one matter. However, if it were to fail, his success rate might plummet to 95%. The repercussions of this decrease, when converted into monetary terms, could amount to a significant loss. Hastily, he unfurled the mission scroll, and his single eye scanned its contents rapidly. Fortunately, relief washed over him as his racing heart began to steady. With a grim expression, he turned to Naruto and inquired, "Whose idea was this?" "It was him." "It was me." Naruto and his companions exchanged glances, promptly throwing Chinyu under the bus. Chinyu seemed to be aware that the three would betray him, and at the same time, he took the initiative to confess. "So it's you scoundrel Chinyu!" Kakashi exclaimed, his composure shattered at the sight of Uchiha Chinyu. The last encounter with this very Chinyu had not only cost him his dignity, but had nearly cost him his life as well. Now, once again, it was this Chinyu who had carelessly assigned him a mission. The mere thought of it provoked Kakashi to unleash his pent-up fury. Sensing Kakashi's impending outburst, Chinyu chose not to engage, swiftly performing a technique to dispel himself. With a resounding poof, his figure transformed into a cloud of white smoke. The figure of Chinyu had vanished, leaving only Kakashi and Naruto behind. Upon realizing that Chinyu was merely a clone, it was evident that he had anticipated this scenario and had prepared an escape in advance. Kakashi's flames had already ignited. It was not so simple to extinguish them. Noticing that Naruto and the others remained, he redirected the flames towards them. As classmates, how could they allow Chinyu's reckless behavior to go unchecked? They even offered assistance. "Just wait until I settle the score with you." Consequently, the three members of Team 7 faced a severe reprimand from society. Of course, Chinyu was unaware of this. However, he could probably surmise the outcome. "Hinata, do we have a mission today?" "None at all." Chinyu strolled leisurely down the street, holding the shy Hinata's hand. It was a rare occasion for both of them to have free time, providing the perfect opportunity for a delightful outing. Observing Hinata's cheeks flush an increasingly deeper shade of crimson, Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Chinyu-kun." At that moment, Ino unexpectedly tapped Chinyu on the shoulder from behind. "Oh, Ino, what brings you here?" Upon catching sight of Ino, Chinyu joyfully inquired, "Ino." The moment Hinata spotted Ino, she swiftly withdrew her hand from Chinyu's grasp. "I just came out for a stroll and happened to see you all. What a coincidence," she exclaimed. "Why not join us?" "I was also out shopping with Hinata." Since their last barbecue gathering, Chinyu had begun to cultivate a connection with Ino. Subsequently, he established a routine, meeting Hinata, Ino, SHBU, and Team 7 daily, forming a genuine and meaningful quartet. "Sounds great," Ino responded, positioning herself on the left, with Hinata on the right and Chinyu at the center. The trio spent the day delightfully wandering through the streets, indulging in food, drinks, and merriment, thus passing the day in pure enjoyment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Naruto arrived outside, knocking on the door. Chinyu awoke to Kakashi's announcement that they were to leave the village to complete a mission, with him leading the way. "Oh, understood." After rubbing his eyes and yawning, Chinyu turned over and continued to sleep. When Chinyu awoke, it was nearly noon. He leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading to a nearby eatery for a bowl of noodles. Only then did he meander towards the assembly point. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke slumbering against a wooden post. Chinyu shook his head in resignation. Kakashi truly was a source of endless frustration. At that moment, Kakashi finally made his appearance. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Kakashi, filled with confusion, inquired, "What has happened?" Chinyu cast a bewildered glance at Kakashi and remarked, "Isn't this all you're doing?" "What am I doing?" Kakashi was utterly perplexed. Their current predicament bore no relation to him. He refused to take the blame for this. Chinyu observed Kakashi's demeanor and instantly comprehended that he was evidently oblivious to the implications of his previous statement. "Did you inform them yesterday that we would be embarking on a mission today, thus urging them to arrive early?" "Indeed, that was the case." "Then at what time did you instruct them to assemble?" Faced with such an existential inquiry, Kakashi found himself embarrassed. "And when did you arrive?" "Surely you must have some awareness." This revelation struck a chord. It turned out that the predicament was entirely of his own making. Kakashi offered an awkward smile before rousing the three slumbering comrades. Under the weight of their resentful gazes, Kakashi's team commenced their journey. Their mission entailed the apprehension of a rogue ninja from Konoha, Ishikawa Kazuma. This Ishikawa was a jonin, proficient in both water and lightning techniques. According to the intelligence gathered, his operational vicinity lay approximately 27 kilometers from Konoha, in the village of Kabara. Once we reach Kabara, you are to heed my commands without deviation, understood? Although Kakashi occasionally displayed a lack of reliability, he became exceedingly earnest when the matter at hand posed significant danger. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Observing Naruto's immediate affirmation, followed by the others echoing the sentiment, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was not the perilous mission itself, but rather the possibility of Naruto and his companions disregarding orders, potentially leading them into jeopardy. Nonetheless, Kakashi possessed the audacity to undertake this A-rank mission alongside his team primarily due to Chinyu's formidable prowess. It was this strength that emboldened him, otherwise, he would never have dared to venture forth. After all, who in their right mind would willingly court trouble? If one were truly at a loss for activity, it would be far more prudent to indulge in the delights of paradise of affection. The mere thought of paradise of affection ignited a stirring within Kakashi. He retrieved a volume from his ninja pack and began perusing it while on the move. Chapter 11. I come to borrow the sword of Thunder God during their journey. Chinyu discreetly executed a technique known as the body replacement technique. This was a recent acquisition from the system after he had signed in. This technique is notably unique. The practitioner can create multiple clones based on their own power. The clones generated through this technique can share thoughts and perceptions with the original at all times. Most intriguingly, it allows for spatial displacement, enabling the original and the clones to swap positions across dimensional space, akin to spatial jumping. The original followed Kakashi on their path, while the clones, birthed from the body replacement technique, ventured towards the vicinity of the Rain Ninja Village. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Morinoa was currently hiding near the Rain Ninja Village. In the main tent of a camp near the Rain Ninja Village, what exactly are we about to undertake? Jiro Asakusa? Sanai Tsudo donned a Rain Ninja headband and a flowing black robe, with a sword wrapped in black cloth slung across his back. Last night, the village received word that a shipment from the Kingdom of Gold would pass near the village, prompting the authorities to instruct us to seize this cargo. As Asakusa Jiro, nursing a drink, accompanied Sanai Tsudo, he elucidated the situation. The Kingdom of Gold? What sort of nation is that? Sanai Tsudo inquired, clearly unfamiliar with this realm. Sensing his lack of knowledge, Asakusa Jiro elaborated, the Kingdom of Gold is a remote nation, renowned for its abundant gold resources. Consequently, it frequently engages in trade with various powerful nations using gold as currency. Last night, we learned that this time, the kingdom is trading a substantial consignment of exquisitely crafted ninja tools, and the quantity is considerable. Coincidentally, their route had come to our attention. Asakusa Jiro paused, but Sanai Tsudo grasped his implication. The escort from the Kingdom of Gold possesses considerable strength, aside from himself and Asakusa Jiro. 6ch Nin from the Rain Village accompanied them. Nevertheless, a flicker of unease lingered within Sanai Tsudo. Rest assured, the escort's strength is at most ch Nin level. This mission will be a mere trifle for us. Asakusa Jiro chuckled, evidently confident in the capabilities of his team. Since you are so assured, I shall be at ease as well. Sanai Tsudo conceded, realizing there was little more to say. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Both Sanai Tsudo and Asakusa Jiro furrowed their brows in concern. I shall step outside to investigate, Sanai Tsudo declared, turning to exit the tent. Upon emerging, he beheld his 6 companions encircling a young boy, none other than Chinyu. Chinyu gazed at the crowd with a playful smile, making no immediate move. It seems you are Senet Tsutsumi, aren't you? Upon seeing Senet Tsutsumi emerge from the tent, Chinyu directly inquired. Taken aback by the question, Senet Tsutsumi looked at Chinyu with confusion and asked, Who are you? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom who this person before him was. It appeared that he did not recognize him from his memories. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Chinyu gently touched his head and smiled. I am Uchiha Chinyu. I have come here to borrow something from you. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Sanai Tongsho's pupils instantly constricted. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family in Konoha, and as a former ninja of Konoha, he was undoubtedly aware of this fact. Given that the individual before him bore the Uchiha name, it was evident that he must be a ninja from Konoha. Once Chinyu mentioned his intention to borrow something, Sanai Tongso tensed up immediately. Could it be that he was here to demand his head? After all, he was a rogue ninja from Konoha. It was not uncommon for rogue ninjas to be pursued for their heads in various ninja villages. What do you wish to borrow? Despite his suspicions, Sanai Tongso still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but inquire. He wanted to ascertain whether Chin Yu truly intended to claim his life as he feared. The surrounding rain ninjas exchanged glances at the sight of this stranger's acquaintance with Sanai Tong's Ho, equally bewildered by the current situation. Chin Yu deliberately elongated his voice, teasing Sanai Pain as he declared, I have come to borrow the Thunder God Sword. The mention of the Thunder God Sword caused Sanai Pain's pupils to constrict once more, his tense body tightening even further. He could hardly fathom that Chin Yu had come specifically for the legendary blade. However, the notion of relinquishing the Thunder God Sword was utterly unacceptable to Sanai Pain. Originally possessing merely the strength of a lower ninja, his fortunes had dramatically altered upon acquiring the sword. With its formidable power, Sanai Pain's prowess had ascended to that of a special upper ninja. It was this newfound strength that allowed him to be accepted back into the Rain Ninja village after his defection. Should he lose the Thunder God Sword, his abilities would revert to those of a lower ninja, and the consequences of such a decline were unfathomable to him. You audacious little brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly on the territory of our Rain Ninja village? It seems you are seeking death. One of the 6 middle ninjas rebuked Chin Yu angrily. Upon hearing this, Sanai Pain suddenly recalled a realization. This individual before him was merely a child, likely possessing only the strength of a lower ninja. Why should he fear such a minor adversary? Even if he belonged to the Uchiha clan, what harm could he possibly inflict upon him with his current power? As this thought crossed his mind, Sanai Pain's demeanor shifted dramatically. You Uchiha brat, have you lost your mind? Since you have so willingly presented yourself, do not blame us. Sanai Pain's gaze hardened as he glared at Chin Yu, his earlier demeanor now replaced by a surge of anger. Alas! Chin Yu let out a gentle sigh and shook his head. Originally, I merely wished to borrow the Sword of Thunder God. However, witnessing your current demeanor, it appears that you will not allow me such a concession. In light of this, I shall have no choice but to adopt a more assertive stance. Upon hearing this, the 6ch Nin from the Rain Ninja Village and Senatita burst into laughter. With just you? Or do you imply that there are ambushes lurking nearby? Although Senatita mocked Chin Yu, he simultaneously remained vigilant, wary of any potential traps in the vicinity. After all, this entire situation was exceedingly peculiar. The 6ch Nin of the Rain Ninja, upon hearing Senatitu's words, heightened their senses, attentively scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Chin Yu gazed upon the assembled crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as the 3-tomo Sharingan abruptly manifested. Chapter 12. Susanoo. A series of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the air. This is the Sharingan. Mori no Otoko stared in astonishment at the Sharingan in Chin Yu's eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Sasaki Jiro emerged from the tent, clutching a sake bottle. He had been waiting for Mori no Otoko for quite some time, and the ongoing chaos outside left him visibly perturbed, prompting him to investigate. The Sharingan, a Leaf Village ninja. Upon noticing the gleam in Chin Yu's eyes, Sasaki Jiro recalled that only the Leaf Village possessed the Sharingan, and he began scrutinizing Chin Yu closely. Mori no Otoko, what is the meaning of this? Mori no Otoko, caught under Sasaki Jiro's penetrating gaze, found himself at a loss for words and could only respond truthfully. Suddenly, Sasaki Jiro placed his hands lightly on the ground, activating his sensory abilities. There are no ambushes in the vicinity. It is just this little brat alone. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a significant wave of relief wash over them. Since the Sharingan had come to them unbidden, Sasaki Jiro resolved to take it for himself. Everyone charge. With avarice gleaming in his eyes, Sasaki Jiro fixated on Chin Yu, nearly beside himself with excitement. Perfect. I shall also test the true nature of Susanoo. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chin Yu's eyes transformed, revealing the intricate patterns of the Sharingan, which swiftly morphed into a 6-pointed star. Susanoo. A transparent black barrier enveloped Chin Yu, adorned with flickering strands of black flames. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Great Fireball. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Observing Chin Yu ensconced within the barrier, the 6ch Nin unleashed their jutsu in unison. The 6 techniques surrounded Chin Yu from all directions. Boom. An explosion erupted, enveloping the area in swirling smoke, yet Chin Yu emerged unscathed. Is this truly the extent of your assault? The sardonic voice of Chin Yu echoed in the ears of the crowd, igniting a surge of anger within them. Mori no Hito, shatter this turtle shell. Witnessing his 6 subordinates failing to breach Chin Yu's barrier, Jiro Asakusa found himself in disbelief. However, he held firm in his conviction that with Mori no Hito wielding the Thunder God's sword, it would certainly suffice to cleave through the shield. With a determined resolve, Mori no Tahito stepped forward, unsheathing the sword from his back. A finely crafted long sword, gleaming in pure silver, was revealed. "Behold," he declared, channeling chakra into the thunder goddess sword and delivering a mighty downward strike. With a resonant clang, a chilling and piercing beam of sword light shot forth, instantaneously striking Qin Yu's barrier. Boom! Crackling sounds erupted as the sword light collided with the barrier, unleashing a dazzling display of lightning. The immense destructive power of the lightning, combined with the sword's brilliance, managed to create a fissure in the shield. Such formidable prowess from the thunder goddess sword. Qin Yu mused, rather than feeling apprehensive upon seeing the cracks appear in his barrier. With a thunderous roar, the fissure in the shield abruptly healed, and a rib-like structure began to materialize. What manner of creature is this? What an overwhelming aura! The 6 middle ninjas were gripped by fear upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the skeletal form, clearly unnerved by such an uncanny phenomenon, which they had never encountered before. While Jiro Asakusa was also taken aback, he remained unperturbed, unlike the others. He recognized a critical flaw in the barrier. It was solely defensive and lacked any offensive capability. Otherwise, how could it remain stationary, passively enduring their onslaught? Fear not, everyone. This jutsu can only defend. We need only strike at a singular point to shatter this shell. Jiro Asakusa resolutely led the charge, forming hand seals before the others unleashed their most potent attacks. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Everyone fixated intently on the swirling smoke, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Even Jiro Asakusa, previously composed, felt the weight of anticipation. As the smoke began to dissipate, the eyes of all widened in disbelief. How can it remain unscathed? Jiro Asakusa stared incredulously at the scene before him, his face a canvas of disbelief. Alas, is this truly the extent of your prowess? Qin Yu shook his head in disappointment, exclaiming, I had thought it to be formidable. Yet it is merely a waste of my ocular prowess. As he activated the eternal kaleidoscope, a skeletal arm emerged from the ribcage of his torso. The bony hand swept towards the onlookers with alarming force. Flee! Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to scatter in haste. Yet, could Qin Yu's Susanoo be so easily evaded? Clearly not. Aside from Asakusa Jiro and Marino Tahito, the others were struck by Qin Yu's skeletal hand. The immense force instantly obliterated 6 Chunin, their fates unknown thereafter. Spare me. I beg you for mercy. With no escape in sight, Asakusa Jiro was the first to kneel, pleading for his life. Marino Tahito quickly followed suit, trembling as he implored for clemency. Qin Yu dispelled the Susanoo and approached the 2 individuals. Why should I spare you? Qin Yu responded with a rhetorical question. I entrusted you with the Sword of Thunder. Will you not spare me? Senna's trembling hand extended the Thunder God's sword, clearly filled with panic and fear. It was evident that he harbored a deep trepidation towards Qin Yu. With a soft thud, Qin Yu grasped the Thunder God's sword. He gently swung it a few times, clearly pleased with his acquisition. The Thunder God's sword rightfully deserved its reputation as a legendary artifact. It was not only lightweight and razor-sharp, but also possessed an impressive capacity for chakra. Observing Qin Yu's satisfaction with the sword, Senna let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the kneeling Asakusa Jiro surged to his feet, brandishing a kunai aimed at Qin Yu's chest. Just as the weapon was about to pierce him, Asakusa Jiro halted, his eyes devoid of emotion, while Qin Yu wore a smile of triumph. Clearly, he had fallen victim to Qin Yu's illusionary technique. With a swift turn of the kunai in his hand, Asakusa Jiro plunged it into his own chest with force. The sound of piercing flesh echoed. The kunai pierced through the flesh, blood gushing forth. With a thud, Wasabi Jiro, now a lifeless corpse, lay sprawled upon the ground. Alas, I too am a pacifist. This is not what I desired. Senna was already filled with fear and trepidation, and upon hearing Qin Yu's words, her anxiety intensified. Simultaneously, her mind was flooded with countless retorts. You claim to be a pacifist? How absurd. Consider your actions. You speak of pacifism, yet your words betray a stark reality. It is not merely your desire that dictates outcomes. Countless lives have been lost due to your unwillingness. Should you choose to rise, it would surely result in a torrent of bloodshed. Despite the criticism, even Senanai dares not voice such thoughts, for the figure before him is a harbinger of death, and preserving his own life takes precedence. Chapter 13, Destination of the Mission, Mukihara Village. You may depart now. I am a person who cherishes peace and would never engage in the senseless slaughter of the innocent. Upon hearing the words, the fleeing Senai was nearly thrown off balance, almost stumbling in his haste. Suppressing the urge to curse, he vanished in a flash. After storing the Sword of Thunder God in the system space, Chinyu proceeded to put away the eternal kaleidoscope. Shaking his head, he cradled his head and departed. Kakashi-sensei, how much farther until we reach our destination? Naruto Uzumaki had never undertaken such a task, let alone one of this long-distance nature. At this pace, he should reach Konoha village in approximately 2 days. What? It will still take around 2 more days. Naruto suddenly burst into tears, clearly overwhelmed by the monotony of the day's journey. Be quiet, Naruto. You are the only one making such a fuss. Sakura could no longer tolerate Naruto's behavior and retorted loudly. Naruto, who feared nothing in the world, was, however, afraid of Sakura. Upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of grievance wash over him as he softly murmured her name, falling silent thereafter. Chinyu shook his head in disapproval at the scene before him. Naruto, in his usual comical fashion, was merely there to entertain. Thus, the group pressed onward, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had slipped by. At last, they arrived in the vicinity of Mukahara village. Summoning technique. Kakashi bit his finger, formed a series of hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted beside him. Kakashi, what business do you have summoning me? A ninja dog adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, sporting a disgruntled expression, gazed at Kakashi. My apologies, Pakken, for the disturbance. Kakashi replied, I need you to scout the village ahead and report back on the situation. Understood. Pakken responded before hastily darting off. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, is this the summoning technique? It's amazing, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, this is the summoning technique, Kakashi affirmed, nodding proudly at Naruto's awe. While Sakura and Sasuke were equally intrigued by Kakashi's summoning prowess, they did not exhibit the same level of enthusiasm as Naruto. As for Chinyu, he regarded the spectacle with indifference. With Susanoo at his disposal, he had little regard for summoning beasts, even if he desired one. A ninja dog was hardly appealing, lacking combat prowess and charm. It offered little practicality. In a short while, Pakken returned. Kakashi, I couldn't enter the village, but I noticed that the perimeter is being guarded by several lower-ranking ninjas. After contemplating, Pakken continued. There are lower-ranking ninjas stationed in pairs at all 4 corners of the village. If you wish to enter, exercise caution. This village seems rather formidable. After Pakken concluded his report, Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence. It's almost lunchtime. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Pakken noted the time and hurriedly bid Kakashi farewell before vanishing with a pop, the summoning technique dispelled. Kakashi shook his head in resignation. For now, follow my lead and refrain from speaking. I will negotiate with them first to assess the situation. After all, they are merely here to capture rogue ninjas from Konoha, and there is no need for a direct confrontation with other ninja villages. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, appeared utterly bored. The group boldly approached the gates of Mukahara village. Who goes there? As soon as Kakashi and his companions arrived at the village entrance, 2 ninja from Mukahara village suddenly appeared before them, their expressions serious and vigilant. Greetings, we are ninjas from Konoha. Kakashi observed the heightened vigilance of the ninjas from Mugen village, and although perplexed, he refrained from expressing his concerns and instead chose to declare his identity. He addressed the 2 ninjas, saying, I wonder if it would be possible for you to take us to see your village chief. It is noted that only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, under the jurisdiction of the 5 great nations, are entitled to be called Kage. While in smaller nations and villages, the leader is simply referred to as the chief. The 2 Mugen ninjas exchanged glances before one of them replied, Please wait here. I will inquire. Thank you for your assistance, Kakashi responded. After the designated ninja briefed his companion, he departed. A short while later, the returning ninja was accompanied by an elderly man leaning on a cane. Greetings, esteemed Konoha ninjas. I am the village chief of Mugen, Yuen. He introduced himself, extending a hand to Kakashi with a warm expression. Hello, chief. I am Kakashi Hataki, a jonin from Konoha. We have come to your village in pursuit of a rogue jonin from our village, Ishikawa Ikemen. According to our intelligence, he is hiding within your village, and we kindly request your assistance in allowing us entry to apprehend him. Chief Yuen's countenance shifted to one of hesitation, revealing a palpable dilemma. Is there something amiss? Kakashi inquired, sensing the unease that clouded the chief's expression. I must apologize, esteemed Konoha ninjas. Unfortunately, Our village is currently grappling with a widespread epidemic. For your safety, I must advise you to return. Chief Yuan sighed, urging them to leave. Epidemic? Kakashi was taken aback, astonished that Mugen village was facing such a crisis. Qin Yu cast a discerning glance at Xiongjing, lost in thought. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable oddity about Xiongjing. He could not articulate why he felt this way. Very well, village chief. Upon entering Mu Yuan village, should any unforeseen events arise, they shall bear no relation to your village, he assured the chief, hoping to alleviate any lingering concerns. When the village chief initially declined, Kakashi grasped his underlying intent. Although the chief ostensibly aimed to safeguard Kakashi and his companions, his true motive was to avoid inciting trouble. The chief feared that any mishaps involving Kakashi's group within the village could lead to repercussions from Konoha. Having received Kakashi's assurance, Xiongjing furrowed his brow in contemplation before conceding. Very well then. Under the chief's guidance, the group commenced their entry into Mu Yuan village. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a flurry of activity as numerous apothecaries and their assistants busily attended to the afflicted. It was evident that a significant epidemic was indeed afoot. Observing this stark reality, Qin Yu muttered to himself, having previously doubted the chief's assertions, suspecting them to be mere fabrications intended to bar their entry. Yet, he was now confronted with undeniable truth. The chief had not deceived them. Kakashi, harboring similar doubts prior to this revelation, now found the reality before them irrefutable. Chapter 14. The peculiar epidemic with the chief's guidance. The group noted the pervasive presence of patients and apothecaries throughout the village. Kakashi, furrowing his brow, inquired of Xiongjing. Given the severity of this epidemic, why do you not seek assistance from larger nations or prominent ninja villages? Kakashi's curiosity was piqued. Under normal circumstances, one would pursue aid to expedite resolution of such crises and restore the village to its former state. Sighing deeply, the chief replied, "It is not that we do not wish to seek help, but rather that it proves futile." Futile? Qin Yu's confusion was palpable. This epidemic is exceedingly peculiar. I sought aid from several major villages, yet the results were ineffectual, ultimately leading to inaction. The notion of an incurable epidemic darkened Kakashi's expression. The implications of such a dilemma were grave. Surely you could enlist the medical ninjas from Konoha. They are capable of treating any ailment. At that moment, Naruto, who had remained silent, erupted with fervor, evidently moved by the village's plight. Kakashi did not interject, tacitly endorsing Naruto's sentiment. After all, witnessing the village's dire circumstances weighed heavily on his heart. Perhaps, indeed, the tone of village chief Shionwei was tinged with melancholy, clearly reflecting his skepticism towards Naruto's words. Even if the medical ninjas of Konoha could provide healing, would they truly dispatch aid merely upon his request? Everything remained uncertain. At last, Chief Shionwei led the group to an inn, assisting them in settling in. "Thank you, Chief," Kakashi expressed his gratitude. "I shall not intrude any longer. Feel free to carry on with your endeavors. I take my leave now." With that, Chief Shionwei departed, leaving Kakashi and the others in the inn. "Qin, let us venture out to scout the area. Naruto, you and the others remain here in the inn and do not wander." Kakashi instructed Naruto before he and Qin exited the establishment. Kakashi's primary concern lay solely with Naruto. After all, it was inevitable that Naruto often found himself in troublesome situations. "Qin, you take that side, and I shall take this one. Let us split up for our reconnaissance." Having determined their respective directions, Kakashi set off. Qin meandered leisurely towards the direction he was investigating. Suddenly, he noticed someone stealthily tampering with the medical supplies of the medical team. Qin remained silent, instead quietly seeking a place to conceal himself. What was he up to? The furtive figure brushed against the medical cabinet, merely touching the medicines without stealing anything, an action that perplexed Qin considerably. Observing the person leaving soon after, Qin stealthily followed. Upon arriving at a secluded spot, the shadow slipped into a building. Qin gracefully leaped onto the roof, silently prying open the wooden boards. Upon entering the house, he found no trace of the individual he had just seen. Where could they be? Just as Qin was engulfed in confusion, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, indicating that someone was about to enter. Upon observing the situation, Qin swiftly sought refuge in a concealed spot. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing none other than the village chief, Xiongjing. Leaning on his cane, Xiongjing entered the room and promptly secured the door behind him. With practiced ease, he approached the staircase and began to manipulate the handrail with deft movements. A series of clicks resonated as an aperture emerged in the adjacent floor, revealing a ladder beneath. Xiong descended the ladder with purpose. Indeed, this village chief harbored some peculiar secrets. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu swiftly followed Xiong into the entrance of the cave. After descending a ladder that seemed to stretch 2 stories deep, the two arrived underground. They found themselves in an exceedingly spacious corridor, illuminated by flickering candlelight on either side. Leaning on his cane, Xiong proceeded down the passageway. At the end of the corridor lay an immense chamber. In the center of this vast space stood a colossal stone bed, encircled by 6 cages. "How goes the plan?" Xiong inquired in a low voice, gazing at the man before the stone bed. The man turned, a sly smile creeping across his face, and replied, "We have made some progress." Qin Yu gazed at the man, momentarily taken aback. This individual was none other than Ishikawa Ikemen, the rogue ninja from Konoha. How did he come to be here? What is the relationship between him and the village chief, Xiong? In a moment of perplexity, Qin Yu followed his gaze and felt a flicker of indignation igniting within him. There, upon the stone bed, lay a young girl, her limbs restrained. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, and on her wrists there were cuts from which blood flowed. "The people from the hidden leaf have arrived. Be cautious in the days to come to avoid capture." Upon hearing Ishikawa Kazuo mention that the plan had taken shape, Xiong was instantly filled with joy. Simultaneously, he conveyed the news of the arrival of the Konoha ninjas to him. "What is there to fear? Once my human experimentation is complete, every villager in this entire settlement shall become your obedient servants. Moreover, they will be formidable subordinates. Konoha, the Hokage, all shall crumble beneath our humanoid weapons of destruction. Look, just take a look for yourself. Our humanoid weapons are truly magnificent." Ishikawa Kazuo's frenzied voice echoed within the confines of the basement. As the sound reverberated, numerous clawed arms emerged from within the cage, creating an atmosphere of chilling unease and palpable dread. To Ishikawa's madness, Keisai seemed utterly indifferent, as if he had long grown accustomed to such behavior. Regarding the matter of poisoning, it would be prudent to pause for the time being, ensuring that your poisoned agents refrain from venturing out to carry out their tasks, lest they be apprehended by the Leaf Village and expose our schemes. Upon hearing Hiroi's words, Kazuo Ishikawa ceased his fervent actions, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Understood. You may return now." Xiong, unfazed, turned and departed, leaning on his cane. In a bid to avoid detection, Qin Yu had already left prior to Xiong's exit. Once he had vacated the premises, Qin Yu returned to the inn, as previously agreed upon with Kakashi before his departure. Regardless of whether any information had been uncovered, returning to the inn was imperative. Upon entering, Qin Yu spotted Kakashi seated alone, lost in contemplation. Noticing Qin Yu's return, Kakashi inquired, "So, did you find any leads? What about you?" Qin Yu remained silent, his curiosity piqued by the possibility of Kakashi having uncovered something significant. "I have sensed an unusual aura surrounding this village, and the current epidemic strikes me as rather peculiar. Furthermore, I encountered an individual whose movements were shrouded in mystery. I intended to follow him, but alas, he eluded me." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but admire Kakashi, who had managed to gather so much information in such a short span of time. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with that peculiar individual, he too would likely have come up empty-handed. Chapter 15. Exposure. "And what about you? Have you made any discoveries?" Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Qin Yu's, and even the idle Naruto and others turned their attention towards him. "Indeed, and the situation is quite grave." Qin Yu, rarely serious, spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi, intrigued by Qin Yu's revelation, quickly inquired, "What discovery?" "I too encountered the peculiar individual you mentioned. I followed him to a house." And then, the group gazed at Qin Yu, their anticipation palpable as he suddenly halted. "I stealthily entered the house and discovered it contained a basement. Now, can you guess what I found there?" The curiosity of Kakashi, Naruto, and the others was clearly piqued by Qin Yu's enigmatic words. Impatient and eager, Naruto could hardly contain himself as he pressed, "What did you see?" Qin Yu cast a glance over the crowd, then spoke, "I have seen Ishikawa Kazuma and Yui." Astonishing, utterly astounding. What on earth is happening? Everyone was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What on earth is going on? What are the two of them doing? Kakashi furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen circumstances. The two of them were conducting human experiments in the basement of that very room. The outbreak in this village was orchestrated solely by these two individuals. These two pieces of news detonated in Kakashi and the others' hearts like a succession of powerful bombs. How could this be possible? Kakashi was incredulous. Chinyu, are you mistaken? Grandpa Village Chief is quite benevolent. He is not that kind of person. The perpetually simple-minded Naruto instantly rose in defense of Village Chief Xiongwei. Sakura, too, believed in Naruto. Yet she felt a stronger inclination to trust Chinyu. What were their true intentions? Kakashi suddenly pondered a profound question. What could possibly be their motive for such actions? There must be an underlying purpose behind executing such a scheme without reason. Though the specifics elude me, I distinctly overheard mentions of humanoid weapons and poison-infused individuals. Chinyu furrowed his brows and articulated his suspicions. I suspect that their intention behind the poisoning is to incapacitate the villagers while simultaneously providing cover for their human experiments. After all, during an epidemic, if one or two individuals disappear, they can simply declare them deceased to the outside world. This also serves to prevent any potential leaks that might expose their actions. Kakashi's face was etched with gravitas. Although this was merely Chinyu's conjecture, Kakashi's years of experience suggested that Chinyu's hypothesis was, in fact, the truth of the matter. At that moment, Naruto, devoid of his earlier doubts, declared, I must confront the village chief and demand an explanation for his actions. In a surge of emotion, he dashed out of the room. Quickly, we must retrieve Naruto. Kakashi realized that Naruto's reckless behavior could lead to trouble. He surged ahead, clearly intent on stopping him. Sakura and Sasuke, though silent, followed suit. Despite their limited abilities, they were neither foolish nor oblivious. Where were they? They were in Mukihara village, surrounded by its inhabitants. Should the situation escalate, they would be faced with the collective might of an entire village. They had no illusions that they could escape unscathed with just the three of them. Thus, their priority was to locate Naruto and depart swiftly. Just as Chinyu exited the inn in search of Naruto, a concealed door in the room creaked open ominously. From within, a figure emerged, Shikawa Kazuma. Now that you are aware, you may as well relish the fruits of my experiments. His sinister voice echoed in the chamber, followed by a cacophony of maniacal laughter. At the village chief's doorstep, Naruto, brimming with fervor, implored, Chief, why have you poisoned the people of Mukihara village? Why subject them to these inhumane experiments? His emotions surged, causing his entire body to sway as he spoke. The once amiable Chief Waizue transformed, regarding Naruto with a somber intensity. You know too much. Why? Why are you doing this? Naruto's agitation grew, as the chief's admission left him bewildered, struggling to comprehend the village's motives. You little fool, you could never grasp the truth. And now you shall have no chance to. Chief Waizue declared. You could have lived, but that is no longer an option. Suddenly, he lunged forward, thrusting his cane toward Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto was unable to react in time and a tremendous force sent Naruto crashing to the ground, sliding a considerable distance. Coughing and gasping for breath, he pushed himself up from the earth. UI twisted his cane and swiftly drew a long sword. The blade unsheathed with a resonant clang. Just wait patiently for your friends to come for you, UI declared as he lunged toward Naruto, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. In a moment of peril, Kakashi intervened, skillfully parrying UI's strike with a kunai. Konoha's Kakashi. Upon witnessing Kakashi's appearance, UI seemed to grasp the situation. The Leaf Ninjas must have been alerted. With a sly grin, he remarked, It seems I can only send you all along together. Despite his age, UI's strength remained formidable. He began to wield his sword against Kakashi, the clang of metal resonating in the air. The commotion caught the attention of three ninjas from Mukihara. As they emerged, the village chief urgently instructed, quickly, eliminate the Konoha ninjas. They intend to destroy our village. The three ninjas, heeding the chief's command, charged toward Naruto with murderous intent. At that moment, Naruto had yet to fully recover, and upon seeing the approaching assailants, he could only evade in a panic. Just as one of the ninjas seized the opportunity to strike down Naruto, a kunai whistled through the air, aimed at the would-be assassin. The ninja, noticing the projectile, swiftly retreated to avoid it. This life-saving kunai had been thrown by the newly arrived Sasuke. Sasuke and Sakura arrived just in time. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura inquired, glancing at Naruto's pale complexion before focusing her attention on the ninjas from Mukihara. Sasuke remained vigilant, fixating on the Mukihara ninjas to prevent any sudden assaults. We must eliminate them quickly. They cannot escape, or Mukihara will be doomed. Though the village chief was engaged in combat with Kakashi, he was still anxious about Naruto's potential escape. In a pure contest of swordsmanship, Kakashi was clearly at a disadvantage against the village chief. Chapter 16, Lightning Armor. Chidori's sharp spear. While it was evident that Kakashi was not Ui's match in swordplay, it did not hinder him from issuing commands. Naruto, be cautious, resolve the battle swiftly, and retreat. At that moment, the clash of combat had commenced. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto conjured 3 shadow clones, coordinating with his original self, Sakura, and Sasuke, as they launched an assault on the ninjas of Kihara village. The ninjas of Kihara, having just received instructions from their village chief, rushed valiantly towards Naruto and his companions. Although Kihara village was a small settlement, the ninjas within were not particularly formidable. However, even the weakest among them were of the genin rank, making them a worthy challenge for Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Thus, the battle between Naruto's team and the ninjas of Kihara was intensely fierce. Naruto utilized his shadow clones to distract and harass, while Sasuke focused on ranged attacks and ninjutsu, and Sakura provided support with timely strikes. The synergy among the three was unprecedented, perhaps ignited by the life and death nature of their confrontation. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly difficult to discern a victor. Meanwhile, Chinyu found himself engaged in a separate skirmish. Charge. Eliminate him. In a mysterious underground chamber, Ishikawa Ikemen observed Chinyu, directing the humanoid weapons confined within the cages. These humanoid weapons were once villagers of Kihara, transformed through Ishikawa's inhumane experiments. Their eyes now reflected only madness, devoid of the capacity to feel pain, yet imbued with immense strength. As the humanoid weapons surged toward him, Chinyu remained stoic. He retrieved the Thunder God's sword from his system space. With a swift motion, the blade crackled with a silver arc, emitting a series of resonant sounds. Grasping the Thunder God's sword, Chinyu began his own battle. One after another, the humanoid weapons fell to his blade, collapsing onto the ground. Initially exhilarated, Ishikawa's excitement gradually shifted to dissatisfaction, culminating in a furious rage. You dare to destroy my creations? I will make you wish for death. His anger was palpable as he witnessed the destruction of his painstakingly developed humanoid weapons. Just as the last of them was about to be vanquished, Ishikawa could no longer contain his fury. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. As the Water Dragon took form, he directed it straight towards Chinyu with relentless intent. After Chinyu vanquished the final humanoid weapon, he beheld the Water Dragon Bullet drawing perilously close. The eternal kaleidoscope unfurled in an instant. The Susanoo materialized instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, the Water Dragon Bullet struck the Susanoo. In that fleeting moment, a shroud of smoke enveloped the site of the explosion. The shockwave caused the basement to tremble as fragments of stone began to cascade from above. Let this serve as your tomb. Ishikawa Kazuo, believing his singular water release ninjutsu had dealt with Chinyu, instantly succumbed to arrogance once more. You have been rather verbose. The voice of Chinyu emerged through the haze, leaving Ishikawa Ikemen momentarily stunned. You are not dead, he exclaimed. Since you have not perished, then you shall meet your end. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals, summoning the technique of lightning release, thunderbolt needles. Lightning flickered as a multitude of sharp, lightning-infused needles materialized around him, radiating with immense destructive power. Die, he commanded, thrusting his hands forward as the needles shot towards Chinyu, enveloped in a brilliant glow. Lightning release, lightning armor. Chinyu retracted his Susanoo, and the thunderous chakra within him surged, manifesting into a suit of armor forged from crackling lightning. As the thunderous armor of Chinyu materialized, Ishikawa Kazuma's Thunder Needle was already upon him. The ferocious Thunder Needle, upon contact with the equally fierce Thunder Armor, erupted with a piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Needle was utterly obliterated by the even more violent Thunder Armor. Although both techniques utilized lightning release, Chinyu's Thunder Armor was renowned throughout the ninja world as a formidable ninjutsu. This technique was heralded as the strongest shield in the realm of ninjas. Such an extraordinary ninjutsu could not be easily vanquished by a mere Thunder Needle technique. How could that be possible? Ishikawa Kazuma clearly found it hard to believe that his ninjutsu could be so easily dismantled. The Thunder Needle was his signature move. During his time as a Leaf Village ninja, he had faced numerous formidable foes, and with the Thunder Needle unleashed, he could effortlessly resolve any challenge. Hence, his confidence in this technique was unwavering. Now, witnessing his most trusted ninjutsu falter so pathetically, Ishikawa Kazuma was understandably in disbelief. Initially, my mission was to apprehend you, but upon witnessing your heinous actions, I have abandoned that notion. I have resolved to send you to join your human weapon. This was the most genuine sentiment that Shinyu harbored. Observing Ishikawa Kazuma's abhorrent human experimentation, Shinyu had already sentenced him to death in his mind. As Ishikawa Kazuma realized that his ninjutsu was ineffective against Shinyu, he panicked and attempted to flee. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Lightning converged in Shinyu's right hand, subsequently forming into the shape of a long spear. With the lightning spear aimed at the fleeing Ishikawa Kazuma, it erupted forth. With a swift whoosh, the lightning spear elongated violently, instantly piercing through Ishikawa Kazuma's body. With a splashing sound, he transformed into a puddle of water, revealing that the previous figure was merely a water clone. Gripping the Chidori sharp spear tightly, Shinyu swept it across the entire basement. Bang! A series of slicing explosions echoed, and a figure frantically emerged to evade the onslaught. Damn that leaf ninja, you have forced my hand. Ishikawa Kazuma's visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage as he pulled a vial of green serum from his pocket and plunged it into himself. Ishikawa Kazuma clutched his head, his face contorted in agony, rolling madly on the floor. It is time to end this. Shinyu aimed at Ishikawa Kazuma, and the Chidori sharp spear elongated once more. At that moment, Ishikawa Kazuma suddenly rolled his body, evading the piercing strike of the Chidori sharp spear. With a thud, the spear plunged into the ground. Die, he shouted, unleashing the technique of lightning release, super swift thunder needle, water release, water dragon destruction. At this juncture, Ishikawa Kazuma was neither fully human nor ghostly, yet the aura emanating from him had intensified significantly compared to before. Numerous lightning needles swiftly materialized, not only greater in number, but also larger in size and more devastating in their destructive potential. As the super swift thunder needle was completed, it hurtled rapidly towards Shinyu. Following closely, a water dragon, conjured by the water release, spiraled and roared, charging fiercely toward Shinyu. Clearly, Ishikawa Kazuma was exerting all his strength in the execution of his ninjutsu. The basement trembled ominously, collapsing at an accelerated pace. Rocks of various sizes cascaded from above. Yet Ishikawa Kazuma paid no heed. His gaze remained fixed intently on Shinyu. All he wished to ascertain was whether this man had succumbed to his full-force assault. Chapter 17. Departure. A thunderous crack echoed. With a swift whoosh, the Chidori sharp spear reappeared, striking precisely at Ishikawa Kazuma's chest. Taken by surprise and unable to react in time, Ishikawa Kazuma was instantly pierced through. With a thud, his body fell lifeless, impaled by the Chidori sharp spear. Shinyu dispersed the thousand-bird sharp spears and slowly approached the lifeless body of Ishikawa Kazuma. After acknowledging the mission objective, Shinyu departed. As soon as Shinyu departed, the underground chamber collapsed with a thunderous roar. Sasuke! Naruto bellowed towards Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. Understanding Naruto's intent, Sasuke unleashed a formidable fireball that swiftly hurtled towards Naruto. With a resounding explosion, the fireball struck Naruto, who then transformed into white mist, revealing that it was merely a shadow clone. The ninja from Mukahara village behind him, however, was directly hit by the blazing sphere and rendered incapacitated, collapsing unconscious to the ground. With one Mukahara ninja neutralized, the pressure on the trio significantly diminished. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi seized a fleeting moment, concentrating lightning into a blade-like form in his hand. With a swift movement, he charged towards Elder Yu. Damn Konoha, why have you come here? Elder Yu, witnessing Kakashi's imminent approach, succumbed to fury. He fervently channeled chakra into his longsword, launching a full-force assault towards Kakashi. Clang! Kakashi's kunai barely managed to deflect Elder Yu's sword, but was cleaved in two. Despite the kunai mitigating some of the sword's force, the blade continued its descent. The sharp sword easily pierced Kakashi's shoulder. Simultaneously, Kakashi's Chidori-empowered hand punctured Elder Yu's chest. The overwhelming surge of lightning coursed through Elder Yu's body, swiftly ushering him into the abyss of death. With a thud, Elder Yu fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kakashi extracted the sword from his shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hastily retrieved some bandages from his ninja pouch to staunch the bleeding from his wound. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Naruto, accompanied by Sasuke and Sakura, rushed to Kakashi's side. Concern etched across their faces. With only two Mukahara ninjas remaining, it became considerably easier for the trio to deal with them. They hastened to conclude the battle and gather around Kakashi. We must retreat at once. Soon it may be impossible to escape. Seeing that the three were unharmed, Kakashi felt a wave of relief. We need to hurry. The ninjas from this village are approaching, and there are likely 30 or 40 of them. Suddenly, Shinyu appeared, gripping the half-human, half-ghost figure of Ishikawa Ikemen. What is this? Kakashi inquired, bewildered by the sight of the person in Shinyu's grasp. This is your target. However, he administered an experimental serum upon himself, resulting in his current half-human, half-ghost form. Shinyu elucidated, perceiving Kakashi's confusion and astonishment. We must retreat quickly. They are approaching. Shinyu boldly led the way, carrying the lifeless body of Ishikawa Kazuma. His retreat was not born from fear of the ninjas, but rather from the presence of numerous onlookers, which rendered many of his abilities impractical. To avert any unforeseen complications, Shinyu opted for a more prudent withdrawal. Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto and Sakura, hastened to follow in Shinyu's direction. After a series of twists and turns, they successfully escaped the confines of Mahara Village. Let us first distance ourselves from Mahara Village, Shinyu declared. I shall tend to my wounds. And then we must hasten back to Konoha to report the situation to the Hokage. Shinyu sealed Ishikawa Kazuo's corpse within a ninja scroll and entrusted it to Kakashi. Subsequently, Kakashi and his companions departed. Following their prior plan, they hastily returned to Konoha. Upon their arrival, fatigue was etched on the faces of all. Though Shinyu felt no exhaustion, merely a sense of ennui. Once back in Konoha, Kakashi proceeded to the Hokage's office, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura returned home to rest. As for Shinyu, he intended to check on Hinata and further his emotional connection with her. The next day at noon, the meeting place of Team 7. Kakashi wore a scowl as he noted that one member had just arrived, rendering his demeanor quite displeased. Due to Kakashi's habitual tardiness, the team had become accustomed to his reputation as the king of lateness. Consequently, Team 7 had begun to time their arrivals precisely. However, they could not have anticipated Kakashi's early arrival that day. In a few days, the Chunin exams would commence. All Genin must participate. Naturally, the Genin from other villages would also attend the Chunin exams. Therefore, it is imperative that you all perform admirably and showcase the prowess of Konoha. As Kakashi delivered this impassioned speech, Naruto was filled with enthusiasm. Sakura, on the other hand, gazed dreamily at Sasuke, seemingly oblivious to the words being spoken. Meanwhile, Sasuke wore a faint, cold smile, lost in his own thoughts. Shinyu shook his head in disbelief, pondering how easily these young individuals could be deceived. Just with Kakashi's motivational platitudes, they were ignited with fervor. Did they not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding their own capabilities? Although Shinyu remained speechless, he refrained from exposing the truth or dampening their enthusiasm. Kakashi-sensei, please do not be late during this period. I am determined to train rigorously and defeat everyone in the Chunin exam. Naruto, for reasons unknown, had become quite arrogant, his face adorned with a smile, as if he were already the ultimate victor of the Chunin exam. Fool, Sasuke could not help but utter, witnessing Naruto's demeanor. Kakashi, though silent, secretly agreed. The champion will undoubtedly be Sasuke. Naruto, you are overestimating yourself. Sakura, unable to contain herself, began to cheer for Sasuke. While Kakashi spoke about the Chunin exam, his words were directed at Naruto, yet his true intention lay with Shinyu. Observing Shinyu shaking his head in resignation, Kakashi felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that he comprehended my intent? Surely not. If he understood, why would he shake his head? A cascade of doubts swirled in Kakashi's mind, yet he hesitated to inquire directly. With a sigh, he decided to let things unfold naturally. After the group dispersed, Naruto remained invigorated while the others resumed their usual demeanor. Yet, no one knew whether they were secretly engaging in rigorous training, for everything remained unspoken. Chapter 18. What are your measurements? Shinyu-kun, where are we headed? Shinyu, with a bashful expression, walked alongside Ino on the streets of Konoha. Hehe. Let us visit Hinata's home and invite her to join us for some fun. Shinyu spoke earnestly, as if he merely wished to seek companionship for an outing. Yet, whether his intentions ran deeper remained a mystery. Humph. Upon hearing this, Ino's cheeks puffed up, clearly displeased. Come now, don't be like that. Hinata is your good friend too. Observing Ino's demeanor, Shinyu felt a surge of amusement. In a comforting gesture, he reached out to pat her head, his face adorned with a radiant smile. The sudden gesture of a gentle pat on the head by Shinyu left Jing Yi feeling bashful. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. The earlier discontent faded away, as if it had never existed. Only a profound sense of shyness and joy remained, clearly indicating the effectiveness of Qin Yu's affectionate gesture. Subsequently, Qin Yu took Jing Yi by the hand and led her to the entrance of the Hyuga family home. As Qin Yu and Ino arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan, they were greeted by the sight of Hinata already waiting at the gate. Beside Hinata stood a young girl clad in an orange kimono. Qin Yu surmised that this must be Hinata's younger sister, another little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hanabi. Hinata. From a distance, Qin Yu waved his hand to greet Hinata. Upon catching sight of Hinata, Ino hastily withdrew her hand from Qin Yu's, flustered, and waved to Hinata. Clearly, she felt a sense of shyness at being held by Qin Yu. Qin Yu-kun. Ino. Hinata approached Qin Yu, accompanied by Hanabi. Who is this? Qin Yu feigned ignorance of the girl standing behind Hinata and inquired. Greetings, may I ask who you are? Hello, Qin Yu-kun. My name is Hyuga Hanabi, and I am Hinata's younger sister. Hanabi, unlike her elder sister, possessed a forthright demeanor. Additionally, she contrasted sharply with Hinata's propensity for shyness, exhibiting a relatively courageous spirit instead. Greetings, Hanabi. You truly embody what Hinata described. Not only are you strikingly beautiful, but you also possess a refreshing candor. As soon as Qin Yu arrived, he hastily offered a compliment, eager to make a favorable impression. Moreover, as Hinata, the younger sister of Hanabi, would only acknowledge such flattery without revealing its insincerity. Oh, is that so, sister? Hanabi looked at her elder sister with a hint of disbelief, clearly doubting that these words had truly come from her. Nevertheless, despite her skepticism, her initial impression of Qin Yu had noticeably improved. Now that everyone had gathered, let us head to the flowing lake together. Qin Yu took the lead, guiding Ino, Hanabi, and Hinata towards the tranquil flowing lake of Konoha. This lake is one of the more serene locations in the village, renowned for its exquisite scenery. The reasons for its beauty and tranquility are quite simple. Ninjas are typically preoccupied with missions, returning only to rest. Who has the leisure to visit such a place? As for the common folk, they are engrossed in their daily struggles for survival, leaving little room for recreation. Thus, it can be concluded that the number of visitors to this idyllic spot is exceedingly scarce. Upon arriving at the flowing lake, Qin Yu and his companions began to assign tasks. Ino took charge of catching fish in the lake. Hinata focused on capturing animals, while Hanabi gathered and chopped wood. As for Qin Yu, he reclined leisurely, claiming that he would handle the barbecuing later, while they would take care of the feasting. He proclaimed the need to conserve his energy for the impending culinary battle. Ino and Hinata had no objections to this arrangement. Hanabi, however, was curious about Qin Yu's grilling skills. Before long, all tasks were completed. Qin Yu glanced at the three individuals, chuckling softly as he said, "Why not take a swim first? I'll call you once the barbecue is ready." Jing Yi and Hinata exchanged a glance, their faces flushing slightly. Even Hanabi's cheeks turned a delicate shade of red, clearly feeling a bit shy. What is the matter? Qin Yu began to prepare for the barbecue. Observing the three of them standing still, he inquired with curiosity. Hinata shyly lowered her head, while Ino, too, had abandoned her previous boisterousness, mirroring Hinata's demeanor. Only Hanabi was different. Although she felt shy, she candidly expressed, "I didn't know you were coming here, and that we would be swimming. I haven't brought my swimsuit." Qin Yu's mind momentarily froze, but he soon regained his composure. With a smile gracing his face, he looked at the three individuals before him and said, why didn't you mention it earlier? I'll have my doppelganger assist you in making the purchases. What sizes do you all require?" Qin Yu spoke with an air of righteousness, as though he were merely assisting them in their shopping endeavors, devoid of ulterior motives. The three young women were momentarily taken aback by his words. Subsequently, a deep crimson hue blossomed on their cheeks, reaching their ears. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a declaration from Qin Yu. "No, it's unnecessary. I can manage on my own." Ino hastily waved her hand and departed independently. Hinata, though silent, also demonstrated her resolve through action, swiftly following Ino's lead and leaving Hanabi behind. "Sister, wait for me." Upon witnessing her sister Hinata's departure, Hanabi hurried after them. Initially, she had no intention of swimming, but seeing her sister so determined, she felt compelled to join. In the blink of an eye, the three young women returned, each carrying their own tote bags. "Go on and have fun. Once the food is ready, I'll call for you." Qin Yu was diligently engaged in his barbecue endeavors, yet he still lifted his gaze to glance at the three girls. Upon hearing this, the trio struggled to move their feet towards the lakeside. Although Hinata felt a sense of shyness, the thought that only Ino and her sister were present alleviated her concerns. As for Chinyu, despite his own timidity, she reasoned that it should be acceptable if it were him. With this belief in mind, Hinata hid behind a rock by the lake to change her clothes. And then she leapt into the water. Ino shared a similar sentiment and soon followed suit. The two of them splashed about in the lake, leaving Hanabi feeling a bit left out. Gradually, Hinata and Ino became utterly immersed in their playful antics in the water. Hanabi, come down quickly. It's so much fun in here. Ino keeps teasing me. They called out eagerly, urging Hanabi to join them. Observing their exuberance, Hanabi shook her head in resignation. Gritting her teeth, she changed behind the rock and then jumped into the lake as well. As Chinyu grilled, he gazed at the three young women frolicking joyfully in the lake, a subtle smile gracing his face. Such a life is truly quite delightful, peaceful, and filled with happiness. Chinyu spoke with heartfelt emotion. Clearly, he found the scene before him utterly enchanting. Changpu, did you not say that you were occupied with the shop's affairs today and had no time to come out? Chinyu turned around to see Changpu suddenly appearing with a handbag, a look of confusion etched on his face. He had previously extended an invitation to Changpu, but she had declined, citing a busy day at the store. Her unexpected arrival took him by surprise. Chapter 19. The System's Grand Eruption. Changpu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, clutched the handbag tightly. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Never mind, since she is here. They might as well enjoy their time together. Look, she has come prepared with all her gear. Chinyu gazed at the tote bag in Changpu's hands and, in an instant, teased her with a playful remark. Changpu, blushing, hastily shielded her face with the bag and hurried off to change her clothes. Clearly, Chinyu's just had struck a chord. After Changpu entered the lake, the three girls fell into a momentary silence. However, moments later, the four of them resumed their exuberant playfulness. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, recalling a famous person's words from the past. Women are truly remarkable beings. Their friendships often blossom from just a single sentence. In the past, Chinyu could not fathom the meaning of this statement. However, today he has come to understand it. He is grateful to his former self for choosing the culinary profession, which allows him to continue to shine and thrive in this world. Chinyu felt a sense of pride as he expressed gratitude towards his former self, appreciating the choice he had made in pursuing such a promising career. In a matter of moments, under Chinyu's skilled hands, a plethora of barbecued delicacies had been flawlessly prepared. In order to prevent the barbecue from cooling, Chinyu meticulously constructed a separate insulated barbecue pile, placing the perfectly grilled delicacies upon it. Observing the substantial amount of food, he felt assured it would suffice. As he listened to the raucous laughter of the four women by the lake, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He picked up a stone from the ground and inscribed upon it the incantation for the Flying Thunder God technique. Employing the precise throwing technique of the Uchiha clan, Chinyu hurled the stone into the lake. As it plummeted into the water, he vanished in front of the barbecue pile. Meanwhile, his figure abruptly materialized in the lake, only to reveal that he was clad in nothing but a pair of shorts. The four women frolicking in the water remained blissfully unaware of his predicament. At that moment, Chinyu felt too smooth. White thighs glide past him. With a swift motion, he propelled himself through the water like a fish, swimming rapidly away. Chinyu was uncertain of the identity of the person he had suddenly embraced. A piercing scream erupted from Huahua, unmistakably indicating that she was the one he had seized. With a roll of her eyes, she exclaimed, "The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The body flicker technique." Upon hearing Huahua's cry, Hinata and Ino reacted instantaneously, unleashing their respective ninjutsu. Ino, having just executed a technique from the Yamanaka clan, immediately recognized the individual in the water, letting out a startled scream. Hinata, unable to discern the identity of the person in time, had already unleashed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Suddenly, the lake was engulfed in tumultuous waves, crashing and surging. Was such a display truly necessary? As Chinyu deftly evaded, he swiftly emerged from the depths of the water. A collective shriek echoed, followed closely by Hinata, Ino, and SHBU plunging into the aquatic abyss. Hanabi, feeling a sudden rush of warmth, wriggled free from Chinyu's embrace and hastily submerged herself as well. "Heh, do you think you alone can dive?" With a splash, Chinyu executed a swift maneuver, diving beneath the surface. The game of hide-and-seek in the water commenced in an instant. Chinyu frolicked in the water, playfully teasing everyone around him. Eventually, as fatigue set in, the group made their way to the shore. In a flurry, the four women changed back into their clothes and, blushing with embarrassment, hurried to the barbecue pit. With a rumble, Changpu's stomach voiced its discontent, clearly indicating her hunger. Let us eat. After all this merriment, you must be weary. Do indulge in my culinary prowess. Dressed in mere shorts, Qin suddenly appeared before the barbecue, grinning at the crowd. Qin, you haven't put on your clothes. The onlookers blushed and lowered their heads. Only Huahua gazed at Qin and softly remarked, It's all right. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to taste my culinary skills. With a rumble, the stomachs of Huahua, Hinata, and Ino echoed, clearly signaling their hunger. You all should try it. Is my cooking so unpalatable that you dare not taste it? Upon hearing this, Hinata quickly lifted her head and exclaimed, No, it's not. Ino also raised her gaze, affirming, Not at all. The straightforward SHBU declared. Then I won't hold back. Taking the lead, SHBU and the others began to feast. As they started eating, they were instantly captivated. The girls' hands moved in a flurry, and their mouths were never idle, devouring the food without restraint. Observing the barbecue rapidly vanishing, Qin was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the lingering expressions on everyone's faces, she resumed grilling. It was then that they recalled how frenzied they had been. Even Qin herself had yet to eat, as her four companions had devoured everything. Watching Qin in her shorts while she continued to grill, the four girls felt a mix of shyness and a touch of awkwardness. Why don't you all take a seat? I'll keep grilling. We'll help too. SHBU, seemingly embarrassed to just sit and wait, began assisting. Hinata, Huahua, and Ino soon followed suit, imitating her. Thus, after the earlier commotion, the five of them engaged in a collective barbecue. Unbeknownst to them, their camaraderie grew closer. Although they still felt shy about Qin attire, it was no longer as intense as before. Instead, they began to interact, their feelings for one another intensifying rapidly. Once satiated, Qin, along with the four girls, took a moment to admire the glow of the setting sun. Later, under the starlit sky, she escorted each of the girls home. When it came time to return Hinata and Huahua, Qin held one hand of each as they walked home. Though they felt shy, they did not resist, secretly delighted by the day's social gathering. After seeing them home, Qin returned to her own residence alone. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the wood release bloodline limit, ninjutsu, true thousand hands, and the transformation into the Buddha, ninjutsu, wood dragon technique. Surprise, shock, unexpected joy. Qin was overwhelmed by an irresistible impulse to win a fortune through the lottery. What day is it today that the sign-in reward has bestowed upon him such extraordinary bloodline limits and ninjutsu? I am elated. I am truly elated. As for the tailed beasts, they must all bow down before me. At this moment, Qin was utterly astonished. Wood release, indeed the most formidable bloodline limit within the realm of Naruto. Coupled with his exclusive wood release techniques, Qin could only fathom the immense level of power he had attained. From this day forth, I shall finally be free to act at my whim. In his excitement, Qin found it impossible to contain himself, resulting in a sleepless night. And it was only by the break of dawn that he finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 20. The Receptionist. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after Qin had fallen asleep, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Qin pretended not to hear, pulling the blanket over his head and continuing to sleep. The person outside, after knocking for a considerable time with no response, eventually ceased and departed. It was not until the afternoon that Qin finally awoke. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed once more. Qin approached the door, eager to discover who persistently disturbed his slumber so early in the morning. Kakashi? What on earth are you doing, waking me up at such an ungodly hour? Qin stifled a yawn and, lost in his own thoughts, retreated to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Kakashi's expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by Qin actions. As he stepped further into Qin home, he internally grumbled about the absurdity of the situation. Sleeping in at such an early hour? What kind of logic is this? What on earth were you doing last night that necessitated your late slumber? Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to recall something, his face darkening as he inquired. Were you at home this morning? As Qin brushed his teeth, he mumbled indistinctly, Yes. Then why didn't you open the door when I knocked? Kakashi's forehead was visibly marked with several lines of frustration. I was sleeping, he replied. Qin rinsed his mouth and emerged from the restroom. Upon hearing this, Kakashi let out a gentle sigh, tempering his urge to admonish him. Is there something you need? Qin savored the unique ramen of the Naruto universe. glancing over at Kakashi as he ate. Here you go. Kakashi extracted a work ID from his ninja pouch and tossed it to Chinyu, saying, "This is your identification badge." Identification badge? Chinyu was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. A job that fell from the sky? Observing Chinyu's confusion, Kakashi explained, "In a few days, the Chunin exams will commence, during which ninjas from various other villages will arrive to participate. Your responsibility will be to receive these ninjas, familiarizing them with Konoha while simultaneously preventing any conflicts with our village." I refuse. Before Kakashi could finish his explanation, Chinyu had already rejected the proposition outright. What? Kakashi stared wide-eyed at Chinyu, repeating his question in disbelief. What did you say? Chinyu twitched his eyebrows, slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, and declared, "I refuse to accept this." Kakashi's expression darkened as he replied, "This is an appointment from the Hokage. If you wish to decline, you must speak with the Hokage himself. I am merely the messenger." No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than he vanished from sight, evidently unwilling to engage further with Chinyu. Chinyu paid no heed and continued to indulge in his instant noodles. While eating, he fixated on his work badge, a smile dancing in his eyes. Clearly, he coveted this badge. However, he had intentionally sought to provoke Kakashi moments ago. Temari from Sunagakure and Ino from Kusagakure. Chinyu murmured to himself, then chuckled softly. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside. His destination was, of course, the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. As Chinyu arrived at the entrance of the village, he beheld the ninjas of Inrin Village entering the gates of Konoha, a trio consisting of Jin, Toshi, and Sake. Chinyu paid them no heed and departed on his own. Reception? That is a mere illusion. I only entertain those whom I choose to welcome. As for these individuals, they may do as they please. Furthermore, Chinyu held little faith that his absence of hospitality would leave him without others to receive him. In his boredom, Chinyu decided to visit the Iris flower shop. Iris. Chinyu observed Changpu arranging flowers and stealthily approached her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek as a form of greeting. "Ah!" Changpu exclaimed in surprise at this sudden intrusion. Upon recognizing Chinyu, her face instantly flushed with warmth, her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Chinyu," she stammered, her hands trembling slightly as she poured him a cup of tea. Chinyu chuckled softly and lifted his cup to take a sip of tea. "Hello, is anyone there?" At that moment, a feminine voice echoed from the entrance of the flower shop. Yes, indeed. Changpu rose and made her way to the door. Chinyu turned his head towards the doorway, momentarily taken aback. With crimson hair, scarlet eyes, and dark glasses, this was none other than Xiang Lin, whom he had been contemplating just that morning. Chinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly rose to his feet and approached the door. "Please, come in and have a seat." Chinyu, embodying the role of a gracious host, invited Xiang Lin into the dwelling. "Indeed, come in and let us converse." Changpu, observing this, did not object and warmly beckoned Xiang Lin inside. Although Xiang Lin had changed somewhat since her childhood, she retained enough of her essence that was familiar. Once seated, Chinyu poured a cup of tea for Xiang Lin. "Thank you." Xiang Lin expressed her gratitude. "I wonder if you have any tulips in your shop?" After taking a sip of tea, she directly inquired of Changpu. "Tulips?" Changpu furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. "How urgently do you need them?" "Currently, there are no tulips in the shop. If you are not in haste, I can procure them from elsewhere. However, if your need is pressing, I shall devise a swift solution for you." Changpu thoughtfully devised two potential courses of action. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lin's brow slightly furrowed, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "I am in urgent need. I wonder when you can have them available?" Xiang Lin gazed at Changpu, her eyes filled with hope. "When do you require them?" At this moment, Chinyu interjected, posing a question to Xiang Lin. "Tonight? Such haste?" Changpu was taken aback, not anticipating Xiang Lin's urgency. She had assumed that no matter how pressed Xiang Lin felt, it could not be this immediate. As Changpu opened her mouth to apologize, Chinyu spoke again. "May I inquire what you intend to do with the tulips?" Xiang Lin, recalling the kindness shown to her by both Chinyu and Changpu, felt no need for concealment. "Today marks the anniversary of my mother's passing. I wish to purchase tulips to honor her memory this evening." Upon hearing this, Changpu was momentarily stunned. She had intended to refuse and apologize, yet the words remained lodged in her throat, leaving her to seek solace in the gaze of Chinyu beside her. Chinyu's hand gently grasped the calamus beneath the table, conveying a silent assurance of control and safety. Changpu's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, yet she offered no resistance, finding solace in her heart. I am aware of where the tulips can be found, but I shall require some time. Please suggest a location, and I will bring the tulips to you this evening." Qin Yu gazed confidently at Xianglin, instilling within her a profound sense of hope. "Is it true?" she inquired. "Indeed," with Qin Yu's unwavering assurance. A smile blossomed on Xianglin's face. Thus, they agreed to meet later that evening in a secluded grove of the Hidden Leaf Village. When Xianglin arrived, her demeanor was one of despondency, yet she departed with a heart full of joy. As the night unfolded, Qin Yu arrived at their rendezvous, disheveled and covered in dirt. Upon witnessing his untidy appearance, Xianglin curiously asked, "What happened to you?" Qin Yu chuckled softly, retrieving a splendid bouquet of tulips from his ninja pouch and presenting it to Xianglin. Upon seeing the vibrant tulips, which reminded her of a beetle, Xianglin appeared to grasp a deeper understanding. Cradling the flowers in her hands, she gazed blankly at Qin Yu before him. Chapter 21. The Trio of Sand Ninjas. "Don't just stand there. Time is of the essence. Hurry up." Qin Yu stood motionless, gazing at Xianglin, urging her that time was of the essence. A warm feeling enveloped Xianglin's heart as she bowed to Qin Yu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." She then turned and walked toward the simple spiritual altar that had just been erected nearby. Observing Xianglin's demeanor, a broad smile graced Qin Yu's face, revealing a sense of triumph as though a clever scheme had come to fruition. It was evident that all of this had been premeditated. In truth, Qin Yu had purposely disheveled and torn his clothing. The tulip had been freshly picked, yet it required little effort. Let us not forget that Qin Yu possessed the ability to soar with the flying thunder god technique, rendering the act of plucking a flower as effortless as drinking water. How could he appear so disheveled? Thus, it was all part of an elaborate ruse. As the saying goes, throughout history, deep affections cannot be retained. Only clever stratagems can win a heart. With this move, Qin Yu achieved a remarkable gain of 120%, truly a bountiful harvest. After completing her ritual, Xianglin sat beside Qin Yu, and the two began to engage in light conversation. Gradually, Xianglin started to recount her tragic life story to Qin Yu. As she spoke, she unexpectedly fell asleep in Qin Yu's embrace, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Qin Yu let out a sigh, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Thus, the two spent a tranquil night in the forest, undisturbed until the break of dawn. As Xianglin opened her eyes the next morning, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Yu's weary face. The realization that she had spent the entire night in the embrace of a man she had only just met caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She initially intended to rise hastily, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself yearning for that warmth and chose to linger in bed a little longer. Just then, Qin Yu awoke with a yawn. In an instant, their gazes locked. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Xianglin's face turned as red as an apple as she hurriedly extricated herself from Qin Yu's arms, her expression a mix of shyness and alarm. Oh no, time was slipping away. It was only after she stood up that Xianglin realized how late it had gotten, prompting her to dash outside. However, after just a few steps, she returned. "Thank you for yesterday. I am Xianglin, a ninja from the village of Grass." She hurriedly introduced herself to Qin Yu. "I am Uchiha Qin Yu, a ninja from Konoha." Qin Yu also smiled as he introduced himself. At that moment, Xianglin, summoning her courage, unexpectedly planted a kiss on Qin Yu's cheek before swiftly fleeing. As she ran, she exclaimed, "This is a token of gratitude from yesterday." Qin Yu stood in astonishment, gazing at Xianglin, who had unexpectedly kissed him, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed the prey had fallen into the trap. After tidying himself up and changing into a fresh outfit, Qin Yu returned to the bustling streets of Konoha, invigorated and refreshed. As he arrived, he was met with a scene of commotion ahead, where a crowd had gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony. As Qin Yu stepped forward, he recognized some familiar faces, along with a few eagerly awaiting individuals. "You collided with someone and expect to leave without an apology?" The girl dressed in a pink qipao, sporting two bun-like hairstyles, named Tian, extended her arm to obstruct the trio from Sunagakure. These three were none other than the formidable trio of Sunagakure: Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. "Let us go." Gaara, sporting dark circles under his eyes and carrying a large gourd on his back, disregarded Tian and attempted to move on with Kankuro and Temari in tow. "Did you not hear what I said?" Tian's temper flared, her heart ablaze with indignation. How could they not only refuse to apologize after a collision, but also act so arrogantly? "You should leave before we lose our temper." Kankuro, adorned with intricate facial markings and bearing a puppet on his back, spoke with disdain. Being rivals, Kankuro displayed no cordiality towards the ninjas from Konoha. You are being excessively arrogant. Tion's face flushed crimson, her right hand instinctively reaching for the ninja scroll at her waist, clearly indicating her willingness to engage in combat. Temari, with her golden hair and carrying a 7-star fan, frowned as she regarded Tion. Unlike Kankuro and Gaara, she was acutely aware of their surroundings. This was Konoha, not Sunagakure. One must always tread cautiously. Well, what brings the little crow and the little panda from Sunagakure to Konoha to bully others? Especially my girlfriend. This seems rather excessive. A teasing, slightly roguish voice emerged as Chinyu stepped out from the crowd, standing beside Tion. He grasped her small hand that had reached for the scroll. Chinyu. Tion was momentarily taken aback at being publicly held and referred to as a girlfriend. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as her eyes widened in surprise at Chinyu's words, clearly struggling to accept the implication. However, when she recalled that Chinyu had spoken up to defend her, she silently chose not to contest it. Scoundrel, what did you just say? Who did you call a little crow? Who did you call a little panda? Kankuro pointed an accusing finger at Chinyu, his face contorted with rage. It was evident that he had taken Chinyu's words personally, his fury palpable. Do you wish for death? Gaara, in stark contrast to Kankuro's explosive anger, spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. As his words fell, an icy aura of menace suddenly enveloped the scene. Tion felt this unexpected chill envelop her entire being. Chinyu smiled gently at Gaara, extending a hand to softly pull Ten behind him. Shielded from the chill, Ten felt a warm comfort envelop her. Gaara. Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Gaara, Temari immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and grasped Gaara's shoulder. As she felt the weight of her arm on his shoulder, Gaara's murderous aura gradually diminished. Stand back. If Gaara decides to act, we will be powerless to intervene. Temari stepped forward, issuing a stern warning to Chinyu. Clearly, she understood the precarious nature of Gaara's demeanor. Should he truly unleash his wrath, it would be irrevocable. Moreover, her intentions were fueled by concern for both Chinyu and Ten, as she wished to prevent their unwarranted demise. Oh, it's nothing. Just a little raccoon. I can handle it. As the words left his lips, both Temari and Kankuro were taken aback. What did he mean by that? Could he possibly be aware of Gaara's true identity? Unthinkable, for Gaara's identity was a closely guarded secret. To err on the side of caution, a retreat was prudent. Exchanging glances, Temari and Kankuro silently acknowledged their shared resolve. Temari turned back, taking hold of Gaara, and together with Kankuro, they departed. Evidently startled by Chinyu's casual mention of a raccoon, she was keen to keep Gaara's identity and circumstances concealed, for he was indeed exceptionally unique. This sentiment was not solely hers. Even the typically irritable Kankuro shared her apprehensions. As the sand ninjas withdrew, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Thank you, Chinyu. Only after the situation had been resolved did Ten remember that Chinyu was still holding on to her, and she blushed as she expressed her gratitude. Chinyu looked at Tion and chuckled. No need for formality. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Tion was taken aback, pondering the situation. Shouldn't it be me treating him? Why is he offering to treat me instead? Before she could fully grasp the situation, Chinyu had already pulled her away. Chapter 22. Plans in the darkness. The barbecue restaurant was, as always, bustling with patrons. However, who is Chinyu? With a subtle invocation of his Sharingan illusion, a vacant seat materialized instantaneously. Tion was left astounded, realizing the true potential of the Sharingan. Curious, she exclaimed, and before she knew it, Chinyu had gently guided her to the newly available seat. Order whatever you fancy. Today, it's my treat. Chinyu pushed the menu towards Tion, signaling her to make her selection. Naturally, with her cheerful and carefree disposition, Tion picked up the menu without hesitation and began to order. Soon, a table laden with dishes awaited them, and the two indulged in their meal. During their dining experience, Chinyu gently wiped the food from the corner of Tion's mouth, causing her cheeks to flush once more. They enjoyed a delightful meal together, their interaction filled with a subtle warmth. Ultimately, they parted ways with an air of affectionate ambiguity. After their separation, noticing that he still had some time to spare, Chinyu decided to meander about before heading home. However, on his way, he stumbled upon the stealthy figure of the sound ninja, TOS. Intrigued by TOS's furtive behavior, Chinyu followed him, only to encounter an intriguing individual. This person was none other than the renowned Cold Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from the Hidden Leaf Village. With his long black hair, elongated golden pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose. Coupled with his pale complexion and teal-colored Magatama earrings, he exuded an aura of treachery. "Reporting to you, Lord Orochimaru, the plan is proceeding as intended," TOS said, bowing slightly, his face awash with reverence. "Very well, I entrust everything to you." Orochimaru's chilling demeanor matched his title, his speech imbued with an icy tone. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru raised his left hand, and in an instant, his arm transformed into dozens of white serpents, slithering menacingly toward Chinyu. Chinyu understood that he had undoubtedly been discovered. Initially, he contemplated engaging in a confrontation with Orochimaru, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. To thwart Orochimaru's plans prematurely would jeopardize his own aspirations to save Konoha, as well as diminish his standing and significance within the village. Thus, in the interest of his own ambitions, Chinyu chose to exercise restraint. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished without a trace. A resounding crash echoed as dozens of Orochimaru's white snakes collided with the very spot where Chinyu had just evaded, yet they uncovered nothing. Orochimaru paused, momentarily bewildered. Was it merely an illusion? "I shall take my leave," he mused. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination before departing. Only TOS remained, standing in place, his back drenched in sweat, clearly shaken by Orochimaru's earlier presence. Once Orochimaru had completely vacated the area, TOS collapsed onto the ground. All of this transpired without any connection to Chinyu, who remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, Chinyu, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, found himself in the flower shop of the irises. Suddenly, Chinyu appeared in the flower shop, startling Changpu immensely. The lingerie she was holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground in an instant. Her face flushed a deep crimson, extending all the way to the nape of her neck. Upon seeing this, Chinyu instantly comprehended the situation. It appeared that Changpu was preparing to bathe when he unexpectedly arrived. "Chinyu, how could you appear so suddenly?" Changpu exclaimed, hurriedly picking up the undergarment that had fallen to the floor, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, I just suddenly thought of you and decided to pay you a visit." Chinyu casually chattered away. It must be said that such casual banter can, at times, be remarkably convincing, particularly when directed at a girl who already harbors a favorable impression. The impact is truly formidable. "Is it true?" "Of course it is. Have you ever witnessed me uttering a falsehood?" Chinyu's nonsensical chatter flowed effortlessly, each sentence appearing utterly convincing. "I see you are about to take a bath. Shall we bathe together?" The intensity of Chinyu's gaze left Changpu feeling flushed all over. She hurriedly dashed into the bathroom and shut the door. Clearly, she was overwhelmed with shyness. "I shall wait for you at your door. Call me when you are ready." Chinyu sat alone at the entrance of the Calamus bathhouse, wearing a rather foolish expression as he spoke. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from above. Chinyu sprang to his feet and swiftly flung open the bathroom door, rushing inside. Upon seeing Changpu, who was already disrobed, he wasted no time in wrapping her in a bathrobe and hoisting her away from the bathroom. Changpu was momentarily taken aback by Chinyu's sudden actions. Her instinct to scream poised on the brink. Chinyu's lips pressed against hers, and Changpu instantly found herself unable to utter a sound. "Do not speak. I just heard footsteps above. Let me check. Be cautious." Chinyu wore a serious expression, devoid of the lightheartedness he had exhibited earlier. Changpu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Though still shy, she refrained from making any further sounds. On the rooftop, a figure had just departed, and Chinyu happened to arrive at that very moment, silently following the figure until they reached a secluded grove in the Land of Fire. "Proceed with the plan as scheduled. Once the operation commences, each of you shall act according to the directives." TOS spoke earnestly to the masked figures draped in black cloaks. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their readiness. "I've arrived." At that moment, Sak appeared, offering a slight apology to TOS. It turned out that Sak was the one who had just been on the rooftop. TOS, not wishing to dwell on the matter, instructed the cloaked figures to disperse and prepare for their respective roles. "How are the preparations for the tasks assigned by our master?" Sak inquired. "Everything has been arranged meticulously. We are merely awaiting the commencement of the CHNIN exams to set the plan in motion," TOS replied, nodding in satisfaction at Sak's response. "Oh, our master has entrusted me with a new task," TOS continued, relaying further instructions to Sak. After finishing, he retrieved 3 scrolls from his ninja pouch. "What are these?" Sak asked, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at the scrolls. "These are summoning scrolls, specifically for the Serpent of 10,000, the Windhawk, and the Giant Centipede," TOS explained. Sak's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the significance of the 3 summoning scrolls in his hands. On the day the plan is initiated, these scrolls will be opened at 3 distinct locations within Konoha to summon the respective creatures. "Everything has been arranged by our master. All you need to do is summon the beasts, and your task will be complete. Do you understand?" Sak accepted the summoning scrolls and nodded earnestly. With all instructions concluded, the 2 departed, each clearly occupied with their own tasks. Once they had left, Shinyu finally emerged, observing the retreating figures with a slight smile. "This truly feels exhilarating. The Nin exams, Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to it all." Shinyu found himself inexplicably stirred with excitement. After all, he would soon be facing the formidable figures of the legendary shinobi world. Chapter 23. The Nin exams commence. When Shinyu returned to the Changpu residence, Changpu remained motionless, quietly concealed in her bath towel. Upon seeing Shinyu, she instantly exhaled in relief. After all, with the Chunin exams approaching, various ninjas from different villages had begun to appear in the village. This made Changpu uneasy, particularly regarding the ninja she had seen on the rooftop earlier. Could he possibly be from another village? After all, being a non-Konoha ninja, it was uncertain whether they would dare to act recklessly in Konoha. It was a relief to know that all was well. Shinyu gently lifted Changpu, embracing her and softly patting her back. In his arms, Changpu finally relaxed. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was unclothed, and her body stiffened in shock. Just then, Shinyu unexpectedly kissed Changpu, and the 2 became lost in a blissful, lingering kiss. A sudden series of knocks interrupted them, causing Changpu to startle and hurriedly push Shinyu away. The towel slipped from her body, leaving her exposed before him. Frantically, she grasped the towel to cover herself and, overcome with embarrassment, dashed into the room, shutting the door behind her. Shinyu, still reveling in the moment, approached the door and opened it. "Xianglin, what brings you here?" he inquired, taken aback to see Xianglin standing bashfully at the threshold. It was evident he was perplexed by her unexpected arrival. "Shinyu, tomorrow marks the Chunin exam, and I was wondering if you would be participating." Upon hearing this, Shinyu playfully tousled her hair with a gentle smile. "As a ninja of Konoha, I am undoubtedly going to participate. I recall that you are also a contestant. You must strive to do your best." Xianglin, her cheeks flushed crimson, nodded and replied, "Then Shinyu-kun, please do your best as well." With that, she dashed away. Shinyu's hand was raised in the air, watching Xianglin who had darted away. He shook his head and closed the door once more. "Changpu, kindly open the door and allow me to enter." Shinyu approached the door of Changpu's room with utmost stealth, intending to quietly open it, only to discover that it was locked. "Shinyu, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Tomorrow is the exam." Changpu's voice emerged from within, fragmented and somewhat bashful. "Oh, surely not." Disappointment lingered on Shinyu's face. At that moment, the door swung open with a resounding thud, and Changpu swiftly planted a kiss on Shinyu's cheek before hurriedly shutting the door once more. "This is to encourage you to excel in tomorrow's Chunin exam." Her voice echoed faintly from within. Yet, Shinyu heard her clearly. Aside from Changpu's words, he could also hear the rapid beating of her heart. "All right. I shall take my leave now. Do remember to rest well." With a gentle smile, Shinyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed. After sensing the silence outside, Changpu opened the door, her face flushed, lost in thought. Upon returning home, Shinyu realized that it was quite late. "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the reward, Azura's origin, in the peak state of a celestial body." Stunned. At this moment, Shinyu could only describe his state as dumbfounded. Azura's origin, a well-known essence belonging to Hashirama Senju. Should Shinyu acquire Indra's origin as well, he would possess both essences, granting him the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan, he could unlock the Six Paths mode, becoming the new sage of Six Paths. As for the peak state of the celestial body, it was truly remarkable. This represented the physique of Hashirama Senju at his zenith. It is essential to note that during his prime, Hashirama's ninjutsu could rightfully be deemed forbidden techniques. To execute such formidable ninjutsu, One required an equivalent chakra support. It was unattainable without it. This celestial body served as the foundation that enabled Hashirama to unleash his powers repeatedly. One must remember that during his peak, Hashirama faced off against Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. That battle was cataclysmic, even more intense than those between tailed beasts. One can only imagine the sheer might of ninjutsu and the colossal chakra expenditure at that time. Now, with the peak state of the celestial body, Chinyu, emboldened by encouragement, was akin to Hashirama at the Valley of the End in terms of physique. This meant that he would no longer have to worry about chakra issues. He could use it freely, devoid of concerns about depletion. With that thought, Chinyu felt a surge of excitement. Chunin exam, here I come. The venue for the Chunin exam. The first event was a written test. Chinyu sat in the classroom of his past, a visage of exasperation etched upon his face. A written examination, yet again. However, I am undaunted. I possess the Sharingan. At that moment, a tall man, his countenance marred by numerous scars, entered the room. I am Mornayabiki, the proctor for this examination. After a brief introduction of the rules governing the written test, Mornayabiki commenced distributing the examination papers. Once the papers were in hand, the participants embarked on their own journeys of conquest. Chinyu observed the myriad of cheating methods employed by his peers, exclaiming in delight at the spectacle before him. Truly, it echoed the saying, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each demonstrating their unique skills. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, boldly copied answers without a trace of anxiety, freely surveying her surroundings. Ino, too, showcased her formidable prowess, employing the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to observe whomever she pleased. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, one could almost say they were all fearless in their endeavors. As for Tintin, being a diligent student, there was no need for her to cheat. Naruto, on the other hand, glanced around, eager to copy but unable to find a suitable source. Sakura, much like Tintin, remained an exemplary student, offering no explanation. Meanwhile, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, was indeed engaged in copying answers. At that moment, Chinyu noticed a peculiar sight, a sand eye peering from beside Sakura, intently observing her exam paper. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a technique employed by Gaara, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity. Chinyu Shuang pinched his fingers, and a lightning needle materialized at his fingertips. With a mischievous grin, he launched the needle towards the sand eye. With a soft hiss, the sand eye shattered soundlessly. At that moment, a surge of rage welled up within Gaara as he surveyed his surroundings, searching for the culprit. Finding no one, he was compelled to suppress his fury and continue deploying the sand eye. Just as the sand eye prepared to gather intelligence, it was once again struck, vanishing without a trace. Sensing Gaara's predicament, Kankuro hastily maneuvered his puppet to deliver assistance. However, as the puppet reached Gaara, Chinyu's lightning needle arrived once more. The puppet disintegrated before Gaara's eyes, reduced to mere fragments. In that instant, Gaara finally discerned that all of this chaos was orchestrated by Chinyu. He fixed a steely gaze upon Chinyu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kankuro mirrored this sentiment, glaring at Chinyu with palpable anger. Chapter 24, The Scroll-Snatching Battle. Observing the wrathful expressions of the two, Chinyu nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. The anger and murderous aura emanating from Kankuro and Gaara intensified in response to Chinyu's demeanor. Suddenly, Chinyu noticed a small group of ninjas dutifully engaged in their examination, which struck him as decidedly odd. After watching for a moment, he grasped the situation. A reflective lamp was positioned above the classroom, allowing these individuals to surreptitiously glimpse the answers of their peers. With a resounding chime, someone even resorted to using hidden weapons, aiming to redirect the lamp's reflection towards themselves to copy the answers. Once one person initiated the tactic, a transformation ensued. A cacophony of clattering sounds erupted as ninjas from all directions unleashed their attacks. Shuriken and other projectiles filled the air, causing the reflective lamp to sway erratically as if under the influence of some potent substance. Chinyu found the examination exceedingly exhilarating. It was simply too thrilling. Meanwhile, the invigilator, Sun Nai Yabiki, seated at the podium, appeared to be in a state of slumber, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the myriad of subtle and overt movements among the students below. As Chinyu gazed intently, he was nearly blinded by the glaring light. With a swift motion, he hurled a thunderbolt, shattering the reflective lamp with a resounding bang. The sudden explosion left the crowd momentarily stunned, their eyes fixated on the individual who had last taken action, convinced that this person was responsible for the destruction. Faced with the collective ire of the onlookers, the culprit lowered his head in trepidation. However, on the podium, Sanai Ibiki observed Chin Yu's subtle maneuvers with keen clarity. In truth, he was acutely aware of the slightest actions of all the examinees present. Although Sanai Ibiki maintained a stoic expression, he was momentarily taken aback by Chin Yu's audacity. While he could comprehend targeting the Sand Ninja, the destruction of the lamp perplexed him. It not only thwarted the chances of cheating for the other village's ninjas but also for Konohagakure itself. Fortunately, most from the Leaf Village had already completed their answers. Noticing that time was nearly up, Sanai Ibiki began to rise and enforce discipline. At this juncture, the majority of the candidates had resigned themselves to their fates. A small number attempted to cheat, only to be caught on the spot, resulting in the forfeiture of their exam eligibility. As for Chin Yu, after inscribing his name on the answer sheet, he proceeded to sketch a monkey. When Sanai Ibiki passed by Chin Yu and glanced at his paper, he was left speechless. What on earth? After all that fuss, you submit a blank sheet? Moreover, with your Sharingan, you still choose to leave it empty. This is clearly deliberate. Despite his incredulity at Chin Yu's actions, Sanai Ibiki refrained from expressing his discontent. After all, not all candidates hailed from the Leaf Village. Some belonged to other villages. Should he misstep and provide them with leverage, it would ultimately tarnish the reputation and image of his own village. Thus, the first round of the written examination concluded flawlessly. A portion of the examinees was eliminated during this initial phase, with only 26 teams, comprising a total of 79 individuals, advancing to the second stage. This subsequent round would entail an outdoor competition for scrolls, where 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls would be randomly distributed among the 26 participating teams. Each group was required to collect a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and traverse the Forest of Death to reach their destination within 5 days to be deemed successful. As for the means of passing the test and the events that transpired during the process, all were aware, yet none spoke of it. For it was well understood that casualties were an inevitable consequence of clashes among ninjas. Naturally, the new generation of Konohagakure, however, remained woefully ignorant of such realities. Chin Yu gazed at Naruto and Sakura, who were brimming with eagerness beside him, and shook his head in resignation. With your level of strength, how can you possibly be so eager? Do you not possess any self-awareness? I truly cannot fathom the source of your confidence. Glancing at Sasuke, who continued to wear a disdainful expression, it was evident that he was in dire need of a dose of reality. However, an opportunity has presented itself. It is time for you to embark on your journey of awakening. Initially, Chin Yu accompanied Naruto and his companions. However, upon entering the dense forest, he discreetly slipped away when they were not paying attention. Activating his Byakugan, he surveyed the entire woodland, pinpointing the locations of Hinata, Ino, and Tenten. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift flying thunder god technique, propelling himself towards the nearest Hinata. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that a battle had already ensued at that location. Chin Yu chose not to intervene, but instead observed from the sidelines. After all, this was an opportunity for growth. One cannot always shield them from challenges. The combatants consisted of Team 8, led by Konoha's Yuhi Kurenai, facing off against the Sand Ninja's Maki squad. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan, engaged in a graceful display of gentle fist against Kankuro's puppet techniques. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru launched a coordinated assault against Temari. As for Shino, he unleashed his insects upon Gaara. Each of the trio had a clear objective, pressing forward with their attacks. However, aside from Hinata, who adeptly used her Byakugan to anticipate Kankuro's puppet maneuvers, Shino and Kiba found themselves steadily on the defensive. Sand Shield. A barrier of yellow sand formed before Gaara, effectively halting Shino's insect onslaught. Sand Shower. Subsequently, a torrent of sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, soaring into the air and reshaping into a barrage of sand needles aimed at Hinata and her companions. Recognizing the imminent threat, Kankuro and Temari swiftly disengaged from their opponents. Retreating behind Gaara, the sand needles descended rapidly, forcing Hinata's group to evade in a flurry. The lethal needles struck the ground with such force they left deep craters in their wake. Wind Release, Gale Palm. Temari unfurled her 7-star fan and directed a powerful gust toward Hinata's trio. The fierce winds buffeted them, destabilizing their stances. Adding to their plight, the sand needles continued to rain down from above, inflicting injuries upon the three. At that moment, Kankuro made his move. A puppet raven, its body wrapped in bandages, surged forward under Kankuro's command, targeting the flustered Hinata. The raven's arms transformed into formidable weapons, slashing toward her with precision. However, under the watchful gaze of Hinata's Byakugan, The raven's movements were entirely transparent. As its arms approached, she swiftly activated the Hyuga clan's defensive technique, Heavenly Spin. Hinata twirled, enveloping herself in a rapidly rotating protective barrier. Clang. Temari's gale lost its potency, while Gaara's sand needles and Kankaro's raven were also repelled by the Heavenly Spin. Seizing this opportunity, Shino and Kiba charged toward Gaara and his companions. Chapter 25. It is time for me to strike Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru began to spin, transforming into two whirling tornadoes that barreled toward Temari. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to evade the twin vortexes. Secret technique, insect swarm. Countless insects erupted from all directions, coalescing into a massive wave that surged toward Gaara, Kankaro, and Temari, enveloping them completely. Absolute defense. As the swarm of insects emerged, both Kankaro and Temari's expression shifted, prompting them to converge towards Gaara. Upon their arrival at Gaara's side, an all-encompassing barrier crafted from sand enveloped the three of them. Within this impenetrable defense, Gaara did not remain entirely passive. Instead, he concealed himself behind the shield and launched an offensive. Sandstorm waterfall. The grains of sand surged, transforming into two towering pillars that ascended skyward, morphing into colossal arms of sand. These sandy appendages, seemingly endowed with eyes, reached out towards Hinata and Shino. Heavenly Spin. Perceiving the impending threat of the sandy arms, Hinata swiftly activated her technique once more. Secret technique, insect swarm defense. Countless tiny insects coalesced before Shino, forming a protective shield that thwarted the advancing sandy arms. Damn it! Fong over Fong. Witnessing his comrades in peril, Kiba gritted his teeth, and alongside Akamaru, they transformed into two whirling tornadoes, charging at the sandy appendages. Bang! The absolute defense dissipated, and a new sandy arm manifested abruptly, swatting Kiba and Akamaru's twin tornadoes to the ground. Simultaneously, Shino and Hinata found themselves ensnared by Gaara's sandy grasp. It seemed that we had reached our limit. It was time for me to intervene. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than Chinyu's figure vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! With two successive explosions, Gaara's sandy arms erupted, scattering grains of sand across the sky. Chinyu's figure emerged behind Hinata, wrapping his arms around her waist. Chinyu! Hinata exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment at his sudden appearance. Unable to resist the allure of her bashful demeanor, Chinyu leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her entire face turning crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing a deep shade of red. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable shyness. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a bold display from Chinyu in the midst of a crowd. As the swirling sand settled, clarity returned. It's you. Kanjuro recognized Chinyu at once, his teeth clenched in anger. Giant sand palm. Gaara wasted no time, unleashing a formidable attack directly at Chinyu. A colossal hand made of sand coalesced, soaring toward him with fierce intent. It seems you harbor significant resentment toward me. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Chinyu embraced Hinata and casually performed a water release technique, sending a massive water sphere hurtling towards Gaara's sandy hand. In an instant, it obliterated the palm crafted from sand, which inherently feared water, especially when manipulated through ninja techniques. Gaara, witnessing the destruction of his formidable sandy appendage, was filled with rage, exacerbated by their previous altercation and Chinyu's earlier actions during the first exam. Hinata, step aside for a moment, Chinyu said, releasing Hinata and casting a grin towards Gaara's rear, more precisely, at Shikamaru, who stood behind him. Meanwhile, Shino and Kiba seized the opportunity to position themselves behind Chinyu. Observing Chinyu's swift dismantling of Gaara's jutsu, they felt a surge of reassurance. Gaara, let us attack together, Kankaro commanded, maneuvering his crow puppet in preparation for an assault alongside Gaara. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, sensing that Chinyu might possess greater depth than he appeared. Yet, with both of her companions being her younger brothers and fellow villagers, she found herself with little choice. Unfurling her 7-star fan, she joined Gaara's side. Do not hinder my efforts. Gaara's demeanor remained unchanged, always exuding that same relentless intensity. Absolute sand assault. From the gourd strap to Gaara's back, a tempest of yellow sand erupted, coalescing with the earth to form two enormous sandy arms. Crows, let us advance as well. Under Kankaro's deft control, the crow darted towards Chinyu with agility, its entire body bristling with concealed mechanisms and sharp blades. Kiba and Shino's expressions shifted as they witnessed the full might of Gaara and Kankaro. They had not anticipated their strength to be so formidable. Heh, it seems I must unveil some of my own prowess, Chinyu declared. Susanoo, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, activate. The Susanoo materialized partially, revealing a massive skeletal right arm before Chinyu, which reached out to intercept the advancing puppet crow. Not good. Kankuro's countenance darkened upon seeing the skeletal limb. He had never expected Chinyu to wield such a grotesque jutsu akin to Gaara-S. With a resounding crash, the crow was crushed by the skeletal arm of Susanoo, leaving Kankuro in anguish as he gazed at the scattered remnants of his puppet, his heart bleeding for the loss. Meanwhile, Gaara-S two sandy arms were closing in. With a thunderous impact, the arms collided with the skeletal limb, unleashing a fierce gale that swept across the battlefield. Wind release, gale palm. Shikamaru waved the seven-star fan, summoning a colossal wind that countered the approaching tempest, creating a balance of forces. Chinyu effortlessly summoned a portion of Susanoo, effortlessly shielding himself from the fierce gale. Little panda, it seems your strength remains insufficient. Chinyu's ocular prowess intensified once more, as the once evenly matched bone arm swiftly began to overpower the sand arm. With a resounding crash, the sand arm was shattered, disintegrating into grains that fell to the ground. The bone arm transformed into a hand, its momentum unabated, and struck directly towards Gaara. Suddenly, Temari appeared before Gaara, wielding her giant fan, unleashing a tempest that surged toward the bone hand. The bone hand was momentarily hindered by the storm, yet it ultimately broke through the resistance. As the gale dissipated, Temari pivoted and pushed Gaara away, creating distance between them. With a thunderous impact, the bone hand engulfed Temari entirely. Kankuro watched this unfolding tragedy, his heart heavy with despair, feeling an unprecedented loathing for his own powerlessness. It was the first time he had ever felt such deep self-hatred, regretting his own weakness. Meanwhile, Gaara was stirred by Temari's earlier actions, a flicker of emotion breaking through his usual cold demeanor. For the first time, he experienced a sensation previously foreign to him. Perhaps this was what they termed familial affection. Rage and murderous intent began to intertwine. An unprecedented killing intent surged through Gaara's mind. Chapter 26. The Free Henchman. Little panda, do tread carefully. Chinyu cast a teasing glance at the wrathful Gaara, gradually retracting his bony hand. The skeletal appendage unfurled, ensnaring Temari, rendering her immobile. Upon seeing Temari unharmed, Gaara suppressed the urge to strike. Kankuro glared fiercely at Chinyu and demanded, "Release Temari." Chinyu glanced at him, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Why should I?" "You." Kinjilong pointed at Chinyu, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, why should he? He couldn't best him in a fight. Now, tell me, what will it take for you to release him? Gaara, shedding his usual calm demeanor, fixed a steady gaze upon Chinyu. How refreshing. I truly appreciate someone as straightforward as the little panda. Chinyu clapped his hands and declared, "If you wish to redeem her, you must assist me in collecting the celestial scrolls. Gaara, Kankuro, hasten your departure and pay me no heed." Although Temari was bound, she was not rendered speechless. Upon hearing Chinyu's demand, she let out a piercing scream. With a resounding slap, Chinyu's palm made contact with Temari's pert backside. Everyone present, including Temari herself, was momentarily taken aback. "You!" Temari exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. To be struck in such a manner before an audience was utterly humiliating, leaving her on the brink of fainting. Still not behaving? Chinyu raised his hand once more, causing Shoju to become utterly compliant. "Very well, I shall agree. But you must not harm her." Gaara turned around, preparing to depart with Kankuro. "Wait a moment, you too." Gaara and Kankuro halted, turning to cast a cold glare at Chinyu. Upon seeing these individuals, do not act recklessly, or else. Chinyu tossed a scroll to Kinjilong, his expression a mix of intimidation and embarrassment as he glanced at the blushing Shoju. "Let us go." Gaara gritted his teeth and departed with Kinjilong. "From this moment forth, you are my captive. I treat my captives well, but be warned should you attempt to flee or cause trouble. My hand shall swiftly remind you of your place." Listening to Chinyu's fierce words, Shoju fell silent, her cheeks aflame. With a sharp clap, Chinyu delivered another slap. "Captives must respond to me." He relished inwardly. I understand," Shoju murmured, her voice laced with a mix of shame and anger, clearly apprehensive of another strike on her behind. "Chinyu, you're quite something." Gaara, alongside Akamaru, approached Chinyu and gave him a thumbs up. "Thank you." Shino nodded appreciatively. As for Hinata, she stood shyly. torn between the desire to draw closer to Chin-yu and her bashfulness, lowering her head in silence. Let us move on. We have several days ahead of us. We should take this time to relax. Chin-yu rested his hand on his left shoulder and approached Hinata, gently taking her hand. We shall not intrude upon your date. May you both enjoy yourselves. Yaba chuckled, leading Akamaru and Shino away. At the mention of a date, Hinata froze, her gaze lifting to meet Chin-yu's beaming smile, only for her to shyly lower her head once more. Thus, she allowed Chin-yu to lead her by the hand. Meanwhile, Shikamaru buried his head deeply, motionless against Chin-yu's shoulder. In a certain part of the Forest of Death, the trio of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gasped for breath, marveling at the formidable figure before them. Sasuke, it's a pleasure to see you. I've long wished to call upon you. Orochimaru's pupils widened with an insatiable desire as he gazed at Sasuke, a longing rooted in both the boy's physique and his Sharingan. This yearning was stark and primal, lurking deep within his eyes. Who are you? Sasuke inquired, furrowing his brow at Orochimaru, who elicited no recollection in him. Me? I am Orochimaru, he replied, licking his lips. Orochimaru? Sasuke's confusion deepened. Who was this individual? Why did he possess no memory of him? It was no wonder Sasuke was unaware. The new generation likely did not recognize that name, as Orochimaru belonged to the era of the fourth Hokage. Sasuke, do you wish to grow stronger? Orochimaru discerned the doubt in Sasuke's eyes, yet he offered no further explanation, continuing to gaze at him with fervor. What do you truly desire? Sasuke pressed, bewildered by this stranger's sudden appearance and his cryptic proposition of strength. I will not consent to whatever you intend for Sasuke. Naruto interjected, positioning himself before Sasuke with unwavering determination and a fierce bond of camaraderie. Naruto, observing his steadfast gaze, Sakura clenched her fists. After a glance at Sasuke, she too directed her attention toward Orochimaru, clearly in agreement with Naruto's sentiments, albeit lacking his resolute conviction and bravery. I merely wish for you to understand that should you seek strength, should you desire power, you may come to me. I can make you unprecedentedly powerful. Orochimaru professed with unwavering confidence, assured in his mastery of the cursed seals he had developed. Gazing at Orochimaru's self-assured demeanor, Sasuke pondered, could this individual truly deliver on his promises? Could he genuinely enable him to become stronger? The seeds of hatred suddenly took root within Sasuke, who found himself contemplating a daring endeavor. I understand you may find it hard to believe, yet I shall make you a believer. The hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's left arm transformed into dozens of white serpents, which slithered forward, tongues flickering, towards Naruto and his companions. The trio managed to slay but a single serpent each before the remaining ones ensnared and bound them. With a swift motion, Orochimaru appeared before Sasuke. With a hiss, the white serpents coiled around Naruto and Sakura, sinking their fangs into the two. Thud, thud. With consecutive thuds, Naruto and Sakura collapsed to the ground. Allow me to demonstrate the sheer magnitude of power. Orochimaru began weaving hand seals before transforming his left arm into a large white serpent once more. The serpent opened its maw and lunged for Sasuke's neck. A black curse mark coursed through the serpent, infiltrating Sasuke's body. His consciousness became muddled, darkness enveloping his vision. The curse mark coiled around Sasuke's form, augmenting his strength considerably. With a resounding crack, the white serpents binding Sasuke were shattered. How does this newfound power compare to your previous abilities? Orochimaru licked his lips, thoroughly pleased as he beheld Sasuke's current state. The invasion of the curse mark caused Sasuke immense pain, rendering him speechless. After breaking free from the serpentine restraints, he fell to one knee, gasping for breath. Ultimately, unable to endure the agony, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Is this what you call strength? A voice filled with disdain echoed from behind Orochimaru. Chapter 27. The Cold Lord Orochimaru. He turned to see the scornful Chin-yu, leading Hinata and shouldering Shikamaru. Confusion flickered in his vertical pupils. Were you the one speaking just now? Orochimaru regarded Chin-yu with keen interest, clearly unmoved by his earlier words. He had always been a man of facts, for facts deliver a resounding slap of reality. Indeed, it is I. Chin-yu nodded slightly, lowering the handball he had been carrying on his shoulder. The handball, head bowed, silently stepped aside, hesitant to speak. Orochimaru, what brings you to Konoha today? Could it be that you have some scheme in mind? As soon as Chin-yu spoke, he uttered Orochimaru's name, instantly piquing Orochimaru's curiosity. You know me? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Do you find it remarkable that I am known to you? Chin-yu replied in silence. astonished by Orochimaru's unabashed self-adoration. You are Orochimaru, the Cold Lord, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. The initially downcast Temari lifted her gaze upon hearing Orochimaru's name. Her astonishment palpable as she processed his admission. Her mouth hung agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Ah, so the younger generation is aware of me. I see from your forehead protector that you hail from the Sand Village. Orochimaru observed Temari with keen interest, clearly taken aback that someone from Sunagakure would recognize him. Hinata, on the other hand, listened intently, refraining from speaking, yet her eyes were filled with confusion as she regarded Orochimaru. The legendary 3 ninjas, that implies he is a ninja of Konoha. Why had she never heard of his name before? You ought to flee. Konoha will not let you go if they learn of your presence. Little one, it seems you are quite knowledgeable. Orochimaru replied, but I wish to leave. Konoha may not be able to detain me. You are remarkably confident. Chinyu grinned. I am immortal. It merely involves the continuous cycle of reincarnation through cursed seals. Though the method may be rather grotesque, it remains the truth. Chinyu recalled Orochimaru's method of reincarnation, feeling a twinge of revulsion. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. I intend to take you with me. Orochimaru licked his lips, leaning slightly forward, poised to strike. Let us see if you possess the capability, Chinyu retorted fearlessly. At this moment, one could say, with a hint of arrogance, that there were but a few in the ninja world who could rival him. Hurry, send out a distress signal. Orochimaru's strength surpasses that of A.J. Nin. Engaging him in combat leaves you no chance of victory. Temari, aware of Orochimaru's origins, explained to Chinyu, for reasons unbeknownst to her. She wished not to see this detestable man meet his demise. Chinyu-kun. Hinata anxiously clenched her fists, evidently surprised by Orochimaru's formidable power. Would Chinyu be in peril against such a powerful adversary? No chance of victory? Chinyu turned to Temari. Is it merely a snake? Where does the notion of defeat arise? Chinyu turned his head, and the Sharingan in his eyes began to radiate. A member of the Uchiha clan? No wonder you possess such audacity. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru flicked his hands, and dozens of white snakes lunged towards Chinyu. Instant kill. The Sharingan rotated, transforming into the shape of a 4-pointed pinwheel. The white snakes, originally suspended in midair, suddenly fragmented into several pieces, falling to the ground. This was the left eye ability of the kaleidoscope, capable of creating spatial dislocation, resulting in a spatial assassination. Moreover, it was accomplished instantaneously, rendering the act of killing virtually imperceptible. The kaleidoscope Sharingan? I never anticipated your eyes had grown so powerful. Surely, this cannot be all your strength. Otherwise, I would be sorely disappointed. Observing the astonishment on Orochimaru's face, Chinyu grinned wickedly. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and countless white snakes surged forth from his throat. Witnessing this ninjutsu, Temari and Hinata's faces instantly paled, clearly repulsed. Instant kill. Boom. The white snakes continued to emerge, only to be inexplicably severed and fall. In a short span of time, the ground was littered with the corpses of snakes. Ah, so this is the instant kill resulting from spatial disarray. Orochimaru ceased his ninjutsu, observing Chinyu with keen interest. From the previous encounter, Orochimaru had discerned Chinyu's technique. It was a form of time-space ninjutsu, potent yet unpredictable. Given Orochimaru's vast knowledge and experience, it was no surprise he could swiftly grasp the principles of the technique. After all, he was profoundly obsessed with ninjutsu, with an unparalleled fervor for its mastery. In that case, witness this technique. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. With a resounding thud, a colossal serpent materialized out of thin air. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, gazing down at Chinyu. 10,000 snakes, attack. The giant serpent flicked its tongue and opened its massive jaws, preparing to bite down on Chinyu. However, as it attempted to strike, it found itself unable to do so. The serpent, having abandoned its attempt to bite, lifted its head once more. How could it be so resilient? Just as it was about to voice its complaints to Orochimaru, it suddenly noticed something unusual about the figure before it. A gigantic half-skeleton body abruptly enveloped Chinyu. The skeletal form was composed solely of bones, lacking a head, limbs, and lower body. What is this? The serpent regarded the skeletal body with curiosity, eager to understand what it was. Susanoo. To think you could also invoke Susanoo. The ever-calm and composed Orochimaru was taken aback at this moment. He had never anticipated that Chinyu could unleash Susanoo. The last time he witnessed this technique was not long ago, performed by none other than Uchiha Itachi. In comparison to Itachi's Susanoo, Chinyu's current manifestation appeared considerably weaker. True to his reputation, Orochimaru's knowledge was indeed vast. At this moment, Chinyu's kaleidoscope had transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope, with a black six-pointed star replacing the four-cornered windmill. It seemed that the situation had shifted significantly. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, turning his gaze towards a direction nearby. Evidently, they were nearing their arrival. With a resounding bang, the summoning technique was dispelled by Orochimaru. "Until we meet again," he proclaimed. And in an instant, his form erupted into a flurry of white serpents, fleeing into the distance. Chinyu retracted the eternal kaleidoscope, and the Susanoo dissipated. "There is no need to wait for the next time. We shall meet again shortly, Orochimaru." Chinyu, lost in his own thoughts, turned to face Hinata and Temari. Hinata was clearly astonished by Chinyu's Susanoo, unable to fathom the extent of his power. Even the usually composed Temari wore an expression of surprise. Chapter 28. The Chaos of Konoha. "Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Beware, you may find yourself enamored with me." Chinyu gently hooked his finger under Shoju's chin, smiling as he gazed at her. Shoju's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she huffed, turning her head away. "Let us go," Chinyu declared, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Hinata appeared somewhat reassured by Naruto and his companions. The ninjas of Konoha were also approaching swiftly, so there was no need for concern. Chinyu grasped Hinata's hand and, accompanied by Temari, they departed. After the trio left, the ninjas of Konoha arrived, comprising Mitarashi Anko, Hatake Kakashi, and Marino Ibiki. The scene bore the unmistakable marks of a great serpent's passage. Upon noticing a distinct imprint on the ground, Anko surmised who had recently been there, concluding that Orochimaru had indeed infiltrated the village. Kakashi scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Orochimaru, stating, "He must have already departed. Let us escort these three back." Marino Ibiki lifted Naruto, Kakashi took Sasuke, and Anko supported Sakura as they made their exit. Meanwhile, Chinyu leisurely strolled alongside Hinata and Temari, unhurried, for Gaara was preoccupied with other matters. Along their journey, Chinyu either teased Hinata or seized opportunities to impart various lessons to Temari, though this education was not of the conventional sort. It was what Chinyu excelled at, playful reprimands. Curiously, after receiving such unique treatment, Temari developed a fondness for him. Whether this was part of Chinyu's scheme or a shift in Temari's character remains uncertain. Thus, the trio began to harmoniously embrace the joys of life together. As for the absence of other ninjas along their path, that could solely be attributed to Chinyu's influence. Chinyu had merely instructed Gaara and Kankuro to procure scrolls in exchange for Temari, without specifying a quantity. This led to the two of them acting like madmen, seizing every opportunity to snatch scrolls from any encountered ninja teams. Fearing that the supply of scrolls would be insufficient, Chinyu was reluctant to release Temari, prompting them to exert their utmost efforts in their endeavors. Except for those specifically mentioned by Chinyu, nearly everyone else fell victim to their ruthless hands. Naturally, Chinyu remained unaware of this unfolding chaos. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At the end of the Death Forest lay a vast, open plain, upon which stood a solitary pavilion. As Chinyu emerged from the Forest of Death, he beheld the sight of Kinjio Lang and Gaara, both covered in grime and streaked with blood. Chinyu was taken aback by the two individuals, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. How had things escalated to this point? Shumaru was equally startled by their presence. "Release him," Gaara exclaimed, tossing all the collected heaven and earth scrolls to Chinyu. Aside from the share belonging to his own team, Kankuro also relinquished all other scrolls to Chinyu. What a bountiful harvest. Indeed, it had been a taxing endeavor. Chinyu, with a sense of satisfaction, received the scroll and drew the handball closer to her. "Here, this is your reward." Kinjio Lang hurriedly stepped forward and snatched the handball away, fearful of being caught by Chinyu again, who might use it as leverage against them. As the handball was taken by Kinjio Lang, it cast a glance back at Chinyu. Meanwhile, Hinata was also pulled away by Kiba and Shino, under the pretext that they were not on the same team and would soon be adversaries. Thus she could not betray her comrades. And so, the second round of examinations came to a close. To everyone's surprise, 20 participants had successfully passed, due to the excessive number of candidates. The third round would directly commence with a battle elimination format. The remaining 20 contenders would engage in one-on-one combat, with victors advancing and losers exiting the arena, culminating in a single champion. As the challenge round was about to begin, the character Kabuto, true to the original narrative, chose to withdraw voluntarily. fearing he could not control his powers and consequently expose his true identity. After all, he had ulterior motives for coming to Konoha and was not genuinely there to participate in the Chunin exams. At this moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had also awakened. Thanks to Chinyu's influence, the three of them advanced directly to the challenge round. The competition proceeded normally, and Chinyu effortlessly secured a place in the top 10. To her astonishment, Naruto also made it into the top 10, which was quite hard to fathom. The first battle in the top 10 featured Uchiha Sasuke pitted against Gaara of the Sand. Chinyu was initially intrigued to observe how Sasuke would endure the harsh realities of society. However, before any confrontation could ensue, Orochimaru's scheme commenced. With a resounding crash, a colossal summoning beast erupted through the walls of the arena. Battles ignited across various locations in Konoha, while two additional areas witnessed the emergence of summoning creatures. All these beasts, upon materialization, commenced their rampage. Shippu, you must evacuate the civilians and rescue the injured ninjas. I shall divert this summoning beast, Kakashi declared, his figure flashing as he positioned himself before the enormous centipede. Lightning release, Chidori, his Sharingan activated, enveloping his right hand in crackling electricity as he struck downward at the beast. Clang. The centipede's exoskeleton proved to be impenetrably tough, rendering Kakashi's Chidori ineffective against it, only inflicting minimal damage. Nevertheless, this provocation incited the creature's fury. Roaring, the giant centipede lunged at Kakashi with its 100 legs, sharp as steel needles. Yet Kakashi, relying on his Sharingan, effortlessly evaded the beast's assault, gradually leading it away from the chaos. Chinyu surveyed the shattered surroundings and, after a wry smile, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's estate. As Chinyu made his entrance, a tempestuous gust of wind surged towards him. It turned out that a myriad of serpents was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal frog, and this powerful air current was a consequence of their clash. At the gate of the Hyuga clan, aside from the members of the clan, stood a man with flowing white hair. "Who are you?" Jiraiya inquired, cautiously encircling the suddenly appeared Chinyu. "Now that you have returned, my presence here is no longer necessary." In an instant, Chinyu's figure vanished before Jiraiya. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at another location in Konoha. Here, a summoning beast, the Wind Falcon, emerged, and no one could impede its presence. Chinyu surveyed the surroundings, observing the Konoha ninjas who could only adopt a passive defensive stance. He stepped forward. "Come back. It's dangerous ahead." One of the ninjas, noticing Chinyu's advance, became anxious. In his view, the Wind Falcon was far beyond Chinyu's capabilities. However, what unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chinyu first employed wind release to direct towards the ground, utilizing the thrust of the wind to instantaneously soar into the air. Super Great Ball Rasengan. Chapter 29. Impure World Reincarnation. A Great Ball Rasengan, identical in size to the Wind Falcon, materialized in Chinyu's hand. Chinyu wielded the colossal Rasengan, striking the Wind Falcon directly in midair. A thunderous screech erupted from the Falcon, which was then completely engulfed by Chinyu's supersized Rasengan. Though this spectacle occurred at a considerable distance, it was nonetheless witnessed by Jiraiya, who stood afar. After all, it was in the sky, and such a massive Rasengan could not go unnoticed. Who could this be? Jiraiya gazed at the giant Rasengan above, his eyes brimming with astonishment. His shock stemmed not from the spectacle itself, but from the Rasengan, a technique developed by his disciple, Minato Namikaze, who had perished before it could be brought to fruition. In this realm of shinobi, he was the sole individual privy to this jutsu. Yet, to his utter disbelief, someone else had mastered the Rasengan as well. And with such formidable power. Who on earth was this person? Jiraiya's heart swelled with confusion. The Wind Falcon, upon being struck by Chinyu's giant Rasengan, was obliterated into mere fragments by the rapidly spinning sphere, leaving only a flurry of feathers and drops of blood raining down. After being shattered by Chinyu's supersized Rasengan, the summoning beast, the Wind Falcon, vanished from sight in midair. Who was that just now? Do any of you recognize him? Who among you knows him? After Chinyu's disappearance, the ninjas below began to inquire about his origins. Upon discussing among themselves, some recalled Chinyu's identity. "I remember he seems to be a newcomer who participated in this year's Chunin exams. Uchiha Chinyu. Yes, I've seen him." Following this, there was a wave of praise and admiration. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took advantage of the moment to learn about Chinyu's identity from the Hyuga clan. However, the more he discovered, the more curious he became. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Orochimaru coldly regarded the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You returned to Konoha this time to destroy it, didn't you? Hiruzen, clad in samurai armor, frowned. Although Orochimaru was his disciple, Hiruzen still found him incomprehensible. Teacher, Konoha is doomed. I have summoned summoning beasts around Konoha to wreak havoc. No one can stop their destruction. Orochimaru sneered coldly, exuding a sense of triumph. You. Hiruzen's fury ignited. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. This person before him was once his disciple, a former Konoha ninja, whose duty should have been to protect the village, not to obliterate it. Are you truly going to do this, Orochimaru? A murderous intent began to surface in Hiruzen's eyes. As the disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage himself, he would not permit Konoha to come to harm, nor allow any issues to arise, regardless of the fact that this individual was his disciple. Teacher, I have already done it. I have prepared ample sincerity and opportunity for your visit, Orochimaru declared. Summoning technique. He bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. With a resounding thud, 3 upright white coffins appeared out of thin air. Each coffin was adorned with a yellow sealing tag. Observing the 3 coffins, Hiruzen felt an unsettling foreboding, as if something extraordinary lay within them. Teacher, this is something I painstakingly acquired to surprise you. Orochimaru gazed fervently at the coffins, as if they contained something delightful. Hiruzen's frown deepened, his unease growing more pronounced. What is this? Hiruzen finally could not restrain his inquiry. Orochimaru caressed the coffins and softly replied, This is the ultimate pursuit of jutsu. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to Hiruzen, fixing his gaze intently. Do you believe that the deceased can come back to life? At these words, Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. What does this mean? A vague answer lingered in his heart, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe. I know you must have arrived at your own conclusion, if that is the case. Allow me to unveil this coffin for you. Orochimaru's hands danced gracefully, swiftly forming an intricate series of hand seals. Reanimation. As the final seal was completed, nothing transpired. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily shaken by the very seal just executed. You dare to employ the reanimation jutsu? A sense of crisis gripped Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, while fury surged throughout his mind. Suddenly, 2 white coffins began to tremble. The lids quivered and slid slightly. With a gulp, Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously swallowed, his gaze fixed intently on the coffins. In an explosive moment, the lids flew off, revealing 2 shadowy figures within. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly astonished. Clad in a red samurai outfit adorned with the symbol of the Senju clan, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, silver-haired with crimson eyes, bearing 3 red markings on his cheeks, and dressed in a tight black combat suit, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Sarutobi Hiruzen was finally stirred. Orochimaru, how could you commit such an act? He pointed an accusatory finger at Orochimaru, his inner rage reaching its zenith. Patience, my teacher. The real spectacle is only just beginning. Boom. The eyes of Hashirama and Tobirama suddenly opened wide, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The coffins could not withstand this surge, exploding into fragments. Where are we? Hashirama looked around in bewilderment. Foolish brother, this is Konoha. Tobirama immediately recognized the Hokage mountain and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, you summoned us from the Pure Land. Confusion filled Tobirama's eyes, questioning why Sarutobi Hiruzen would resort to forbidden techniques to summon them. My apologies for interrupting your reunion. Orochimaru's voice resonated at the opportune moment, capturing the attention of Hashirama and Tobirama. It was I who resurrected the 2 esteemed Hokages of Konoha. Orochimaru gazed at his accomplishment with fervor and excitement. You resurrected us. Tobirama frowned. What is the meaning of this, monkey? Tobirama turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly eager to understand the situation. Hashirama shared his curiosity, though unlike Tobirama, he sought to learn about the current state of Konoha. Chapter 30. The battle among Hokages. Let me elucidate the matter for both of you. Orochimaru gazed at Senju Tobirama and proclaimed, I intend to obliterate Konoha. And thus I have utilized the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to summon the 2 of you from the Pure Land to assist me. Nani? Senju Tobirama replied, his expression one of astonishment. Nani? Even Senju Hashirama, who had previously shown little interest, was taken aback. What kind of situation is this? To be resurrected only to face such explosive circumstances? Monkey, is what he says true? Senju Tobirama questioned, casting a scrutinizing look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I am sorry, sensei. I will never allow his nefarious plot to succeed. Hiruzen Sarutobi was rendered speechless, yet the fury within him remained unabated. You, Senju Tobarama, he pointed accusingly at Hiruzen. I have warned you previously against delving into these forbidden arts, yet you would not heed my counsel. And now look where we are. Senju Hashirama sighed, exasperated. How could I have known that my forbidden techniques would fall into the hands of such a wretch? Senju Tobarama, equally flustered, vehemently denied his culpability. However, it is not too late to rectify this. With a swift motion, Senju Tobarama gripped a kunai, aiming it at Orochimaru. Being the architect of this forbidden jutsu, he was acutely aware of its weaknesses. The vulnerability of impure world reincarnation lay with its caster. Should the caster perish, the technique would be undone. Just as Senju Tobarama's kunai was poised to strike Orochimaru, he suddenly halted. Curse it! Senju Tobarama frowned. Lord Second Hokage, if I am capable of executing this forbidden technique, I am certainly aware of its flaws. Do you think I would be unprepared? With a mere thought, Orochimaru seized control of the bodies of both Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, compelling them to face Hiruzen Sarutobi and prepare for an assault. Hiruzen felt the tension escalate. These two were immensely powerful. Could he truly contend with them? Monkey, give it your all. We have been ensnared by that fiend. Be cautious. Although Senju Tobarama's body was under control, he retained the ability to speak. Summoning technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand to the ground, summoning forth a robust monkey. Zanbato. Prepare for battle. As the ape demon made its entrance, it immediately laid eyes on the first and second Hokage, causing it to tense up in surprise. Clearly, it had not anticipated that its adversaries would be these two formidable figures. With a resounding crash, the ape demon transformed into a robust staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the staff and initiated the assault. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama swiftly followed suit, charging towards Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed from the sidelines. Reveling in the unfolding battle, Hiruzen swung the ape demon overhead, delivering a powerful strike. Tobarama deftly parried this blow with a kunai. At that moment, Hashirama unleashed a punch aimed directly at Hiruzen's head. In a swift motion, Hiruzen twisted his body, forcefully maneuvering the ape demon to intercept. With a resounding impact, Hashirama's fist collided with the staff. Using the momentum, Hiruzen retreated gracefully. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Hiruzen unleashed a barrage of fireballs, which coalesced into the shape of a phoenix flower, hurtling towards Hashirama and Tobarama. The scorching fireballs emanated an astonishing destructive force. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobarama swung his arm, conjuring a gigantic water dragon that surged forth, crashing into the phoenix fire. Water naturally extinguished fire. And with Tobarama's reputation as the god of water release, his technique was exceptionally potent. The water dragon swiftly obliterated Hiruzen's phoenix fire before charging towards him. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground trembled as a thick earthen wall rose, shielding Hiruzen from the impending onslaught. Wood release, binding. Suddenly, a flurry of wooden tendrils erupted from the ground, lunging towards Hiruzen. Caught off guard, Hiruzen could only swing the ape demon to meet the attack. A cascade of wood chips flew as he deftly maneuvered, escaping the encirclement. At that moment, a figure materialized before Hiruzen. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, having just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. With a sharp clang, Hiruzen's staff blocked Tobarama's kunai. However, a wooden fist from behind struck true. With a resounding thud, Hiruzen was hit squarely in the back, propelled into the air. Tobarama, leveraging the Flying Thunder God once more, appeared before Hiruzen again. With a swift thrust, Tobarama's kunai pierced Hiruzen, though he managed to react just in time, resulting in a mere shoulder wound. Harnessing the momentum and force from the stab, Hiruzen descended rapidly. Shadow Clone Technique. Upon landing, he hastily executed the technique. The ape demon hovered autonomously behind him as 5 clones of Hiruzen faced the 2 Hokage. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind release, Air Strangle. Lightning release, Earth Walk. Earth release, Earth Dragon. 5 shadow clones, each embodying a distinct ninjutsu, surged forth, their combined might directed towards Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Wood release, Wood Pillar Wall. In front of Hashirama and Tobarama, a row of wooden pillars bent and arched up from the ground, forming a protective barrier. Boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession as the wood release defense endured the relentless barrage of 5 elemental jutsu. Yet it steadfastly resisted the overwhelming onslaught. When the explosion subsided, The wood defense crumbled into debris. Monkeys, it seems you have made considerable progress over the years. Senju Tobarama, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. While offering encouragement, he did not cease his assault. Hiruzen, filled with shame, lamented that he could not reach the heights of his mentor nor safeguard Konoha effectively. The future of Konoha cannot rest solely on your shoulders. You need not bear such guilt. Hashirama unleashed another wood release, forcing Hiruzen to flee in panic. Hiruzen, be cautious. Lightning release, thunder cut. Lightning enveloped the kunai, transforming it into a rapidly spinning lightning shuriken. Senju Tobarama hurled the shuriken towards Hiruzen. With a swift sound, the lightning shuriken struck Hiruzen's left arm, severing it instantly. Losing his balance, Hiruzen was then struck by another wood release technique from Hashirama, which landed squarely on his chest. Puff. Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood midair. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, grasping Hiruzen. Chapter 31. I come to take a few spins with you upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Chinyu, Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were all taken aback. How did you end up here? Hiruzen exclaimed, his urgency palpable, as the situation was exceedingly perilous. In that instant, he felt a surge of compassion and concern befitting a Hokage, having shed the prejudices towards different clans. Who are you? Senju Tobarama inquired, intrigued by the mysterious figure who had rescued Hiruzen. It's good to see you again, Orochimaru. Chinyu glanced past Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeting Orochimaru from a distance. What does this encounter signify? Could it be that they had previously met and recognized each other? Senju Tobarama regarded Chinyu with suspicion, doubting the latter's allegiance to Orochimaru. Rest assured, if I lacked the requisite skills, I would not dare to come to your rescue. Chinyu smiled as he gazed at the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Now, allow me to accompany you for a few laps. Chinyu set aside Sarutobi Hiruzen and faced Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama alone. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Orochimaru observed the impending battle with great interest. Chinyu, you must leave. The power of these two masters far surpasses your own. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to rise and intervene, but was restrained by the beastly form of Enma. Hiruzen, this young man is likely not to be underestimated. With a grunt, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Chinyu with skepticism, noticing his confident demeanor. He pondered whether the boy was indeed jesting. Who are you, child? Senju Tobarama inquired, his brow furrowed in uncertainty regarding the sudden appearance of this figure. I believe he is an ally, Senju Hashirama remarked, cheerfully patting Tobarama's shoulder. He hails from Konohagakure, understanding the skepticism harbored by the two Hokages. Hiruzen vouched for Chinyu's identity. In that case, I feel reassured. Senju Tobarama's furrowed brow relaxed. Be cautious, young one. Senju Hashirama tightened his fists, preparing for action. Orochimaru, this location is unsuitable for combat. Shall we relocate? Chinyu refrained from taking action and instead engaged in a discussion with Orochimaru, who was eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Oh, how amusing. What an intriguing little imp. Orochimaru smirked, remarking with a smile, as long as you possess a solution, I am indifferent. Then he declared, ladies and gentlemen, do watch closely. Chinyu's hands moved in a mesmerizing dance, producing a series of dazzling hand seals. With the Flying Thunder God technique, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, causing everyone present to vanish into thin air. In the Valley of the End, the individuals who had disappeared from the rooftop of the Hokage building reappeared as if summoned by a higher power. This was a grand-scale space-time ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama gazed in astonishment at the dramatically altered surroundings, and even Senju Hashirama was taken aback. However, the most astonished were undoubtedly the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Orochimaru. They had never anticipated that Chinyu possessed such formidable abilities. Very well, it seems our confrontation may commence. Chinyu surveyed his surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. In that case, there was no need for formality. After departing from Konoha, Hashirama clearly felt a sense of ease. Earlier, although he had been under Orochimaru's control in the village, both he and his companion had managed to split their focus to resist. This was why they refrained from unleashing destructive ninjutsu that could harm Konoha. However, the situation was different now. This was no longer Konoha. There was no need for resistance here. They could unleash their full power. Eternal Mangeki, Susanoo. In an instant, Chinyu unleashed a formidable power, a superlative technique. A colossal humanoid skeleton enveloped him, its form gradually ascending as limbs and a head began to materialize. Once the skeletal transformation was complete, a towering Susanoo, standing 100 meters tall, emerged. It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. With such a hidden ace up his sleeve, Senju Hashirama marveled at Chin Yu's Susanoo, while his foolish elder brother urged him to act swiftly, lest he be subjected to a brutal defeat. Witnessing Chin Yu's Susanoo, Senju Tobarama felt a chill run down his spine. The disparity in size was insurmountable, rendering any direct confrontation futile. This was the extent of Chin Yu's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood transfixed, astonished by the unexpected prowess of Chin Yu. Given the current circumstances, it seemed entirely feasible for him to confront both Hokages head-on. Similarly, Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing that this young man had been holding back until now. With a decisive clap of his hands, Senju Hashirama assumed a horse stance, palms pressed together. Would release, true thousands hands, transform into Buddha. The ground trembled violently as countless wooden structures erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a colossal Buddha nearly 80 meters tall. With a decisive thud, Hashirama positioned himself atop the Buddha's head. Come forth. With a thunderous roar, the wooden hands of the Buddha lifted and struck towards the Susanoo. In response, the Susanoo clenched its bony fists and retaliated against the oncoming barrage of wooden palms. A series of explosive sounds erupted, waves of force radiating outward. Such strength. Senju Tobarama found himself unable to join the fray, relegated to the sidelines to observe the clash between the two titans. This method of combat was, aside from Uchiha Madara, something he had never witnessed before. As the skeletal structure of the Susanoo began to crack, Chin Yu intensified his ocular power. Flesh and blood began to sprout from the fractures in the bones. In the blink of an eye, the once skeletal figure transformed into a flesh and blood giant. Its might now exponentially greater. Damn, this guy has been hiding his true potential. Senju Tobarama shook his head in disbelief. In pure hand-to-hand combat, although Chin Yu's Susanoo had taken on the form of a giant, it was still battered and bruised by Hashirama's Buddha. Conversely, Hashirama's massive figure was equally ravaged by Chin Yu's Susanoo. Both combatants appeared quite disheveled. With a hearty laugh, Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "Your strength is commendable, but my abilities are hampered, allowing me to unleash merely 40% of my peak power. Otherwise, your Susanoo would have been obliterated long ago." Senju Hashirama exuded an air of unwavering confidence, firmly believing in his own formidable strength. However, he found himself in the unfortunate predicament of being resurrected as a mere puppet, controlled by an individual of limited prowess, which severely restricted the extent of his abilities. In an instant, a sense of regret washed over him. As the first Hokage, did you truly think that merely returning to your peak would guarantee your triumph? Chin Yu smiled as he gazed at Senju Hashirama, gradually dispersing the Susanoo. With a soft thud, he gently landed on the ground. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he could only affirm, indeed. Senju Hashirama was utterly convinced. After all, the God of Ninjas was not titled without merit. Given your unwavering confidence, it is time for me to showcase my true abilities. Chin Yu looked up and smiled at Senju Tobarama. Chapter 32. The True Thousand Hands. The Transformation into Buddha at the Summit. Then you shall watch closely. Chin Yu positioned his legs apart, standing tall and straight. Upon witnessing Chin Yu's strikingly familiar stance, the eyes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama widened in astonishment. This posture was unmistakably reminiscent of the Wood Release's true technique, the Thousand Hands, manifesting the Buddha atop. With a resounding clap, Chin Yu brought his palms together, and the ground began to tremble once more. The intensity and area of the vibration significantly amplified. This little brat. Orochimaru's slit pupils constricted in shock. Clearly taken aback by Chin Yu's display, it was the first time Orochimaru had encountered such an extraordinary talent. Even the once revered genius Uchiha Shursui paled in comparison to Chin Yu. Would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only stand in stunned silence, gazing at Chin Yu in disbelief. Indeed, it was the wood release technique of his elder brother, the true Thousand Hands, manifesting the Buddha atop. Regardless of belief, the reality lay before their eyes. Senju Tobarama could only watch in awe as Chin Yu's wood release technique gradually took shape. To think you could wield wood release as well. Hashirama remained still, observing Chin Yu intently, eager to discern the extent of his abilities. Wooden tendrils twisted and weaved, swiftly forming an enormous wooden Buddha. The statue towered over 100 meters. its back supporting thousands of colossal wooden hands. Qin stood atop the head of the colossal wooden Buddha, gazing down upon all living beings. Observing the towering figure, which reached a height of 200 meters, Senju Hashirama could not help but be astonished. I never imagined your strength would be so formidable. With you in Konoha, I can rest assured. As he spoke, a look of deep contentment spread across Hashirama's face. Qin wore an expression of helplessness and said, "Are we still going to fight? After all, I am the first Hokage of Konoha. Hurry up and help me regain my dignity." Senju Hashirama's face twitched slightly, filled with embarrassment. Alas, it seems we truly have no choice but to engage. Let us proceed. Hashirama's wooden giant Buddha charged towards Qin, who reciprocated with his own wooden Buddha. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the two colossal hands collided, waves of force erupting, accompanied by a continuous series of sonic booms. The disparate sizes of the wooden hands clashed, sending countless wood shavings cascading through the air, the majority emanating from Hashirama's colossal figure. Clearly, in this exchange of techniques, Hashirama's wood release was no match for Qinyu's. This disparity was not merely a matter of size, but also of sheer power. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Senju Hashirama's wooden giant Buddha shattered into fragments. Hashirama himself was reduced to splinters by the force of Qinyu's wooden hand. "Brother." Senju Tobarama frowned, a hint of tension in his demeanor. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen variable in Konoha, indicating that their plan was destined for failure. Orochimaru observed Qinyu with a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. "I'm fine, Tobarama." The fragments of Senju Hashirama gradually coalesced, and he was revived once more. "Ah, Qinyu, is it? You are quite the remarkable individual. Your strength is sufficient to uphold the entirety of Konoha." Hashirama, undeterred by his previous defeat, felt elated instead, delighted that such a powerful ninja resided in Konoha. "Oh, come on. I aspire to be nothing more than a salted fish," Qinyu remarked, casually digging at his ear. "Salted fish." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the nearby Saru no Kami. "Salted fish. What does that mean?" Senju Hashirama, perplexed by the term, inquired for clarification. "A salted fish is someone without dreams, who desires neither to work nor to move, simply wishing to laze about and wait for death." Qinyu elaborated with considerable poise. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama erupted into hearty laughter. Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, were left perplexed, their expressions clouded with disbelief at the absurdity of it all. "To my surprise, your thoughts mirror my own. I once harbored aspirations of idleness, yet I was unable to achieve such a state." Senju Hashirama mused, reminiscing about days gone by. "Qinyu, the matter is far from resolved. Do not rejoice too soon," Orochimaru remarked with a chilling smile. Although the plan had faltered, he was not yet devoid of options. "Oh, do you still possess some undisclosed strategies?" Qinyu was perplexed. Ordinarily, Orochimaru's trump cards should have been the two Hokage summoned through the reanimation jutsu. Beyond that, there should be no other surprises. Yet, observing Orochimaru's confidence, could it be that he possesses additional hidden cards? The summoning technique. Orochimaru performed another summoning, this time unveiling the final coffin from before. Reanimation jutsu. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid burst open, and a figure emerged. The fourth Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the familiar visage, his eyes wide with astonishment. "The second Hokage, perhaps the reanimation jutsu was your creation, but the subsequent technique is of my own design. I invite you all to experience it fully." Reanimation jutsu, sacrificial dance of demons. With a thunderous explosion, Orochimaru disintegrated into a mist of blood. The sanguine spray surged towards Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and the fourth Kazekage. Raza. Senju Tobarama, observing the blood mist, was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding sense. "Ah!" Raza let out a piercing cry, realizing that the blood mist had melded with his very being. As the crimson essence permeated him, Raza began to rampage uncontrollably. Magnet release, gold sand tsunami. Raza waved his hands vigorously, unleashing a torrent of golden sand that surged forth, transforming into a tumultuous wave aimed directly at Qinyu's wooden Buddha. Water release, raging tides. A colossal wave charged forward under Senju Tobarama's command, colliding fiercely with Qinyu's wood release. Wood release, wood dragon binding. Dozens of wooden dragons erupted from beneath Qinyu's wooden Buddha, swirling and entwining to ensnare the colossal figure. As Qinyu gazed at the three individuals who had suddenly succumbed to frenzy, a serious expression began to emerge in his eyes. The chakra within him surged forth, and the wooden Buddha struggled fiercely to break free from the constraints of the wooden dragon. Boom! The wooden Buddha liberated itself from the dragon's grasp, unleashing 1,000 Buddha palms that surged forth to confront the oncoming waves of the sea and sand. The thunderous sound echoed as the waves and sand were pierced by the Buddha's palms, scattering upon the ground. With a series of resounding explosions, the wooden Buddha of the 1,000 hands appeared once more. Seizing the moment while Qin Yu engaged the tumultuous waves and sands, the Buddha moved stealthily from behind him. Splinters of wood flew about as its form began to sway. Orochimaru had fled, and now the 3 remaining individuals were on the brink of madness. How had this situation suddenly spiraled into chaos? Qin Yu furrowed his brows, clearly realizing he was in a predicament. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so ostentatious. But wait. I still possess a technique of ocular prowess. Qin Yu's furrowed brow relaxed, clearly indicating that he had devised a solution to the current predicament. Flying Thunder God, standing atop the swaying wooden Buddha's head. He deftly flung the Flying Thunder God kunai towards the distant Senju Hashirama. With a swift whoosh, Qin Yu vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had arrived beside Hashirama, having traveled through the kunai. Chapter 33, Spatial Imprisonment Rasengan. A rapidly spinning sphere materialized in Qin Yu's hand, forcefully striking Hashirama's chest. With a thunderous crash, the Rasengan pierced through Hashirama's body. Spatial imprisonment. The eternal kaleidoscope was instantaneously activated, conjuring a black vortex behind Hashirama's remaining form. As the black vortex emerged, it unleashed an immense gravitational pull. Drawn in by the vortex, Senju Hashirama gradually succumbed to its grasp. Ultimately, he was completely absorbed by the swirling darkness. With Hashirama's chakra support severed, the wooden Buddha ceased its movements. Subsequently, it began to crumble, pieces plummeting to the ground. Magnet release, gold sand shuriken. Rasha manipulated the golden sand, transforming it into a flurry of shuriken that were hurled towards Qin Yu. Susanoo manifested, intercepting the barrage of shuriken. The sound of clanging echoed as the shuriken fell to the ground. Flying Thunder God. Qin Yu once again unleashed the Flying Thunder God kunai, evading the myriad of shurikens that filled the air and appeared beside Rasha. Space confinement. A dark vortex materialized once more, this time behind Rasha. Magnetic release, sand gold defense. Sensing the gravitational pull of the dark vortex, Rasha initiated his defense. Golden sand coalesced, forming a colossal protective shield behind him. Lightning release, dance of the rampant dragon. At this moment, the second Hokage also arrived. A massive lightning dragon soared into the sky, roaring as it charged towards Qin Yu. As Qin Yu gazed at the swiftly approaching Thunder Dragon, he did not flee. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Flying Thunder God kunai, awaiting the creature's advance. When the Thunder Dragon was fully upon him, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. The Thunder Dragon, however, continued its relentless charge forward. With a resounding crash, it collided directly with Rasha, shattering the golden sand defense in an instant. Spiraling sphere. Qin Yu reappeared behind Luo Sha, delivering a spiraling strike that shattered his form once more. Space confinement. A black vortex materialized again, drawing the fragmented Luo Sha into its depths. This second generation proves to be rather troublesome. The spatial ninjutsu will likely be significantly less effective against him. Regardless, let us proceed and confront the challenge head-on. Qin Yu shook his head, disregarding everything else. Now, only the second Hokage remained. No matter how formidable he might be, he was no longer a significant challenge. The wood release, true 1,000 hands, manifested once more, transforming into a colossal wooden Buddha. The wooden Buddha reappeared, and countless wooden hands descended upon Senju Tobarama with fervent intensity. The ground trembled under the onslaught of the wooden palms, becoming utterly shattered. Yet, despite this relentless barrage, none of the strikes found their mark on Senju Tobarama. It turned out that he had been evading each attack using the Flying Thunder God technique to navigate through space, gradually eluding the range of the wooden palms. In a flash, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated, causing the space surrounding Senju Tobarama to distort. The lethal force of the spatial dislocation shattered his left arm. A black vortex emerged, drawing in the remnants of his shattered limb. Water release, oceanic surge. Lightning release, thunderclap. The combined ninjutsu, Thunder Dragon Tsunami, unleashed an immense expanse of water that began to engulf the End Valley. At this moment, this water could no longer be simply referred to as water. It had transformed into an ocean. Within this sea, thunderous dragons writhed, numbering at least 3. The thunder dragons, accompanied by the ocean, surged directly toward Chinyu. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the mightiest wielder of water and lightning release. This ninjutsu earns my highest praise. As Chinyu spun the eternal kaleidoscope once more, the Susanoo re-emerged. The true form of the wooden Buddha shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. The mightiest Susanoo, arise for me. The corners of Chinyu's eyes began to bleed, as a layer of samurai armor gradually materialized around Susanoo's form. With a thunderous roar, a wave of energy surged forth, and 2 massive wings unfurled from Susanoo's back. Now, it is time for my counterattack. Chinyu wielded the Susanoo, soaring into the sky with a sweep of its wings. The 3 sacred treasures materialized before the Susanoo, resembling orbs of chakra akin to the tailed beast balls. With a deft motion, he hurled the luminous spheres towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, below. A resounding explosion ensued as the 3 orbs, arranged in a triangular formation, detonated around Tobarama in an instant. The tremendous shockwave not only disrupted his combined ninjutsu, but also shattered his form into fragments. Suddenly, a colossal vortex of darkness manifested above Senju Tobarama, its gravitational pull intensifying as it began to draw in everything in its vicinity. Not only was Tobarama's disintegrated body consumed, but also debris and trees were swept away into the abyss. All was concluded. Chinyu unleashed the Susanoo, executing a swift flying Raijin technique to appear beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, completely taken aback, gazed at the suddenly materialized Chinyu. Noticing the blood seeping from the corner of his eye, concerned, he inquired, "Have you returned, old man?" Chinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and assisted the third Hokage to his feet, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Now that the matter was resolved, I shall return to Hiruzen. With a resounding thud, the Waikai vanished from sight, while Chinyu helped the one-armed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they disappeared from the scene. Atop the Hokage Tower, an Umbu ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask inquired of the numerous Umbu members gathered before him. "Have you located the Hokage?" "No," came the unanimous response, clearly indicating their failure to find him. "Continue the search. We must locate the Hokage." "Yes." Just as the Umbu members were poised to resume their quest for the Hokage, Chinyu appeared unexpectedly, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama." Tenzo hurried forward to support the one-armed leader. Observing the Hokage's condition, Tenzo urgently asked, "Hokage-sama, shall I escort you to the hospital?" "I am fine." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head resolutely. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated, followed by a slight tremor. "What is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed towards the vicinity of the hidden leaf village, where Shikaku, the one-tail, was wreaking havoc. "That is a tailed beast," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. "To be precise, it is Shikaku, the one-tail." Chinyu fixed his gaze upon the massive yellow tanuki causing destruction in the distance. "The one-tail, isn't that the tailed beast of the sand village? Damn it." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed furiously, preparing to rush towards the chaos. Chinyu extended his hand to stop him, saying, "Let me go." With that, Chinyu flicked the flying thunder god kunai, and his entire being vanished along with it. "You all go ahead and provide support, except for Tianzong." The remaining Umbu ninjas departed. "We shall hasten our pace as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen, still feeling uneasy, proceeded towards One-Tail Shikaku with Tianzang's assistance. Chapter 34. One-Tail Shikaku Kakashi. Let us have a contest to see who can inflict greater damage on the tailed beast. Mato Guy, with his thick brows and large eyes, clad in a tight-fitting green combat suit, leaped into the air towards the massive One-Tail Shikaku, executing a powerful kick. AKA, be cautious. Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, could clearly perceive Shikaku's movements. Upon witnessing Mato Guy's attack, Shikaku seemed to take notice, prompting him to issue a warning. In a manner that corroborated Kakashi's assessment, Shikaku reacted. Haha. Shikaku emitted a piercing laugh, its eyes brimming with disdain and ferocity. With its colossal gaze fixed on Mato Guy, who was mid-air, it bellowed. "You seek death." The beast's tail swung upwards, launching a devastating counterattack towards Mato Guy. Oh no. Realizing the impending strike from the tail, Mato Guy tensed his body. Even as a Jainin, he found himself at a loss on how to counter such a situation. The 8 gates. Open the initial gate. The rest gate. The life gate. Opening 3 gates in succession, Mato Guy's face flushed crimson. His strength surged dramatically as he forcibly retracted his kick in midair. Li Lianhua. His legs kicked down in rapid succession, generating air blasts that surged towards Shikaku's tail. With a thunderous boom, the tail was shattered by Madogai's attack. However, he too was sent flying by the retaliatory force of Shikaku's tail. Sage Art, Fireball. Never one to underestimate the threat posed by a tailed beast. Jiraiya had long been preparing for Sage Mode, and with this success, unleashed a powerful Sage Art technique. A massive fireball, approximately 20 meters in diameter, surged forward, radiating intense heat towards one-tailed Shikaku. Absolute defense. Although Shikaku was a tailed beast, it was not devoid of intelligence. The tailed beast chakra within it surged, not only repairing the shattered tail, but also constructing a defensive barrier around itself. Yellow sand erupted from the ground, forming a colossal shield before the fireball. Under Shikaku's control, the barrier compressed into a formidable black wall. Boom! Jiraiya's Sage Art Fireball struck the defensive barrier crafted by Shikaku, erupting in a cacophony, but ultimately merely shattered the beast's defense. Lightning release, Thousand Birds. The thunderous roar of Raijin echoed as Kakashi deftly evaded the falling shards of shattered barriers. Advancing toward Shikaku, in his right hand, a hand of silver lightning crackled ominously. Boom! As he closed in on Shikaku, Kakashi unleashed the Chidori technique, striking directly at the beast. The tremendous destructive force of the Chidori instantly inflicted a wound upon Shikaku's form. Seizing the moment, Kakashi swiftly pivoted and retreated, fully aware of the perilous situation he now faced. A deafening roar erupted as Shikaku succumbed to rage. Enormous chakra surged forth, sending sand swirling in the air. Now Hinata! Kakashi shouted, directing his gaze toward the poised Hinata. For Purple Flames formation, under Hinata's command, for Konoha ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. From their convergence, for pillars of purple light shot skyward, enveloping Shikaku and Kakashi within the sealing barrier of the four Purple Flames formation. Release your hands and attack with all your might. As the formation solidified, Jiraiya and the others commenced their relentless assault. Previously, they had held back, mindful of the potential devastation to the village. Senjutsu, Sage Fire Dragon. Eighth Gate, Injury Gate, Death Gate. The dazzling ninjutsu unleashed by the group was utterly unrestrained as they relentlessly targeted Shikaku. A cacophony of thunderous explosions and roars filled the air, suggesting a shift in momentum. Just as the group sensed victory over Shikaku, the beast fought back desperately. Yet, it could hardly be deemed a true struggle. Confined within Gaara's body, its power was significantly limited. Regardless of its efforts, it remained unharmed. Its demise would only spell Gaara's end. A fate it might even welcome, as it yearned for the chance to escape from Gaara's confines. Chakra began to gather around, gradually coalescing from the intangible into the tangible. Spheres formed and fused in the air. This is bad, tailed beast bomb. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, astonished that Shikaku would unleash such a technique. The others were equally taken aback. This is dire. The four Purple Flames formation won't withstand a tailed beast bomb, and it will undoubtedly wreak havoc on the village. Hinata's face turned pale, clearly shaken by her first encounter with such a large-scale ninjutsu. The group trembled at her words. This is a calamity. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. You all attack Shikaku first. Try to interrupt him. Give me a moment. I need to perform a sage technique. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, everyone chose to believe him. They exchanged glances and once again charged toward Shikaku. Even Kurenai Yuhi brandished her kunai embedded with explosive tags as she advanced toward the beast. Although Shikaku was unleashing its tailed beast ball, it was not rendered immobile. Its tail swung fiercely, delivering a barrage of strikes towards the group. Boom! The crowd evaded the assault, unable to launch a full offensive. Kurenai, be careful! Kakashi shouted urgently. Shikaku's beastly tail aimed a swift, powerful blow at Kurenai. Should it connect, it would likely leave her severely wounded. Gritting her teeth, Kurenai realized that she could not evade it with her speed alone. Thus, she grasped her kunai, preparing for a desperate fight. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards her as a strong arm wrapped around her waist. Turning her head, she saw a young boy, Chinyu. Chinyu smiled mischievously at the setting sun, saying, "Is everything all right?" As Chinyu spoke, he almost whispered directly into the ear of Sunset Red. The warm breath stirred the air, and with Chinyu's arm wrapped around her waist, a deep flush spread across Sunset Red's face. It's nothing, she thought, her heart racing. That's a relief. If anything were to happen to you, I would be utterly heartbroken. Even amidst the chaos of battle, Chinyu did not forget his playful banter. Chinyu, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. Just moments ago, Chinyu had boldly intervened, taking on the attack of a tailed beast and emerging unscathed. He then brought Sunset Red to Jiraiya, who was currently in a meditative state, replenishing his sage mode energy. Wake up, wake up. Chinyu roused Jiraiya from his slumber. As Jiraiya opened his eyes and beheld Chinyu beside him, he exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing? What are you doing? If you wish to await death, you could simply lie down. Why must you put on such airs?" A flicker of irritation crossed Jiraiya's face. Chapter 35, the Shikaku version of Husky. So, it turns out that this old man is merely posturing. At this moment, Jiraiya's mind was overwhelmed with the image of 1,000 alpacas galloping wildly. Why have you suddenly appeared here? Upon noticing Chinyu's abrupt arrival, Kakashi hastily approached. The ever-curious Might Guy soon followed suit, eager to join in the excitement. We just wrapped up a little matter and saw you all having such a lively time. We thought it was a gathering, but it turns out it is not. Chinyu shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he believed it was a lively gathering. Kakashi's face twitched, and he exclaimed loudly, "Could you please be serious?" Chinyu cleared his ears, pretending not to hear as he gazed at the setting sun beside him. His hand, resting on the waist of the sunset-hued figure, began to move slightly in a playful manner. The girl, blushing, looked back at Chinyu. Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from the tailed beast, Shoha. A colossal sphere of chakra energy materialized before the beast. Though the onlookers were at a considerable distance, they could still sense the destructive power contained within that orb. This is bad. The tailed beast bomb is complete. This truly spells disaster. Jiraiya finally panicked, realizing the village would undoubtedly face severe devastation. Even Kakashi, who usually remained composed, now wore a grave expression. By the way, Chinyu, how did you manage to enter through the 4 purple flames formation? Kakashi suddenly recalled that a barrier ninjutsu was being employed around them. Unless the barrier was breached or someone created an entrance within it, entry would have been impossible. Yet, Chinyu had managed to enter without either scenario occurring, leaving only one explanation. Chinyu possesses remarkable space-time ninjutsu, a skill of extraordinary proficiency. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, the others turned to gaze at Chinyu, their curiosity piqued. Look, Chinyu pointed at Kakashi's kunai. Kakashi glanced down at his weapon, only to discover a series of black seals encircling it. The flying thunder god seal, Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, his prowess is indisputable and his knowledge is extensive. Moreover, his disciple, Minato Namikaze, famously known as the Yellow Flash, had utilized the flying thunder god technique to great acclaim in the ninja world. Thus, upon seeing the seal, Jiraiya immediately recognized it. So, you truly can employ space-time ninjutsu? Kakashi said, excitement evident in his voice, clearly having made a connection. Indeed, Chinyu nodded. Seemingly aware of Kakashi's thoughts, he remarked. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish for me to use the flying thunder god to redirect his attack, don't you? Kakashi offered an awkward smile. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly gleamed. This was indeed a clever strategy. In the past, Minato frequently employed this method to evade ninjutsu assaults. Why go through such trouble? Why not just take him down directly? Kakashi retorted, while Jiraiya's expression twitched once more. If it were that simple, they wouldn't be engaged in such lengthy discussions here. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood to the side, grinning foolishly but refraining from interjecting. Chinyu let out a sigh, shook his head, and released his embrace around the waist of the setting sun. Chinyu's eyes transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope. With a swift motion, he appeared before the one-tailed Shikaku. Observing as Shikaku had already bitten down on the tailed beast ball, Chinyu's eyes widened. The eternal kaleidoscope erupted, instantly transporting him into Shikaku's seal space. Those eyes. You belong to the Uchiha clan, curse be it. Upon witnessing Chinyu's Sharingan, Shikaku roared, his eyes brimming with ferocity. Oh, the little raccoon of the small panda. How fierce you are. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Chinyu, remaining composed, immediately employed the Sharingan's illusionary technique. Chinyu was acutely aware that the one-tailed Shikaku harbored a profound fear of the Sharingan and its genjutsu. In days of yore, when Uchiha Madara captured Shikaku, the beast initially resisted. Ultimately, it was subdued by Madara's overwhelming might and subsequently fell victim to the debilitating effects of the Sharingan. From that moment on, whenever Shikaku encountered the Sharingan, it would instinctively seek refuge in terror. Thus, upon witnessing the Sharingan, Shikaku's initial reaction was one of fright. However, upon realizing that it was not Madara, the intensity of its fear began to dissipate. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan swiftly ensnared the one tail, transporting it into a realm of illusion. Within this illusory space, Chinyu subjected Shikaku to relentless torment, as if several days had elapsed. Yet, in reality, a mere 3 seconds had passed. Once the Jinjutsu was dispelled, the one tail trembled and collapsed, evidently having endured severe abuse in the illusion. Its eyes, once filled with ferocity, were now clouded with panic, resembling a frightened kitten in disarray. Now, can we converse properly? With a benevolent smile from Chinyu, Shikaku felt a shiver run down its spine. Trembling, it hastily ingratiated itself, saying, of course. Rest assured, I will speak properly. Shikaku wagged its tail, resembling a modern-day husky. Do you now understand what you must do? Shikaku stared blankly at Chinyu, confusion evident. What should I do? I have no idea. With pleading eyes, it implored, could you please clarify what is required? Chinyu couldn't help but grimace at Shikaku's exaggerated display of innocence. Resolve the tailed beast ball issue. Then obediently return to the confines of the little panda's body. All right. Shikaku wagged its tail fervently, nodding vigorously. Just remember not to act too clever, or you know the consequences. After Chinyu departed, his voice lingered in the air, reverberating throughout the space. Observing his exit, Shoha, the tailed beast, immediately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. With a somewhat anthropomorphic gesture, it wiped the cold sweat from its forehead with its claw. Although a considerable amount of time seemed to have passed within the ceiling space, in the realm of reality, merely a second had elapsed. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Chinyu had merely approached Shoha, cast a glare, and promptly returned. As he reappeared, a wave of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Why have you come back? Kakashi questioned, perplexed by the back-and-forth nature of Chinyu's actions. Nanny! Exclaimed Jiraiya, suddenly struck by a shocking revelation. His eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Shoha, his expression a portrait of surprise. The crowd followed his gaze towards Shoha, equally astonished. They beheld the spectacle of Shoha, having bitten down on the tailed beast bomb, unexpectedly swallowing it whole. What manner of operation was this? Never had they witnessed a tailed beast consume the tailed beast bomb in such a manner. With a thunderous explosion, Shoha's entire form erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward from its epicenter. Everyone, be cautious. Jiraiya called out, swiftly employing a defensive ninjutsu to shield against the explosive aftermath. The others followed suit, conjuring their own protective techniques. As Yugao anxiously pondered how to withstand the explosive shockwaves, Chinyu once again enveloped her in his embrace. She gasped, clearly taken aback by his sudden action. Would release, absolute defense. From the earth, wooden tendrils surged forth, enveloping both Chinyu and Yugao in a protective cocoon. The wood intertwined and layered, forming a multi-tiered defensive sphere. This ingenious technique was inspired by Gaara, a stroke of creativity from Chinyu's mind. Within the wooden sphere, he intentionally manipulated the space to ensure that he and Yugao were pressed closely together. Taking advantage of the moment, Chinyu boldly kissed Shiri Hong. A resounding crack echoed as the aftershock surged, striking the 4 purple flames formation with tremendous force. The immense impact caused the formation to fracture, with countless fissures creeping across its barrier. Quickly, let's enhance our ninjutsu. The Umbu ninjas arrived, witnessing the precariously trembling barrier of the 4 purple flames formation, and divided into 4 corners to assist. They infused their chakra into the body of the barrier's caster, and the once unstable formation radiated with renewed brilliance. As the cracks on the surface began to tremble, they gradually healed. Ultimately, when the explosion's aftermath subsided completely, the 4 purple flames formation stood intact. Within the barrier ninjutsu, a haze enveloped the scene. Once tranquility was restored, all individuals emerged, their appearances disheveled from various directions. Among them, the most disordered were Might Guy and Kakashi. As the 3 returned to their original positions and beheld their own states, they shared a wry smile of survival. What is this? Jiraiya's expression shifted from a bitter smile to one of astonishment as he gazed at the damaged spherical wooden structure. Would release, akin to Yamado's. Kakashi furrowed his brow, staring at the sudden manifestation of the wood release, clearly perplexed by its origin, just as everyone was bewildered by the wooden sphere that had formed. The wood began to stir. The wooden fragments quivered and subsequently burrowed into the ground. Chinyu and Shiri Hong emerged from the wooden defensive sphere. Observing the flushed face of Shiri Hong and the beaming smile of Chinyu, the onlookers felt an inkling of understanding yet remained silent. Clearly, this was not a matter they could comment on. Was that just now a technique of wood release? What about the little panda? Surely he is still alive. Someone should check on him. Chinyu did not respond to Jiraiya and, lost in his own thoughts, led Yujito towards the barrier. Jiraiya intended to inquire further, but soon realized that Chinyu had vanished, leaving him no choice but to head towards the location where Shikaku was previously sealed. After all, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku still remained. If Shikaku were to rampage once more, it would spell disaster. Chinyu. What transpired? As Chinyu firmly grasped the hand of Sunset Red and departed from the barrier, he caught sight of Sarutobi Izuchi. Everything is settled now. I shall take my leave. Chinyu grasped the hand of Sunset Red, preparing to depart. Observing their demeanor, the astute Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily discern the underlying nuances. A chill swept through him as he berated his foolish son, Asuma Sarutobi, for allowing the girlfriend he had pursued for years to slip away so easily to Chinyu. What, indeed, had he been doing all these years? Though disappointment gnawed at him, he refrained from voicing his discontent, recognizing that matters of the heart were best resolved by the youth themselves. With a melancholic sigh, he turned towards the barrier. In due course, all was well. Gar awakened, his tailed beast subdued. Amidst the turmoil, the village emerged victorious. Chinyu's valor during the upheaval had not gone unnoticed, earning him the admiration of both commoners and shinobi alike. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly ascended to the status of a hero in Konoha. More significantly, Hiruzen, through this chaos, suddenly felt the weight of age upon him. Upon concluding his responsibilities, he summoned the advisors, Mito Gate of Fire and Tien Kin, alongside several high-ranking officials of Konoha, to the Hokage's office. Within the confines of that office, Hiruzen made a remarkable decision. He intended to bequeath his position as Hokage to Uchiha Chinyu. Initially, this proclamation met with vehement opposition from Mito and Tien. Yet, Hiruzen, unwavering in his resolve, dismissed their objections, asserting his authority as Hokage. While he might waver on certain matters, there were decisions he rendered that were irrevocable. This development transpired quietly, with only the upper echelons of Konoha privy to it, including Shimura Danzo. Meanwhile, Chinyu, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, was seizing the moment, leading a dazed Sunset Red to his abode. Under his gentle insistence, they embarked on what would be his inaugural game of chutes and ladders. By the time Sunset Red turned back, they were already engrossed in a new round of the game. Chinyu, the Hokage requests your presence in the office, announced the purple-haired Umbu ninja, Yuzuki Yusuke, as she arrived at his doorstep following the Hokage's summons. However, upon reaching his door, she was met with sounds that implied far more intimate activities within. Sensing the nature of their engagement, she hesitated to knock or speak, ultimately resigning herself to standing outside, listening until the room fell silent. With a creak, Chinyu emerged, his face alight with joy as he beheld the flushed countenance of Yuzuki, playfully remarking, "I apologize for the wait." As the evening sun cast its warm glow, Yuzuki Yuka's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, a result of that scoundrel's deliberate provocation. Aware of my presence outside, he still dared to tease. Although she understood this, she would not openly concede, instead claiming, "I've only just arrived." Oh. Chinyu regarded her with a bemused expression before closing the door and departing. Yuka, biting her lip in frustration, followed suit. The two meandered leisurely toward the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the base of the Hokage building, Chinyu spotted Shikamaru emerging, who likewise noticed him. "Chinyu, what brings you to the Hokage building?" Shikamaru inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Chinyu, with a playful grin, replied, "The Hokage has summoned me." "The Hokage has summoned you?" Shikamaru's confusion deepened as he pressed further. "What could the Hokage possibly want with you? It wouldn't be regarding a promotion, would it?" Chinyu shook his shoulders and patted Shikamaru on the back, solemnly remarking, "Perhaps it is my destiny to become Hokage." Shikamaru was taken aback. By the time he processed this, Chinyu had already entered the Hokage building. Such jesting was rather unexpected. Clearly, he regarded Chinyu's words as mere banter. However, he remained unconcerned, as it seemed that Chinyu might not even understand the true purpose of being summoned to the Hokage's office. Just as Shikamaru was about to leave, a figure emerged from the Hokage building. It was his father, Nara Shikaku. Chapter 37. Words that pierced the heart. Father. Upon seeing Nara Shikaku unexpectedly appear, Shikamaru halted his departure. "Did you see him? Are you referring to Chinyu?" Shikamaru recalled his earlier encounter with Chinyu. Nara Shikaku nodded. "Shikamaru, although you have been promoted to Chunin, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must exert even greater effort." Nara Shikaku sighed, looking at Shikamaru with a mix of disappointment and concern. Shikamaru gazed at his father in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly adopted such a tone. Was he worried that Shikamaru might become arrogant due to his promotion? Perplexed, Shikamaru could only respond nonchalantly, yes, understood. Otherwise, you will soon find yourself left behind. It was then that Shikamaru realized the implication and chuckled. Are you referring to Chinyu? I can guess that he is likely to be directly promoted to Jonin. You can't be serious. Narashikaka rolled his eyes and replied. He is not being promoted to Jonin. When I encountered him earlier, he was boasting about his ambition to become Hokage. Narashikaka was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Gradually, Shikamaru's expression transformed from calmness to astonishment and ultimately to sheer shock. Wait, could it be? Narashikaka nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed, the third Hokage has already informed me. Narashikaka, known as the strategist of Konoha, was privy to many developments within the village. Shikamaru, your peer, Chinyu, is on the verge of becoming Hokage. So you too must not become complacent, understood? Faced with his father's serious demeanor, Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Wow, so he wasn't just boasting. Shikamaru was completely engulfed in disbelief, struggling to process the astounding turn of events. What had begun as a light-hearted jest had swiftly morphed into an astonishing reality. Let's head back. Narashikahiko rested his hand on his son Shikamaru's shoulder and led him away. Meanwhile, Chinyu arrived at the Hokage's office during their conversation. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see several individuals standing within, and a pang of regret washed over him. Could it be that the third Hokage was indeed preparing to pass on his mantle? It had merely been a casual remark on his part. As Chinyu stepped through the door, his presence caught the attention of Mito Gate and Uchiha Kamaru, their eyes fixated upon him. Although he felt no fear, their unwavering gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Surely, they harbored no ulterior motives towards him. The mere thought made his hair stand on end. If Uchiha Kamaru and Mito Gate were to discover his current thoughts, it would likely result in chaos. You are Uchiha Chinyu? Mito Gate queried with a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing the haughty and discontented tone, Chinyu retorted indignantly, Indeed, that is I. What is the matter? Do you require my autograph? I'm afraid you'll need to make a reservation and wait in line for that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been facing away, momentarily paused before secretly chuckling to himself. Jiraiya struggled to suppress a smile, his face twitching in amusement. Chinyu's audacity was remarkable. Mito Gate, momentarily taken aback by Chinyu's response, found himself at a loss for words. What was happening? He was a respected advisor of Konoha. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Anger surged within him, his face contorted with fury. What do you mean by that? Is it appropriate to address your elders in such a way? Elders? Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Mito Minin, a smirk curling upon his lips as he inquired. On what grounds do you presume to regard yourself as an elder? Nonsense. As a consultant of Konoha, how could Mito possibly not be your superior? Tsunade's voice erupted in indignation, clearly displeased with Chinyu's demeanor. Chinyu chuckled, This is of your own making, so do not blame me. Since you claim to be advisors of Konoha, I must pose a question to you both. What do you wish to inquire? Haruno Sakura retorted, her expression darkening. Reflecting on the two individuals' long-standing positions of authority within Konoha, she noted that they had never been subjected to such treatment until today. Perhaps the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could afford them such disdain, yet the Hokage had never treated them in this manner. However, this junior, Chinyu, dared to challenge them today. Was this not a recipe for chaos? I would like to ask you both, he continued, after holding such esteemed positions for so many years. What contributions have you made for Konoha? Or, to put it another way, what sacrifices have you rendered for the village? Chinyu's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable strength. With a single utterance, the expressions of Mito Minin and Tsuji Koha shifted dramatically. It was evident that they had made little contribution to Konoha. Even if they had, it was so long ago that it had long faded from memory. The sheer audacity with which Chinyu laid bare the truth left them visibly unsettled. However, for the sake of their own pride, they could not concede to Chinyu's assertions. Mito Minin snorted and retorted, Contributions? The contributions we made to Konoha were from ages past. How could we possibly remember them now? Indeed, to dredge up such antiquated matters is utterly pointless. Chinyu refrained from retorting and instead took a seat. Gazing at the two advisors from Konoha, he inquired once more, Since you claim that the past is but a distant memory, I shall take your word for it. However, he elongated his tone, during this recent turmoil in Konoha, I have traversed the entire village and found no trace of either of you. Might I inquire if you have been preoccupied elsewhere? Mito Gate and Tien Haru fell silent, their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. Would they confess that they had hidden away out of fear, avoiding the fray? Clearly, such an admission was beyond their capacity. They remained awkwardly frozen, unable to utter a word. Jiraiya observed their demeanor, momentarily taken aback. It appeared that these two had been caught off guard. Enough, enough. Let us not descend into bickering upon our first encounter. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, sensing the tension and seeking to dissolve the impasse. He was well aware of the actions of Mito Gaiden and Tienharu. However, as fellow high-ranking members of Konoha and former disciples of the second Hokage, he refrained from further comment. Despite their current lack of contribution to Konoha, it was undeniable that in their youth, they had frequently risked their lives for the village. Yet, after years in high office, their perspectives had inevitably shifted. Hiruzen seized the opportunity presented by Chinyu to gently admonish the two, prompting them to reflect on their current roles. With the objective accomplished, he now needed to step forward as the mediator. Upon hearing Hiruzen speak, Chinyu grimaced slightly. Oh, the old fox, always seeking to utilize me. Nevertheless, he mused, confronting them was indeed quite exhilarating. Chinyu, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great significance. Hiruzen's earnest expression prompted an instinctive question from Chinyu. What is it? Taking a puff from his pipe, Hiruzen regarded Chinyu intently. I have occupied this position for many years, he began, his voice laced with nostalgia. Indeed. Chinyu raised an eyebrow at Hiruzen's almost paternal tone. Chapter 38. Shimura Danzo, there was something amiss with this old man. Could it be that my earlier casual remarks downstairs are now manifesting? It seemed implausible. The fourth Hokage had been entrusted with the mantle, yet Minato, a prodigy, met an untimely demise. Reflecting on the late fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, Hiruzen could not help but feel melancholic. Thus, I was compelled to shoulder the burdens of Hokage once more, lingering in this role for over a decade. Yet, for several years now, I have sensed the encroachment of age, my body no longer capable of the demands placed upon it. The recent conflict drained me significantly, I even lost an arm, rendering me even less fit for the role of Hokage. Hiruzen spoke at a measured pace, revealing the weight of his responsibilities. Chinyu's lips twitched slightly. Goodness. The more we discuss, the more it seems plausible. In truth, for many years, I have earnestly been scouting for a suitable candidate for the next Hokage. Yet I have not encountered anyone particularly fitting. Until recently, I finally discovered a worthy contender. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite exhilarated. Ahem. Chinyu felt that if Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, continued to speak, his future would be laid out before him with stark clarity. Thus, it was time to take action. Chinyu decisively interrupted the third's discourse, exclaiming, Oh, so that is the case. However, such matters need not be conveyed to me directly. What? Everyone was taken aback. The third was not only astonished but utterly bewildered. The monumental event of ascending to the position of Hokage did not require his personal acknowledgement. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the four, Chinyu leisurely rose to his feet, approaching Jiraiya with the demeanor of an elder brother. Gently patting him on the shoulder, Chinyu stated earnestly, Oh, the lecherous immortal. After all these years, it seems you have finally emerged victorious. It must have been your timely return to the village and your considerable efforts in subduing the spirit beast that led the old man to finally pass on the title of Hokage to you. His disciple. The individuals present in the Hokage's office were once again left in astonishment. Goodness, is this brat truly foolish, or is he merely pretending? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had just conveyed his thoughts to this extent, and yet, this was the response he received. What a farce. Congratulations, congratulations. Well then, until we meet again. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was momentarily stunned, Chinyu attempted to slip away. However, before he could even take a step, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his hand onto the Hokage's desk and bellowed, Come back here, you little rascal. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Chinyu could only curl his lip and sit back down. It was at this moment that the others finally grasped the situation. This entire act had merely been a ruse. Yet, as they pondered the implications, they were left in utter confusion once more. What was happening? Had the value of the Hokage position in Konoha diminished so drastically? You insolent brat, I truly cannot fathom how your mind operates. You deftly managed to shift this entire affair onto my shoulders. Jiraiya remarked, rolling his eyes in discontent. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed and replied, If he were truly suitable to be Hokage, then Minato would never have had to take on the role. Jiraiya, by nature arrogant and unrestrained, was evidently not cut out for the responsibilities of Hokage. Chinyu shrugged and said, "So? If there is something to discuss, let us get straight to the point." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at Chinyu with a serious expression and proclaimed, "Chinyu, after deliberation among the elders of Konoha, it has been decided to nominate you as the fifth Hokage." Chinyu was not at all surprised by Sarutobi's declaration. He promptly and earnestly refused, stating, "I don't want it. I refuse. I will not do it." His response was a resounding no, clearly indicating that he wanted no part of it. The position of Hokage was something others could claim. He wished to be left out of the equation. Everyone present was left speechless. What was this? You don't want it. You refuse. You want to do it. Do you think the role of Hokage is trivial? Sarutobi, glaring at Chinyu, continued. Let us proceed to discuss your succession as Hokage. What more was there to discuss? I must tell you, As Chinyu was poised to decline once more, a loud bang resonated through the air as the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open. Concurrently, an extremely aged voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Rijan, you have gone too far. The selection of the next Hokage is a matter of great significance. Yet you chose to make such a hasty and reckless decision without even consulting me. Without turning his head, Chinyu recognized the voice and demeanor. There was no need for conjecture. This was undoubtedly Danzo Shimura of Konohagakure. The certainty weighed heavily upon him. As expected, upon turning around, he beheld a man leaning on a cane, his body swathed in bandages. Alas, trouble was brewing. The appearance of Danzo elicited a frown from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the two advisors of Konoha, Mito Gaiden and Narashikaku, exchanged glances laden with complexity, each perceiving the potential for unforeseen complications brought forth by Danzo's arrival. Danzo entered, his brow furrowed and ire evident, only to notice that everyone else was seated while he remained standing. Even the younger Uchiha Chinyu sat comfortably with his legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. This revelation left Danzo feeling somewhat awkward. In an effort to reclaim his dignity and alleviate his discomfort, he directed his ire at Chinyu. So, Uchiha Chinyu, do you deem it appropriate for you to sit while I stand? Danzo's voice dripped with menace, clearly attempting to assert his authority and intimidate. Indeed, it was rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Chinyu nodded in agreement, expressing considerable concurrence with Danzo's words. Observing Chinyu's compliance, Danzo felt a surge of arrogance. In his mind, he thought, this is merely a child. Even if he possesses some strength, he must still obediently comply. Jiraiya, who had a slight understanding of Chinyu, raised an eyebrow. Was Chinyu truly so easily intimidated? Indeed, the next moment, the real Chinyu made his presence known. If standing is uncomfortable for you, you may choose to squat or kneel in gratitude. I believe no one here would dare to hinder you, would they? With a sudden burst, Jiraiya spat out the tea he had just sipped, transforming it into a cloud of mist that enveloped his face. He longed to swear his innocence to the heavens, for he had genuinely endured, but alas, he could not contain himself. Chapter 39, A Confrontation. Danzo, taken aback by Chinyu's mockery, erupted in fury. You young rascal. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Even Jiraiya, who is a generation older than you, wouldn't dare address me like this. You are being quite audacious. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, let out a dismissive huff, although Danzo was his uncle by teachings. Their interactions had been few and far between over the years. Moreover, Jiraiya had endured quite a bit from Danzo. Were it not for his concerns about Konoha and his teacher, he would have confronted him long ago. Now, witnessing Chinyu's direct confrontation, Jiraiya found it utterly delightful. He is he, and I am I. Does he dare to meddle in my affairs? Just because you bring him forward for amusement does not mean you have any authority. Chinyu let out a disdainful snicker. Jiraiya was taken aback, exclaiming, what the hell? I simply sat quietly, yet somehow found myself at the center of this chaos. Damn it. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, angrily rebuking. How dare you speak so arrogantly when you do not even know who I am? Who are you to concern me? Do I need to know the names of every insignificant person? Chinyu nonchalantly dug at the wax in his ears and turned his head aside, exuding an air of indifference. Upon witnessing Chinyu's demeanor, Danzo was instantly infuriated, nearly on the brink of a fit. Initially, he had intended to intimidate Chinyu, to instill a sense of fear in him. Yet, this fellow did not adhere to any conventional norms. How could they proceed under such circumstances? As Danzo seethed with unrestrained anger, Kurenai could no longer remain passive. Although she had been rendered speechless by Chinyu's earlier retort, she felt compelled to speak up in defense of her comrade. Chinyu, This is the Hokage's office. Please speak with more respect. Chinyu cast a glance at the dormitory attendant, Xiao-chun, and with a faint smile remarked, "You seem not yet satisfied with the earlier confrontation and wish to continue. Am I right?" Xiao-chun glared at Chinyu with resentment, falling silent thereafter. Observing the unfolding situation, Danzo sensed the discord, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, appeared unfazed, leisurely puffing on his pipe and sipping tea, as if nothing had transpired moments prior. Upon noticing Danzo's stormy entrance, Hiruzen realized that Danzo had come deliberately seeking trouble. Thus, he chose to disregard the altercation between Chinyu and him. With his seasoned wisdom, Hiruzen had just witnessed Chinyu's spirited exchanges with two of his old acquaintances. The very skill of verbal sparring exhibited by Chinyu could serve to keep Danzo in check as well. However, Hiruzen felt a slight headache at the thought of Chinyu's somewhat rebellious nature. "Listen here, you scoundrel," Danzo thundered at Chinyu. "I am the leader of the root. Did you consume garlic before stepping out this morning?" Chinyu retorted, pinching his nose and casting a disdainful glance at Danzo. "Root? What is that? The roots of a tree? Or perhaps garlic roots? I've never heard of it. Is it renowned?" Chinyu wore an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly perplexed by the words being uttered. "Could you possibly speak of something I comprehend? This is utterly nonsensical." Observing Chinyu's look of confusion, compounded by the earlier interrogation-like remarks, Danzo's face flushed with indignation, his finger trembling as it pointed at Chinyu, clearly infuriated. What could he possibly say in response? Was he to proclaim before everyone present, "Our roots are undeniably formidable"? Or perhaps assert that all clandestine affairs of Konoha were orchestrated by his faction? Such declarations were far from the realm of possibility for Danzo. Before he could launch another verbal assault, Chinyu initiated his counterattack. I. What about me? My words are stumbling, and it seems I have lost my chance." As Chinyu gazed at Danzo, he commenced his verbal onslaught. "Do you have any idea who I am? Are you aware of my reputation?" Just as Danzo was about to respond, Chinyu interrupted him, continuing, "I am a hero of Konoha. Do you not realize that? You expect me, a hero of Konoha, to yield my seat to you. Might I inquire if you possess even a modicum of dignity? Do you not feel the slightest twinge of embarrassment or shame?" Jiraiya's face twitched, evidently taken aback by Chinyu's boldness. As for Mito Kamen and T.G. Kamachi, they turned their faces away, feigning ignorance of the earlier exchange. Yet, the expressions on their faces betrayed them, revealing that they too were deeply affected by Chinyu's audacious remarks. In the hearts of those present, a silent consensus emerged. "Indeed, you are a hero, but never have we encountered one quite like you. Have you ever seen a hero who boasts of their own heroism?" Clearly, such a phenomenon had never been witnessed, until now, in Konoha. Despite being struck by this unexpected turn of events, Jiraiya felt a singular emotion surging within him. Exhilaration. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated behind the Hokage desk, maintained an impassive facade, yet internally echoed the same sentiment. Pure exhilaration. Danzo, shaken by Chinyu's audacity, trembled visibly. This Chinyu resembled a hedgehog. No matter where one attempted to engage, one could not escape the fate of being pricked. Turning to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo struggled to contain his quaking form, inquiring, "Hiruzen, is this truly the Hokage you have chosen?" "Indeed," Hiruzen affirmed with resolute nodding. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain if he had misphrased his question, he rephrased, "Do you genuinely believe he can lead Konoha?" "Absolutely." Hiruzen's words were few, yet each one resonated with conviction. Witnessing the third Hokage's steadfastness, Danzo's rationality began to unravel. "Hiruzen, have you lost your senses? You would entrust the position of Hokage to such a brash youth? Have you become senile?" Mito Kamen and T.G. Kamachi, despite their somewhat timid demeanor, were Konoha's advisors and prioritized the village's welfare. Observing Danzo's irrational outburst, they interjected with indignation, "Danzo, this is the Hokage's office. Do you comprehend the nature of your remarks?" As Danzo faced the sudden opposition from Mito Kamen and T.G. Kamachi, his countenance darkened. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, he was compelled to silence himself. Initially, Danzo had little left to say, and it seemed the matter would conclude there. However, Chinyu was no ordinary individual. He was akin to a prickly hedgehog, ready to retaliate against anyone who dared engage him. Thus, the sharp rebuttals began to unfold. Chinyu chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Danzo as he remarked, "During the turmoil, I must have traversed the entire battlefield, yet I seem to recall no sight of you, old man. Even that so-called route you just mentioned, there appears to be no ninja from that faction present. Could it be that you were merely hiding away, watching the spectacle unfold. Chapter 40. Manipulating Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became suspicious. With a furrowed brow, it seemed he had stumbled upon a crucial detail that had eluded him thus far. The old fox, Shimura Danzo, was no fool. His years of experience had honed his psychological resilience. Upon hearing Chin Yu's penetrating inquiry, Danzo slammed his hand on the table and bellowed in anger. Humph, what do you know, you little brat? The root operates as a vital force concealed within Konoha, not something one can simply mobilize at will. I have my own methods, and it is not for you to dictate how I should act. Chin Yu let out a cold laugh and said, what do you mean by hiding? The Leaf Village is on the brink of collapse, and yet you still speak of hiding as if it holds any significance. Huh, what do you know, you little brat? I am merely taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances. This is what one calls double insurance. How could you possibly comprehend my painstaking intentions? Moreover, even if I had not intervened, the crisis in the Leaf Village would have been averted nonetheless. Shinmu Torres realized he had fallen into Chin Yu's trap, yet he still attempted to justify himself. However, who among the gathered was foolish enough to be deceived? None. Each was a seasoned individual, cunning and astute. The gazes directed at Torres were imbued with a certain inexplicable meaning. Everyone, do listen. Is what he is saying even coherent? This is the so-called reasoning of the root. The so-called logic. How absurd. Chin Yu chuckled coldly and remarked, I see you are attempting to preserve the strength of your foundation, aren't you? Preserving strength? Indeed, you speak truthfully. Is there anything wrong with an old man wishing to safeguard the power of his foundation? Danzo cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, then declared with an air of righteous indignation, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Chin Yu smiled. He had dug such a deep pit, merely waiting for you to leap into it. Now that you have so willingly jumped, it is my turn. I do not claim that your desire to conserve strength is misguided. Rather, I question whether this so-called preservation is truly for Konoha or merely for your personal gain. That so-called foundation of yours, does it genuinely belong to Konoha, or is it solely the personal domain of you, Danzo? Chin Yu's words struck directly at the hearts of all present, causing their expressions to darken suddenly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade and Mito Minyin, fell into deep contemplation. Observing their pensive faces, Chin Yu, undeterred, hurled another bombshell into the fray. I see, old man, you harbor ulterior motives. You are deliberately seizing this opportunity to deplete the strength of the Hokage while remaining unscathed yourself. The atmosphere turned oppressive in an instant. This was no longer a mere exchange of barbs. The significance of the matter had shifted entirely. Once confirmed, even Danzo would not emerge unscathed. Scoundrel, you slander me with baseless accusations. Danzo shouted, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at Chin Yu. He was not only incensed, but also intimidated. Oh, Chin Yu smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Since you claim I am spreading lies, I must ask you this. 13 years ago, Konoha also experienced great turmoil, far more devastating than the current situation, resulting in the death of the fourth Hokage himself. Is that not true? Everyone was taken aback. They were puzzled by Chin Yu's sudden reference to these old events, particularly those from over a decade past. Danzo, unable to discern any flaw in Chin Yu's statement, conceded. Indeed, just as you have stated. Chin Yu, upon witnessing Danzo's unexpected compliance, couldn't help but chuckle, gazing at him with a smile that belied the gravity of his words. In that case, I wonder, under those circumstances, did you and your root organization spring into action? What? Danzo was taken aback. Realizing that Chin Yu had laid a trap for him, the expressions of those present shifted, turning icy. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was particularly filled with a chilling disdain. Reflecting on the chaos of the Ninetales incident, he recalled the conspicuous absence of Danzo and his root operatives. This was not an isolated incident. During every crisis that threatened the village, Danzo and his faction were nowhere to be found. Thus, it became evident that Chin Yu's assertions were not only credible but also supported by irrefutable evidence. Even those who frequently aligned with Danzo, such as Hisashi Hyuga and Tsubaki, now regarded him with a hint of hostility. The matter at hand had transcended mere self-interest. It had become a question of the village's integrity. Why do you all look at me like that? Everything I have done has been for Konoha, for the village. Danzo, now flustered, had not anticipated being cornered so ruthlessly by the young Chin Yu. The severity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. You have changed, Danzo. You have deviated from your principles. I regret having indulged you all these years. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated with profound disappointment. The thought of Danzo's actions over the years burdened his heart. He had once believed that as fellow disciples of the second Hokage, their shared purpose was the welfare of the village. Even if they held differing opinions on certain matters, those disagreements were ostensibly in service of Konoha. To realize that Danzo's motives were ultimately self-serving, aimed at usurping power for his own ambition, was a bitter revelation. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself engulfed in reflection, questioning whether he had erred in his judgments over the years. Danzo, overwhelmed with panic, never anticipated such a reaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Chinyu gazed at Danzo, he noticed that the flames he had ignited were still insufficiently fierce, prompting him to pour in more fuel. Indeed, Danzo's actions were ostensibly for the sake of Konoha, albeit solely for his own version of Konoha. You scoundrel, can only spew venomous words and nonsensical claims. Danzo was genuinely panicking now. However, given the circumstances, how many would actually believe his rebuttals? The third Hokage regarded Danzo with a serious demeanor and inquired, "You have come here today for what purpose?" "If it is to obstruct Chinyu from inheriting the Hokage position, you are too late. He has already declined." What? Danzo was utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, he couldn't comprehend why Chinyu would turn down such a prestigious and powerful position. Becoming Hokage placed one among the highest echelons of the ninja world. It is worth noting that the legendary Ashura of the ninja realm, Uchiha Madara, had once coveted this very title. Yet, Chinyu had chosen to relinquish it, forsaking such an exalted position. However, if you have decided to forego it, you ought to have mentioned it first. Was it necessary to create such a commotion? No. It seemed that rather than affecting others, he had embroiled himself in a predicament. At that moment, Danzo truly wished to slap himself. Chapter 41. The conflict begins. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and remarked, "Do not presume that everyone is as fixated on the position of Hokage as you are. Let me make it clear, I have no desire for this so-called Hokage title." Danzo trembled at Chinyu's retort. He had gone to great lengths, employing any means necessary for the sake of that coveted title. He had even committed acts that were nearly unforgivable and deeply detestable. Yet, in the eyes of others, was the Hokage position truly so worthless? Good heavens. What am I even doing here today? Danzo was on the brink of collapse, his mental defenses crumbling under the strain. He had never anticipated that he would be so thoroughly wounded by Chinyu, who had led him into a pitfall while he naively followed. Truth be told, if you possess the capability to become Hokage, the second Hokage would have long ago passed the mantle to you. Yet, the reality is stark. The position has not been bestowed upon you. Chinyu smiled mockingly, delivering a harsh critique. Danzo erupted in fury, casting aside the cane he had relied upon and pounding his fists on the table. He had never felt so despondent, rendered speechless by another's scorn. The issue of the second Hokage's succession had always been a thorn in his side, now laid bare by Chinyu's words. He recalled the painful memory of his beloved teacher choosing Hiruzen as the next Hokage, which filled him with outrage and sorrow. This incident had become a lifelong wound for Danzo. Realizing he could no longer remain, he thought, since this young brat refuses to accept the role of Hokage, we can deliberate on it another day. With that, he angrily retrieved his cane from the floor and stormed away. Chinyu gazed at Danzo, who was preparing to depart, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. Having reached this point, how could you simply leave? If you go, how will I continue to play? No, you cannot leave. Suddenly, before Danzo could cross the threshold, Chinyu declared, "I have made a sudden decision. I shall ascend as the fifth Hokage." Everyone was taken aback. What is this? You actually wish to become Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both recognizing the mirth reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Mito Minyan and Tika Shinju wore expressions of sheer exasperation. So, you were merely putting on a show just now. As for Shimura Danzo, who had just reached the doorway, he abruptly turned around, erupting in fury. Damn it, Uchiha Chinyu, do you dare to toy with me? I shall fight you to the bitter end. As the clandestine ruler of Konoha's underworld, it was evident that Danzo had been outmaneuvered by Chinyu. Observing Danzo charging towards him, Chinyu let out a cold chuckle. Old man, this is a gift you have delivered to me. You cannot blame me now. With a flick of his right hand, lightning crackled, and a chakra blade formed instantaneously from his lightning release. Chinyuling, with a swift stroke, cleaved Danzo's staff into two pieces. Chinyu's figure shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself behind Danzo, his right hand crackling with lightning chakra, resting menacingly against Danzo's throat. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden escalation. It appeared that a conflict was imminent. feeling the sharpness of the lightning-infused blade against his neck. Danzo couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Tsunade Sakura snapped back to reality and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Chinyu, what are you doing?" The loud outburst jolted Mito Minion back to awareness, who quickly interjected, "Regardless of his faults, Danzo has once rendered great service to Konoha. Do you intend to betray the village by acting this way?" Mito Minion's words bore the weight of accusation. Betraying the village was no trivial matter. It was a grave offense. Although the two had recently found themselves at odds with Danzo, their underlying ties and shared interests compelled them to support him. Furthermore, they had perceived a distinct warning in Chinyu's actions, a provocation directed not only at Danzo, but also at the higher echelons of Konoha. If he dared to strike Danzo today, who could assure them he would not turn against them next? This realization prompted both to speak up, believing that by assuming the moral high ground, they could compel Chinyu to submit to reason. However, they were gravely mistaken. Ideals may be noble, yet reality often proves harsh. Unfazed by their verbal condemnations and accusations, Chinyu regarded them with a sardonic expression, retorting, "Have you both lost your senses? Am I the one who initiated this conflict?" Mito Minin and Tsunade Sakura reflected for a moment, realizing that it was indeed Danzo who had made the first move. A sense of embarrassment washed over them, yet they maintained their composure, asserting, "Danzo merely intended to teach you a lesson. There was no need for such violence. Besides, you are unharmed, so put away your weapon. A hand blade is still a blade. After all, can a rotten egg be anything but an egg?" Chinyu felt quite displeased with their attitudes, letting out a cold laugh. "Release? Why should I? Just because you say so? As the hero of Konoha. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss of face for me? Good grief, once again boasting about being a hero of Konoha and flaunting that title. Is there no end to this? Is this how a hero should behave? Every moment it's I am the hero, and yet you treat heroes in such a manner." Chinyu deliberately shook his hand, swiftly slicing his palm across Danzo's neck. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Danzo was taken aback, his murky eyes trembling with fear. "Why must I always be the one to suffer?" he thought. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, his intent unmistakable. "Do you have a problem? If so, shall we discuss it amicably?" Danzo hastily lowered his head, apprehensive. "A problem? How dare I have an issue?" Unlike the two advisors from Konoha who had bickered endlessly without consequence, he was now facing a blade at his throat, an entirely different matter. This is truly insurrection. Tsurujini Koha pointed an accusing finger at Chinyu, indignantly exclaiming, "Chinyu, how could you resort to violence? Are you truly contemplating betraying the village?" Jiraiya observed the escalating confrontation between Chinyu, Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Tsurujini Koha with great amusement, though he refrained from intervening. As for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he sat composedly, pondering whether he had been too lenient with these old friends and comrades over the years, particularly with Danzo, who had crossed the line. He seized the opportunity presented by Chinyu's actions to deliver a fitting lesson. Chapter 42. The root is abolished, repeatedly invoking the notion of betrayal. One could only say that even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone a living person like Chinyu. With brazen defiance, he addressed the two Konoha advisors. "Betrayal. Betrayal. Betrayal. You incessantly chant about betrayal. Even if I were to betray the village, what could you possibly do about it?" The words left his mouth, and everyone was taken aback. Jiraiya's face twitched in disbelief. "How did you even come to this?" "Chinyu, do not speak recklessly," Sarutobi admonished sternly. "Oh, look at this. Sarutobi, this is the Hokage you have chosen. Just observe his thoughts. Do you truly believe the village is safe in his hands?" It was said that those who provoke fate inevitably face dire consequences, and these two old fools were certainly stirring trouble again. "Enough. Silence." Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, his chest heaving with agitation. Everyone, save for Chinyu, jumped in alarm. Sarutobi was genuinely furious, suddenly questioning the intellect of these two old comrades before him. Chinyu has always been a paragon of tranquility in the Hidden Leaf Village, shunning unnecessary conflict and maintaining a low profile. However, when the village faced imminent peril, he rose valiantly to rescue it from catastrophe. Would such a person ever betray the village? What could he possibly gain from such treachery? Given that there is nothing to gain, the notion of betrayal is utterly preposterous. Moreover, even if Chinyu were to turn against the village, considering his formidable strength, what could anyone do to him? With his combat prowess, it is likely that no one in the village could contend with him. In deference to the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, this silence did not extend to Chinyu. He suddenly proclaimed, "The hidden leaf is wonderful, and the people within it are equally admirable. I cherish the hidden leaf and its inhabitants." Upon hearing these words, the hearts of those present eased slightly. However, Jiraiya sensed an unsettling undercurrent, since earlier, Chinyu had not exhibited the demeanor of someone willing to submit. His current disposition seemed quite peculiar, raising suspicions of hidden agendas. Just as Jiraiya pondered this, Chinyu's next words took a sharp turn. "Yet, there are always some foolish individuals in positions of power within the village who seek to dismantle everything." Turning to point an accusatory finger at Chinyu, Tsurugi Komatsu seethed, realizing that Chinyu's words were directed at them. His chest tightened with indignation as he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaiming, "Look at this. This is your chosen successor as Hokage. What qualities does he possess befitting such a title?" Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the furious Tsurugi Komatsu with a steady gaze and replied, "Even if Chinyu does not embody the qualities of a Hokage, does Danzo truly possess them?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he was being dragged into this. Why must he always be the target? Initially, he had been contentedly observing Chinyu spar with the two advisors, relishing the thought that Chinyu's aspirations for Hokage were now in jeopardy, only to find himself unexpectedly embroiled in the conflict. Just as Danzo prepared to voice his thoughts, he felt a chill at his neck. Chinyu, with a smile, had deftly made a swift motion with his hand. Realizing he now bore a fresh wound, Danzo fell silent, rendered speechless. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo, noticing his former comrade's troubled expression, filled with complexity that ultimately morphed into disappointment. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, "Danzo, you should abandon any thoughts of the Hokage position. You shall never attain it in this lifetime." Tuanzong was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden resoluteness, his expression shifting dramatically. He had never anticipated that the typically affable and accommodating Sarutobi would exhibit such determination today. Although Mito Kazan and Truk Haru internally concurred with Tuanzang's decision, they felt that Sarutobi need not be so direct. It was, indeed, too harsh. The third Hokage gazed coldly at Tuanzong and, with a tone laden with disappointment, declared, "Because you are unworthy. I have finally realized that you have truly deteriorated. You will stop at nothing to satisfy your selfish desires. The roots, which once embodied the strength of Konoha, have gradually transformed into your personal power. The current roots can no longer be deemed as Konoha's strength." Tuanzong, you have deeply disappointed me. Each word from Sarutobi struck Tuanzang's heart, causing his expression to shift repeatedly. Observing Sarutobi's grave demeanor, Tuanzong hastily retorted, "No, that cannot be. The roots have always represented Konoha's strength, and I have always acted for Konoha." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smirked coldly in response. "Since you claim that the roots are Konoha's strength, then from this moment forth, the structure of the roots shall be reduced to two small teams. The dismissed ninjas will all be integrated into the direct umbu of the Hokage." "What?" Tuanzong seethed with fury. "Hiruzen, you have gone too far. I am the leader of the roots. By what right do you diminish my organization?" "Because I am the Hokage, the supreme commander of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted from his usual kindness to one of unwavering firmness. "Ah!" Tuanzong, disregarding the lightning-infused blade at his throat, shouted in rage. The roots were his creation, the culmination of his effort and dedication, leading to their current state. He could forego the title of Hokage, but he still held the roots, maintaining a position of high authority within Konoha. Now, with Sarutobi's reduction of his organization, what could he possibly do? Two small teams left for what purpose? To humiliate him or to evoke pity? Or were they merely intended as a guard for his twilight years? A look of despair crossed Tuanzang's face as he bitterly smiled at Sarutobi, saying, "Monkey, is this how you treat me for Chinyu?" Upon hearing Tuanzang's derogatory reference, Sarutobi felt an unexpected softness in his heart. However, upon glancing at Chinyu nearby, he suppressed his tender feelings and replied solemnly, "Tuanzang, it seems you still do not understand. Everything has come to this because of your own actions. Your heart has changed, diverging from ours." "Enough, enough, enough." Tuanzang roared in a grotesque fury. "Hiruzen, that is enough. I do not care what you say about me. You may speak however you wish. But there is one thing I cannot allow. That is your accusation of my disloyalty to Konoha. I will not tolerate this." Chinyu gazed at the irrational Danzo, shaking his head in dismay. "Do you still believe you act for the sake of Konoha? Just reflect on your actions over the years. Each and every deed has been for your own benefit. It is truly lamentable. Qin Yu spoke lightly, yet Tuanzong perceived it as mockery directed at himself. Chapter 43. Severing Tuanzang's arm. You need not ridicule me. Everything I do is for Konoha, I understand. Before Tuanzong could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Yu's scornful remark. Tuanzang's anger flared, nearly overwhelming him. Since entering the room, he had repeatedly faced setbacks at Qin Yu's hands. And in that moment, he resolved to stand firm. I refuse to believe that you would dare to make a move against me today. Do you have the courage? Come at me if you dare. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned by Danzo's audacious maneuver. Goodness, in all my years, I have never encountered such an eccentric demand. However, being the benevolent soul I am, I shall acquiesce to your request today. Alas, this lad is truly fearless. Otherwise, he would not have been so provocative just moments ago. Danzo further incited him. Just as Jiraiya contemplated Qin Yu's nature, Qin Yu had already made his move. With a mischievous grin, he declared, "You dare to defy me? I specialize in remedying all forms of dissent." In the midst of the astonished gazes of onlookers, a flash of silver lightning illuminated the room, and Danzo's bandaged arm fell to the ground, severed cleanly. The violent force of the lightning had manifested as a blade-like strike, leaving no trace of blood. Agonizing pain surged through Danzo, contorting his face in distress. Yet, even amidst the torment, disbelief lingered in his expression. This was the Hokage's office, and he had the audacity to strike here. In that fleeting moment, regret washed over Danzo. What had possessed him to provoke this harbinger of chaos? Now, he was left with the loss of an arm, his most vital limb. Breathing heavily, Danzo clutched the stump of his severed arm. A rebellion had truly commenced. Qin Yu, how dare you commit such an act of violence in the Hokage's office? Turning to face him, Tsunade first chastised Qin Yu before rushing to Danzo's side to staunch the bleeding. Sarutobi, is this the individual you have chosen? Witness his current actions. What distinguishes him from a madman? Mito Minyan roared in fury, equally astonished that Qin Yu would dare to take such action. This was utterly lawless. Before Sarutobi could voice his thoughts, Qin Yu interjected with a cold laugh. You two old geezers, if you continue your incessant prattling, do you believe I won't lend a hand to silence you? Mito Minyan and Tsunade were taken aback. This individual was indeed a harbinger of doom, and the bloody reality of the recent events was all too evident. They had no doubt that if they persisted, he might very well turn his wrath upon them as well. Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in a grave tone. Qin Yu, this behavior is crossing the line. Crossing the line? Qin Yu retorted, feigning confusion. Is it too much? Impudent. You dare to defy the Hokage? It seems you have truly gone rogue. Tsunade, emboldened by Sarutobi's interjection, felt a surge of confidence. Qin Yu gazed at the turning figure of Xiao Chun, shaking his head as he remarked, to call you a fool would indeed be an affront to the very term. Open your eyes wide and behold what this is. Everyone present was taken aback, puzzled by Qin Yu's implication. Could there be some hidden truth behind this matter? Meanwhile, the usually silent Danzo suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that his secret had been uncovered? No, that was inconceivable. With a sharp sound, the tension escalated. Qin Yu launched a lightning needle, aimed at Danzo's severed arm on the ground. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's action, Danzo's expression changed dramatically. Qin Yu, what on earth are you trying to do? Tsunade reprimanded angrily. Qin Yu shook his head, gazing at him with an expression of incredulity, uttering the words, fool. Truk Rin trembled with anger. Ever since Qin Yu's arrival, he had been at odds with them. From earlier until now, he had been subjected to Qin Yu's incessant insults, even though all of them had gathered. Silence. Sarutobi Hizashi's booming voice quelled all other sounds. Use your intellect for a moment. An ordinary arm, with the ferocity of lightning, could not inflict any harm upon him. Sarutobi Hizashi's declaration left Mito Minji and Truk Rin momentarily stunned. The two exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Everyone furrowed their brows, directing their attention towards Danzo, who wore a grim expression, and inquired of Qin Yu, how did you come to this realization, you little brat? Qin Yu chuckled softly to himself. How could I possibly tell you that I have traveled here from another world? I have already witnessed all of this. Qin Yu gazed indifferently at Danzo and remarked, I have had the fortune to engage with the first Hokage. As for the other matter, I possess it myself. How do you suppose I came to know this? You may conceal your intentions from others without issue, but attempting to deceive me is a futile endeavor. What? Danzo was taken aback, incredulous at the claim of having battled the first Hokage. The bewilderment spread among the onlookers, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed, for he had witnessed that confrontation firsthand. Still, curiosity enveloped the crowd. What were they truly discussing? Well then, shall you unravel the seal yourself? Or shall I resort to a more forceful method? Qin Yu inquired with a beaming expression. Confusion reigned on the faces of all present, their expressions a tapestry of perplexity. I have absolutely no comprehension of what you are saying, Danzo declared, as his remaining hand swiftly formed a series of seals. Qin Yu suddenly felt the formidable power of ocular manipulation invade his mind, attempting to alter his thoughts. As Qin Yu's gaze grew increasingly dazed, Danzo's lips curled into a subtle smirk. However, he soon froze in place, for he beheld the clarity returning to Qin Yu's eyes. Ah, what a potent ocular technique. Yet, do you truly believe that your rudimentary skill can affect me? What? How is this possible? Danzo was genuinely panicked, engulfed in trepidation. His most formidable trump card had proven ineffective against Qin Yu. Observing the fleeting exchange between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he inquired, Qin Yu, what transpired just now? You may witness for yourselves. Qin Yu retorted coldly as he swung his lightning blade towards Danzo's head. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Danzo, struck by fear from Qin Yu's lightning blade, found himself paralyzed, unable to flee. A sharp crack echoed through the air. As Qin Yu's lightning blade sliced through Danzo's presence, no blood was shed, nor harm inflicted. He merely unveiled the mask concealing Danzo's eyes. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. However, as they turned their gaze toward Danzo, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 44. Izanagi beneath the mask. Danzo's eyes glowed a sinister crimson. Within those blood-red orbs, a shadowy, four-cornered windmill flickered momentarily. The two advisors, observing Danzo's eyes, felt their fingers tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a grave countenance, uttered, the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. So, you have transplanted that boy's Sharingan into your own eyes. The two advisors were filled with disbelief. Danzo, however, remained unfazed, declaring, with the boy deceased, rather than let the Sharingan languish, I shall allow it to shine and fulfill its purpose. Oh. Qin Yu scoffed coldly, so your notion of letting it shine is for you to wield it against me. Danzo had meticulously calculated his strategy. With Shursui's Manjiki abilities, he could control even the most formidable of shadow-level warriors, much less a mere fledgling like Qin Yu. Little did he anticipate that this youngling was a prodigy, and that his final gambit would backfire spectacularly. What? Danzo, how could you? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, utterly astonished by Danzo's actions. At that moment, an unusual wave of energy surged forth. Danzo's form suddenly became ethereal, only to solidify again shortly after. His Sharingan began to lose its brilliance, gradually fading to a dull gray. Realization dawned on Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was the forbidden technique, Izanagi. You dare to employ such a forbidden jutsu? He scoffed. Truly a detestable young wretch. When Qin Yu had brandished his lightning blade, Danzo had presumed he intended to kill him. In a bid to save his own life, he had hastily resorted to Izanagi. Little did he know, Qin Yu's intention was merely to unveil his mask. What transpired was an overt display of desperation. Such a precious eye, squandered in this manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his outrage, erupting into vehement reproach. It's just one eye? Danzo retorted dismissively. Qin Yu let out a cold smile and remarked, of course. It is merely an eye. Our Lord Danzo possesses a vast supply. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly raised his head to fix his gaze upon Qin Yu. Even Midogate Kane, Nara Shikamaru, and Jiraiya were all staring intently at him. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Qin Yu remained unperturbed. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed the Chidori sharp spear technique, aiming directly at Danzo's severed arm. A thunderous crack echoed as a brilliant blue light erupted forth. The seal on the severed arm was forcibly shattered by Qin Yu's lightning-based jutsu. Danzo's complexion immediately turned ashen. Even those seasoned in the tempest of battle were taken aback by the scene before them. The severed arm was densely covered with Sharingan eyes. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now seething with rage, could hardly articulate his words. His trembling finger pointed at the severed arm, directing his gaze toward Danzo. Such actions by Danzo were a desecration of the deceased. This behavior was abominable and utterly intolerable. And there is something even more thrilling, Qin Yu stated nonchalantly. Everyone was once again taken aback. What could possibly be more thrilling? They wondered. In Chinyu's hand, the thousand-bird sharp spear re-emerged, slicing through the severed arm. The onlookers were perplexed, uncertain of Chinyu's intentions. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically from confusion to shock, ultimately culminating in furious indignation. For all present bore witness to the astonishing sight. The severed arm began to heal autonomously, at a pace visible to the naked eye. What is this? A chill ran down the spines of Tika and Mito Gaiden. Danzo, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could no longer remain passive, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sheer force of his outcry startled the two advisors of Konoha. Hiruzen's voice thundered like a storm, declaring, "I shall not speak of the Sharingan for now. But this is clearly would release. How dare you desecrate the remains of the first Hokage?" His words resonated like a clap of thunder, causing the two advisors to tremble in fear. Hiruzen's keen gaze had discerned the secret behind the arm's regenerative capabilities. Such extraordinary vitality could only belong to the cells of Shinja Hashirama, the first Hokage. What? Hiruzen, are you implying that this arm possesses the cells of the first Hokage? Mito Gaiden and Tika were utterly astounded. Soon after, the flames of fury ignited in their hearts. The trio now stood genuinely enraged, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward Danzo. Chinyu gazed at the three individuals before him, fully aware that his suspicions had indeed been validated. If the desecration had merely involved the corpse of Uchiha, the trio might have openly condemned the act and then allowed the matter to fade into obscurity. However, should they discover that, in addition to defiling Uchiha, he had also insulted the first Hokage of the ninja world, the situation would be entirely different. The first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, is revered as the god of shinobi within the realm and serves as a symbol of faith in Konohagakure. Even the elderly men present, as disciples of the second Hokage, held a profound admiration for the first Hokage. The revelation of Danzo's current actions had struck a nerve, encroaching upon the very limits of their collective conscience. Danzo, I truly never anticipated this. It is only today that I have come to see you for who you truly are. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low, imbued with a deep sense of disappointment. Chinyu cast a glance at the crowd, fearing that the current flames were not sufficiently fervent, and deliberately stoked the fire further. The esteemed position of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, within Konoha is well understood by all present. Should the events of today become public knowledge, one can only speculate on the tremendous uproar it would incite. Everyone gazed in astonishment, at a loss for words. If the matter concerning the Uchiha Sharingan were to leak, how would the other bloodline clans of Konoha react? Would the village be able to withstand the pressure from these two significant issues? A series of gasps echoed through the air, as all present inhaled sharply. Chinyu's words were not mere idle chatter. They truly instilled a profound sense of dread upon deeper contemplation. Although the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, the actions taken against them posthumously were unsettling. One need not delve into other matters. Simply consider how other clans might react to this revelation. Would they not fear that they, too, might meet a similar fate as the Uchihas? In such a scenario, would they still align themselves with Konoha? Would they continue to offer their unwavering support to the village? The mere thought of this caused a chilling pall to descend upon the onlookers, their gazes turning icy. Chapter 45. Verdict. Life imprisonment. Danzo regarded his three old comrades, friends, and allies before him. As he met their furious stares, he despondently sank to the ground. He understood that his fate was sealed. In that pivotal moment, Danzo's mind raced with myriad thoughts. How swiftly had the tides of this world turned. Just moments ago, he had held a position of immense power as a high-ranking official within Konoha, the leader of Root. Yet, upon entering the Hokage's office, he had begun his gradual descent from the lofty pedestal of authority. Ultimately, he was left with nothing, facing a dire end in his twilight years. How much had he sacrificed to obtain the cells of Hashirama? What agonies had he endured to acquire the Sharingan? And yet, what was the outcome? He had scarcely utilized them before Chinyu had severed them in a single stroke. Even more absurdly, his Sharingan had yet to unleash its potential before he squandered it through the use of his Anaji. In light of these reflections, Danzo's heart screamed in anguish. Who have I wronged? If Chinyu possessed the ability to read minds, he would undoubtedly retort, I care not whom you have offended. Just refrain from provoking me, lest you wish to face my wrath. Chinyu's disposition is such that if you do not disturb him, he will not disturb you. However, should you provoke him, be prepared for the consequences. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hizashi was the first to break it, suggesting it was time to deliberate the matter concerning Danzo. Mito Gaiden and Tsurugi Kamaki exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Naturally, their considerations were not centered on how to deal with Danzo, but rather on their own interests. Qin Yu seemed to have discerned the thoughts lingering in the minds of the two. The lightning in his hand flared brightly once more as he brandished the lightning blade before Danzo. Mito Gate-in and Samuji Kamachi were taken aback. Do not act rashly. At this juncture, they were genuinely fearful of Qin Yu. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed a remarkable audacity. Moreover, his wisdom enabled him to effortlessly perceive the truth of the matters at hand. The current state of Danzo was indeed a consequence of Qin Yu's handiwork. Everyone present was acutely aware that Danzo's predicament was entirely orchestrated by Qin Yu. Samuji Kamachi harbored no doubts that Qin Yu could suddenly strike at Danzo without hesitation. In a desperate bid to safeguard Danzo's life, Samuji Kamachi hastily declared, "In my opinion, although Danzo has erred greatly, considering his past contributions, he should be spared from death. Let us revoke his powers and authority and annul all his positions." After articulating this, Samuji Kamachi glanced at Qin Yu, only to find him engrossed in wielding the lightning blade. The seasoned individual immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and added, "And he shall be imprisoned for life." Upon hearing this, even Mito Gate-in was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were equally astonished, clearly unprepared for Samuji Kamachi to take such a decisive stance. However, this outcome was, in fact, a satisfactory resolution. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Observing Qin Yu still wielding the lightning blade, he helplessly inquired, "Qin Yu, what is your opinion?" Qin Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "What can I do when the esteemed gentlemen have spoken thus? I am not the type to demand lives. I am quite amiable. Indeed, you are remarkably affable." Mito Gate-in and Zhuangqin Xiaochun forced smiles, their discomfort palpable. How shameless this scoundrel is. Affable? You dismember limbs, you rascal. As for Danzo, upon hearing his impending judgment, he collapsed entirely to the ground. With a pained smile, Danzo lamented, "Rather than this, it would be better to let me perish." However, Qin Yu interjected, "While the death penalty may be averted, the living punishment is inescapable." With a thunderous crack, Danzo found himself deprived of a leg. A piercing scream escaped Danzo's lips. Qin Yu released the thunderblade from his grasp and gazed at Danzo, stating, "This is the price you must pay for attempting to control me." Upon witnessing the dispersal of the thunderblade, Mito Minyin and Tsurugi Kamachi exhaled in relief. As long as they could preserve their lives, losing a leg seemed a trivial matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Danzo with a complex expression and commanded, "Seize Danzo and ensure he is closely monitored." Two hidden Umbu ninjas emerged from the shadows and dragged Danzo away. "Kill me! Kill me! You must kill me!" Danzo screamed, teetering on the brink of madness. This old man, who had spent his life scheming for the position of Hokage, now stripped of power and authority, found this fate more unbearable than death itself. A lifetime of plotting had culminated in emptiness. Watching Danzo being taken away, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and remarked, "Well, with the troublemakers gone, let us proceed to discuss the next Hokage." Indeed, Mito Minyin and Tsurugi Kamachi initially appeared taken aback, then furrowed their brows in concern. Clearly, the recent turmoil caused by Qin Yu had left an indelible mark on everyone, branding him as someone not to be trifled with. The thought of him ascending to the position of Hokage sent waves of unease through their minds. What would follow? The mere contemplation was enough to induce a sense of dread. Why even deliberate? It should simply be the perverse sage. Qin Yu cheerfully pushed Jiraiya forward. "What is your reasoning?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with great curiosity as to why Qin Yu would endorse Jiraiya. "Is it not obvious? If this old lecher were not confined to the position of Hokage, he would undoubtedly wander outside the village day in and day out, causing mischief. My intentions are solely for the betterment of Konohagakure." Qin Yu adeptly deflected the blame, leaving even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiraiya, upon noticing his mentor's gaze fixed upon him, swiftly sensed impending trouble. With a twitch of his lips, he protested, "If you don't wish to be Hokage, then so be it. But why drag me down with you?" Yet, Qin Yu paid no heed to Jiraiya's outcry and continued unabated. "If we allow Jiraiya to roam freely, not only will we spare the village from losing a formidable warrior, but I am also considering your reputation, old man." Hiruzen furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering how he became entangled in this discourse. Even the two advisors from Konoha exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring their bewilderment. With a look of incredulity, Qin Yu exclaimed, "You truly don't know? I had assumed you were already aware. Chapter 46. The Underworld of Ninja, Vice, Gambling, and Vice. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Qin Yu chuckled softly and continued, "Old man, although your three disciples possess remarkable strength and have established a formidable reputation among the three ninjas, nonetheless." As Qin Yu spoke, he deliberately took a deep breath. However, everyone gazed at him with intense anticipation. Qin Yu spoke with such fervor that it left the listeners in a state of eager anticipation. However, within the ninja world, there existed a notorious collective moniker for the legendary three ninjas. This appellation was none other than the Yellow Gambling Poison Trio. In an instant, it struck like a thunderclap in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. What on earth was this? The yellow must refer to Jiraiya, who stood nearby. The gambling likely pointed to Tsunade, as she indeed indulged in betting daily. As for the poison, it probably indicated Orochimaru. The realization dawned on him. It was truly the yellow gambling poison. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this, the two advisors beside him struggled to suppress their laughter, clearly having made the connection during Qin Yu's speech. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's lips twitched in distress, lamenting the tarnishing of his illustrious reputation. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reacted, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "What on earth? My reputation is at stake. None of these three disciples are a source of peace." Jiraiya, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Old man, you shouldn't take Qin Yu's words seriously." Although he feigned bravado, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, was the ninja world truly rife with such tales? Qin Yu chuckled as he gazed at the assembled individuals, choosing to disregard them thereafter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the interaction between Jiraiya and Qin Yu, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Who exactly were these two? Even in the matter of selecting a Hokage, they were dilly-dallying and evading responsibility. What on earth was happening? Had the world truly changed? In days gone by, aspiring to be Hokage was a noble pursuit, and one would strive tirelessly to attain that position, as seen in Danzo's relentless ambition. Now, however, these two seemed to treat the role as if it were a hot potato. This thought ignited Sarutobi's anger. With a resounding crash, he slammed his palm onto the desk. "I shall no longer concern myself with this. You two decide amongst yourselves who shall be Hokage, or propose someone reliable." With that declaration, Sarutobi strode to the window, clutching his large pipe, clearly irked by their antics. Mito Kazan and TKSH Rin exchanged stiff glances, their expressions faltering before they began to twitch. Goodness, how had the selection of the Hokage in the great village of Konoha become so casual? Yet, despite their dissatisfaction and frustration, they dared not utter a word. After all, this was a matter for the two of them. They would simply observe as passive bystanders. Qin Yu and Jiraiya were utterly bewildered by Sarutobi Hiruzen's antics. It was evident that the old man was merely being obstinate. "You go," Qin Yu retorted defiantly. "Nonsense. I have numerous tasks to attend to. Who has the time to assume the role of Hokage? You go." "What nonsense? Are your so-called tasks merely spying? How shameless." "Nonsense. You know nothing. I would rather die than accept the position of Hokage." "Oh, so if I don't kill you, you'll take it. What on earth are you thinking?" The two exchanged barbs, turning the Hokage's office into a veritable marketplace. Mito Minyan and Tsunade's brows were adorned with sweat, both exasperated by the antics of these two. Just then, they simultaneously ceased their quarrel. "I nominate Tsunade." The voices of Qin Yu and Jiraiya suddenly resonated in unison. Qin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, remarking, "To avoid becoming Hokage, you truly are quite cunning." In response to Qin Yu's scorn, Jiraiya returned the gaze with a knowing look, saying, "Likewise." With a grunt, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood nearby, suddenly felt enlightened. Qin Yu and Jiraiya are both inherently restless and unrestrained souls, making them ill-suited for a tranquil existence. In comparison to Tsunade, they undoubtedly fall short as candidates for the position of Hokage. Furthermore, if this opportunity could be seized to summon Tsunade back to the village, the strength of the village would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Well, since a candidate has been determined, there is nothing more for me to concern myself with. Qin Yu brushed off the non-existent dust from his rear and remarked, "I shall take my leave now." With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from sight. The task of locating him is now entrusted to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Goodness. This is a direct confirmation. Just as Jiraiya was about to protest, Hiruzen's presence had already dissipated. "Goodness, both of you are ganging up on me," Jiraiya lamented. tears brimming in his eyes, indignant at the unfairness of it all. After all, he is still your master. Mito Minyan placed a comforting hand on Jiraiya's shoulder before departing with Tsunade. Left alone in the disarray of the Hokage's office, Jiraiya eventually made his way to Naruto's home. Today's grievances shall be avenged through Naruto. As for Chinyu, he had already returned home, immersing himself once more in the remarkable endeavor of flying. Following that, he intended to check on Gaara, while also embracing the role of Gaara's esteemed brother-in-law. Subsequently, Gaara and Kankuro returned to Sunagakure, while Temari naturally joined Chinyu's burgeoning aviation family. Naruto, what are you up to? Chinyu inquired, approaching Naruto, who was diligently practicing summoning techniques beneath a tree. Oh, it's you, Chinyu. I'm honing my summoning jutsu. It's exceedingly challenging, Naruto exclaimed earnestly. Indeed, it is a rather formidable ninjutsu. Jiraiya interjected from the side. What is that? Challenging? Chinyu questioned, scratching his ear, then added, difficult, my foot. I suspect the perverse sage isn't truly teaching you. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, his eyes brimming with mockery. Have you truly lost your ability to speak sensibly, Jiraiya? Or rather, can you even articulate coherent thoughts? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Jiraiya. Since you claim I have failed to instruct Naruto, allow me to teach you in the same manner and see how you measure up. Jiraiya had yet to witness Chinyu's true prowess. The only occasion was during the summoning beast incident in Konoha when Chinyu executed the formidable Rasengan. Aside from that, there seemed to be little else to gauge his abilities. As for the battle against the One Tail, it merely showcased the Sharingan, without revealing his true strength. Very well. I relish the challenge of addressing any form of defiance. With Jiraiya's fate laid out, Chinyu felt a surge of delight. Chapter 47, The Divine Summoning. Humph. Do not presume I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. Jiraiya was no fool. He harbored his own schemes. If you wish for me to teach you the summoning technique, let us establish a wager. Observing Jiraiya's mischievous grin, Chinyu returned the smile, thinking to himself that this fellow was no saint. Much like that old man. The third Hokage, you are quite the trickster. What wager do you propose? Yet, for the sake of his aspirations, Chinyu decided to endure. Patience now, and I shall emerge even more formidable. Jiraiya chuckled. If you fail to summon a 2-meter-tall beast on your first attempt, you must take me as your master. However, should you succeed in summoning such a creature, once you master the summoning technique, I shall impart to you a powerful secret art. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, clearly confident in his control over the situation. What? There exists an even more potent secret art that you have yet to disclose, you lecherous sage. Naruto protested. Jiraiya shot him a glance before dismissing him entirely. Oh? On the surface, Chinyu pondered thoughtfully, yet internally, he was reveling in delight. Was this not precisely what he desired? This Jiraiya was proving to be remarkably accommodating. What was that phrase again? Ah, yes. Jiraiya. You are indeed my fortunate harbinger of wealth. Although his heart was overflowing with joy, Chinyu maintained an expression of disdain. Humph, am I supposed to fear you? Come at me. Allow me to demonstrate what true genius is, and what sheer foolishness looks like. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression darkened. He understood the implication. Chinyu was indirectly referring to him. Well then, Jiraiya exclaimed cheerfully as he retrieved the summoning scroll and laid it out on the ground. Chinyu requires little instruction, having watched it countless times before. Moreover, with Naruto's frequent demonstrations just moments ago, there is no doubt he is well aware of it now. Chinyu bit into his own fingertip, and then, with a flourish, inscribed his name upon the scroll, finally sealing it with his own imprint. Jiraiya observed Chinyu as he completed the writing, and then remarked, hand seals. Hi, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. Afterward, he cautioned, before performing the hand seals. Concentrate and summon your maximum chakra, or else your summoned beast will merely manifest as a tiny tadpole. Chinyu curled the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, humph, let me show you a grand slam. Within Chinyu's body, the chakra surged tumultuously, each strand being skillfully manipulated by him. Observing Chinyu's intricate control over his chakra, Jiraiya pondered silently within himself. What creature might he summon? Perhaps a Winta? Unlikely, as it seemed he lacked the prowess to invoke such a formidable entity. Feeling a surge of confidence, Jiraiya suddenly addressed Chinyu, saying, Chinyu, this is your inaugural summoning of a spirit beast, so do not feel pressured. As long as you can summon a creature that stands at least 1 meter tall, you shall already be regarded as a prodigy. Chinyu curled his lips in disdain, a height of 1 meter, and yet he dared to speak such words. Allow me to broaden your horizons and enlighten you on the essence of genius, the true embodiment of brilliance. At that moment, Shinyu had successfully gathered his chakra. This time, he had amassed nearly 2/3 of the chakra within him. It is worth noting that the total amount of chakra currently within Shinyu is sufficient to overpower shadow-level powerhouses. Thus, this 2/3 of chakra he possesses is indeed substantial. Shinyu believed that with such an immense reservoir of chakra, he could surely summon something extraordinary. A spirit beast merely 1 meter tall? How dare you insult me? If you are to summon, then let it be something grand. Shinyu began to slowly form hand seals. As he completed his seals, the gazes of Jiraiya and Naruto were fixed upon him. Once the hand seals were finished, Shinyu slapped the ground with one hand and declared, "Summoning technique." With the utterance of his words, a multitude of runes radiated from his palm, expanding outward. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. Naruto and Jiraiya stared intently at the mist, eager to discover what Shinyu would summon. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a diminutive green frog appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Naruto burst into laughter. What is this? Just a tiny frog? How unimpressive. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a surge of delight, believing he had undoubtedly won their wager. However, as Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the so-called frog, he was nearly struck with terror. Meanwhile, Naruto remained blissfully unaware. Chuckling to himself, the small green frog surveyed the 3 comical figures before it and impatiently exclaimed, "Little Jiraiya, why have you summoned me here?" Naruto, in his naivety, was startled to hear the frog speak. Whoa, the frog can talk. Upon hearing this, the frog's forehead bore an angry cross, and with a swift leap, it landed atop Naruto's head, delivering a flurry of strikes with its webbed hands. "You little brat, I am a toad." "A toad?" Naruto yelped in pain, while Jiraiya trembled in shock. With a hoarse voice, he echoed the frog's words, "Sage Fukasaku, is that truly you?" Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. How could his first summoning bring forth such a being? It required an immense amount of chakra to summon him. How could Shinyu amass such a vast reserve of chakra in such a short time? A sage? It's just a frog, isn't it? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, only to receive another swift strike to his head, resulting in yet another bump. "So, what exactly do you want with me?" Sage Fukasaku inquired, noticing Jiraiya's awkward expression, which only deepened his confusion. "Actually, it was Timi who summoned you." "Oh, then it must be that kid over there." Shimika-Sanin gazed at Shinyu, who stood behind Jiraiya, feeling a sense of disbelief. He found it hard to accept that someone of Chinyu's age could summon him through a contract. At that moment, Jiraiya resolutely nodded. "Indeed, it was he who had summoned you." "What? It truly was not you?" Deep Sage Fukasaku was utterly astonished. "It truly wasn't me," Jiraiya reaffirmed with unwavering conviction. Subsequently, both the sage and the man fixed their intense gazes upon Shinyu, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Chapter 48. Sage Mode. Alright. Let's pause for a moment, you lecherous sage. Judging by what you just said, it seems I've met the requirements and achieved mastery. Is it not time to fulfill the promise? Hurry and hand over the secret art to me. Upon hearing Shinyu's words laced with the vernacular of a bandit, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. His initial intention was merely to bait the young man, yet he never anticipated that this lad would be so cunning. Now, it seems he has ended up with nothing to show for his efforts. Secret techniques? What secret techniques? Upon hearing the term secret technique, Sage Shinzaku displayed a look of perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon Jiraiya and exclaimed, "You cannot be suggesting." To this, Jiraiya could only respond with a bitter nod. Subsequently, in order to fulfill his promise, Jiraiya led Sage Shinzaku aside. The two engaged in an animated discussion, occasionally raising their voices in spirited debate. Ultimately, in a bid to persuade Sage Shinzaku to acquiesce, Jiraiya boldly asserted, "I suspect he is the prophesied child foretold by the great Toad Sage." Upon hearing Jiraiya's declaration, Sage Shinzaku's reticence diminished. He glanced between Shinyu and Jiraiya, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally acquiesced to Jiraiya's proposal. "Hey, you there, your name is Shinyu, correct? Since Jiraiya has vouched for you, I shall make an exception and take you to Mount Mayaboku to train in sage arts. Soon, I shall return to the enchanting Miao Mu Mountain, and at that time, I will employ the art of reverse spiritual communication to bring you along to Miao Mu Mountain as well." Upon hearing Master Fukasaku mention the art of sage techniques, Naruto immediately exclaimed, "I too wish to learn the ways of sage techniques. I too desire to master sage techniques." With a resounding thud, Jiraiya struck Naruto on the head, causing another large bump to swell. "Perverted sage, what are you doing?" Naruto glared furiously at Jiraiya, exclaiming, "What are you shouting about? Only when you are able to summon the Sage of Deep Practice will you be worthy of learning sage techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal Shinzwa vanished in a puff of smoke with a resounding bang. Immediately thereafter, Chinyu also disappeared with a similar explosion. In a whirlwind of celestial and terrestrial upheaval, Chinyu found himself in the enchanting Miaomu Mountain of the Frog Kingdom. Upon arriving at Miamoka Mountain, Chinyu was enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility. It was a serenity that resonated from deep within, soothing his restless spirit. At that moment, the sage Shinza began to escort Chinyu on a tour of Miamoka Mountain, providing introductions and insights along the way. Before long, mealtime approached. Shinza, with a gentle insistence, invited Chinyu to his home for a meal. However, well versed in the original tale, Chinyu knew full well that this meal would be unpalatable. After all, this peculiar gathering was comprised of frogs. What could their fare possibly entail? Despite Chinyu's fervent refusals, he found himself reluctantly drawn to the dining table. Sage Shermama presented an array of vibrantly colored insect delicacies, placing them before him. "Do try, my dear. My wife's culinary skills are truly remarkable." Shinza extolled the virtues of his beloved spouse. Chinyu gazed at the colorful array of insects sprawled across the table, a shiver of unease coursing through him. Chinyu raised his chopsticks, lifting and lowering them 3 times. Yet he found himself unable to muster the strength to grasp the insect. Ultimately, he set the chopsticks down once more. Observing the sudden change in the countenance of Master Zhima, Chinyu solemnly declared, "Esteemed immortals, as this is my first visit to Miaomu Mountain, and I shall rely on your guidance henceforth, I have decided to prepare a delightful meal for you today." Upon hearing Chinyu's words, both immortals were momentarily taken aback. Before they could voice their objections, Chinyu had already retrieved several scrolls from his storage pouch and unfurled them. With a resounding thud, white smoke billowed forth, conjuring an array of items from the scrolls, various kitchen utensils, condiments, and a multitude of wild delicacies. These remnants were from a previous camping excursion with a few companions. Left uneaten, Chinyu promptly stored it within the spirit summoning scroll. This scroll was remarkably impressive, its preservation technique surpassing even that of a refrigerator. With a clatter and a flurry, Chinyu commenced his culinary creation. Yet, who could have anticipated that these frogs possessed such an insatiable appetite? Swiftly devouring a small portion of Chinyu's reserves, Chinyu's face turned pale, confronted with the impending food crisis. He hastily urged Master Shinzwa to commence his instruction in celestial arts right after finishing his meal. Master Shinzwa, eyeing Chinyu with admiration, let out a hearty burp. Subsequently, he led Chinyu to a small plaza adorned with stone statues. Upon gazing at these figures, Chinyu recognized them as those who had failed in their pursuit of the immortal mode. Adjacent to the statues, a small waterfall emanated the infamous toad oil, which was intended to expedite a practitioner's comprehension of natural energy. However, the toad oil was a repugnant shade of yellow and notably greasy, sending a shiver down Chinyu's spine. Thereafter, Master Shinzwa solemnly introduced Chinyu to the celestial arts and the essence of natural energy. Ultimately, he demonstrated the formidable power of this so-called natural energy. Although Chinyu had observed it before, witnessing it firsthand was an exhilarating experience beyond compare. Once the explanations were complete, Master Shinzwa instructed Chinyu to apply the toad oil and begin his immersion in natural energy. Yet, the sight of that repulsive yellow oil left Chinyu hesitating. In the end, unable to bear the sight any longer, Master Shinzwa forcefully pressed Chinyu down. As soon as the toad oil adhered to his hands, Chinyu could no longer concern himself with anything else. In that instant, a ferocious power surged chaotically within him. That was natural energy. Goodness gracious! A startled exclamation escaped Chinyu's lips, clearly bewildered by the sudden surge of energy. The force within you is natural energy. You must learn to harness it swiftly. Master Shinzaku, familiar with such phenomena, observed Chinyu's condition and offered his guidance. He then grasped a massive black staff, poised for action. This ebony staff was specifically designed to assist in mastering the celestial mode. Without it, the statues in this realm would likely multiply exponentially. Heeding Master Shinzaku's advice, Chinyu diligently endeavored to control the energy coursing within him. As Chinyu was poised to engage in a protracted struggle, he was taken aback to discover that the natural energy entering his body initially caused some discomfort, but soon harmonized seamlessly with his chakra. The two forms of energy coexisted as if they were family in perfect harmony. What is the meaning of this? I had anticipated far greater challenges. Is it truly this simple? Suddenly, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After a brief moment, a hint of golden eyeshadow appeared upon his gaze. At this juncture, Sage Shinozaki was utterly astonished. This was the initial manifestation of the perfect Sage Mode. Having taught Sage Mode for over a century, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent. To draw a comparison, even Jiraiya required more than 200 attempts before mastering it. Yet, here was Qin Yu, effortlessly entering Sage Mode on his very first attempt. Could it be that he possessed an innate aptitude for Sage abilities? Sage Shinozaki began to doubt himself, while simultaneously marveling at Qin Yu's extraordinary genius. Chapter 49. The Conclusion of Training in Truth. Qin Yu's remarkable ease and swiftness in achieving Sage Mode were primarily attributed to his physique. He possessed the body of a sage, an embodiment of sage lineage. If a sage's physique could not readily wield Sage Mode, who else could? It is worth noting that the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, also possessed a sage body. His formidable strength and the prowess of his Sage Mode are universally acknowledged. After a brief wait, Qin Yu opened his eyes and rose from the ground. Qin Yu felt the immense power within him, and in an instant, he was filled with an eager anticipation. Qin Yu approached the toad statue beside him, firmly grasping the base of each statue with both hands. With a low exclamation, Qin Yu unleashed a surge of celestial chakra within him, his hands radiating formidable power. Effortlessly, he lifted a statue in each hand, truly embodying the prowess of Sage Mode. One could only marvel at his capabilities. Afterward, he gently returned the two to the ground, causing a tremor that attested to their considerable weight. The sage, Shinzo, observed Qin Yu's ease in executing Sage Mode with astonishment, particularly impressed by his ability to achieve perfection on his first attempt. Is this the conclusion of the first stage of training? Shinzo inquired, snapping back to reality from his awe. Yes, it is. He stammered slightly. Then let us proceed to the second stage of training. All right. Taking a deep breath, Shinzo gazed at Qin Yu with sparkling eyes. This boy was not only extraordinarily gifted but also remarkably diligent, a truly commendable young man. In contrast, Jiraiya's shortcomings were glaring. He was both foolish and indolent. The second stage of training took place at the edge of a cliff. This time, the method required Qin Yu to forego the use of toad oil and instead directly tap into natural energy. He was to rely solely on himself to draw the natural energies from the world around him into his being, allowing this external energy to harmonize with his chakra and mental strength in a precise 1:1 ratio, known as the golden triangle of equilibrium. Qin Yu sat at the edge of the cliff, eyes closed, deeply immersed in the understanding of natural energy. Beside him, the immortal Shinzo gripped a larger and thicker black staff than before, poised and ready. Should Qin Yu's internal energy spiral out of control and transform into a toad, he would strike with great swiftness. This stage was undoubtedly the most perilous and challenging one. As time gradually passed, Qin Yu exhibited no signs of abnormality, not even a hint of discomfort. Observing Qin Yu's prolonged stillness, Shinzo began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he felt no connection to the natural energy? That seemed implausible. Only moments ago, he had entered the immortal mode, and it was inconceivable that he could not sense the natural energy now. What then could explain the current situation? In his perplexity, Shinzo began to circle around Qin Yu, pondering the nature of his condition. After 5 minutes of waiting, there was finally a slight change in Qin Yu. The shadow that had previously adorned his eyes reappeared, accompanied by intricate totemic patterns gracing his face. And then, there was nothing more. With a clatter, Shinzo's black staff inexplicably fell to the ground. What the? This is unbelievable. Shinzo stood motionless, fixated on Qin Yu, rubbing his eyes vigorously, fearing he might be mistaken. The more he gazed, the more astonished he became, marveling at Qin Yu's prodigious talent. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the potential of an immortal, the prophesied child? Unable to fathom the situation, Shinzo was compelled to accept this notion. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, there was no way to account for the extraordinary circumstances unfolding before him. Shinzo could not help but think this way, for Qin Yu's performance was nothing short of miraculous. The understanding of natural energy, without the aid of toad oil, would be tenfold more challenging. Yet, despite this insurmountable difficulty, Qin Yu had managed to achieve such a feat, leaving Shinzo utterly astonished. Qin Yu opened his eyes, feeling the immense power of the celestial chakra within him, and he was utterly content. Has this truly come to fruition? As Qin Yu spoke, he conjured a mirror formed from water ninjutsu, to gaze upon his reflection. Observing the intricate totemic patterns adorning his face, a shadow of discontent crossed his features. This simply would not suffice. Further effort was imperative. You have achieved the perfect immortal form. What more could you desire? The bewildered master Shinzwa remarked, believing that the state in which he stood was the initial stage. Yet, Chinyu shook his head in dissent, resolutely resuming his cultivation. Master Shinzwa regarded Chinyu with a nod of approval, murmuring, "Indeed, he is the prophesied child. His diligence is unparalleled." The elder was genuinely pleased by Chinyu's industriousness. Unaware that the young man was primarily motivated by the unsightliness of the totemic designs on his face. Had he known of Chinyu's inner thoughts, perhaps his expression would have been quite different. Thus, Chinyu devoted another 3 days to his training. At long last, just before his provisions ran out, he successfully diminished the totemic markings on his face entirely, even erasing the shadow that had lingered around his eyes. The only alteration remaining was a singular horizontal line within his pupils. Now this truly matched my handsome visage. Chinyu once again gazed into the mirror, admiring the unblemished visage of the sage mode. Following his mastery of this transformative state, the esteemed sage Shinzwa intended to engage in a fusion of their powers with Chinyu. However, Chinyu resolutely refused, hastily concocting a feeble excuse about a gas leak at home to escape the situation. The sage fusion mode would see both sage Shinzwa and sage Jima merging their energies with Chinyu to assist in combat. Such an unseemly appearance was utterly intolerable for him. After immense effort, Chinyu successfully dispelled the reversal spirit technique and returned to Konoha. Upon his arrival, he finally felt a genuine sense of relief, and it had only been a mere 5 days since his departure. Upon Chinyu's return, he went straight home. As he entered, he beheld the sight of Shiari Hong, clad in an apron and dressed in comfortable loungewear, busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Surrounding her were Hinata, Hanabi, Ino, SHBU, Tamari, and K-Rin, all cheerfully assisting her with laughter and chatter. Chapter 50. A family observing this scene, Chinyu felt an inexplicable tranquility within. A sensation known as warmth began to spread throughout his being. In the midst of everyone's oblivion, Chinyu stood quietly at the doorway, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Ah, Chinyu, you have returned," Ino exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment upon spotting him. Hadn't Lord Jiraiya mentioned that Chinyu was training at Miyaboka Mountain? How could he possibly have returned so suddenly? Was his training already complete? Surely not, for hadn't Lord Jiraiya asserted that it would take at least a month? At the sound of Ino's exclamation, all heads turned towards the entrance. The expressions on their faces varied as they beheld Chinyu standing there. Only Yuhi Kurenai regarded him with a knowing glance, as if to say, "Look, I have gathered your little admirers. Now, I am curious to see how you will handle this." In response to Kurenai's somewhat mischievous demeanor, Chinyu remained unperturbed, his eyes conveying a message of confidence. "Fear not, for I am adept at managing all challenges. How delightful it is to return home, where one truly feels the warmth of family. A family, after all, is meant to be whole and harmonious." Chinyu entered with a smile, inspired by his feelings. Upon hearing his words, everyone blushed. Subsequently, they exchanged glances filled with subtle malice towards Chinyu, questioning the true intent behind his statement. Chinyu paid no heed and took a seat at the nearby dining table as if he hadn't noticed anything. He discreetly reached out and snatched a morsel from the plate, savoring the delightful taste. Delicious. Upon witnessing this, everyone chose to ignore him, continuing their jovial conversations and preparations for the meal. Yet, they couldn't help but occasionally cast glances towards Chinyu's figure. Feeling the so-called familial atmosphere, Chinyu indulged in it. Eventually, everyone gathered for a familial feast with him. Following this, it was time for a game of Ludo, which everyone is familiar with, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The next day, refreshed and rejuvenated, Chinyu single-handedly prepared breakfast for everyone. Afterward, he set out once more to meander about. Under the pretense of exercising, he was, in reality, merely seeking to indulge in flirtations. As the saying goes, the flowers of home cannot compare to the allure of wild blooms, a truth that Chinyu understood well. Ahem, I digress. As Chinyu ambled along, he unexpectedly found himself at the noodle shop run by his affable father-in-law. Upon realizing Chinyu's presence, the father-in-law beamed with delight. "Ah, Chinyu, what would you like to eat today? Allow me to prepare something for you." Observing the joy radiating from his father-in-law, Chinyu couldn't help but smile in return. "Father-in-law, I would love a bowl of hand-pulled noodles." The moment he uttered the words father-in-law, his father-in-law paused in surprise, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. He cheerfully patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. I'll get right on it." He then departed to prepare the noodles. Shortly thereafter, a bowl of the shop's signature hand-pulled noodles was placed before Qin Yu. "Thank you, father-in-law. We are family, no need for formalities. Enjoy your meal, and let me know if you need more." With that, his father-in-law exited, leaving Qin Yu to savor his noodles in solitude. Just then, two figures, one tall and the other short, entered the noodle shop. They were clad in long black robes, adorned with several embroidered orange clouds. Upon a mere glance, Qin Yu discerned the truth. It was evident that they were well aware of his presence. Although the two figures partially obscured their faces, Qin Yu swiftly recognized their identities. One bore a visage reminiscent of a shark, unmistakably that of Kisame Hoshigaki. The other, with an expression as stoic as a mask, was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Qin Yu paid no heed to the two individuals, engrossed in his bowl of noodles, quietly listening to their conversation. After settling into the establishment and casually ordering 2 bowls of specialty noodles, the duo began to converse. "By the way, Itachi, your visit to Konoha, surely it is not merely to see your younger brother? Indeed, I wish to see how he is faring now." Itachi, who appears indifferent to everything, actually shows concern for his brother. How rare. Kisame couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Itachi remained silent, offering no response. Well, once again, the silence prevails. Clearly, this was not their first encounter of such nature. Kisame had grown accustomed to it. "Here are your noodles." The server placed the freshly prepared ramen before them and then departed. "Do take a moment to savor the distinct flavors of Konoha's ramen." Kisame spoke first, while Uchiha Itachi soon joined him in the meal. "Finish your noodles quickly, then we must hasten to the Mist Village. We cannot allow the Three Tails to escape." Kisame mumbled between bites. Indeed, Itachi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sasuke's figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the shop. Pausing momentarily upon spotting Qin Yu before choosing to ignore him, he proceeded to an empty table, ordered a bowl of noodles, and waited in quietude. Such is life. Where encounters are inevitable, this is indeed fate. As Qin Yu savored his noodles, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth manifested his reflections on the nature of fate. "Itachi, look, isn't that your brother? He bears an uncanny resemblance to you." When Kisame entered with Sasuke, he immediately recognized him. Observing Sasuke's expression, Kisame couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, they were brothers, both possessing the same stoic demeanor. "It's because he is my brother," Itachi replied, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of Kisame's remark. Smoothly continuing the conversation, Kisame, taken aback for a moment by the unexpected response, felt a pang of awkwardness before stifling a quiet laugh. Itachi regarded Sasuke with a calm intensity, his Sharingan subtly manifesting. "What is this?" Kisame exclaimed, startled by Itachi's sudden activation of his Sharingan, bewildered by the unfolding events. It soon became evident that Sasuke had fallen prey to Itachi's genjutsu. Gradually, anguish twisted across Sasuke's face until, ultimately, he succumbed to madness right before their eyes. "Itachi, what are you doing?" Kisame gaped, at a loss for words. "Is this truly how you brothers reunite? This is incredibly intense." Observing Sasuke's descent into madness, Kisame's shark-like visage twitched in disbelief. He discreetly gave Itachi a thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess. Once Sasuke had frantically stormed away, Itachi deactivated his Sharingan. "We should be on our way," he stated. "But you haven't finished your meal." Kisame protested, but Itachi ignored his outcry and departed. With a sense of despair, Kisame took a few hasty bites, left some money behind, and rushed off. "Father-in-law, I've finished. I have matters to attend to." "All right." Qin Yu left without giving any money. As for the reason, we are all family. Why discuss money? Talking about money can harm relationships, don't you know? The true sentiment in his heart, enjoying the benefits without cost, is truly delightful. After Qin Yu departed, he did not seek out the departing duo from the Akatsuki, but instead continued to wander aimlessly. When he arrived at a desolate area of Konoha, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly materialized before him. These individuals were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. "It's been a while." Qin Yu, Itachi's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. As he greeted him, "Indeed, Itachi," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "It seems you have been faring well." "Of course. After all, I indulge in the finest of foods daily, living life to the fullest." Qin Yu chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. "Look at you, toiling away in hardship, enduring the elements. And accompanied by that dried fish, he added, a hint of sympathy in his tone. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, their familiarity was neither deep nor shallow. They were not strangers, having shared the same clan during the fateful night of the massacre, yet they did not possess much to discuss. Their current interaction could be described merely as a cursory exchange of pleasantries between members of the same lineage. This encounter was simply Itachi's way of checking on how Chinyu had been faring, nothing more. As the two conversed, Kisame's forehead was marked by 3 dark lines, a sign of his growing irritation. You are Chinyu, he interjected, determined to interrupt their dialogue. Humph. Indeed, it is I, Chinyu retorted, maintaining his gaze on Itachi, ignoring Kisame entirely. When it came to posturing, Chinyu did not shy away from anyone. In confrontations, he had already bested the elite of Konoha, proving his mettle. Thus, in this regard, he had no fear of anyone. Humph. A mere child, hardly matured, dares to be arrogant. I see you're courting death, Kisame scoffed, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Chinyu displayed no fear and retorted sharply, you hideous creature. With a face resembling a shark and the demeanor of a dried salted fish, what are you making such a commotion for? Do you believe it? I will transform you into a proper dried salted fish. You, scoundrel, wretched little brat, you seek your own demise. Kisame was seething with rage at Chinyu's words, his chest heaving violently, yet he found himself utterly speechless to refute. Fuming with indignation, he yanked the bandage-wrapped Samahata from his back and pointed it menacingly at Chinyu. You insolent brat, he snarled. I'll make you understand exactly who's the dried fish here, and who's about to become one. Chinyu casually scratched his ear, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi, and remarked, isn't it exhausting to associate with such individuals? Itachi offered no response. Although weary, he found the sword in his hand. The Samahata, to be quite impressive, exuding an air of superiority that he coveted. Upon uttering these words, both Kisame and Itachi visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths. Goodness, while one might have encountered pretentiousness before, this was a whole new level of ostentation. Others might boast about taking lives, but here you are, brazenly declaring your intent to discard your weapon before the battle even begins. Such audacity deserves full marks. Infuriated, Kisame could no longer contain himself. With a furious motion, he thrust the Samahata into the ground and began to swiftly form hand seals. Chinyu observed silently, not interrupting Kisame. Bring me your life. Water release. Water shark bomb technique. Beside Kisame, the river surged tumultuously. A water bomb suddenly erupted from the river, hurtling directly toward Chinyu. This little demon. The one who defeated Orochimaru. How laughable. I believe you have no need to come and take a look, Itachi. Kisame turned to Itachi, as if this single water bomb could resolve Chinyu, radiating confidence. Chinyu remained unfazed by Kisame's water shark bomb. As the water bomb was about to strike him, he slowly parted his lips and exhaled toward the water bomb. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball was forcefully expelled from Chinyu's mouth. Witnessing Chinyu execute the fire technique without even forming hand seals, Itachi's gaze sharpened. How has this little one become so powerful? Itachi squinted, secretly astonished. As for Kisame, he was so preoccupied with speaking that he had not noticed Chinyu's hand seal-less ninjutsu. When he turned back, he only saw a massive fireball racing toward his water bomb. Despite Kisame's status as a genin with considerable combat awareness, upon seeing Chinyu's great fireball, he merely shook his head in disbelief. With a cold, mocking smile, he retorted, water extinguishes fire. Such an obvious principle, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before me. In response, Chinyu said nothing, merely watching with great interest as the water bomb and the great fireball were on the verge of colliding. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the great fireball collided with the water shark bomb. However, contrary to Kisame's expectations, the great fireball was not extinguished by the water bomb. On the contrary, Kisame's water shark bomb was instantaneously vaporized by Chinyu's great fireball. Furthermore, after evaporating the water bomb, the fireball continued its furious trajectory toward Kisame. Nani? Both Kisame and Itachi were taken aback. In a fluster, Kisame unsheathed his Samahata and slashed outward. The fireball was cleaved a path, the flames roaring past him on either side, though he did not make direct contact with the fireball. The searing heat from the flames as they rushed by caused Kisame to feel a sharp burn. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of Chinyu's great fireball. In the blink of an eye, the flames dissipated, leaving Kisame's Samahata limp in his grasp. The end of the handle even poked humorously at Kisame's arm. Cough, cough. My apologies. Gui Jiao awkwardly spoke, casting a glance at Qin Yu that was no longer imbued with disdain and contempt, but rather filled with profound gravity. He was acutely aware of the power of the fireball technique. After all, his partner, Uchiha Itachi, was a master of fire release. In the realm of ninjutsu, it is a fundamental truth that elemental affinities can counter one another, particularly at the level of shadows. Yet today, Qin Yu defied this elemental interaction, shattering the expectations that had been set. This situation felt rather humiliating. So, how does it feel, you dried fish? Were you not just roasted? Qin Yu, amused, gazed at Ghost Shark and grinned. Attribute conflicts are merely aimed at you. For a genius like me, this theory has never been applicable. Qin Yu's unwavering confidence is not without justification. This is attributed to a unique ability he acquired from the system, an attribute mutation. Upon obtaining this capability, he is able to disregard the elemental weaknesses inherent in ninjutsu. With such a significant advantage, why harbor any apprehension? It is indeed delightful to catch others off guard with an impressive display. It is this very mindset that prompted Qin Yu to unleash a fire technique moments ago. Qin Yu proclaimed with an air of arrogance, and although Kisame yearned to counter his statement, the undeniable truth rendered him speechless. He could only gaze at Qin Yu with a mix of frustration and indignation. As for Itachi, his expression remained unchanged, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor. However, a glimmer of admiration flickered deep within his eyes. How truly audacious, this young lad. With that, the warm-up concluded. It was time to engage in earnest. Despite his initial defeat in their first encounter, Kisame stubbornly held his ground. Yet, beneath his bravado, a sense of gravity weighed heavily on him. He held no illusions about the challenge ahead. Nevertheless, it was merely a sense of seriousness, for he was a formidable shadow-level warrior, and with that came an inherent confidence. Chapter 52. Qin Yu vs. Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame seized his sword, Samahata, and lunged towards Qin Yu with a fierce strike. Clang! Qin Yu effortlessly brandished the Thunder God's sword, effortlessly parrying the formidable blade of the ghostly Kyubi. Witnessing Qin Yu's blatant disregard for him, Kyubi seethed with silent rage, his empty left hand grasping the hilt of his weapon with sudden intensity. Yet, Qin Yu remained utterly unfazed, his countenance devoid of any sign of distress, exuding an air of tranquility and mastery. What? Impossible. Kyubi was taken aback as he realized that despite his exertion, the great blade of Kyubi was effortlessly held at bay by Qin Yu. He struggled to comprehend the sheer strength of Qin Yu. Could this truly be a mere child? Is this the prowess you take pride in? Is this your bravado? Qin Yu taunted mercilessly. How dare you underestimate me? Kyubi's fury ignited at such insolence. No longer willing to measure strength against Qin Yu, he swung his massive blade with lethal intent. However, under the system's tutelage, Qin Yu's swordsmanship was anything but ordinary. As the adage goes, products of the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. After rigorous training, Qin Yu's sword skills far surpassed those of Kyubi. Despite Kyubi's ferocious attacks, he could inflict not a scratch upon Qin Yu. Gradually, Qin Yu began to unleash his power, and in the blink of an eye, Kyubi found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught of Qin Yu's swordplay. Observing Kyubi's plight, Itachi shook his head in resignation, contemplating stepping in. Itachi, I can handle this. I refuse to believe this little brat can defy fate. Kyubi dismissed the notion of assistance, his pride igniting his resolve. Just then, Qin Yu executed a precisely angled thrust with the Thunder God's sword. With a swift slash, the blade cut through Kyubi's garments, leaving a gaping tear. What the hell? Kyubi gasped in shock, quickly centering himself to fend off Qin Yu's assault with all his might. Now, Kyubi bitterly regretted challenging Qin Yu in swordsmanship. He found himself, though Qin Yu seemed to perceive the frustration and fury of Kisame, breaking into a grin as he remarked, Are you yearning to unleash your ninjutsu? Feeling quite constrained and displeased, are you? Kisame was enraged. Qin Yu smiled mischievously, hesitating before speaking. However, what is it? Gui Jiao asked through clenched teeth. Just because you cannot use ninjutsu, does not mean that I cannot. Suddenly, Qin Yu's smile transformed into a radiant display. In the astonished gazes of Kisame and Itachi, Qin Yu wielded his sword with his right hand, while forming hand seals with his left. A thunderous sound erupted, as blue lightning surged and coalesced in Qin Yu's grasp. Oh no, this is bad. Witnessing the immense destructive power of Qin Yu's lightning-release ninjutsu, Kisame was instantly filled with dread. Is this little demon even human? How can he engage in battle with me while simultaneously conjuring such a ferocious technique with one hand? In that moment, Kisame's composure began to unravel. His inner self started to crumble. Come now, taste my Chidori sharp spear. With his left hand pointed towards Kisame, Chinyu summoned the Chidori sharp spear, which instantaneously extended and shot towards him. Kisame, eyes wide with terror, stumbled backward. The two retreated to the adjacent lake, one in front of the other. With a soft sound, the Chidori sharp spear pierced Kisame's body, causing him to instantly dissolve into a puddle of water. A water clone. How utterly mundane. Chinyu scoffed. A few meters away, Kisame's figure re-emerged, albeit with a disordered aura and a disheveled appearance. Clearly, despite evading Chinyu's strike, he was not unscathed. You little brat. Soon you'll understand the true meaning of fear, the terror of death. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals and then slammed his hands onto the ground. Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. The tranquil lake surface began to churn violently, as countless sharks erupted from the water, launching themselves at Chinyu. Shark face. Have you forgotten who I am? Chinyu chuckled. What do you mean? Kisame asked, momentarily taken aback. I am Uchiha Chinyu. As he spoke, Chinyu rapidly formed hand seals. Kisame's pupils dilated in alarm as he observed Chinyu's technique. Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. The once boiling lake suddenly surged with ferocity. An immense school of sharks became agitated in the waters, not only dismantling Kisame's sharks but also charging toward him. What? Kisame exclaimed in horror. Chinyu unexpectedly unleashed his own ninjutsu, which proved to be even more formidable than his previous attempts. Confronted by the increasingly powerful school of sharks, Kisame continuously evaded and retreated. Chinyu gazed at the panicked Kisame, besieged by a swarm of sharks, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chinyu hurled the Thunder God's sword towards the ghostly Kijin. The sword soared through the air with great velocity. Upon witnessing the impending strike from Chinyu's flying sword, Kijin grasped his blade, shark skin, and executed a sweeping slash. Just as the Thunder God's sword was deflected by Kijin's blow, Chinyu suddenly materialized beside it. What? Kijin exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Sizzle. Holding the Sword of Thunder, Chinyu infused it with lightning chakra and executed a diagonal strike towards Kisame. With a sickening sound, Kisame's right arm, grasping the Samahata, detached from his body and soared into the air. A howl of agony escaped his lips as the sharp pain radiated from the wound on his shoulder, contorting his already grotesque shark-like visage into an even more hideous expression. Although his arm had been severed, Kisame's gaze remained fixated on the Samahata floating above him. To him, the loss of his arm was trivial. But the loss of the Samahata was a matter of life and death. Kisame, retreat. Itachi suddenly appeared before Kisame, intent on obstructing Chinyu. Chinyu gazed at Itachi and suddenly smiled, saying, Would you like to give it a try? Itachi replied, Chinyu, you have grown stronger over the years. Chinyu retorted, Is that even a question? I am undeniably powerful. Just look at your dried fish partner to see for yourself. Chinyu's words caused Itachi's lips to twitch. Behind him, the armless Kisame seethed with rage, yet found himself utterly powerless. Chinyu bent down, sealing the shark skin into a portable scroll under the piercing gaze of Kisame. Subsequently, he brazenly stowed it away in his ninja pouch. Kisame, watching from behind, was filled with seething rage, wishing desperately to charge forward and reclaim the shark skin. Yet, he dared not act, for in Chinyu's presence, he sensed the specter of death looming. To preserve his own life, Kisame chose to remain silent, placing his hopes instead on Itachi. Chapter 53, Uchiha Chinyu vs. Uchiha Itachi Chinyu, do you believe? I will eliminate you in an instant, Itachi stated coldly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he began to emanate an extraordinary allure. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Chinyu understood his intentions. I shall merely observe how you plan to accomplish that in an instant. Chinyusi exhibited no fear, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Itachi's eyes. He chuckled inwardly, recognizing her youthful naivety and evident lack of combat awareness. Consider this a lesson for you, an opportunity to endure some hardship. In an instant, Itachi activated his Sharingan, as chakra converged within his eyes, causing the three tomo to commence their rapid spin. Shortly thereafter, the three tomo swiftly interlinked, forming the shape of a triangular windmill. Tsukuyami. Itachi's eyes suddenly emanated a formidable radiance. The moment this light burst forth, Chinyu felt an overwhelming mental force infiltrating her consciousness. This was the power of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. The potency of Itachi's Tsukuyami was immense, delivering a severe impact to Chinyu's mental fortitude. A subtle dizziness enveloped her. as the world before her transformed into a vivid crimson. In the blink of an eye, Itachi's Tsukuyomi realm was established. Before Chinyu lay a world bathed in a crimson hue, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. Suddenly, the figure of Itachi materialized before him. With a casual wave of his right hand, a wooden stake plummeted from above. Almost instantaneously, a rope appeared out of thin air, binding Chinyu firmly to the stake. A long sword hovered beside Itachi, its point directed menacingly at Chinyu. "Welcome to the realm of Tsukuyomi that I have conjured," Itachi proclaimed. "In this domain, time, space, mass, and everything else shall bend to my will. In the moments to come, I shall entertain you with this sword, though it is an illusionary space. The pain is all too real. Do take your time to savor it." As Itachi's words echoed, the hovering sword lunged towards Chinyu. Chinyu grinned and remarked, "Itachi, do you think mere illusions can ensnare me? Release me." Itachi chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, "Do not waste your efforts with your ocular prowess. It would be wise to remain compliant." However, before he could finish his sentence, Itachi was rendered speechless. He suddenly realized that the Sharingan in Chinyu's eyes had begun to rotate, swiftly intertwining into the shape of a large four-cornered pinwheel. "What?" Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. His composure, which had always set him apart, faltered for the first time in years, overwhelmed by the profound impact Chinyu had on him. "Do not presume that you alone possess the Manjiki. I, too, have it," Chinyu taunted. Itachi gazed at Chinyu in disbelief. "Even if you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, do not think you can break free from my Tsukuyomi." Itachi remained quite confident in the power of his Tsukuyomi. Chinyu curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Is that so? Are you still so confident now?" As Itachi's astonished gaze lingered, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Chinyu's eyes began to whirl once more. In the eyes of Chinyu, the four-cornered windmill vanished, replaced instead by a hexagram, a kaleidoscope of eternity. Itachi could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "Shatter it for me." As Chinyu's words echoed, the kaleidoscope of eternity radiated an overwhelming brilliance. With a sharp crack, Itachi felt a jolt of alarm. An immense force surged towards him. In the next instant, the world of Tsukuyomi that Itachi had conjured was forcefully obliterated by Chinyu. The entire blood-red realm shattered like fragile glass, dissipating into the air. A voice of disbelief escaped Itachi's lips. "Tsukuyomi, rebound." Within Chinyu's heart, a silent exclamation resounded, as the eternal kaleidoscope within his eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliance. Itachi, still reeling from earlier astonishment, fixated intently on the depths of Chinyu's gaze, precisely on the eternal kaleidoscope contained therein. Caught unawares, he found himself ensnared by the rebound of moon reading. The realm of moon reading materialized once more, yet now the roles had distinctly reversed. Itachi was bound to a wooden stake, while Chinyu stood before him. In this moment, Itachi was finally unsettled, no longer exhibiting the calm demeanor he once did. His previous composure stemmed not only from his character but also from his formidable strength. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. He realized that Chinyu's power was overwhelmingly superior. Time and again, Chinyu shattered Itachi's understanding, leaving him perpetually astonished. "Moon reading, release. Release." Itachi desperately urged his kaleidoscope Sharingan, attempting to unravel the confines of the moon reading realm. Yet, his efforts proved utterly futile. Chinyu gazed at Itachi with a teasing expression, a playful smile adorning his face. At that moment, a long sword floated beside Chinyu, its blade pointed menacingly at Itachi, who was bound to a wooden post. "Welcome to the realm of Tsukuyomi," he proclaimed. "In this domain, time, space, mass, and everything else shall be at my command. In the time that follows, I shall entertain you with this very sword. Though an illusionary space, the pain is undeniably real. Do savor the experience." Chinyu meticulously recounted every word that Itachi had just spoken. Itachi, upon hearing this, managed a bittersweet smile, realizing that he too had reached such a moment. Yet, Itachi's mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he swiftly regained his composure. With a tranquil demeanor, he faced Chinyu, exuding an air of fearlessness. Burdened with a profound mission and stained with the blood of many beloved ones, his heart had long become hardened like iron. In the face of the torment from the world of Tsukuyomi, Itachi regarded it merely as a fleeting external pain, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chinyu began to jab his sword at Itachi's body. "This is of no use to me," Itachi remarked indifferently. "Are you certain?" Chinyu replied, as the suspended sword shifted direction. The tip of the blade pointed sharply towards Itachi's fifth limb. Ah, Itachi gasped, startled by Chin Yu's unconventional swordplay. After all, for male companions, there is no part of the body held in higher regard than this. Witnessing the severing of one's own fifth limb evokes a profound psychological response. One can only imagine. I can endure. Itachi gritted his teeth and declared, alas, how tedious. Never mind, I shall cease this game. With a snap of his fingers, Chin Yu unlocked the world of Tsukuyomi. As Itachi returned to the realm of reality, he began to gasp for air, his complexion appearing quite pallid. Itachi, what has happened to you? Kisame inquired immediately, noticing Itachi's distress. Having collaborated for an extended period, Kisame had never witnessed such a moment from Itachi. In an instant, Kisame's trepidation towards Chin Yu intensified. Chapter 54. Chin Yu holds back. Itachi swiftly retreated to Kisame's side, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chin Yu ahead. I believe it is time for us to withdraw, he stated gravely. However, Kisame clenched his teeth, visibly reluctant. The commotion they had just caused would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Leaf Ninjas. If they did not retreat soon, they would find themselves in dire straits. Though Itachi had encountered difficulties at the hands of Chin Yu, he remained astutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Yet, Kisame, despite recognizing the soundness of Itachi's reasoning, was loath to abandon his partner, Samehada. Itachi, I implore you, use your Manjiki Sharingan to help me reclaim Samehada, Kisame beseeched, clearly unaware that Itachi had already activated his Manjiki. You think I haven't used it? Itachi retorted irritably. Activated it? When? Kisame asked, his expression one of confusion. Were you not paying attention when I returned, nearly at the brink of exhaustion? Itachi shot Kisame a disapproving glance. I had already activated the Manjiki and cast Tsukuyomi, but it was deflected. What? Kisame was utterly astonished. It was then that he realized why Itachi had seemed off earlier. The issue lay here. Itachi had indeed activated the Manjiki and unleashed Tsukuyomi, only to have it rebuffed. Kisame was acutely aware of the potency of Tsukuyomi, having frequently fallen victim to it during their training sessions. Hearing that Itachi's genjutsu had been countered by this young boy left Kisame in a state of shock. After all, Tsukuyomi was no ordinary illusion but one of Itachi's most formidable techniques. This boy is far too powerful. Kisame found it hard to reconcile this reality. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Damn it, Kisame cursed, declaring, let us retreat. We must leave. He grasped Itachi and attempted to make their escape. But Chin Yu suddenly appeared behind them. Upon seeing Chin Yu's unexpected presence, both Kisame and Itachi tensed instinctively. The corners of Chin Yu's mouth curled upward, his right hand wielding the Sword of Thunder, infused with immense electrical power. It would be rather remiss not to present a token of greeting upon encountering an old friend, wouldn't it? As Chin Yu approached steadily, Kisame began to feel anxious, urging Itachi to retreat slowly. Itachi regarded Kisame with a sense of resignation, pondering how a once proud individual had now devolved into such a state. Itachi, we must withdraw, Kisame urged, his anxiety palpable. Withdraw? How can we possibly retreat now? Kisame paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, how could they escape? The moment they turned to flee, Chin Yu might very well come charging forth, capable of dispatching them in an instant. Yet, to stand their ground against Chin Yu was equally perilous, as he could eliminate them just as swiftly. They found themselves ensnared in a predicament devoid of solutions, a veritable deadlock. For the first time, Kisame found himself grappling with the painful and arduous nature of decision-making. Itachi, what do you suggest? Kisame faltered, his nature as a brute rendering him adept solely in the art of killing. Never had he envisioned such a dire day. Now faced with the prospect of retreat, he was at a loss. Can you still perform ninjutsu? Itachi inquired after a moment of contemplation. Though it may be taxing, I can manage, Kisame affirmed with a nod. Very well, I will engage him for a while to buy you the opportunity to execute your ninjutsu. Whether we can escape hinges upon the potency of your skills. With that, Itachi distanced himself from Kisame, advancing towards Chin Yu. Kisame stood bewildered. What was Itachi implying? Was their survival now solely reliant on his own capabilities? With no time for further contemplation, Kisame commenced forming hand seals with one hand. Meanwhile, Itachi resumed his duel with Chin Yu, but it was evident that he was being thoroughly dominated. Itachi, I wonder if you possess any other techniques beyond Tsukuyomi? Chin Yu taunted, conversing casually as they clashed, his words devoid of substance yet laden with implication. What do you mean? Itachi inquired coldly. Since you have activated your Manjiki, Surely you should be able to execute that technique as well. Chin Yu's words resounded in Itachi's mind like a thunderclap. Was he referring to Susanoo with that statement? How could he possibly know? Could it be that he has already mastered the technique? Indeed, with his eyes now possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it should pose no difficulty for him to wield Susanoo. Once this realization dawned upon him, Itachi regained his composure. You are aware, aren't you? As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could I possibly be uninformed? After all, I am a genius, Chin Yu proclaimed, brimming with self-admiration. It seems you are deliberately entangling yourself with me, Itachi murmured softly, ensuring that Kisame could not overhear. If I don't keep you occupied, how can I seize the opportunity to make my escape? Am I not quite the genius? Chin Yu replied in a similarly hushed tone. Itachi's pupils narrowed, fixating intently on Chin Yu, as if to inquire, why? I was almost destined to become the 5th Hokage. Do you truly believe there is anything I am unaware of? Chin Yu began to exude an air of arrogance, yet his confidence was so compelling that one could not help but believe him. What? Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. This news was indeed sensational, even more so than everything that had transpired earlier. The Uchiha clan nearly ascended to the position of Hokage? How did Chin Yu accomplish this? It is noteworthy that even his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was unable to attain the title of Hokage in Konoha. Throughout the subsequent years, the Uchiha clan found themselves utterly barred from the Hokage position. How is it that you, of all people, came so close to becoming Hokage? This situation is utterly bewildering. The 3rd Hokage intended for me to assume the role of Hokage, but I declined. Chin Yu seemed to perceive Itachi's surprise and spoke once more. Itachi was suddenly engulfed in confusion, as similar thoughts to those of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, surfaced in his mind. What has happened to this world? Has the order truly changed? Water release, great shark bomb. A massive shark projectile leaped from the lake's surface, hurtling towards Chin Yu with fierce intent. Itachi retreat. After unleashing his ninjutsu, Kisame swiftly made his escape. Meanwhile, Itachi, under Chin Yu's deliberate leniency, also slipped away unnoticed. The shark bomb, however, failed to strike Chin Yu and instead plummeted back into the water, subsequently exploding and sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Only after Kisame and Itachi had made their hasty exit did the Konoha forces arrive, albeit belatedly. As for Chin Yu, he had long since departed using the Flying Thunder God technique, keen to avoid being encircled and bombarded with questions. He preferred to investigate matters on his own. Chapter 55. Farewell to Orochimaru. In the southwestern corner of Short Book Street, the rogue ninja Orochimaru, accompanied by his 1,000-year-old apprentice Kabuto, was engaged in a discussion with Tsunade before him. Upon Orochimaru's sinister suggestion, Tsunade hesitated, clearly torn. Beside her, Shizen clutched a small piglet, vigilantly eyeing the two men while offering words of comfort to Tsunade. After all, these two individuals hardly appeared to be virtuous characters, and the nature of their proposed transaction was far from honorable. Orochimaru observed Tsunade's conflicted expression, remaining patient and coldly contemplative, his eyes narrowed. At that moment, an unsettling premonition surged within him, as if something ominous were about to transpire. What could this possibly mean? The feeling of unease intensified, enveloping him with a sense of foreboding that made his heart race. Given his esteemed status, it had been quite some time since he had experienced such anxiety. Why had it suddenly emerged now? Was Tsunade reluctant to accept his proposal? As these thoughts churned in his mind, the originally serene glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes turned menacing. As time passed, the feeling of unease grew stronger, until an unexpected arrival disrupted the tension. Someone entirely unforeseen by Orochimaru. The figure of Chin Yu suddenly materialized, coincidentally standing beside Tsunade and Shizen. In response to this unexpected appearance, both Tsunade and Shizen instinctively braced themselves. The youth before them had emerged so abruptly that even Tsunade, a formidable Hokage, found herself momentarily taken aback, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary adversary. Thus, until they could ascertain whether he was friend or foe, all precautions were deemed essential. Whoa, Chin Yu! Both Orochimaru and Kabuto exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies bristling with alarm. The moment they laid eyes on Chin Yu, they instinctively retreated and continued to withdraw further in haste, retreating time and again. Witnessing the palpable fear that gripped Orochimaru and Kabuto in the presence of this young man, Tsunade and Shizen exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Accompanying Tsunade, Shizen had been engrossed in the exhilarating yet tense world of gambling outside the village, having not delved into the myriad affairs of the ninja world for quite some time. The name Chinyu is quite unfamiliar to them. However, it is enough to incite panic and fear in Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas, indicating that Chinyu is no ordinary individual. Yet, upon observing his youthful appearance, he clearly appears to be merely a young boy. The more they ponder, the more they sense something amiss. Tsunade and Jinshin begin to scrutinize the young Chinyu beside them, their curiosity piqued. "Ah, is that not Orochimaru? What a pleasure to see you again." Chinyu quirked an eyebrow, a broad smile adorning his face. His words, while laced with familiarity, concealed a subtle mockery. "You must find it quite strange to see me alive, do you not?" Orochimaru was taken aback, filled with confusion. Logically, he should have been dead. Seeing him standing alive before him should have evoked astonishment, should it not? "Huh, you are one of the legendary three ninjas, and the most enigmatic among them at that. If you were to perish so easily, I would find that truly peculiar." Chinyu spoke with a semblance of a smile, yet inwardly, he was silently mocking. "You are nothing more than an immortal creature. Unless the shinobi world faces annihilation, your demise is unlikely." He felt no surprise at Orochimaru's resurrection. Having read the original narrative, he was acutely aware of the methods employed for Orochimaru's revival. Although the process is somewhat intricate, with the assistance of Kabuto, it remains remarkably straightforward. It was only after Kabuto mastered sage techniques and impure world reincarnation that he chose to operate independently. However, in the current scenario, Kabuto still appeared quite inept and feeble, leaving him with no alternative but to resurrect Orochimaru. As for the curse seals required for Orochimaru's revival, they are plentiful. Orochimaru had, for his experiments, raised numerous orphans, frequently placing curse seals upon them. While it cannot be said that curse seals are ubiquitous, locating them would not pose a challenge. Therefore, from any perspective, Orochimaru's resurrection is assured. Thus, when witnessing Orochimaru's revival, Chinyu felt no astonishment. In the original tale, Orochimaru was sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which compelled him to seek treatment from Tsunade. Although this encounter did not unfold exactly as in the original, he still approached Tsunade. As to Orochimaru's intentions or potential transactions with Tsunade, Chinyu harbored some conjectures. Orochimaru, gazing at the composed and tranquil Chinyu, felt a genuine shock. This individual possessed not only formidable strength but also an astute and profound intellect, rendering him a truly formidable adversary. The distance between Orochimaru and Chinyu was over 10 meters as they exchanged glances. A chilling aura began to permeate the air surrounding them. The least skilled among them, Shizen, suddenly sensed a drop in the temperature of the air around her, inducing a wave of tension. The atmosphere became palpably strained. Tsunade, who had been engaged in discussions of cooperation and trade, suddenly found herself taken aback by the abrupt shift in the ambience. What was happening? Just moments ago, everything was proceeding smoothly. How did the arrival of this youth alter the dynamics so drastically? To alleviate the tension, Tsunade felt compelled to interject. "Wait, let me interrupt," she said, directing her gaze at Chinyu with a serious expression. "May I ask, who are you?" While one would expect Tsunade, as one of the legendary Sannin, to maintain her composure, her curiosity proved too great to suppress, prompting her inquiry. "Ah, Tsunade, it appears you have been away from Konoha for far too long. Even the current hero of Konoha, Uchiha Chinyu, has escaped your notice." Orochimaru's voice was chilling, yet laced with profound mockery. He narrowed his serpent-like slitted eyes, gazing intently at Chinyu. "I presume the third Hokage intends to bequeath the position of Hokage to you, does he not?" Chinyu chuckled mockingly and said, "Well, you know this, so it's still thanks to you, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that Chinyu's words had struck a nerve. Chapter 56. I am but an unworthy individual, yet I possess some skills. Though stung, Orochimaru contemplated that Chinyu had indeed spoken the truth. It could be argued that without the Konoha invasion orchestrated by him, Chinyu's renown would never have been established. Nor would his current standing in Konoha have been possible. Their exchange was overheard clearly by Tsunade, sending a tremor through her heart. This young boy, how old could he possibly be, and yet he aspires to be Hokage? Moreover, it was none other than his own mentor, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had elevated him. Reflecting on the past, even the youngest and most talented fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had not displayed such strength at this age. Furthermore, Tsunade discerned from their dialogue that Orochimaru seemed to have suffered a setback at Chinyu's hands, one that was not merely minor. but rather a significant loss that could be deemed catastrophic. Who exactly are you? Tsunade gazed at Chinyu, her voice barely above a whisper. Me? I am the hero of Konoha. Chinyu grinned widely. Chinyu's words were indeed rather shameless. Tsunade, not one to be easily trifled with, immediately darkened her expression and remarked, "Is this how the young ones of Konoha behave nowadays? It seems I have been away for too long." Unfazed by Tsunade's comment, Chinyu responded, "Enough of the pleasantries. Why have you suddenly appeared here?" Orochimaru glared at Chinyu coldly, inquiring in a grave tone. Chinyu remained unperturbed, casually digging at his ear. "You ought to hide away properly, yet here you are, daring to show your face. You possess quite a bit of audacity." The irate Orochimaru retorted, "You can only boast with your words." Currently, he found himself in a most disheveled state, and the architect of his misfortune was none other than the youth before him, Uchiha Chinyu. The very fact that he had come to this quaint street to meet Tsunade for a transaction was indeed instigated by Chinyu, following the last incident, where he had exploited a unique method to unleash the full wrath of the reanimated. Orochimaru had paid a hefty price. This had resulted in his current frail condition, weak in power, and ailing physique. His purpose in seeking Tsunade was to expedite his recovery through her medical ninjutsu. However, such matters were certainly not something Orochimaru would divulge to Chinyu. After all, they were adversaries. Who would confide in an enemy? In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Chinyu chuckled softly and replied, "What I am here for is of no concern to you. However, I can surmise your purpose quite easily." His cold laughter resonated in the air. Chinyu turned around, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Tsunade. Taken aback by his sudden seriousness, Tsunade found herself at a loss. Lady Tsunade, as a ninja of Konoha and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, as well as a disciple of the third Hokage, are you truly certain you wish to conspire with Orochimaru? Chinyu's seemingly simple statement was delivered with an unexpectedly grave expression. In an instant, Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. However, who was Tsunade, and what was her character? She was a proud individual, embodying an archetype of stubbornness. Would she easily concede to Chinyu's reprimand? Clearly not. With a fierce expression, she coldly retorted, "Do I require the approval of a mere child like you to conduct my affairs?" Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, Tsunade felt a twinge of regret. After all, Chinyu was the fifth Hokage. Addressing him in such a manner was undeniably disrespectful. Consequently, she awkwardly clarified, "I am merely engaging in a cooperative agreement with Orochimaru. Besides, despite his years of defection, he has never truly acted against Konoha." Upon hearing this, Chinyu couldn't help but burst into laughter as he gazed at Tsunade, as if what he had just heard was the most amusing joke of the year. What? What did you just say? Are you certain you're not merely jesting with me?" Noticing Chinyu's demeanor, Tsunade's expression darkened instantly as she retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Chinyu chuckled lightly and remarked, "What have I done to Konoha? You are aware that not long ago, he orchestrated a catastrophic event in Konoha. Had it not been for my considerable strength, I dare say half of Konoha would have been reduced to ruins by now. As for your mentor, the third Hokage, he would likely have met his demise at his hands." "Nanny?" Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. She had never anticipated the situation to be so dire. Previously, she had only heard rumors and assumed it was merely some minor skirmishes, dismissing them as inconsequential. After all, Konoha's treasures lay in plain sight. How could anything truly threaten them? However, upon Chinyu's revelation, she was utterly astonished. Chinyu appeared dissatisfied with Tsunade's reaction and began to hurl explosives one after another. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Lady Tsunade, do you know the means by which this individual intends to obliterate Konoha?" Upon hearing this sudden inquiry, Tsunade, intrigued, sought clarification. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a tremor of unease stirred within her heart. It was the forbidden technique inscribed within the Book of Seals, the impure world reincarnation. To achieve the destruction of Konoha, he would not hesitate to desecrate the souls of his forebears, forcibly summoning the first and second Hokage from the Pure Land to serve his nefarious purposes. "What did you say?" Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within her. The first and second Hokage were her grandfather, her blood kin. Moreover, they were the very founders of Konoha, the embodiment of its ideals, towering heroes of legend. The thought that such venerable figures could be so profaned by Orochimaru was utterly unfathomable. This revelation incited a tempest of rage within Tsunade. Although she had contemplated utilizing Orochimaru to summon Dan and Nawaki through the impure world reincarnation, her intentions were born out of longing. not for the purpose of turning them into mere pawns for destruction. With clenched fists, Tsunade glared fiercely at Orochimaru. Unfazed, he smugly declared, "Tsunade, do you now believe in my strength? I can fulfill your desires." His words momentarily halted Tsunade's fury. Bowing her head, she seemed to be lost in thought, or perhaps grappling with her inner turmoil. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Chinyu discreetly shook his head, bemused by her lack of intellect despite her formidable presence. In a bid to steer Tsunade back to her senses, Chinyu embarked on a display of bravado. With a confident smirk, he proclaimed, "So, it all comes down to wanting to use the impure world reincarnation to summon someone. Why not say that sooner? To be honest, I happen to possess a modicum of skill in this very technique." As Chinyu's words fell, everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at him. Chapter 57. Will you hinder me? Tsunade's gaze towards Chinyu suddenly ignited with fervor, and her breath unconsciously quickened. In comparison to collaborating with Orochimaru, partnering with Chinyu would yield a far superior outcome. After all, Orochimaru was undeniably an adversary, a murderer of mentors, and any alliance with him would be fraught with trepidation. However, cooperation with Chinyu posed no such difficulties. He was, after all, a member of Konoha, effectively one of her own. Collaborations among allies do not necessitate such reservations. You're talking nonsense. How could you possibly master the reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. He held an unfounded confidence in his disbelief that Chinyu could accomplish such a feat. Not convinced? Chinyu chuckled, replying, "Just think for a moment. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for me to break your reanimation jutsu?" At these words, Orochimaru faltered for a moment, then began to ponder deeply. The more he considered, the more his expression darkened. Chinyu, having abandoned the initial intention of engaging in a contest with the reanimated, decisively sealed them within a spatial confinement. This prompt and effective method was remarkably straightforward. Although Orochimaru was no longer present at that moment, it is crucial to remember that his forbidden jutsu of reanimation still lingered. Through this technique, he ultimately grasped the outcome with clarity. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Orochimaru's face, Tsunade swiftly comprehended the situation. This individual was indeed capable of reanimation. Still skeptical? Noticing their lingering doubt, Chinyu resorted to his ultimate technique. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, culminating in several intricate signs. Upon witnessing these symbols, Orochimaru's countenance shifted dramatically. Those seals were unmistakably indicative of the reanimation jutsu. Tsunade, perceiving Orochimaru's reaction, inquired with curiosity, "What are those seals?" "These are fragments of the reanimation jutsu seals." "Do you believe now?" Chinyu replied calmly. At that moment, Tsunade was convinced, although she did not fully comprehend the seals. Orochimaru's astonished expression had already swayed her belief significantly. Indeed, Tsunade nodded, her demeanor suddenly turning grave. I wondered why the old man would pass the Hokage position to this young lad. It seems his talent is truly exceptional. Previously, Tsunade harbored doubts regarding Chinyu's ascension as the fifth Hokage, but such uncertainties dissipated in light of his evident aptitude. Without a doubt, he stood as one of the strongest in Konoha, if not the strongest. In this case, Orochimaru, it appears there is no necessity for our collaboration, Tsunade remarked with a cold smirk. Witnessing her abrupt transformation, Orochimaru's expression darkened to an extent that it seemed capable of dripping with malice. Chinyu. It is once again this very Chinyu. He resembles a relentless nightmare, perpetually casting me into shadows. He consistently brings my meticulously crafted plans to ruin. Upon observing Orochimaru's expression, Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle. With a light laugh, he remarked, "Collaboration. It is indeed necessary to engage in partnership with Orochimaru." Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Just moments ago, he was undermining their collaboration, and now he seeks to propose a partnership. What could be his intentions? It merely signifies a change in the method of cooperation. What does that imply? Chinyu smiled at Orochimaru and remarked, "The reanimation jutsu requires living sacrifices. Lady Tsunade, if you wish to resurrect two individuals, naturally, two sacrifices are needed." As Chinyu spoke, he trailed off, yet both Tsunade and Orochimaru comprehended his implication. Tsunade cast a stern glance at Orochimaru, exuding an aura that suggested she was ready to strike at any moment. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Chinyu's sudden declaration. Although Tsunade was a medical ninja, as one of the legendary Sannin, she undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. She was capable of healing as well as inflicting harm. With no further need to collaborate with Orochimaru, what reservations could she possibly have? Clearly, her hesitations had vanished, and she was poised to act. Orochimaru, sensing the impending threat, was thrown into a state of panic, while his companion, Kabuto, trembled visibly. As the saying goes, calamity can strike unexpectedly. Orochimaru, after so many years apart, I wonder if you have made any progress. Tsunade could hardly restrain herself any longer. After listening to their exchange for so long, she felt compelled to take action against Orochimaru. With a resounding thud, the confrontation began. Chinyu conjured the Sword of Thunder. Humph. Orochimaru, witnessing Tsunade's eagerness, took a deep breath as he prepared for battle upon seeing Chinyu brandish the Sword of Thunder. However, despite wielding the formidable weapon, Chinyu refrained from immediate confrontation. Instead, he elevated the Sword of Thunder, gently positioning it before Tsunade's towering presence. Hiss! In that instant, the ever-observant Shizen gasped in astonishment. Stealing a glance at Lady Tsunade, she was struck by the vivid expression playing across her face. The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched. Her brows quivered, and her form trembled. Throughout the years, no one had dared to confront Lady Tsunade in such a manner. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had nearly faced dire consequences when he attempted to spy on her. What, then, could be said of this audacious youth standing before her? Truly, this young lad possessed an extraordinary audacity. Chinyu had merely feigned bravado moments ago, yet unexpectedly, he encountered the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, the sensation was indeed quite delightful. Although separated by the Sword of Thunder, Chinyu could still distinctly perceive its formidable presence. Chinyu could not help but grasp the Sword of Thunder God, shaking it once more. Hey, brat! Tsunade clenched her fists, furiously exclaiming, Are you seeking death? In truth, it was all a misunderstanding. I merely wished to convey that you need not intervene, for I can handle this alone. Chinyu replied with a cheerful smile. This scoundrel! He dares to smile. Tsunade muttered through gritted teeth. Yet, upon realizing that Chinyu wished to spare her the effort, she felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. With a grand gesture, she declared, No need. I will certainly take action regarding my own affairs. In fact, Chinyu pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. I am unsure of your intentions, but could you first remove this wretched sword from my chest? Tsunade retorted with irritation. Oh, I was lost in thought and forgot. Chinyu curled his lips, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. It was evident that his thoughts were not as straightforward as they seemed. He harbored other considerations. With the softness dissipating, Chinyu felt a slight irritation brewing within him. He promptly remarked, What I truly mean is that if you intervene, you might hinder my progress. A sharp intake of breath escaped the silent observer behind him. This fellow, had he not gone a bit too far in his arrogance to utter such words? Are you implying that I would impede your advancement? Tsunade retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Indeed, Chinyu replied with earnest sincerity. Chapter 58. Tsunade's hemophobia. Chinyu's retort nearly provoked Tsunade to deliver a punch. This insolent brat, how infuriating. Suppressing the urge to strike him, Tsunade exclaimed, You little rascal. When I was fighting for Konoha, you were probably off playing in the mud. With that, she launched herself towards Orochimaru. Chinyu's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, The three ninjas are merely associated with gambling, vice, and drugs. I have long been aware of this. Meanwhile, Tsunade had already engaged in battle with Orochimaru. As for the subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, who accompanied Orochimaru, he was utterly disregarded. It was evident that his strength was so feeble that it failed to provoke any motivation for Tsunade to take action against him. Chinyu shook the Sword of Thunder in his hand, and had only taken a couple of steps when Orochimaru, who was previously engaged in combat with Tsunade, was suddenly startled and hurriedly retreated. Observing this scene, Tsunade furrowed her brow and exclaimed, You little brat, this is a battle between him and me. Do not interfere. To which Chinyu responded, Very well, then I shall leave you to it. Chinyu retracted the Sword of Thunder God and made his way back. Upon witnessing Chinyu's return, Orochimaru felt a considerable sense of relief. Thud, thud, thud. Tsunade's immense strength was renowned throughout the ninja world. Even her ordinary punches and kicks wielded formidable power. Before long, the terrain around them had become riddled with craters due to their battle. However, as a former friend and comrade, Orochimaru was well acquainted with Tsunade. He had never engaged her in a direct confrontation, but rather opted for a tactical dance around her. Yet, his primary focus remained on Chinyu, rather than on Tsunade as an opponent. After all, Orochimaru understood that, compared to Tsunade, Yu's prowess was far more terrifying. He would rather endure a few blows from Tsunade than face even a single strike from Yu. Sustaining a few punches from Tsunade would result in mere injuries. But a few hits from Yu could very well be fatal. Orochimaru's demeanor did not go unnoticed by Tsunade, who immediately felt a surge of anger. "You bastard! Do you dare to underestimate me?" Her pride had been wounded, prompting her to exert even greater force. With a fierce kick, Tsunade seized an opportunity and descended with a powerful strike. Compared to her previous attacks, this one was significantly more potent and swift. Boom! The ground erupted violently, fractures spreading like spiderwebs from Tsunade's epicenter. In that moment of fury, Tsunade unleashed her might, leaving Orochimaru unable to react in time, and he suffered a slight injury. "Watch out, Orochimaru-sama!" exclaimed Kabuto, his most loyal subordinate, startled by the sudden turn of events. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he felt the sting of pain. "Damn it!" Orochimaru hissed as he unleashed a serpent from his mouth. With the two so close, the serpent swiftly ensnared Tsunade. "You scoundrel!" Tsunade grimaced as she struggled against the constricting serpent. Gripping the serpent tightly, she summoned her formidable strength, breaking free from Orochimaru's grasp and, using the serpent as a pivot, swung him around. Boom! A massive cloud of dust erupted as the ground shattered once more under Tsunade's extraordinary power. However, as the unfortunate recipient of this chaos, Orochimaru found himself relatively unscathed. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he calmly rose to his feet. Humph! Upon witnessing Orochimaru rising once more, Tsunade felt an inkling of displeasure, prompting her to charge forward again. Meanwhile, Kabuto, observing the unfavorable circumstances for Orochimaru, harbored a subtle concern. However, in the face of Tsunade's renewed assault, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed. Instead, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, aiming it at Tsunade. Upon seeing Orochimaru wield the kunai, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of disdain. In her eyes, it was beneath the dignity of a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru to resort to such a trivial weapon. Yet, just as Tsunade raised her fist, poised to strike Orochimaru, he wore an eerie smile, flipping the kunai to stab into his palm. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, some even landing directly on Tsunade's face. The once ferocious Tsunade froze in her tracks upon witnessing Orochimaru's blood. "No, please no!" Tsunade exclaimed, her pupils constricting sharply. The courage she had moments ago evaporated, leaving her trembling. Blood is blood. Staring at the crimson liquid, Tsunade collapsed onto the ground, muttering incessantly, resembling a frightened child. "Lady Tsunade, be careful." In the distance, Shizen gasped at the sight, startled. Although concerned, she refrained from advancing, knowing her presence would be futile. "Haha, Tsunade, I never imagined that after all these years, your hemophobia remains unchanged." Orochimaru taunted maliciously. "In that case, it's time for you to perish." With the kunai turned menacingly, Orochimaru was prepared to strike. With no hope for collaboration, he saw no reason to spare her. As for camaraderie, Orochimaru dismissed it as utter nonsense. The notion of friendship in battle was a mere joke to him. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate a hidden adversary was far more practical. Terrified by the blood, Tsunade's hemophobia flared as she witnessed Orochimaru lunging towards her with the kunai, her pupils constricting once more. Yet, her body remained motionless, as if awaiting the arrival of death. "Lady Tsunade," Shizen gasped, her face paling in alarm. Yet, she could do nothing but stand there, astonished. What a troublesome woman. In the distance, Yu shook his head helplessly. The next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. "You never believed my words, insisting on being stubborn. And now look where that has led you." Just as the despairing Tsunade heard an irritating voice beside her, a metallic clink resonated. With a swift motion, Yu's Thunder God sword accurately intercepted Orochimaru's kunai. "What?" Orochimaru was taken aback, his expression one of shock. He had believed that he was sufficiently vigilant against Yu. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be caught in close quarters in an instant. Was this space ninjutsu truly so formidable? It was utterly unpredictable. There was no effective way to defend against it. With a forceful thrust of his arm, Yu intercepted the Raijin's sword with his kunai, effortlessly sending Orochimaru's weapon flying. "Orochimaru, it is now my turn to entertain you." Yu cast a cold smile at Orochimaru, brandishing the sword of Thunder God with a flourish. Chapter 59. Preparing to flee. Upon witnessing Yu skillfully wielding the sword of Thunder God, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Thud, thud, thud. Yu wielded the sword of Thunder God, launching a relentless series of strikes towards Orochimaru. Each movement flowed seamlessly, each thrust aimed with lethal precision. Faced with Chin Yu's onslaught, Orochimaru felt a surge of dread, instinctively retreating and dodging with great urgency. The Sword of Thunder God kept him on edge, his entire being tense with apprehension. While Tsunade's immense strength was formidable, Orochimaru felt confident that his enhanced physique could withstand a few blows. However, the Sword of Thunder God was an entirely different matter. This artifact boasted a sharpness comparable to his own Kusanagi, and its keen edge did not discriminate based on physical fortitude. A mere graze would surely draw blood. Having already been disarmed when Chin Yu sent his only kunai flying, Orochimaru found himself defenseless, compelled to evade the masterful swordplay that Chin Yu executed. Despite his evasive maneuvers, Orochimaru's garments were becoming tattered under the relentless assault of Chin Yu's blade. His mind was sharply attuned, searching for an opportunity to escape, a moment to retreat alongside Kabuto without delay. As Tsunade observed Chin Yu appearing suddenly beside her, she was momentarily taken aback. He had just executed the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu of remarkable caliber. It was astonishing that he possessed such prowess, explaining his audacious demeanor. However, she wondered how the technique had reached such speed. Unless, Tsunade noticed a small seal on her chest, the mark of the Flying Thunder God. This cunning youth had managed to inscribe the mark on her while she was preoccupied. His mind was indeed exceptionally astute. Although Tsunade was paralyzed by her hemophobia, her intellect remained unscathed, and as one of the legendary Sannin, she quickly pieced together the unfolding events. As Chin Yu engaged in battle with Orochimaru, he noticed Tsunade trembling in fear and shook his head, lamenting her lack of prospects. At that moment, Shizune rushed over, clutching her little piggy bank. With a heart full of compassion, he helped Tsunade to her feet, indignantly rebuking Chin Yu. "How can you be so callous? Lady Tsunade is in this state, and you still make light of it." "I am merely stating the facts," Chin Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. "It seems that logic holds no sway over you women with ample bosoms and scant intellect." At his words, Shizune stomped her feet in frustration, quickly assisting Tsunade to a nearby resting spot. Meanwhile, Orochimaru fought while retreating, soon finding himself beside Kabuto. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a white snake slithering towards Kabuto, before continuing his fierce struggle with Chin Yu. The white snake, upon reaching Kabuto, suddenly spoke. "Kabuto, listen to me." Thus, the two engaged in a clandestine exchange. Shortly thereafter, Kabuto turned and fled, leaving Orochimaru to face Chin Yu alone. "Regardless of the circumstances, I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Perhaps I cannot overpower you, but if I choose to leave, you shall not impede me." Orochimaru suddenly radiated an inexplicable confidence. Chin Yu curled his lips and remarked, "Are you truly so confident?" Orochimaru chuckled coldly, feigning composure. Chin Yu's prowess is evident. He is undoubtedly aware of his own strength. However, in this moment, he must endure for the sake of allowing the pharmacist Do to escape. As long as Do remains alive, he too can be resurrected. Should Do perish, although he could still return, the uncertainties would multiply significantly. Moreover, Orochimaru retains a certain confidence in his methods of evasion. After all, his escape techniques have never been revealed before Chin Yu. Suddenly, a multitude of white serpents surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, lunging menacingly towards Chin Yu. Yet again, he resorts to such a trite tactic. How tiresome. Chin Yu let out a soft sigh, shaking his head. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching white serpent, he found himself disinclined to wield the Thunder God's sword. After all, it would take dozens of strikes to fell a single snake. Instead of squandering time with one strike at a time, it would be far more efficient to employ a ninjutsu for a complete annihilation. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a crackling sound. On Chin Yu's empty hand, no seal was formed, yet formidable lightning erupted forth. This lightning was unlike any previously encountered. It began to spread from his hand, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, the lightning completely cocooned Chin Yu. The electric force enveloping him was extraordinarily tight, rendering him impervious to any external influence. "Orochimaru, prepare to meet your demise." Chin Yu let out a cold laugh and boldly charged towards Orochimaru without a trace of fear. Hiss. The white serpent released by Orochimaru was instantly charred by the formidable power of lightning as soon as it made contact with Chin Yu, who was enveloped in electric currents. In the blink of an eye, dozens of scorched serpents lay sprawled across the ground. A rich aroma of roasted meat wafted from the burnt snakes, causing Shizune, who had been supporting Tsunade nearby, to involuntarily swallow at the enticing scent. Clearly, the fragrance was quite delectable. Orochimaru's expression darkened. His anger stemmed not only from the swift dismantling of his ninjutsu by Chinyu, but also from the unsettling realization that Chinyu seemed to have grown even stronger. Meanwhile, he found himself stagnating, making no progress. This revelation was particularly disheartening for Orochimaru, whose lifelong ambition was to continuously strengthen himself, relentlessly studying forbidden techniques in pursuit of that goal. This phenomenon is quite common in the ninja world. In the early stages, a ninja's growth is rapid. But once they reach the elite J-nin level, further advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Upon attaining the status of a Kage, the challenge of enhancing one's strength becomes monumental. Yet, before him stood Chinyu, seemingly defying all conventions. His power not only remained unimpeded but surged forth like a train, accelerating with alarming speed. Orochimaru vividly recalled their first confrontation. Although he had suffered a setback then, it was due to underestimating his opponent and fearing the disruption of his plans. At that time, Orochimaru perceived Chinyu's strength as relatively modest. However, in such a brief span, he found himself utterly unable to compete with Chinyu. Facing him, Orochimaru felt a suffocating sense of dread. Chapter 60. Tsunade's astonishment. Chinyu's lightning-release ninjutsu launched a proactive assault, shattering Orochimaru's technique. In a moment of desperation, Orochimaru could no longer afford to be cautious. He hastily dispelled his jutsu, the hidden shadow snake hands, and fled in utter disarray. Chinyu gazed at Orochimaru's disheveled appearance, a smile creeping upon his lips as he charged towards him. Upon witnessing Chinyu's advance, Orochimaru's expression soured considerably. "Damn it," he muttered, swiftly biting his left thumb, and, while desperately retreating, he began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground, and a thick cloud of white smoke erupted. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal white serpent, the myriad snakes, materialized upon the earth. Orochimaru, with a grim visage, stood atop the serpent's head. The emergence of the myriad snakes seemed to bolster Orochimaru's confidence, as he once again fixed his gaze upon Chinyu. Chinyu gazed at Orochimaru and the multitude of snakes at his feet, disdainfully curling his lip. "Orochimaru, whether a small snake or a large serpent, can you not aspire to greater heights?" Chinyu gradually extended his right hand, as the formidable chakra within him surged forth, ultimately converging in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a rapidly spinning blue orb took shape within his grasp. "What? This is the Rasengan." Tsunade, who had been assisted to the side for a moment of respite by Shizune, had now regained a considerable amount of her strength. Upon witnessing the Rasengan in Chinyu's hand, she was taken aback. Then, a thought struck her. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, it seemed plausible that Chinyu could also wield the Rasengan. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique is renowned for being one of the most challenging ninjutsu to learn. Surely, someone capable of such a technique would not be incapable of mastering other, lesser ninjutsu. However, as she managed to steady her racing heart, Tsunade was once again left in astonishment. The Rasengan in Chinyu's hand was not fixed in size. Rather, it rapidly expanded under the infusion of his chakra. Ultimately, the orb swelled to a diameter exceeding 2 meters. "What is this?" Tsunade's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Clearly, she was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of Chinyu's Rasengan. "Orochimaru, prepare to face my grand Rasengan." Chinyu gently spoke to Orochimaru, then propelled his Rasengan towards the monstrous serpent. Orochimaru, however, was not to be underestimated. As a shadow-level powerhouse, his perception and intuition were honed to perfection. Upon witnessing the expansion of Chinyu's Rasengan, an ominous feeling stirred within him. As the Rasengan took form, Orochimaru swiftly evaded the head of the monstrous serpent. Retreating further and further away from the colossal creature, he found himself in a precarious position. Before the myriad of serpents could react, Chinyu's formidable Rasengan struck with devastating force. The monstrous serpent was left battered and bloodied, its once formidable figure reduced to a pitiful state. The impact did not merely mar the serpent's exterior, its very insides were grievously injured. Blood gushed from its ferocious jaws, and after a brief, futile struggle, its life force waned. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the serpent collapsed, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The ground quivered beneath the weight of its fall, and the trajectory of Orochimaru's severed head ominously pointed towards Tsunade. Tsunade was taken aback, swallowing hard in disbelief. This young man possessed such formidable strength, capable of dispatching even Orochimaru's summoned beast with a single blow. It was astonishing. A sense of dread washed over her as she recalled her earlier outburst directed at him, fearing he might seek revenge. Surely he wouldn't. Given they were both from Konoha, allies in arms. Yet, a flicker of apprehension lingered in her heart. As for Tsunade, her gaze towards Chinyu was filled with awe. He had brought her an abundance of surprises. Is this jutsu called the Rasengan? She murmured softly to herself. While the Rasengan was originally conceived by the fourth Hokage, Tsunade never anticipated such a display of power. Chinyu not only mastered the spiral sphere but also enhanced and upgraded it. Now, in Chinyu's hands, the spiral sphere has reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, Tsunade seemed to comprehend more clearly why her mentor, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, chose Chinyu as the new Hokage. Perhaps Chinyu could indeed usher in a different future for Konoha. Or perhaps he could bring about remarkable changes in this ninja world. Some individuals are destined from birth to transcend the ordinary, meant to exist to break conventions. And Chinyu is precisely one of those individuals. Just as Orochimaru had barely regained his footing after fleeing, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. The summoning of the 10,000 snakes had scarcely commenced when it was instantly obliterated by Chinyu's single strike. This was utterly infuriating. Orochimaru felt an urge to curse. Chinyu was simply too monstrous. Such an overwhelming display of power left no room for others to contend. The ferocity of this advanced ninjutsu was unleashed without a moment's hesitation, offering no opportunity for a counter. What was even more disheartening was that, after unleashing his formidable technique, Chinyu showed no signs of fatigue, as if he had merely executed a basic jutsu. Without any pause, he charged towards Orochimaru once more. Orochimaru's mind was in chaos. A painful predicament. After numerous encounters with Chinyu, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. If one could not outmatch Chinyu in ninjutsu, then once he closed the distance, it was simply a matter of awaiting one's demise. After all, being approached by Chinyu meant certain defeat. Faced with Chinyu's relentless advance, Orochimaru was left with only one option, to retreat once more. However, an embarrassing predicament unfolded. Orochimaru's retreat was outpaced by Chinyu's charge. This meant he would inevitably be cornered. As for turning his back to Chinyu and fleeing, Orochimaru could unequivocally declare that this would be tantamount to seeking death. In a desperate attempt to impede Chinyu's advance, Orochimaru unleashed various blocking jutsu while retreating. Yet, who was Chinyu to be thwarted by such techniques? Clearly, he was undeterred, continuing his relentless pursuit of the snake. Observing the spot where Kabuto had fled, Orochimaru realized Kabuto was no longer present. Acknowledging that escape was futile, Orochimaru ceased his attempts to flee. Chapter 61. The Eight-Headed Serpent Technique. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. Chinyu, do you think you have me at your mercy? Orochimaru sneered coldly. Come on, let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Chinyu scoffed. As a time traveler, he was well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. Regardless of Orochimaru's intentions, they were all anticipated by Chinyu. No matter what, Orochimaru would not be able to turn the tide. Suddenly, Orochimaru flashed a wicked grin, extending his long tongue. He began to wipe his face with it, resembling someone engaged in the act of washing their visage. Chinyu felt a sense of revulsion. Orochimaru truly deserved the title of the most repugnant figure in the ninja world. Perhaps in other respects, Orochimaru could not pose much of a threat to Chinyu. However, when it came to the aspect of repulsiveness, Orochimaru was undoubtedly in a league of his own, far surpassing Chinyu. Chinyu could not help but shudder, a wave of nausea washing over him. After Orochimaru cleansed his face with his elongated tongue, he pressed his palms together to form a seal. Witnessing Orochimaru's peculiar demeanor, Chinyu's lips twitched, clearly realizing the sinister intent behind his actions. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and an endless swarm of venomous snakes began to slither forth at an astonishing speed. With a chilling cackle, Orochimaru spoke. Chinyu, behold the true essence of my serpent array. Upon witnessing the scene, Chinyu could not help but acknowledge that this ninjutsu truly lived up to its name. At a mere glance, the number of serpents was staggering, reaching into the tens of thousands. The multitude of venomous snakes coiled together, creating a dense and overwhelming spectacle. For those afflicted with fear of densely packed creatures, the mere sight of such a colossal snake swarm might induce a fatal fright without any need for the snakes to strike. This was exemplified by the figure of Shizen in the distance. Upon seeing Orochimaru unleash such a horde of serpents, her expression soured considerably. Now, Confronted with the sheer volume of venomous snakes, she found herself retching uncontrollably. It was her first encounter with such a repulsive ninjutsu, and she simply could not endure it. In contrast, Tsunade did not share Shizen's reaction when faced with the snake swarm. Instead, she pondered how Chinyu would manage to contend with such an overwhelming number of serpents. Simply relying on the Rasengan would be futile against this multitude. However, in the next moment, Chinyu made his move. Orochimaru, watch how I prepare a feast of roasted snakes. With a swift hand gesture, he formed a cross. And in an instant, two shadowy figures appeared behind him, clearly the manifestations of his shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu commanded them to unleash their power. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Wind release, great breakthrough. The two shadow clones, without weaving any hand signs, simply exhaled. Two formidable ninjutsu erupted from their mouths. As these two techniques converged in midair, the winds intensified the flames, transforming the two techniques into a ferocious force. Despite the fact that both the Great Fire Extinguishing and the Great Breakthrough were not particularly high-ranked techniques, they demonstrated S-rank prowess in Chinyu's hands. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the wind release, the coverage and impact of the Great Fire Extinguishing expanded dramatically. Under the influence of the wind release, the Great Fire Extinguishing could be said to possess the power to annihilate the world. In an instant, Orochimaru's thousands of venomous snakes were reduced to mere roasted serpents, littering the ground. How could he possibly be this powerful? Silent was taken aback, his mouth agape at the scene before him. Although he and Chinyu were at a considerable distance apart, in opposite directions no less, he could still sense the searing wave of energy. Grasping the sheer potency of this jutsu, Tsunade, equally astounded, had encountered many exceptionally talented individuals as one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, even with such exposure to prodigies, she had never witnessed a genius quite like Chinyu. A combination of wind and fire techniques had utterly obliterated Orochimaru's signature jutsu. Had Orochimaru not fled in the nick of time, it was likely that he too would have ended up like the charred snake lying on the ground. Orochimaru, in a state of disarray, gazed at the pile of roasted snakes, his heart bleeding with regret. From the outset, he had never intended to defeat Chinyu with this jutsu. Rather, he had hoped to use it to stall him. Who would have anticipated that Chinyu would respond with such an overwhelming strike? One single combination technique had resolved everything. Was this truly a technique of fire release? The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat as the flames dissipated, and as he looked at Chinyu, madness began to cloud Orochimaru's eyes. Chinyu, if it is to be my demise today, I shall ensure you remember this moment for eternity. With that declaration, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. The chakra within him surged, and he mumbled incantations in a manic fashion. The chakra within him began to coalesce, emanating a formidable pressure that gradually spread. It felt as though something within him was stirring to life. Even from a distance, the intensity of Orochimaru's power was palpable. As for the relatively weaker Silent, he was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming aura radiating from Orochimaru. Tsunade's pupils constricted. As a shadow-level powerhouse, she could discern the magnitude of this force more acutely than others. It was evident that the jutsu Orochimaru was about to unleash was far from ordinary compared to his previous attempts. Hey, kid, act quickly and take him down. Don't give him another chance. Tsunade could not help but offer a reminder to Chinyu. However, Chinyu remained indifferent to her caution. With his eyes narrowed in quiet contemplation, he had already discerned the intentions of Orochimaru. As he prepared to confront the impending techniques about to be unleashed by Orochimaru, Chinyu felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to discover the potency of Orochimaru's forthcoming move and to ascertain the extent of his own current abilities. With a sinister laugh that echoed through the air, Orochimaru began to manifest a multitude of white scales upon his body. In an instant, these scales enveloped him entirely. Subsequently, his form began to swell dramatically, revealing a colossal serpentine beast. The creature was entirely covered in glistening white scales, its massive body adorned with 8 heads, each a pristine white serpent. Each head gaped open, revealing menacing fangs, as if poised to devour the very heavens and earth. Chapter 62. Spiraling Shuriken. The gargantuan Yamada no Orochi stood towering and formidable. In a certain sense, this incarnation of Yamada no Orochi transcended mere serpenthood, embodying attributes reminiscent of a dragon. In contrast, the serpent summoned by Orochimaru moments ago appeared diminutive, almost like a mere caterpillar. With a resounding roar, the 8 colossal heads of Yamada no Orochi unleashed a deafening cry. Its immense form radiated an overwhelming and formidable aura. The weakest among them, Shizen, was instantly taken aback. nearly brought to tears by the sheer strength. How could it be this powerful? This is outrageous. Tsunade, witnessing the colossal form of Yamada no Orochi, felt her expression darken considerably. With her current formidable strength, she realized she could not inflict harm upon this monstrous entity. This was a day she had never anticipated. As one of the legendary Sannin, to feel so utterly powerless. Suddenly, the central head among the 8 opened its gaping maw towards Chinyu. At that moment, Orochimaru's figure wobbled forth from within, his body slick with viscous slime, appearing utterly repulsive yet exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Orochimaru reclined, arms outstretched towards the sky. A look of ecstasy etched upon his face. Chinyu, have you ever witnessed such formidable power? Orochimaru proclaimed, a triumphant smirk adorning his features. I had warned you long ago, do not provoke me. Why can you never heed my words? Facing Orochimaru, Chinyu smiled lightly and retorted, why should I listen to you? You are not anyone significant to me. What gives you the right to command my attention? You scoundrel. Even now you continue to feign indifference. I am quite curious to see how long you intend to maintain this charade. Orochimaru replied, his voice tinged with cold anger. Heh. Chinyu gazed incredulously at Orochimaru and retorted, Orochimaru, do you truly believe that this will suffice to contend with me? A wry smile escaped his lips as he added, such words are futile. Let us see the truth of our prowess beneath our hands. Orochimaru coldly replied, although the 8-headed serpent technique is formidable, its after-effects are extraordinarily severe. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have refrained from utilizing it all this time. Especially given his current injuries, his condition is already precarious, and employing this technique would likely exacerbate his wounds. However, under Chinyu's relentless pressure, Orochimaru's true fury was ignited. He was determined to ensure that Chinyu would pay a price. Chinyu, prepare to meet your demise. Orochimaru's visage contorted with malice as the immense form of the 8-headed serpent, under his command, surged forth to crush Chinyu. The moment the colossal serpent stirred, the earth trembled violently. In comparison to the colossal form of the 8-headed serpent, Chinyu appeared remarkably diminutive. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Confronted with the monstrous beast, Chinyu unleashed an exceptionally potent fire ninjutsu. Flames erupted in a torrential wave, hurtling toward the 8-headed serpent. Although the creature's size was immense, it was still enveloped by the inferno of the fire technique. Yet, this time, the once reliable great fire annihilation failed to achieve its intended effect. With a thunderous roar, all 8 heads of the serpent converged, releasing a formidable breath of fire in unison. 8 streams of potent serpent flames surged forth to meet the oncoming great fire annihilation head-on. Boom! The clash of their immense flames resulted in a cataclysmic explosion at the epicenter, with the resonating sounds of detonations echoing in the air. The flames collided fiercely, and it took a considerable time for the chaos to begin to dissipate. In this exchange, the confrontation ended in a stalemate. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Chinyu smirked with interest. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through Chinyu's heart. It had been a long time since he experienced such a mildly thrilling sensation. One must admit that Orochimaru, transformed into the 8-headed serpent, indeed brought an unexpected delight to Chinyu. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, emboldened by their recent encounter, was filled with overwhelming confidence. Chinyu, unleash all your techniques. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. At that moment, Orochimaru was brimming with arrogance, convinced that victory was already within his grasp. After all, his current state was undeniably formidable. Chinyu gazed at the swelling Orochimaru, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he shook his head. It seems, Orochimaru, that you possess a profound misunderstanding of what true power entails. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. What did Chinyu mean? Did he harbor some hidden technique that he had yet to reveal? With a deliberate motion, Chinyu spread his palms, and from each hand, chakra surged forth with fervor. The energy coalesced into 2 spiraling orbs. Upon witnessing the spirals, Orochimaru's lips curled into a derisive smile as he remarked, Chinyu, do you truly believe that with this great ball Sharingan, you can defeat me? How naive. Nearby, Tsunade and Shizen exchanged anxious glances, their expressions laden with concern for Chinyu. They had both witnessed the formidable power of the great ball Sharingan. While it might prove effective against ordinary summoning beasts, they doubted its efficacy against the colossal Yamada no Orochi. No matter how they pondered, they could not fathom why Chinyu would choose the great ball Sharingan to confront Orochimaru's gigantic serpent. Chinyu smiled faintly, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, and remarked, "If the great jade spiral sphere is insufficient, then how about this technique?" The expressions of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shizune turned to one of astonishment. Could it be that Chinyu possessed an even more formidable move? As his words faded, the spiral sphere in Chinyu's hands began to swell. However, this time, it did not expand to the previous size. It grew only to half the size of the great jade spiral sphere before ceasing its enlargement. In comparison to the great jade spiral sphere, the one in Chinyu's grasp appeared diminutive, reduced by half. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering Chinyu's intentions. Yet, in the next moment, he intensified the output of his chakra. A piercing hum emanated from Chinyu's palms, growing louder and more shrill. As the sound escalated, the spiral sphere began to lose its smooth contours, rapidly developing sharp edges. Soon, the two spheres transformed into two colossal chakra shurikens, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Anyone witnessing these shurikens felt an instinctive sense that anything within their path would be severed instantaneously. Among the crowd, only Shizune was unaware of the true power of this technique, merely perceiving it as an abundant expenditure of chakra. In stark contrast, the two elite shinobi, Orochimaru and Tsunade, were left utterly astounded upon seeing the shurikens. Chapter 63, The Six-Headed Serpent. The transformation of wind attribute chakra had reached its zenith in both form and nature. Orochimaru and Tsunade were engulfed in astonishment. Both were disciples of ninjutsu scholars, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world in both practical application and theoretical knowledge. Generally speaking, a chakra technique that achieves either a transformation in form or nature could be classified as A rank, such as the spiral sphere. However, a technique that simultaneously executes both transformations is deemed S rank, much like the Raikiri. Yet, what Chinyu accomplished, mastering both transformations to such an extraordinary extent, was nothing short of astonishing. Such a high-caliber ninjutsu requires not only precise control over chakra, but also remarkable dexterity. The most astonishing aspect, however, was that Chinyu managed to wield one shuriken in each hand, multitasking with ease. Orochimaru, allow me to introduce you to my spiral sphere shuriken. With a resounding cry, Chinyu forcefully flung his arms, releasing the spiraling shurikens from his hands. They were cast forth. Tsunade, witnessing the shurikens soar into the air, was momentarily rendered speechless. Her cherry-like lips parted in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it utterly implausible, even if someone had claimed that such a technique could be thrown. What? As the two spiraling shurikens whizzed towards him, Orochimaru was instantly gripped by terror. The legendary eight-headed serpent, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the shurikens, trembled in fear. With a thunderous roar from its 8 heads, it became evident that its colossal size rendered any attempt at evasion futile. Given such a vast target, Chinyu need not fret over accuracy. No matter how he threw them, they were bound to strike true. The spiraling shurikens, embodying the essence of wind release techniques, were renowned for their swiftness. Before anyone could react, the massive shurikens collided with the body of the 8-headed serpent. The air was filled with a deafening buzz as they spun furiously, tearing through the serpent's flesh. A torrential spray of serpent blood erupted, with some of it dissipating entirely under the shuriken's relentless slicing. In a swift display, the shurikens, as if they were two gleaming swords, effortlessly severed 2 of the serpent's heads. Yet, even after decapitating the heads, the shurikens continued their assault, inflicting persistent damage upon the serpent's body. Bang! Bang! The 2 enormous and fearsome heads plummeted to the ground, causing a slight tremor beneath them. The severed heads, with their eyes wide open, fixated on Chinyu, as if unwilling to succumb to their fate. From the gaping wounds of the necks, thick, crimson blood surged forth like 2 cascading waterfalls. Once more, a resounding hum filled the air as the spiraling shurikens began to expand anew. Orochimaru gazed at the shurikens, now radiating a blinding blue light, nearly causing him to flinch from the brightness. Bang! As the shurikens reached their maximum expansion, they erupted violently. The explosion unleashed tremendous force, its effects rippling widely across the vicinity of the 8-headed serpent. The 8-headed serpent, having sustained such grievous injuries, let out a series of furious roars. With each reverberating growl, the colossal creature writhed incessantly, causing the very earth to tremble beneath it. As the dazzling light faded, the form of the 8-headed serpent re-emerged. Yet it was no longer the fearsome beast it once was. Instead, it appeared wretched and pitiful. Its body was marred with wounds and blood, and of its original 8 heads, 2 had been severed, leaving only 6. Henceforth, the 8-headed serpent could no longer be aptly named as such, but rather it had become a 6-headed serpent. The serpent writhed in agony, and within its depths, Orochimaru was also forced to endure the tumult. Dazed by the chaotic spinning, Orochimaru nearly succumbed to a state of disorientation. At that moment, the confidence he once held had begun to wane. He had never anticipated that after invoking the forbidden technique of the 8-headed serpent, he would be subjected to such a disastrous turn of events at the hands of Chinyu. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's swaying form stilled, and the remaining 6 heads raised skyward in a unified, furious bellow. Chinyu, I must admit, you possess considerable skill. Orochimaru's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Yet, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of cold determination as he declared, "But today, you shall still be defeated by me." As his words fell, the chakra within the 8-headed serpent surged violently. To the astonishment of all present, the serpent's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Even the 2 massive heads that had been severed moments ago were slowly regenerating. This relentless recovery was the essence of the 8-headed technique. In other words, this was the most terrifying aspect of the 8-headed serpent. Standing behind Chinyu, Tsunade gazed at the regenerating serpent with wide-eyed astonishment. This 8-headed technique bore a striking resemblance to her own sealing technique, the 100 healings. "Huh, Chinyu, do you see this? Do you see?" Orochimaru exclaimed, a mix of madness and pride in his voice. "This is the 8-headed technique. The 8-headed serpent is capable of infinite recovery, ensuring immortality." No sooner had Orochimaru uttered these words than he disregarded caution and commanded the 8-headed serpent to charge towards Chinyu. Witnessing the serpent barreling in their direction, Tsunade's expression changed dramatically. "This is dire. The situation has taken a turn for the worse." After a prolonged period of rest, she had regained her strength significantly. In an instant, Tsunade appeared beside Chinyu, prepared to join forces against the advancing serpent. However, Chinyu showed no appreciation for her assistance. Instead, he scoffed, "Lady Tsunade, what are you doing here? Are you intending to hinder me again? You insufferable brat." Tsunade bit back her impulse to strike Chinyu and gritted her teeth. "You cannot face it alone. Who says I can't handle this?" Chinyu raised an eyebrow, feeling underestimated. However, his nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Tsunade further. "If that's how you feel, then I shan't bother with you. Go perish if you wish." Tsunade, already known for her volatile temper, was now utterly enraged. Meanwhile, observing the discord between the two, Orochimaru mocked, "Chinyu, I have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you." Chapter 64, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique Humph. Tsunade scoffed, her disdain for both individuals palpable. The 8 massive heads of the serpent Orochi opened their gaping jaws, lunging toward Chinyu. The monstrous mouths loomed ever larger before Chinyu and Tsunade. "You insufferable brat, always showing off." Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, simultaneously forming hand seals, sealing technique. Despite her disdain for Chinyu in this dire situation, she resolved to fight alongside him, united against their common foe. Just as Tsunade was about to make her move, Chinyu raised his hand slightly, interrupting Tsunade with effortless grace. Tsunade, too astonished to even feel anger, wore an expression of sheer disbelief. At this moment, there was truly no time left. "Watch closely, all of you," he declared with a smirk. "See how this young master subdues even this wretched insect." Calmly, Chinyu spoke, and upon finishing, he extended his hands. After a considerable interval, Chinyu formed a hand seal once more. Although it was but a solitary seal, his expression was unusually grave. With his palms pressed firmly together, his garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Witnessing Chinyu's solemn demeanor, Tsunade instinctively swallowed hard. Yet, in the next moment, an immensely familiar and deeply comforting power erupted explosively. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, astonished as she exclaimed, "This resembles my great uncle's wood release, but how could that be? I must be mistaken." Initially taken aback, Tsunade swiftly dismissed her own conjecture. In truth, she found it difficult to accept and even harder to believe. Observing the increasingly tempestuous chakra swirling around Chinyu, she noted that the mere outpouring of chakra was potent enough to upheave individuals. "What?" Tsunade gasped, standing beside Chinyu. How could he possess such formidable chakra? Though not a so-called sensory-type ninja, she could distinctly perceive the overwhelming strength of Chinyu's chakra. It felt akin to a tailed beast breaking free from its seal, ready to unleash devastation. Could it be that this young boy is also a Jinchuriki? In that fleeting moment, This thought crossed Tsunade's mind. However, at that instant, Chinyu had completed his accumulation of power. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Chinyu's tone is often characterized by a playful jest, yet at this moment, he exudes an aura of utmost seriousness. With his palms pressed together in a symbolic gesture, the chakra he has amassed begins to flow into the earth, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, the earth shatters violently. To the astonishment of the onlookers, an enormous wooden dragon bursts forth from the depths below. Though merely a wooden creation, its intricate patterns are strikingly vivid. Within its dragon-like eyes, an infinite radiance emanates. The entire wooden dragon comes to life, radiating a formidable presence that evokes the essence of a true dragon. Grandpa. Tsunade's face is etched with shock, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since the demise of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, she has never witnessed such a formidable display of wood release. By heavens, despite all precautions, I was unprepared for his wood release. Orochimaru's face is a canvas of terror. Both he and Tsunade share a profound connection to wood release. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Hashirama, and Orochimaru, due to his studies of Hashirama cells and his previous summoning of the first Hokage's spirit. The Hashirama cells within Yamato and Danzo are indeed Orochimaru's handiwork. This understanding renders Orochimaru acutely aware of the strength of wood release. It is precisely this knowledge that led to the summoning of the first Hokage during the plan to annihilate Konoha. However, this scheme was thwarted by Chinyu, another wielder of wood release. Now, that very wood release has been invoked once more by Chinyu. Roar! The wooden dragon rises from the ground, charging fiercely toward the monstrous Orochi. In a matter of moments, the wooden dragon ensnares Orochi securely. The relentless assault of Orochi comes to an abrupt halt. Roar! Bound by the wooden dragon, Orochi bellows in fury, its rage palpable. Moments ago, it had rushed toward Chinyu, mere meters away from devouring him whole. Yet now, it finds itself imprisoned by the wooden dragon, unable to move. Those few meters, once a mere distance, now feel insurmountable, as if a chasm has opened between them. Roar! As the mighty Yamada no Orochi realized it could no longer advance, it reluctantly abandoned the plan to crush Chinyu. The 8 fearsome serpent heads thrashed wildly, gaping their enormous maws to bite down upon the wooden dragon. However, the wooden dragon was composed of exceptionally robust material, proving nearly impervious even to the fangs of the colossal serpent. What was even more astonishing was the dragon's remarkable regenerative abilities. Even when portions were bitten off, it swiftly healed. It is noteworthy that this ninjutsu was once employed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to ensnare the Nine Tails. The sheer power of the Nine Tails was formidable, yet it was still firmly restrained by Hashirama Senju. Although Chinyu may not possess the same prowess as the first Hokage, he was not entangled with the Nine Tails. Could Yamada no Orochi be compared to the Nine Tails? Clearly not. Thus, it was no surprise that Yamada no Orochi was securely bound by the wooden dragon. This secret wood release technique can be regarded as one of Chinyu's many trump cards. While he may not have an extensive repertoire of wood release techniques at his disposal, it was more than sufficient to contend with Yamada no Orochi. At that moment, the serpent's struggles intensified, requiring an increasing amount of chakra to maintain the wooden dragon technique. Faced with this predicament, Chinyu remained unfazed. A smirk graced his lips as he kept his hands in a prayer position, quietly initiating a certain technique. In the next instant, the wooden dragon erupted with radiant light. The eyes of the dragon shone brilliantly, and it began to absorb chakra from Yamada no Orochi in an unending stream. Roar! The serpent's intelligence was far from ordinary, and it immediately sensed the moment its chakra was being siphoned away. This realization provoked an even more furious response from Yamada no Orochi. The multitude of heads launched a frenzied counterattack against the wooden dragon, with some heads biting and others spewing fire, unleashing every technique at their disposal. Yet, the central head remained still, harboring Orochimaru, who wore an expression of dark fury. Damn it, damn it, damn it! That accursed Chinyu, that wretched wood release. Orochimaru seethed, his words laced with venomous anger. Hee, Orochimaru, you should be quite familiar with this wood release technique. Chinyu chuckled slyly. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Tsunade sensed something amiss and her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 65, The Entrance to the Abyss of Despair. Chinyu laughed. Lady Tsunade, your former teammate has conducted in-depth research on the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Without any burden, Chinyu directly sold Orochimaru. He then turned to Orochimaru and said, those cells from Danzo, and that fellow from the roots. Both of them are your handiwork, aren't they? Orochimaru's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Chinyu, I never expected you to uncover this. It seems I truly underestimated you. Nani? Tsunade, witnessing Orochimaru's immediate admission, was filled with fury. You insane bastard, how dare you desecrate your ancestors? However, Orochimaru merely scoffed at her indignation. That old man Danzo has overreached himself, daring to meddle with my grandfather's cells. He must be tired of living. Tsunade replied with venom. Although Danzo was a disciple of the second Hokage, Tsunade harbored no fondness for him. Do not worry, that old man Danzo has already been dealt with by me. He is in a state of limbo now, neither alive nor dead. Chinyu cheerfully waved his hand. What nonsense is this? Both Orochimaru and Tsunade were taken aback. They were well aware of Danzo's status in Konoha, which was exceedingly high. Even if Tsunade returned, she likely could not do anything to that old man. In other words, even if Chinyu were to become Hokage, he would find it difficult to deal with Danzo. Yet, Chinyu had done it. It seems Konoha has truly undergone a transformation, Tsunade murmured. Chinyu, I am genuinely curious. How does a Uchiha possess the Senju bloodline? I am indeed intrigued. Orochimaru suddenly shifted the conversation. Tsunade, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned and then fixed her gaze intently on Chinyu. Indeed, she had forgotten this question. Would release requires the bloodline of the Senju clan. So how could Chinyu, being an Uchiha, possess the Senju bloodline? In response to Orochimaru's probing inquiry, Chinyu appeared to be fully prepared. I have you to thank. Orochimaru. Chinyu replied with a teasing smile. Orochimaru was taken aback. For some reason, he felt that something unpleasant was about to unfold. What do you mean? Orochimaru. Have you forgotten your experiments with Hashirama's cells? Nani? Orochimaru gasped, and then something dawned on him. With a furious glare at Chinyu, he gritted his teeth and said, You mean to say you were once an experimental subject? Tsunade was momentarily astounded, not expecting this revelation. If that were the case, everything would make sense. No, that's impossible. When did I ever have an Uchiha experimental subject? Orochimaru completely disbelieved Chinyu's claim. You may not have, but your collaborators certainly did. Chinyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Orochimaru seemed to realize something and gritted his teeth, saying, Danzo, so it was you. It has been confirmed. This issue has been so easily deceived by Chinyu. A furious roar erupted. It turned out that amidst the conversation, the eight-headed serpent had become even more frenzied. The crowd quickly turned their attention to the serpent, realizing that it was attempting to break free from the restraints of wood release. Observing this, Orochimaru let out a cold, mocking smile and remarked, Chinyu, it seems your mastery of wood release is still lacking. With another deafening roar, the eight-headed serpent struggled to escape its bindings. I have no idea where your confidence stems from, Chinyu retorted coolly. Tsunade glanced at Chinyu beside her, her lips twitching slightly. At that moment, she felt an urge to voice, I too wonder where your confidence comes from. Suddenly, Chinyu brandished the sword of thunder and hurled it towards Orochimaru. However, to Orochimaru, this action seemed to be an expression of desperation. Chinyu, do you truly believe that this could pose any threat to me? He sneered with a wild, almost maniacal laugh. Abruptly, he spread his arms wide, as if to welcome the impending arrival of the Sword of Thunder. In that moment, he no longer harbored any fear of blades. He failed to consider that Chinyu throwing the Sword of Thunder at him could not merely be an attempt to pierce him. At this juncture, he was intoxicated by his own power. The Sword of Thunder soared from Chinyu's hand with remarkable speed. Before long, it approached the primary head of the eight-headed serpent. Whoosh! In the next instant, Chinyu's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared above the Sword of Thunder. This was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Chinyu lightly tapped the sword's blade with his feet, once again propelling himself into the air. What? Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment. The sudden surge of power had momentarily robbed him of his senses. It dawned on him that Chinyu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he regained his composure, Orochimaru remained unfazed, instead breaking into a cold smirk. In his eyes, Chinyu's actions were nothing short of a self-destructive ploy. This sentiment was shared by Tsunade as well. Indeed, the once frantically attacking Yamada no Orochi suddenly spotted its nemesis within striking distance, and fury surged within it. Overwhelmed with rage towards Chinyu, it abandoned its struggle against the wooden dragon. The serpent's multiple heads swayed and shifted direction, lunging towards Chinyu with their mouths agape. Chinyu, be careful! Tsunade exclaimed from a distance, alarmed. To her, it seemed that Yu, suspended in midair without any means of support, was clearly in peril against the assault of Yamada no Orochi. However, she lacked the ability to employ the Flying Thunder God technique and could not intervene directly. Yet, Yu merely responded with a cold smile. A mere reptile dares to act recklessly in my presence. In the next moment, he grasped his left wrist with his right hand, extending his left hand forward in the form of a tiger claw. A mysterious force surged within his palm, and an esoteric character suddenly manifested there. Quan RC in Chu Shu. Subdue. With a powerful shout, Yu unleashed the full force of his technique. The once untamed Yamada no Orochi was instantly immobilized, rendered dazed and bewildered. This technique could subdue even the complete form of the Nine Tails, let alone this serpent. The wooden dragon, previously battered by Yamada no Orochi, began to recover, absorbing the serpent's chakra and regaining its strength, effectively restraining Yamada no Orochi once more. At this moment, the wooden dragon extracted a considerable amount of chakra from the serpent, replenishing Yu's energy. Chapter 66. The art of the bag of all things. Orochimaru trembled at the sight of Yamada no Orochi, now completely subdued. It was not a tremor of excitement or fear, but one born of sheer rage. He desperately formed hand seals, attempting to revive Yamada no Orochi and counter the wooden dragon's restraint, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Recovering from his shock, Orochimaru gazed at Yu in disbelief, pondering the nature of the technique he had just witnessed. This ninjutsu was terrifying beyond measure. Humph! Yu scoffed coldly, extending his right hand. With a crackling sound, a thunderous roar echoed as a brilliant silver light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a long spear, which he hurled at Orochimaru. Whoosh! The lightning spear pierced through the air, swiftly striking Orochimaru's body. As the spear made contact, Orochimaru was instantly impaled, his form rendered grotesque and torn. However, having invoked the technique of Yamada no Orochi, his body underwent an extraordinary transformation. The gaping wounds healed almost instantaneously, revealing the remarkable regenerative abilities afforded by the technique. Clearly, Orochimaru, as the wielder of this power, also enjoyed its formidable immunity. Yu, with me wielding the Yamada no Orochi technique, what can you possibly do to me? Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, proclaiming, once the great serpent awakens, it will break free from your wooden dragon's constraints. At that moment, your demise is inevitable. A deluded dreamer. Yu scoffed derisively. Even now, Orochimaru remained ensnared in his own fantasies. Yu shook his head, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure vanishing midair. He then materialized beside Tsunade through the Flying Thunder God mark on her body. Tsunade gazed at the Orochi, her face etched with concern. What do you intend to do? Clearly, Tsunade had not been reassured by Orochi's earlier display. At that moment, the once subdued Orochi, previously immobilized by Kwanon's techniques, began to stir back to life. It let out a thunderous roar, attempting once more to break free from the constraints of the wooden dragon, yearning for liberation. What a mere reptile. Can it truly threaten the heavens? Yu scoffed coldly. He then clasped his hands together once again. A colossal surge of chakra began to churn within him, gathering strength. Under Tsunade's astonished gaze, the power of wood release emanating from Yu intensified. The ground trembled anew, and this time, the quaking was more pronounced than before. Feeling the vibrations beneath her, Tsunade instinctively clenched her fists, a mix of anticipation and tension evident on her face. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was equally apprehensive. The first time Yu exhibited such commotion, he unleashed the wood release, wood dragon technique. Now, the disturbance was even more pronounced, clearly indicating the use of another formidable ninjutsu. What might this be? Tsunade murmured with anticipation, feeling a profound familiarity with the power of wood release. At that moment, it seemed that the chakra within Yu had amassed sufficiently, and with a light exclamation, he declared, wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. Boom. This time, the tremors emanated not from before Yu, but rather from around the Orochi. The earth quaked and subsequently fractured. Dozens of colossal wooden hands surged from the ground, ruthlessly descending upon the Orochi with great force. Roar. Under Yu's deft control, the wooden hands precisely targeted the head of the Orochi, bolstered by Yu's immense chakra. The speed of the wooden hands was astonishing. The Orochi, already ensnared by the wood dragon, found itself effortlessly seized by Yu's wooden hand. Roar. The Orochi bellowed in fury, only to be forcefully subdued against the ground by Qin Yu's wooden hand. However, while all the snake heads were restrained, the principal head remained unshackled. This primary head possessed the greatest strength and speed, thus evading the fate of suppression. How infuriating! How vexing! Orochimaru's expression was notably grim. He never anticipated that even in such a predicament, Qin Yu would still possess such prowess. He had other trump cards capable of contending with the Orochi. Furthermore, what irked Orochimaru even more was the fact that such a potent ninjutsu demanded an immense amount of chakra. Yet this young boy could sustain the chakra expenditure. Considering his young age, Orochimaru felt a shiver run down his spine. At this age, wielding such a level of ninjutsu and possessing such a reservoir of chakra, was this boy destined for greatness? Qin Yu maintained a posture of hands clasped together, releasing a powerful roar as his chakra surged once more. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently. 3 colossal wooden hands broke through the earth once again, reaching towards the primary head of the 8-headed serpent. Disaster! Orochimaru realized the impending danger the moment Qin Yu's 3 wooden hands emerged. Although he was aware, his reaction was regrettably sluggish. Meanwhile, Qin Yu steeled his resolve, pouring chakra into the attack with reckless abandon. The 3 gigantic wooden hands, empowered by Qin Yu's chakra, surged uncontrollably in size. As they closed in, the primary head of the 8-headed serpent found itself with no avenue for escape, utterly trapped. Boom, boom, boom. The once proud serpent head was mercilessly slammed into the ground by Qin Yu's 3 wooden hands, delivering a relentless flurry of strikes. The impact sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Orochimaru, concealed within the serpent's head, was directly thrust to the ground alongside it. Roar! The 8-headed serpent, along with Orochimaru, was suppressed, inciting a furious rage. It let out a deep, resonant growl before thrashing violently in an attempt to break free. However, the serpent's struggles were futile. The wood release techniques of the wood dragon and the all-encompassing bag were both advanced forms of wood release ninjutsu. Under the overwhelming force of these high-tier techniques, the 8-headed serpent's attempts to escape were nothing more than a mere illusion. Crack! As Qin Yu altered his gestures, he began to exert complete control over the wooden dragon. Under Qin Yu's command, the wooden dragon unleashed its full potential, vigorously extracting the chakra from the 8-headed serpent. Since there was no longer a need to divide his focus to suppress the serpent, the wooden dragon could fully concentrate on the extraction process. The speed at which chakra was being drawn now surpassed the previous rate by more than threefold. The wooden dragon voraciously siphoned chakra, leaving the 8-headed serpent infuriated yet powerless. In its current state, it could do nothing but submit to its fate. Witnessing the formidable display of power from Qin Yu, Tsunade and Shizune both swallowed hard, visibly astonished by his recent maneuvers. Chapter 67, Supremely Powerful Space-Time Ninjutsu. How infuriating! Orochimaru, suppressed beneath the weight of the earth, felt his face flush a deep shade of crimson from rage. After a strenuous effort, he managed to extend an arm from the confines of the wood release. Yet he remained utterly immobile. This was to be expected. After all, if even the 8-headed serpent could only be passively subdued by such ninjutsu, how could he hope to break free? Orochimaru began to feel a sense of despair. In a sense, the 8-headed serpent was an extension of his own being, allowing him to acutely sense its condition. Currently, the chakra within the serpent was being voraciously extracted. It would not be long before the 8-headed serpent was reduced to nothing more than a desiccated husk. Once that occurred, Orochimaru could only imagine the grim fate that awaited him. Through numerous encounters with Qin Yu, Orochimaru had come to recognize the young man as a significant threat. Despite his youth, Qin Yu possessed formidable ninjutsu skills and a cunning intellect that was anything but benign. Now, trapped in a dire predicament, Orochimaru resolved to take drastic measures. His flushed countenance twisted into a frenzied and sinister expression. Qin Yu, you leave me no choice. If you seek my demise, then I shall take you down with me. Orochimaru's voice dripped with malice, echoing through the confines of the wood release. In response to Orochimaru's venomous words, Qin Yu merely smirked coldly. At this moment, Orochimaru was entirely under his control, and Qin Yu could scarcely fathom what tricks the serpent's master could still employ. Observing Qin Yu's disdainful demeanor, an unsettling feeling stirred within Tsunade. Qin Yu, be cautious. Tsunade spoke with a serious tone. Orochimaru is a complete madman. I suspect he may still have hidden cards up his sleeve. Just as she finished speaking, her unease intensified. Boom. A peculiar sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, the chakra within the eight-headed serpent, subdued by the wood release, became exceedingly ferocious. As the chakra surged with uncontrollable intensity, the serpent's form began to swell. Moreover, the rate of this inflation escalated rapidly. Witnessing this, Tsunade realized the grim truth. It appeared that Orochimaru intended to orchestrate the self-destruction of the eight-headed serpent. Chinyu's lips twitched slightly, and he felt an urge to retort. Goodness, I'm not blind. It's so obvious that I can see it without anyone having to say a word. Though Chinyu harbored such thoughts, he refrained from expressing them. He feared that should he voice his concerns, Tsunade might unexpectedly strike him, resulting in a considerable loss for him. Chinyu, I am aware of your mastery over space-time ninjutsu. However, do not forget where we are. Regardless, there shall be those who accompany me to the grave. In the end, Orochimaru did not neglect to act frantically. The eight-headed serpent possessed inherent sentience and a strong will to survive, thus it would never choose to self-destruct willingly. Clearly, the decision for self-detonation was orchestrated by Orochimaru himself. Boom. A powerful wave began to reverberate, distorting even the fabric of space around it. Bang. In merely a second, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. Although the individuals were positioned at a distance, they could still perceive the overwhelming and ferocious force emanating from it. Should such immense power be fully unleashed, it was likely that the entire short street would be reduced to rubble in an instant. What is happening? In her first encounter with such a situation, Shizune's face was etched with anxiety. Clearly, she had not anticipated that this meeting would culminate in such chaos. However, even with this awareness, what could she do with her current abilities? Damn it, that wretched Orochimaru. Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed. How has he become so vile, so heartless as to drag so many down with him? Though Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin, accustomed to grand spectacles, this was a scene unlike any she had previously witnessed. Now, she too felt a tinge of panic. Within the ferocious explosion, she feared she would be reduced to ashes on the spot. As for her trump cards, such as the Ein Seal or the 100 Healings technique, they were rendered useless in the face of such an explosion. Even cellular structures could evaporate in an instant. Without cells, regeneration was a futile hope. In a state of helplessness, Tsunade instinctively turned her gaze to the side, where Chinyu stood. In this dire predicament, she was eager to discern whether this man beside her possessed any viable solutions. However, upon observing Chinyu's expression, she found it to be rather peculiar. Could it be that he too was at a loss? Tsunade furrowed her brows, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. At that moment, she mistakenly believed Chinyu was conflicted about fleeing. In truth, Chinyu was presently channeling the chakra within him. With a sudden surge, he propelled himself forward, positioning himself in front of Tsunade and Shizen. Chinyu. Tsunade gasped in astonishment. At this juncture, it was too late for her to intervene. Confronted by the impending explosion, Chinyu's demeanor transformed, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. Grasping the Thunder God's sword, he rested the blade upon his left hand and began to chant incantations, unleashing a torrent of chakra from within. What is this? Tsunade gazed at Chinyu's actions, feeling utterly perplexed. Despite her status as one of the legendary Sannin, she could not fathom Chinyu's intentions. Even though the sword of the Thunder God is a divine blade, under such explosive circumstances, it would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, in the next moment, an extraordinary surge of magical energy enveloped Chinyu. Show yourself. With a commanding gesture, Chinyu pointed the sword of Thunder God towards the sky ablaze with explosions, causing an emblem of the Sword of Endurance to manifest upon its blade, radiating a brilliant light. Suddenly, before Chinyu, a colossal diagram of a sorcerer materialized in the void. This intricate illustration was inscribed with a multitude of arcane symbols, each representing a sorcerer, their meanings profoundly enigmatic. For an ordinary person, even a fleeting glance would induce a disorienting dizziness. At the very center of the diagram lay a pitch-black void, seemingly capable of devouring all that approached it. An invisible force of consumption began to surge forth, gradually engulfing the explosion caused by the eight-headed serpent. The violent eruption was slowly absorbed by the black hole until it vanished entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, both Tsunade and Shizen were taken aback, their expressions rife with disbelief. They never anticipated that Chinyu would unleash such a grand-scale space-time ninjutsu. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had succeeded. Chapter 68. This object, once the sorcerer's black hole, had completely absorbed the explosion. Chinyu swiftly rotated the sword of Thunder God, and aimed it towards a distant mountainous forest. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth, as a powerful explosion resonated through the wooded terrain. Despite the considerable distance, everyone could still feel the overwhelming force of destruction. How is this possible? Shizen, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed in astonishment at the distant explosion, bewildered. Such a powerful blast was effortlessly redirected. Is this the space-time technique of Minato Namikaze? Tsunade pondered, squinting at the site of the explosion. As one of the legendary Sannin, her insights were profound, and it didn't take long for her to deduce the use of space-time ninjutsu. Only the mysterious and unfathomable capabilities of space-time ninjutsu could yield such a remarkable effect. Once the tumult of the explosion subsided, all present were astonished to discover that the once verdant mountainous forest had been transformed into a deep pit nearly 100 meters in diameter. A clear testament to the devastation wrought by the recent cataclysm. The magnitude of destruction was akin to that caused by the tailed beast balls, and not merely from a single tailed beast ball. It would require at least 3 or 4 to produce such a result. By the way, Chinyu, that bespectacled man named Kabuto took the opportunity to flee, didn't he? Tsunade remarked coolly. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders, exhibiting an air of complete indifference. To him, Yakushi Kabuto was merely a significant piece on the chessboard of his future. Killing him now would be as effortless as squashing an ant, devoid of any purpose. Observing Chinyu's demeanor, Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration. Since Chinyu had adopted such a stance, why should she concern herself with him? She realized she was being rather meddlesome. Could it be that they were truly saved? Shizen clutched her chest, gasping for breath. She had indeed been terrified moments ago. Although Chinyu had timely redirected the explosion, she still felt a lingering sense of unreality. In the days prior, she had accompanied Tsunade on a reckless gambling spree. Or more accurately, a financial donation expedition. While she had previously urged Tsunade to return to the village and take command, she had never anticipated that Tsunade's debut from retirement would be so grandiose. The earlier situation had been perilously critical, nearly reducing her to ashes. This experience had profoundly altered Shizun's perception of the ninja world, filling her with awe and a nostalgic yearning for her previous life of carefree financial contributions. From your earlier performance, it seems the old man's judgment is still intact, Tsunade remarked coolly. Humph, do you even need to say that? I naturally exude the aura of a protagonist, Chinyu replied with a confident smile. Hearing this, both Tsunade and Shizen twitched their lips in mild exasperation. It appeared he was becoming rather arrogant. By the way, Chinyu, when do you plan to assist me with the impure world reincarnation? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Regrettably, the 2 individuals she had originally intended to use as sacrifices were now gone, complicating matters significantly. In Tsunade's view, Kabuto had fled, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Orochimaru had just self-destructed. Given the magnitude of the explosion, he had been reduced to ashes. She could hardly fathom that, due to Kabuto's escape, Orochimaru would soon be able to resurrect. Thus, the notion of him being reduced to mere ashes was nothing more than an illusion. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders and remarked, as for the matter of the sacrifice, you must devise a solution yourself. How can you even say that? It's all your fault. Tsunade replied irritably. If you hadn't pressured him so relentlessly, Orochimaru would never have resorted to self-detonation. Seriously, how can this be blamed on me? Chinyu retorted, somewhat exasperated by the woman's illogical reasoning. Nevertheless, he added, even if we secure a sacrifice, I still do not recommend proceeding with that course of action. Tsunade furrowed her brow and inquired, why not? At that moment, her expression soured, suspecting that Chinyu had just been deceiving her. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders and spoke languidly. The technique is called impure world reincarnation, which summons the deceased from the Pure Land back to the impure land. Do you consider this a benevolent act? It merely serves as a means to manipulate souls. I have witnessed the suffering of your grandfather and great-uncle when they were subjected to this technique, so I am acutely aware of their torment. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she finally lifted her head. Let us discuss this matter at another time, Tsunade said, her voice tinged with melancholy. Very well. Chinyu nodded in agreement. It seemed that matters here had reached a conclusion, and he was eager to take his leave. For Chinyu, this visit to the short book street had been remarkably fulfilling. Not only had he dealt a significant blow to Orochimaru once more, but he had also gained clarity regarding his own strength. Now fully aware of his capabilities, Chinyu was reluctant to linger any longer. He yearned to dash back home and resume his playful activities with his friends. Wait, Seeing Chinyu about to flee, Tsunade hastily interrupted him. How did you suddenly arrive here? You haven't explained your reasons yet. The earlier confrontation had been so overwhelming that Tsunade had completely overlooked this crucial question. Chinyu scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. How could he explain this? Should he outright tell her that he knew Orochimaru would appear here, and that was why he had come? Such a preposterous claim would be hard to believe. As his mind raced, an idea suddenly struck him. Actually, I came specifically to seek your guidance, Lady Tsunade, regarding a few inquiries. Chinyu feigned an air of mystery as he posed his question. What do you wish to ask? Tsunade, taken aback by Chinyu's sudden demeanor, looked at him with a hint of confusion. Chinyu glanced around and then beckoned to Tsunade with a subtle gesture. Tsunade, without much thought, leaned in curiously to listen. In fact, his left hand casually rested upon Chinyu's shoulder. What I truly wish to inquire, Chinyu lowered his voice deliberately, is, as Chinyu spoke. The warmth of his breath brushed against Tsunade's earlobe, evoking an unusual sensation within her. What do you wish to inquire? Tsunade asked, perplexed. Is this truly the case? Chinyu uttered cryptically. What did you say? Tsunade, bewildered by Chinyu's ambiguous remark, found herself at a loss. Indeed, it is precisely this. As Chinyu spoke, he swiftly reached out his hand, catching everyone off guard. Jing-yin, initially displeased by the hushed conversation between the two, was now filled with curiosity about their exchange. Suddenly witnessing the scene before her, her mouth dropped open in shock. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. My heavens! What have I just witnessed? How dare he? Jing-yin struggled to swallow her disbelief. Chapter 69. The incident of the assault ball. In that instant, Jing-yin sensed an impending storm. The Princess Tsunade, personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, was the only female among the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Given her status and strength, no one would dare to treat her with such disrespect. Even Jiraiya, the lecherous sage among the Sannin, dared only to peek, and he suffered greatly for it. To think that a mere child would have the audacity to act so boldly was utterly outrageous. As for Chinyu, the instigator of this incident, the only words echoing in his mind at that moment were, exhilarating. If he were to categorize Tsunade according to the terms of his homeland, he was uncertain how to classify her, but for now, 2 words sufficed: thrilling and delightful. Tsunade, the innocent victim of this audacious act, was momentarily stunned. Though she had reached middle age, it was undeniable that she remained an unwed woman. Over the years, no one had dared to behave so brazenly before her, let alone perform such an outrageous act. Thus, Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss for words. When she finally shook her head and emerged from her stupor, a flush of crimson quickly spread across her fair cheeks, extending all the way to her neck. Almost immediately, Chinyu felt the temperature in front of him rise dramatically. A sensation of impending danger began to loom over him. You bastard! Tsunade shouted, her right fist clenched as she brought it crashing down from above. As she struck, she yelled, You think you can take advantage if Chinyu were to be struck by this devastating blow? It would not only mar his appearance, but also inflict severe injury upon him. However, in the face of such a perilous attack, Chinyu remained utterly composed. With a playful raise of his eyebrow directed at Tsunade, he swiftly formed a hand seal. After uttering a single phrase, he vanished without a trace. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I now understand it to be true. Bang! Tsunade's furious punch, infused with her incredible strength, failed to connect with Chinyu but instead unleashed her wrath upon the ground. Alas, the earth bore the brunt of Chinyu's actions. In an instant, a massive crater materialized beneath Tsunade's might, with countless fissures radiating outward to distant horizons. Gazing at the now invisible Chinyu and the shattered terrain, Tsunade stamped her foot in frustration. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizune timidly approached, her voice laced with trepidation. What could possibly be wrong with me? Tsunade retorted with exasperation. Though her words were flippant, her thoughts were consumed by the troublesome young man, muttering incessantly. You better wait for me. Observing Tsunade still in a fury, Shizune swallowed hard and inquired, Lady Tsunade, what now? Without hesitation, Tsunade waved her hand decisively and proclaimed, Back to Konoha. Shizune, still displeased, pouted slightly. As soon as the words left Tsunade's lips, she realized the implications. What did you say? Back to Konoha? Are you serious? Lady Tsunade. In this moment of silence, there lingers a sensation akin to dreaming, a sense of being enveloped in a haze. Originally, persuading Tsunade to return to Konoha and reclaim her status among the legendary 3 was her designated task. However, despite the passage of years, Her attempts have continually met with failure. Unexpectedly, today, the appearance of this young boy, Chinyu, has led Tsunade to reconsider her stance. Yet, Shizen remains oblivious to Tsunade's ulterior motives. Firstly, Tsunade has overcome her hemophobia. She no longer needs to escape reality through intoxication. She is now poised to return to Konoha, ready to reclaim her place as one of the legendary three and continue to command respect throughout the ninja world. Secondly, Tsunade is filled with curiosity regarding this Chinyu. She wishes to return to Konoha to discern the true nature of this troublesome individual. Of course, Tsunade's decision is entirely unbeknownst to Chinyu. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. After all, his intent in this instance is not to seek out Tsunade. That endeavor belongs to the lecherous sage. Thus, after meticulously verifying the authenticity of the ball, Chinyu swiftly utilized his flying thunder god technique to depart from the scene, his destination being his own home, a location where he has meticulously recorded spatial coordinates. At home, Chinyu finds that the lovely Yuhi Kurenai has completely taken residence there. Although she is currently engaged in cooking, her mind appears to be elsewhere. The figure of Chinyu lingered in her mind, causing her to nearly cut her own hand several times. Suddenly, a rush of wind broke the tranquility behind her. In the next moment, Zairong found herself enveloped in a warm and powerful embrace. Sensing the unique aura behind her, she recognized the person without needing to turn around. Thanks to their previous deep conversation, her fair cheeks flushed suddenly, and she felt a tinge of shyness. In that instant, she relished the warmth of this comforting presence. "What brings you back so suddenly?" Zairong inquired with a hint of surprise. When Chinyu had departed earlier, it had been quite abrupt. She had thought it would be a long time before she would see him again, leaving her somewhat despondent. Yet now, their reunion felt exceedingly unexpected. Chinyu embraced Shiri Hong, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Is my sudden return not a delightful surprise?" The warmth of his breath caressed her ear with every word he spoke. A peculiar sensation blossomed within Shiri Hong, prompting her to close her eyes and murmur, "Yes. Of course it is." She reveled in this exquisite moment, enveloped in a serene world shared only by the two of them. Yet, it seemed that Chinyu's restless spirit harbored other intentions. With a mischievous grin, he effortlessly swept Shiri Hong into his arms in a princess carry. "What are you doing?" "I'm still cooking," she exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise as she found herself cradled in his embrace. Chinyu chuckled and said, "The meal can be prepared at any time." "You." Shiri blushed and shot a glare at Chinyu. Chinyu cradled Sunset Hong in his arms and made his way directly to the bed. Soon after, the exhilarating yet nerve-wracking game of Ludo commenced. Chapter 70. The defection of Uchiha Sasuke. The following morning, as Sunset Hong was about to rise and prepare breakfast, she suddenly realized that even standing was somewhat laborious. Heaven knows how long the two of them had spent playing Ludo throughout the night. "Humph." With a huff, Sunset Hong struck the deeply slumbering Chinyu, exclaiming, "This is all your fault." Chinyu, roused by her blow, stirred awake. He brazenly surveyed Sunset Hong, sensing that she possessed an added allure. For a moment, he could not resist the urge to commence another round of morning Ludo. Spare me." Sunset Hong immediately pleaded, "I have a mission to attend to. Please let me be." "What?" Chinyu looked utterly bewildered and asked, "Isn't today Sunday? Do you really have a mission? Isn't it a weekend? You Navi fool. Do you think we Jainin have the same leisure as you?" Sunset Hong retorted, her annoyance evident as she tapped Chinyu's head. Particularly now, with Konoha having suffered destruction, everyone was working tirelessly to restore it. Chinyu sighed and remarked, "What a hassle." Just as he finished speaking, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. Fortunately, on his way back, he had not taken the main entrance. Otherwise, he would have been conscripted by the third Hokage to perform arduous labor once again. "You're quite comfortable, aren't you?" Yuhi Kurenai said somewhat irritably. She looked at Chinyu and proposed, "Could you spare me? When I return in the evening, let us play Ludo together." "Absolutely not. I refuse." Chinyu shook his head in disagreement. What a jest to postpone such a grand game of Ludo until tonight. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a shadow clone materialized with a resounding pop. A shadow clone. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at the suddenly manifested clone, perplexed. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and in an instant, Chinyu's shadow clone transformed to resemble Yuhi Kurenai. "What is this?" Observing the imposter before her, Kurenai's eyes widened with realization as she inquired in astonishment, "You don't intend to?" Chinyu directly acknowledged with a nod, saying, It's exactly as you think. Will this not pose a problem? Asked Tsukuyami with a hint of concern. After all, this was her first endeavor in such matters, and she felt uncertain. Rest assured, Shinyu replied with unwavering confidence. That old man won't see through it. You need not worry. Tsukuyami was at a loss for words. It was only you, in this very moment, who dared to act so nonchalantly. Who in all of Konoha would dare to conduct themselves in such a manner? Must it be this way? Tsukuyami pouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Of course. It's because I don't want you to suffer too much. Shinyu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Tsukuyami scoffed lightly, her expression clearly conveying her disbelief. I believe you not at all. What else then? Shinyu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin adorning his face. You, wicked person. Tsukuyami's face was suffused with a rosy hue. Shinyu waved his hand, and the tool, sunset red, vanished from the room. After all, a shadow clone is merely a tool. Meanwhile, the real body continued to engage in an in-depth discussion of the game of Ludo within the confines of the room. During this time, Shinyu also managed to summon others to join the gathering. A tense and exhilarating multiplayer game of Ludo was soon to commence. But that is a story for another time. Upon departing from the room, the tool, Sunset Red, arrived at the Hokage Tower, filled with a sense of grievance. As a newly promoted jonin of Konoha and a renowned beauty among the ninjas, her presence naturally garnered considerable attention. However, today, Sunset Red exhibited a stark contrast to her previously composed and elegant demeanor. The beautiful Kunoichi, known for her grace and poise, now exuded an air of wild abandon. Indeed, she walked with a swagger and radiated an uncontainable aura of defiance. Arriving at the entrance of the Hokage's office, Sunset Red took a deep breath before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The office buzzed with activity as numerous ninjas busily exchanged mission details. Seated at his desk, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared overwhelmed as he dealt with an array of documents. The burdens of age, compounded by the recent turmoil in Konoha, had visibly aged him. Suddenly, sensing a presence, Sarutobi lifted his gaze and beheld the side of the jonin, Sunset Red. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he regarded her. He had always held a favorable view of this woman, believing her to be a certain future daughter-in-law. Little did he anticipate the emergence of Shinyu, who had brazenly intercepted that expectation. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi resolved to address the matter directly. As he was no longer young, he felt it was no longer his place to meddle in the affairs of the youth. The interception could only reflect poorly on his son, Asuma, who had lost a promising partner. It was undeniably a disgrace to the Sarutobi clan. Shaking his head, the third Hokage refrained from further commentary and promptly assigned a mission to Sunset Red, instructing her to lead several chunin in its execution. Observing Sarutobi's lack of concern, Sunset Red couldn't help but smile inwardly. In the days that followed, as a mere tool, Sunset Red engaged in daily missions, living a life devoid of autonomy. Meanwhile, her real self remained at home, tirelessly devising new strategies for the multiplayer Ludo game. The tool, spurred on by the real body's antics, unleashed her pent-up frustration upon the enemies of the village. It was easy to imagine the dire consequences that awaited them. Even the ninjas accompanying her on missions felt a shiver of apprehension, though none were foolish enough to provoke her wrath. One morning, the long-absent transparent figure, Haruno Sakura, was discovered lounging in a chair in Konoha. This unexpected sight significantly heightened her presence. Shortly thereafter, a shocking piece of news reached the Hokage's office. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the last surviving members of the obliterated Uchiha clan, had defected from the village the previous night. According to the Konoha guards, the village's barrier remained intact, yet signs of enemy activity surrounded it. Upon hearing this news, the usually affable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was filled with rage, flipping his desk in fury. Chapter 71. The return. In light of these events, Sarutobi recalled a conversation with Kakashi regarding Orochimaru's intentions as a rogue ninja. Given Sasuke's defection and the peculiar activities outside the village, Sarutobi felt he could now conclusively link the situation to Orochimaru. He had never fully believed in Orochimaru's demise, for he was well aware of his former disciple's capabilities. Clearly, he possesses a profound understanding of his apprentice, who is a perilous individual willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. A glint of sharpness flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he murmured, "Truly, the specter lingers on." Following this reflection, his thoughts drifted to Itachi Uchiha, the young man who once sacrificed his entire clan for the greater good of Konoha. Recalling the pact made with Itachi, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over Sarutobi. Itachi had dedicated everything for the sake of Konoha, with the sole condition that his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, would be allowed to live in peace. Yet, now the very brother he cherished most, Sasuke, had defected. What was more critical and devastating was that his path had led him to Orochimaru. The mere thought of Orochimaru sent a chill down Sarutobi's spine. Taking a puff from his pipe, he murmured regretfully, "Itachi, I have wronged you, and so has Konoha." After inhaling several puffs of smoke, Sarutobi seemed to solidify his resolve to summon someone. However, as he deliberated, he found himself at a loss as to whom to call. Following the recent turmoil in Konoha, the village was in disarray with a shortage of available ninja. He initially considered calling in Shino, but the wayward youth had seemingly vanished without a trace. After much contemplation, Sarutobi reluctantly chose to summon Shikamaru. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Shikamaru was met with the grave countenance of Sarutobi. The latter succinctly outlined the mission. "Shikamaru, you are well aware of Konoha's current predicament. There are no higher-ranked ninjas available to assist you," Sarutobi stated solemnly. "However, you may organize those below Chunin rank as you see fit. As long as you can bring Sasuke back, you may take whoever you need. Do you understand?" Sarutobi's voice resonated with gravity as he concluded. Noticing the situation, Shikamaru felt an undeniable headache brewing, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "Is there something troubling you?" Sarutobi inquired. "It's not that I have any issues, but I wonder if it might be better to entrust this task to Shino," Shikamaru replied quietly. Immediately following, he added, "Given that they are both from the same clan, Shino's strength alone would suffice. He wouldn't require a large team. Do you think I wouldn't consider him? If I could locate him, why would I come to you?" Sarutobi thought to himself. Though he harbored such sentiments, he refrained from expressing them aloud. "That lad is unreliable now, and you needn't waste time searching his home. He is no longer in Konoha." Shikamaru could not help but curse aloud. Faced with the harsh realities of life, he reluctantly accepted the task at hand. Upon finalizing the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and commanded, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 1 hour." Observing Shikamaru's helpless retreat, the third Hokage couldn't help but reflect, "What a good boy." His thoughts then turned to Chinyu, and he lamented, "That rascal is nowhere to be found at such a critical time. What a scoundrel." The current situation has deviated from the original narrative. Due to Chinyu's unexpected interference, Orochimaru's plans have been thwarted multiple times, prompting him to accelerate his abduction scheme for Sasuke. In the original story, the abduction commenced only after Tsunade's arrival in Konoha. However, it has now been hastened. Moreover, to ensure the success of this abduction plan, Orochimaru has mobilized his finest forces. This time, he has dispatched nearly all the ninjas from the Sound Village, unlike in the original tale where he only sent 5 Sound ninjas. While Orochimaru has made alterations, has Konoha remained unchanged? No, the Hidden Leaf Village has significantly improved due to the intervention of Chinyu. The original Elite 12, now overshadowed by Chinyu's rise, find themselves under immense pressure. Consequently, they have embarked on rigorous training, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their abilities. Thanks to Chinyu's influence, many previously negative factors have transformed into positive outcomes. Under these circumstances, Shikamaru's search mission has faced no obstacles. Except for the defector Sasuke and Naruto, who has left the village, the remaining 10 members have gathered. Subsequently, under the leadership of Captain Shikamaru, a 10-member team embarked on their pursuit with great fervor. Meanwhile, Chinyu remains at home, leisurely indulging in a game of Ludo. Although the team is fully assembled and the 10 have grown stronger, they face formidable adversaries from the Sound Ninja Village. Shikamaru's pursuit is far from easy, especially with the presence of the infamous baggage Sakura Haruno, which has nearly led the team to complete annihilation on several occasions. Fortunately, she is the only one struggling. The others are performing adequately. With Shikamaru leveraging his intellectual prowess, he managed to stabilize the situation. Thus, the chase ensues, with both sides engaged in fierce combat. At this juncture, four figures approached the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village: Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, and Naruto Uzumaki. The sudden return of these 4 was not without reason. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto had been collecting materials and training his Rasengan, albeit at a slow pace. Unexpectedly, they encountered Tsunade and Shizen on their way back. Jiraiya was momentarily bewildered. Upon inquiring, he learned that Chinyu had already visited the Short Book Street and discovered that Orochimaru had been resurrected, which startled him greatly. Nevertheless, With the issues resolved and Tsunade willing to return to the village, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Thus, he joined Tsunade and Shizune on their return to the village. As they approached the village, Tsunade was visibly moved, filled with nostalgia. Chapter 72, discovered as the quartet arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. The Umbu had already reported to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to the gates himself to welcome Tsunade back to the village. Observing Tsunade pass through the gates, regaining her former confidence and composure, Hiruzen could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Upon reaching Hiruzen, Tsunade noted her mentor's increasing frailty, stirring feelings of melancholy within her. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the Hokage's office. Seeing the esteemed figures enter the office, the onlookers discreetly withdrew, recognizing that the ensuing discussions were of a high-level nature beyond their comprehension. However, Naruto Uzumaki, in his characteristic obliviousness, followed them inside. Moments later, a loud and boisterous exclamation echoed from the Hokage's office. "Grandpa Third, what did you say? Sasuke has defected?" Naruto, having just shouted, kicked open the office door and dashed away like the wind. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was taken aback by Naruto's sudden outburst. In his eyes, the Jinchuriki represented a vital force for the village, and it was reckless to act so impulsively. Moreover, given Naruto's lackluster abilities as a Jinchuriki, he feared the potential consequences of his departure. However, Jiraiya appeared unfazed by Hiruzen's concerns, assuring him that there was no need for alarm. He's learned the Rasengan. Consider this an opportunity for him to gain experience. With Jiraiya's calm demeanor, Hiruzen's earlier apprehension began to dissipate. Hiruzen then contemplated that having Naruto join the fray could indeed bolster their strength. Previously, Shikamaru had expressed worries about insufficient combat power, but with Naruto's involvement, the situation was looking up. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade had returned, relying on them to pursue Sasuke seemed a futile endeavor. To be frank, in the eyes of the legendary Sannin, Sasuke was merely a Chunin. What significance did a Chunin hold in the presence of a Kage-level powerhouse? After Naruto's departure, Jiraiya and Hiruzen quietly listened as Tsunade recounted her experiences over the years. However, Hiruzen seemed disinterested in the earlier tales of Tsunade's extravagant lifestyle. Though his enthusiasm was lacking, he couldn't help but squirm at the embarrassment of it all. Yet, when Tsunade mentioned the short-lived street, both men perked up with intrigue. The fact that Orochimaru was still alive elicited no surprise. It was an expected revelation. However, when Tsunade mentioned Chinyu, Hiruzen's ears perked up with keen interest. That rascal, leaving the village without so much as a word. Was he off to find Tsunade? Hiruzen mused silently. But then a thought struck him. Wait, where's Chinyu? Why didn't he return with you? At this sudden inquiry from Hiruzen, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, and then she retorted indignantly. He clearly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha just a few days ago. Upon the mention of Chinyu, Tsunade was immediately reminded of the incident involving the ball attack from a few days prior. The mere thought of it ignited a fire of frustration within her, and she almost let slip her thoughts. However, a different notion crossed her mind. Having just sold him out should bring him a modicum of trouble, which somewhat alleviated her mood. Hearing her words, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, let out a disdainful snort. He promptly retrieved a crystal ball and, in a fit of anger, performed several hand seals. As chakra flowed into the crystal ball, the scenes within began to flicker rapidly, ultimately settling on a particular image. The long-distance viewing technique is a remarkably enigmatic ninjutsu, capable of locating targets within a 1,000-mile radius, provided the user is aware of the target's chakra attributes. As the leader of Konoha, Sarutobi found this technique exceedingly convenient for overseeing the village. Nonetheless, whether he had employed this technique for undisclosed purposes remained uncertain. Given his frequent nosebleeds, it was evident that he was indeed engaged in some clandestine activities. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, being disciples of Sarutobi, their knowledge of this technique was hardly surprising. However, today, the crystal ball exhibited some peculiarities. Rather than displaying the expected clarity, it appeared somewhat hazy. The main subject could not be rendered clearly, while surrounding objects were distinctly visible. What could this mean? Jiraiya, feeling bemused, asked innocently. Sarutobi, in a fit of anger, scolded him, "You dolt. This is clearly obstructed by a barrier." Jiraiya, feeling a mix of indignation and sorrow, muttered to himself, "Why must he always take it out on me?" Though the third Hokage heard him, he paid no heed, instead focusing intently on the crystal ball, seething as he remarked. Tsunade was right. This fellow has long since returned. No one knew that Chin-Yu had already set up a barrier on the very first day of his return. He was acutely aware of the jutsu wielded by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and had taken precautions to avoid detection. However, he had not anticipated that Tsunade's return today would completely expose his every secret. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having spent countless years in Konoha, merely glanced at the crystal ball for a moment before realizing that it was Chin-Yu's private domain. In an instant, Hiruzen's anger flared, and he began to breathe heavily. He was infuriated that Chin-Yu had returned to the village only to act as if he were a bystander, disregarding the greater situation entirely. At that moment, the unfortunate Yuhi Kurenai happened to arrive at the Hokage's office to hand over her mission. Upon seeing Tsunade, her lips twitched involuntarily. She understood that with Tsunade's return, her days of ease were at an end. Planning to expedite the task handover and depart swiftly, she was instead caught off guard by Hiruzen's keen observation. He noted Tsunade's expression, her brazen demeanor, and the urgency of the situation, coupled with his awareness of Kurenai's connection to the events. Hiruzen was nearly certain that Kurenai was not who she claimed to be. As Hiruzen fixed his gaze on her, Kurenai felt a tremor of anxiety course through her. Third Hokage, the mission has been successfully completed, so I shall take my leave, she stated hastily, turning to depart without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, Hiruzen exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk. Stop right there. Contrary to his command, Kurenai did not halt. Instead, she quickened her pace to escape. Damn it. You too, stop her. Hiruzen shouted in frustration. Tsunade and Jiraiya, having anticipated this, swiftly flanked Kurenai, effectively blocking her path. Kurenai, her lips twitching, looked at the two blocking her way and asked, Hokage-sama, what is happening? Damn it, at this point, you still wish to play games? Hiruzen roared in fury. I am eager to see how you plan to escape now. Tsunade clenched her fist, ready to take action, while Jiraiya merely shook his head, reveling in the unfolding drama. Realizing he had been uncovered, Chin-Yu declared, The wind is fierce, retreat. With a swift hand sign, Kurenai vanished in a puff of smoke. As Chin-Yu made his escape right before their eyes, Hiruzen seethed with rage, shouting, Send someone immediately to Chin-Yu's residence. Tell that scoundrel to come to me at once. Otherwise, I shall publicly announce that he will inherit the position of the fifth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp in shock. For individuals like them, who cherished their freedom and were notoriously lazy, ascending to the role of Hokage would signify the end of their liberty and the cessation of their leisurely pursuits. They would be compelled to engage in the relentless affairs of Konoha daily, confined to their desks without respite. Such a threat was far more terrifying than death itself. Upon hearing the third Hokage's command, a member of the Umbu on the roof nearly lost his footing and fell. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and inquired, Lord Hokage, should we reconsider the wording? His typically frosty voice now exuded a sense of helplessness, clearly reflecting his bewilderment. The entire situation seemed utterly nonsensical, leaving him in a haze of confusion. What was even more perplexing was the fact that someone was using the succession of the fifth Hokage as a means of intimidation. Are you certain this is a threat and not a reward? Truly, peculiar occurrences abound, and today seems particularly rife with them. Moreover, what baffled him most was the question of whether the Hokage of Konoha were indeed chosen in such a manner. In a fit of irritation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly erupted in expletives. After forcing himself to contain his frustration, he stated, No need. Just relay my words verbatim. Remember, not a single word should be altered. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu, having nothing more to say, promptly departed. Moments later, he found himself outside Chin-Yu's residence. Just as he was about to knock, he was met with the sound of a flying machine emanating from within the room. Yuzuki Yuin's hand froze midair, her lips twitching in disbelief, as several dark lines appeared on her forehead. As a ninja of Konoha, couldn't one engage in something productive during daylight hours? When did it become inappropriate to play flying chess? Yue Xiaoxian stood at the entrance of Chin-Yu's residence, her thoughts swirling with confusion. How could it be like this again? This was not her first summons to Chin-Yu. As a direct member of the Hokage's secretive Umbu, she had summoned countless individuals. Yet, none had ever been quite like Chin-Yu. Each time she arrived to summon him, some unexpected complication would arise, and each incident seemed increasingly bizarre. During her first visit, he had been engrossed in a game of Ludo. Now, on her second summons, he was once again preoccupied with the same game. With a look of exasperation, she recalled the instructions from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and raised her hand to knock on the door. However, Just as she was about to rap her knuckles against the wood, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. This happened 3 times. Each time she prepared to knock, but ultimately refrained. The reasons for her hesitation were twofold. First, it would be rather inconsiderate to interrupt someone engrossed in a game. Second, she was acutely aware of the volatile temperament of the man inside. After much contemplation, Xian resolved to wait a moment longer. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and deliberately distanced herself from Qin Yu's abode, hoping to shield herself from the cacophony of the game. Despite her simple intention to avoid the noise, a mere game of Ludo should have concluded swiftly. Yet, was Qin Yu an ordinary person? Clearly not. After a brief interval, a quarter of an hour slipped by. As she waited, the sounds of the game grew ever louder, while her legs began to feel increasingly numb from standing still. What on earth was happening? How could a game of Ludo last so long? Was he a mere man or something extraordinary? The last time she came, it had not been like this. Why was today so different? Unbeknownst to her, during her previous visit, Qin Yu had just finished his game. Now, however, he had only just begun, and the contrast was stark. With a furrowed brow, she begrudgingly continued to wait. Eventually, the game of Ludo came to a close. Xian, her expression a tapestry of emotions, took a deep breath and approached the door once more to knock. A single knock yielded no response, prompting her to increase the force of her rapping. Still, there was silence. Her face darkened, and her lips twitched as she shouted into the house, "Lord Qin Yu, the third Hokage is aware of your presence and requests that you proceed to the Hokage's office at once." Yet, an eerie silence enveloped her, met with no reply. Anger coursed through her veins, and she felt a surge of fury. "Lord Qin Yu, the Hokage demands that you hastily make your way to him, or he shall declare you the 5th Hokage." In response to her raised voice, the previously silent house began to stir. The old man seems rather eccentric. As a cacophony of complaints erupted, followed by a flurry of bustling sounds. Moments later, Qin Yu emerged from the room. Accompanying him were 4 individuals, Shiri Hong, Xiang Lin, Shouju, and Hinata Hanabi. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of so many people, Uzuki Shien felt utterly disoriented. It resembled a grand gathering reminiscent of a game of Ludo. Among them was someone she recognized well, Shiri Hong, her classmate from the Ninja Academy. The current Shiri Hong had transformed into an alluring and mature young woman, and even the other youthful ladies exuded an air of blossoming femininity. As Qin Yu stepped outside, he immediately spotted Matsu Yuin and remarked, "Ah, it's you. We've met before." "Oh, so it's Yuin." Shiri Hong greeted warmly. Chapter 74, I shall not bear this blame ahem. Upon witnessing Shiri Hong's greeting, Matsu Yuin coughed awkwardly. The memory of the sound of flying chess from earlier lingered in her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hesitating to engage directly with Shiri Hong, she turned to Qin Yu and urged, "Let us go, let us go. The 3rd-generation lord is waiting anxiously." Observing her demeanor, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Did you happen to overhear something just now?" "Ah," Matsu Yuin exclaimed in surprise, quickly denying, No, I didn't hear anything at all. I just arrived." However, in her flustered state, she failed to recognize that her tone had shifted. This subtle change in her tone was unmistakable to any attentive ear. Shiri Hong, upon hearing this, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She shot a resentful glare at Qin Yu, as if to convey, "This is all your fault." Qin Yu curled his lips in indifference. Soon after, he followed Maoyue Xian as they departed. Along the way, observing Maoyue Xian's demeanor of deep contemplation, Qin Yu chuckled softly. "Hee, Xian, no need to be so shy. Do come over sometime for a game of chess. My skills are quite exceptional." As soon as Qin Yu's words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Uzuki Shien gaped in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and incredulity as she regarded Qin Yu. Internally, she pondered, what kind of scoundrel dares to utter such words in public? "You." Uzuki Shien pointed at Qin Yu, stammering and unable to articulate a coherent response. After a prolonged moment of awkwardness, she finally managed to say, "I am not skilled in chess. I cannot play." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu burst into laughter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "It's no trouble if you can't. I can teach you how to play." Initially, Uzuki Shien had thought Qin Yu was jesting, but now, the tables had turned with such a direct retort. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt a surge of frustration. She could hardly fathom how this rogue could be so shameless. Although she prided herself on her temper, under normal circumstances, she would have struck him down without hesitation. Yet, In the moment, she merely felt a wave of shyness, as if she were not entirely averse to Chinyu's playful demeanor. For a brief instant, her countenance was awash with embarrassment. However, Chinyu remained unfazed, walking alongside her while teasingly bantering. With a ribald remark here and a cheeky quip there, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Before long, the pair arrived at the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the main desk, was already growing impatient. Upon noticing Chinyu's arrival, he slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Then, raising his voice, he chastised. How many times have I instructed you? I ordered you to come here immediately. Yet, here you are, dawdling for 2 hours. Observing Sarutobi's sire, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged amused glances. Not perturbed by Sarutobi's anger, Chinyu merely shrugged, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "No need to be so angry. I just walked in. You nearly startled me. I was occupied with significant matters of life. You know." Humph. Sarutobi let out a heavy scoff, dismissively stating, "You, my boy, have no significant matters in your life." Seeing Sarutobi's complete disbelief, Chinyu spread his arms in exasperation. He then gestured towards Izuki Shien, saying, "If you don't believe me, ask her. She can vouch for me." "You." Izuki Shien's lips twitched in disbelief. Clearly, she was taken aback by Chinyu's audacity. She had never encountered such shamelessness before. Could something as trivial as playing Ludo truly require external validation? This was indeed a display of boldness. At that moment, Izuki Shien felt a tightness in her chest. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to redden her cheeks and murmur a vague confirmation for Chinyu. "Yes, we were just handling some important matters." Seeing his Umbu members react this way, Sarutobi could only let out a resigned sigh. He waved his hand, saying, All right, you may go now." "Indeed, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave." With that, Yuzuki Yuin, feeling an immense sense of relief, hurried to withdraw. She had no desire to linger in the presence of Chinyu for even a moment longer. Who could predict what his next words might be? Perhaps they would once again be as predatory as before. Observing Chinyu, Tsunade's pent-up resentment erupted, and she coldly remarked, "Esteemed 5th Hokage, it appears we meet again." When Tsunade pronounced the title of 5th Hokage, she placed particular emphasis on it, allowing anyone present to discern the underlying bitterness. Her heart brimmed with indignation. Here she was, one of the legendary Sannin, yet she had been ensnared by that insufferable brat, Chinyu. Only later, with Jiraiya's assistance, did she realize that he had intended for her to succeed him as Hokage, while his earlier statements were nothing but nonsensical bluster. Nevertheless, Tsunade seemed to overlook Chinyu's character. His indifference to her accusations was palpable. With a shrug, Chinyu retorted playfully, "I didn't say anything incorrect. It was the old man who stubbornly insisted I take over, but I simply turned him down." When Chinyu uttered these words, his tone and expression were replete with disdain. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, present at the scene, instantly wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. After Chinyu finished speaking, he provocatively raised his eyebrows at Tsunade, as if to say, "That is a task I shall not undertake. This position rightfully belongs to you." You scoundrel." Tsunade was instantly infuriated, her chest rising and falling erratically. However, she forcibly suppressed her rising anger and, through gritted teeth, declared, "Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now, but surely there is an account between us that must be settled." It was evident that the account Tsunade referred to was the recent brazen incident involving the volleyball. Chinyu could never acknowledge this matter. He wore a look of utter bewilderment and inquired, "What account? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Such matters were absolutely beyond the realm of acceptance." Upon hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fist, ready to take action, while exclaiming, "Stop pretending. Let me help you jog your memory." Observing her readiness to strike, Chinyu swiftly raised his hand and urged, "Hold on. Calm down." After saying this, he feigned a pitiful expression. "Lady Tsunade, as a senior of Konoha and one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world, you must adhere to reason. Pray tell, where have I offended you? You may voice your grievances before everyone, and let them judge the situation. Otherwise, I cannot bear this blame." Chapter 75. The Perpetual Jin and Chinyu feigned a pitiful expression, yet in reality, he remained utterly unperturbed. In fact, he even playfully blinked at Tsunade with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued regarding the matter between the two. He directly inquired of Tsunade, "Well, Tsunade, do enlighten us on how this rascal offended you." However, Tsunade chose to ignore Jiraiya's naive inquiry entirely. She glared at Chinyu with narrowed eyes. Her teeth clenched as she seethed. "You brat, just you wait. This matter is far from over, and I shall settle the score with you later." Observing Tsunade's furious demeanor, yet unable to unleash her wrath, Jiraiya leaned closer to Chinyu and whispered, "Well done, young one. I must say, you truly possess a knack for handling this situation. Seeing Tsunade so infuriated yet rendered speechless, your tactics are quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's lips involuntarily twitched slightly, and he silently mused. If you were to discover the reason for her wrath, I dare say you would have hurled a spiraling sphere at me without hesitation. Ahem. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose complexion had turned pale, gently coughed to redirect the attention of the crowd. Once he had regained their focus, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze directly towards Chinyu. "You reckless brat, you dashed out without a word and even returned while deliberately concealing the truth. This matter will not be swept under the rug so easily." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's mood soured, and he muttered under his breath, "The Flying Thunder God technique is too swift. Am I to blame for that?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at his words. "Forget it. I have no desire to engage in frivolous banter with you." Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly concluded the topic. He then directed his gaze towards Tsunade, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Ahem. Old man, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Your gaze is rather intimidating." Tsunade felt a shiver run down her spine under Hiruzen's unwavering stare. "Tsunade, after so many years in this line of work, I am genuinely weary, and I find myself increasingly powerless." The fatigue in the third Hokage's voice was unmistakable as he nonchalantly waved his empty left sleeve, seeking sympathy. "They should have informed you about my decision regarding the next Hokage. From this moment forth, you shall be the fifth Hokage of Konoha. You are now empowered to exercise the authority of the Hokage." Tsunade attempted to interject, but Hiruzen waved his hand, cutting her off. "Just focus on your role as Hokage. I will handle everything else. I will notify the daimyo and subsequently consult with the two advisors to arrange a suitable date for your inauguration ceremony. As for you two rascals, Chinyu and Jiraiya, even if you're not on a mission, you are not permitted to leave Konoha during this tumultuous period. You are to remain in the village and stand guard." Observing Hiruzen's seamless authority, Chinyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This old man is truly a master of his craft. He feigned exhaustion, yet spoke with such fluidity, leaving little room for anyone to interject or contest. After concluding his assertions, Hiruzen removed his Hokage cloak and tossed it onto the table before turning towards the window to indulge in a smoke. "Wait, Tsunade," momentarily stunned by Hiruzen's performance, regained her composure but found herself at a loss for words. She felt a strange sense that, after years apart, her teacher had become even more resolute. His nonchalant demeanor was striking, and he acted as if he had no concern for her objections. Resigned to her fate, Tsunade finally acquiesced. "Very well then." However, in the blink of an eye, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mischievous smile as she cast a playful glance at Chinyu. Recognizing the look on her face, Chinyu instantly understood that she was up to no good. "What? Have you never seen a young man as dashing as me?" Chinyu remained unfazed, rolling his eyes in response. As expected, Tsunade did not disappoint. She placed her hands on her hips and unleashed a torrent of exclamations directed at him. "How audacious! You insolent brat! Do you even realize who you are speaking to? I am the fifth Hokage." "Oh," Chinyu replied nonchalantly, casting her a sidelong glance, utterly unperturbed. "And then what? What do you intend to do?" In his view, the Hokage held no sway over him. He was not one to be intimidated by a woman. Whether in argument or confrontation, he stood his ground. Tsunade shot him a glare, cleared her throat, and declared with utmost seriousness, "Humph. Listen well, for I am about to issue my first order as Hokage." At this, Jiraiya perked up, and even the third Hokage, who had turned away to smoke a moment ago, returned to listen with keen interest, pipe in hand. Chinyu, a low-ranking ninja of Konoha, has left the village without permission, returned to conceal his actions, and evaded his duties. Furthermore, he has shown disrespect towards the Hokage, committing numerous egregious acts. Therefore, in the name of the fifth Hokage, I hereby permanently revoke his opportunity for promotion." Tsunade concluded her lengthy proclamation with an air of triumph, her eyes glimmering with mockery as she regarded Chinyu. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment, thinking to himself, one should never cross Tsunade. Not only is she formidable with her fists, but her methods are ruthless as well. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chin Yu's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor turning serious as he asked, "Are you certain?" "Humph. Absolutely." Tsunade smirked, nodding without a hint of hesitation. She further emphasized, "Now you know the consequences of provoking me." However, before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Chin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. What was once a grave countenance transformed into one of sheer delight. Yes, an extraordinary happiness. Chin Yu grasped Tsunade's hand fervently, exclaiming, "This matter has been settled joyfully. It cannot be altered." Chapter 76. The Dynamics Between Master and Apprentice Tsunade. Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi? Nani? Tsunade wore a bewildered expression. At that moment, she was utterly perplexed as to why Chin Yu was so exuberant. Overwhelmed by shock, she even forgot to withdraw her hand, which he held firmly. The Ein seal allowed her to maintain a youthful appearance, her delicate hands resembling those of a young maiden. "Are you out of your mind?" Tsunade exclaimed incredulously. "You intend to remain a genin forever? Why are you so pleased? Being a genin is fantastic. It is my utmost delight to be a genin." Chin Yu's face was adorned with exaggerated expressions. "Leaders, as a mere lower ninja, I can only undertake tasks of C rank or below. Otherwise, it could cost lives. I am but a humble lower ninja." With a long sigh, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, revealed a look of resignation. Given his understanding of Chin Yu, he knew the latter's thought process had always been distinctly unconventional. However, unbeknownst to all, there was a thought lingering in Chin Yu's mind. Unvoiced. "You ignorant natives have no idea. Everyone knows that Nin are mere cannon fodder, and Kage are merely supporting roles. It is the lower ninjas of Konoha who are the true elite of the ninja world." Tsunade furrowed her brows, her curiosity piqued. "But if you don't take on higher-ranked tasks, how will you earn a living? You, a mere child, are always frolicking about. How will you support your companions?" Tsunade spoke pragmatically, for the disparity between the difficulties of high-level and low-level ninja tasks was astronomical. Consequently, the remuneration for these tasks was not even comparable. Take Jiraiya, for instance. Why was he swimming in wealth? Why did he possess savings in the 8 or 9 figures? Aside from the royalties from his unique work, Make Out Paradise, the rest stemmed from the rewards of completing high-level missions. At this moment, Chin Yu feigned a sudden realization, dramatically slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Fifth Hokage, you are absolutely right." Tsunade regarded him with a look of playful mockery. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Chin Yu erupted into laughter. "Indeed, with so many girlfriends, who needs to worry about support? Isn't it delightful to live off the fruits of others' labor?" The office of the Hokage fell into an oppressive silence. The 4 individuals present gazed at Chin Yu as if he were a rare specimen. Jiraiya felt a twinge of disbelief. Is this even a viable approach? As for Tsunade, 1,000 galloping horses seemed to thunder through her mind. Living off others is one thing, but to eat the soft rice while boasting of strength, how could this be considered honorable behavior? Chin Yu was remarkably clever. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Just before departing, he left behind a bold statement. "Now that everything has been clarified, it's time for everyone to return to their respective homes and mothers. I, for one, am heading home to enjoy a leisurely meal. Farewell, everyone." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is no ordinary man. Observing Chin Yu's intent to depart, he quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, young man. What do you want?" Chin Yu replied with visible impatience. Turning to face Hiruzen, undeterred by Chin Yu's demeanor, the old fox remained unfazed. He disregarded Chin Yu's expression and said in a measured tone, "You must undertake a mission now, to assist Shikamaru's team. They have been pursuing Sasuke for quite some time, and there has been no word from them. You are to provide support." Upon hearing this, Chin Yu immediately protested, Hey, this isn't fair. You just announced your retirement." Hiruzen, exhibiting remarkable acuity, nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have retired." After this, he fell silent. Though he ceased speaking, the seasoned strategist discreetly signaled to Tsunade. Upon catching Hiruzen's glance, Tsunade understood his intent. Raising an eyebrow with a knowing smirk, she seized the opportunity. "Indeed, I am now the Hokage, and as the 5th Hokage, I command you to execute this mission." How outrageous. Both master and disciple are quite cunning. Chin Yu thought to himself, his face contorted in exaggerated protest. "This is unacceptable. I am but a lowly genin. How can you assign me such a formidable task? Are you sending me to my doom?" With a sharp crack, a cross appeared on Tsunade's forehead. "Stop with the nonsense. Aside from Shikamaru, the others are also genin. You need not say another word. Get on with the mission." Tsunade shouted at Chinyu. And even if you are indifferent to others, do you not care about your two girlfriends? They are also involved. Good grief. Chinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to leave. Observing the hasty retreat of the young rascal, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. He found it truly challenging to manage this unruly child. Meanwhile, Tsunade chuckled and remarked, "There's no need for concern, sensei. I just discovered that discussing women with this little brat is far more effective than any other approach. Astonishingly, at such a tender age, he is even more lecherous than Jiraiya. With so many young and older girlfriends in Konoha, you can rest assured, sensei." Upon hearing Tsunade's words and reflecting on Chinyu's character, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling considerably more at ease. On the side, Jiraiya awkwardly rubbed his nose and quietly protested, "I'm not lecherous. It's all for the sake of research." However, everyone chose to ignore his meek objection. After leaving the Hokage's office, Chinyu remained remarkably composed. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had mentioned that the team dispatched this time comprised 10 individuals. In Chinyu's perspective, with the immense potential of the Konoha 12, confronting the so-called Sound Ninja 5 should pose no significant challenge. Moreover, it was quite possible that they would not even require assistance from Gaara and the others. However, what Chinyu was unaware of was that Orochimaru had sent the Sound Ninjas on this mission to ensure its success. In terms of both quantity and quality, they were significantly stronger than their counterparts in the original narrative. Chapter 77, Leading the Team Towards Annihilation. As Chinyu arrived at the entrance of Konoha, he beheld Ino and Hinata assisting Tintin and Sakura, making their way from the direction of the village gate. Although the group appeared to be in a hurry, they seemed unharmed, which brought a sense of relief to Chinyu. Chinyu then stepped forward and casually inquired about the current state of affairs. However, upon learning that Orochimaru had dispatched over 30 Sound Ninja, he was momentarily taken aback. He silently mused, "It appears that my presence has significantly escalated the situation. This vile serpent has become remarkably cautious. Fortunately, Hinata and Ino are unharmed. Otherwise, I would ensure that you could never resurrect again." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chinyu noticed something peculiar. To his astonishment, he observed that there were no visible injuries or even dust on Ino and Hinata. Could it be that the 30 ninjas sent by Orochimaru were merely for show? Ino seemed to sense Chinyu's confusion and offered a somewhat unclear explanation. "It seems the enemy has received some sort of order that allows them to disregard others. Yet they never strike at me or Hinata. They even avoid us whenever possible." Upon hearing this, Chinyu was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty Orochimaru would go to such lengths to avoid offending him. Clearly, after their previous encounters, Orochimaru had developed a profound fear of Chinyu. It was evident that he must have expended considerable resources to investigate Chinyu. Realizing that his Achilles' heel lay in his loved ones, while harming others may not pose significant issues, daring to threaten Chinyu's women would likely provoke him to storm into their Sound Village with unrestrained fury. Perhaps this apprehension led Orochimaru to issue such an astonishing command. With this understanding, Chinyu decided to cease his contemplation. Observing the support given to Tintin and Sakura, he curiously asked, "Are they both all right?" Tintin had endured multiple battles and had exhausted herself with the excessive use of ninja tools, yet she was not in any peril. "Rest assured, she is fine," Ino softly replied, her gaze toward Tintin filled with admiration. "Oh, I see." Chinyu nodded, poised to take his leave. "Why don't you inquire about Sakura?" Ino asked. Somewhat puzzled, Chinyu cast a sidelong glance and straightforwardly remarked, "What is there for her to say? Given her level, it would not surprise me if someone were to strike her down." In response, Ino appeared somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Hinata, unable to bear the situation any longer, softly interjected, "No, that's not it. Actually, Sakura is unharmed. She was merely rendered unconscious by Captain Shikamaru's swift strike." At these words, the corners of Chinyu's mouth twitched as if a thought had struck him. He inquired, "Oh, is that so? Could it be that Shikamaru intended to strike an enemy but accidentally misdirected his blow? Shikamaru has certainly let his skills diminish. How has he fallen to such a level?" Hinata quickly shook her head, explaining, "No, that's not it. He actually aimed to strike Sakura." "Huh?" This left Chinyu utterly bewildered. Hinata, at a loss for how to clarify, could only stammer, unsure of what to say. Observing Hinata's slow and hesitant explanation, Ino felt a surge of urgency. Recognizing Hinata's sudden change in demeanor, she interjected, "It's just that Sakura is overly concerned about Sasuke, which causes her to charge recklessly and often disregard the captain's commands, leading the team into perilous situations time and again. Chinyu cautiously probed, "Is that so?" Hearing this, Ino awkwardly nodded, saying, I suppose that captures the essence of it. My goodness. Chinyu blinked and remarked, I had long suspected that this woman was a treacherous pitfall, but I never anticipated she would lead us to such an extent of ruin. Truly, she is the annihilator of our team, soaring away with utter abandon. In both his previous and present life, Chinyu has always held a dismissive view towards Haruno Sakura. It is worth noting that in his past life, as an avid fan of Naruto, Chinyu was well aware of a saying among fans, as long as you criticize Sakura, we shall be friends. However, the most significant point remains that this woman often unwittingly demonstrates her shortcomings. By the way, Chinyu, although our team has defeated the majority of our enemies, it appears that the 5 individuals ahead are the most formidable. You should hurry to assist them, Ino said nervously to Chinyu. Even Hinata, who typically spoke little, broke her usual silence, tugging at Chinyu's sleeve and pleading, Chinyu, Niji and Captain Shikamaru have sustained considerable injuries. You should go to their aid. Seeing both of them so earnestly imploring him, Chinyu waved his hand in acknowledgement. All right, I shall check on them. Coincidentally, this also aligned with a new assignment from the Hokage, and he relished the opportunity to seize it. Before departing, Chinyu took a moment to affectionately cup Ino and Hinata's faces, planting a kiss on each. Their cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Nearby, Tintin, who was being supported, gaped at Chinyu's actions, her mouth agape and hands gesticulating wildly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her astonishment, Chinyu raised an eyebrow mischievously and teased, Oh, what is the matter, Tintin? Do you desire some attention as well? Tintin, caught off guard, blushed fiercely and quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, No, no, no. Oh, I see. Chinyu replied, feigning understanding with a nod. Just as Tintin thought she could breathe easy, Chinyu planted a kiss on her cheek as well. I know you meant to say not to be formal, but you were too nervous to articulate it. Fear not. I comprehend, Chinyu said with a playful grin. Hinata? Ino? Tintin? What does he mean by I understand? Does he truly comprehend, or is he merely pretending to? After leaving the village, Chinyu discerned the direction through his heightened senses and promptly set forth in that direction. Along the way, he occasionally encountered the lifeless bodies of ninjas from the Sound Ninja village. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Chinyu swiftly made his way forward. In less than half an hour, he came upon the fallen figure of Ding Xiai. The state of Ding Xiai, sprawled upon the ground, was quite dire. His sizable frame leaned heavily against a stone, struggling to catch his breath. Not far from him lay another rotund figure, a high-ranking Sound Ninja, lifeless on the ground. Initially gasping for air, Ding Xi's eyes lit up upon seeing Chinyu's arrival. Chinyu, he exclaimed. Observing Ding Xi's condition, Chinyu felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that he was merely exhausted and did not seem to be in any grave danger. Chapter 78, The Battle Between Simpletons Upon Closer Inspection. Chinyu noticed a small 3-compartment box lying beside Ding Xi. The first 2 compartments were empty, while the red pill in the 3rd compartment remained untouched. It was astonishing to realize how much Ding Xi had progressed. In the original narrative, he had exhausted his last pill to defeat a formidable foe, subsequently collapsing from exhaustion. Had it not been for Tsunade's timely intervention, he would surely have met a dire fate. Clearly, Ding Xi had made significant strides this time. Chinyu, however, remained oblivious to the fact that his involvement had precipitated such a significant transformation. The strength of the 12 hidden leaf youths had greatly increased, owing much to the pressure he had inadvertently instigated. Chinyu approached Ding Xi and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, Well done, Ding Xi. You have truly excelled this time. Thankfully, I did not hold everyone back. Although speaking is somewhat laborious, Ding Xi's spirits were nonetheless elevated. If only you had arrived earlier, Chinyu, we would have likely defeated them by now, and I would not find myself in this predicament. Chinyu smiled and said, Well, here I am. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Ding Xi, who was lying down, widened his eyes and exclaimed, Chinyu, I can still hold on. Don't worry about me. Shikamaru and the others are in greater danger ahead. You must go help them. Observing Ding Xi's deep concern for his comrades, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. This was perhaps what the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, referred to as the perfect inheritor of the will of fire. There's no rush. I will first take you back to Konoha for treatment, Chinyu assured him, waving his hand. However, Ding Xi quickly protested, No, no, no. That won't do. It will take too long, and Shikamaru and the others will be in even greater peril. With a mischievous grin, Shinyu tilted his lips and remarked, "How could it possibly take long? Trust me, it will be swift." With a clang, he effortlessly drew the sword of Thor and firmly plunged it into the ground, while his right hand seized Ding Xi's arm. Suddenly, Ding Xi felt as if the world was spinning around him, his vision becoming a blur. However, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the Hokage's office. It turned out that before departing, Shinyu had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal within the Hokage's office. What is this? Ding Xi gazed at his surroundings, momentarily stunned, but soon his expression transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. The Flying Thunder God? The legendary technique of Flying Thunder God? Ding Xi, my dear child, you've endured much. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached the injured Ding Xi, offering comforting words of encouragement. Upon hearing Hiruzen's soothing reassurances, Ding Xi's eyes glistened with moisture as he said, "Grandpa Hokage, now, I leave him in your capable hands. I shall go assist the others." Shinyu raised an eyebrow at Tsunade before vanishing from sight once more. Following another wave of spatial distortion, he reappeared at the location where he had previously encountered Ding Xi, guided by the spatial coordinates inscribed on the Sword of Thor. Shinyu continued his journey through the forest, rescuing Hinata Niji, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamu, Rock Lee, and Yamanaka Ino one after another. Remarkably, he employed the same method for each rescue, a deft application of the Flying Thunder God technique, and voile. Each of these resilient individuals bore considerable injuries, yet none faced the peril of death. This time, they did not rely on Gaara of the Sand to assist them. The young warriors, drawing solely on their own strength, valiantly overcame the formidable Sound Ninja 5. More importantly, through this arduous battle, each of them experienced significant personal growth. After escorting the last two individuals back to the Hokage's office for Tsunade's treatment, Shinyu once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the battlefield. He was acutely aware that only two somewhat naive heirs of the ninja world remained ahead. They were likely engaged in a tumultuous struggle of love and hatred within the Valley of the End. Half an hour later, Shinyu arrived at the Valley of the End. Indeed, some events seemed to be predestined by fate. Many years ago, the previous reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had clashed fiercely in this very location. Now, the current reincarnations of the two brothers, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, were also battling here. Even Shinyu's chaotic interventions had not altered the course of this event. As he reached the scene, he coincidentally witnessed the climactic final strike between the two. Soaring in midair, one radiated crimson while the other emanated ebony. Both unleashed their most formidable forms, charging towards one another. Shinyu did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing the unfolding drama. Ah, a trap has been set. Hey, Sasuke, unleash your power. Naruto and Sasuke, fueled by an intense camaraderie, shouted each other's names in unison, unleashing their ultimate attacks. The Navi Naruto, driven by his obsession, directed his Rasengan towards the forehead protector of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke, indifferent to everything else, thrust his black shuriken directly into Naruto's abdomen. The outcome of this clash mirrored that of the original narrative. Naruto was impaled by the shuriken and fell, unwillingly succumbing to defeat, while Sasuke stood victorious. In the aftermath, the darkened Sasuke lingered beside Naruto, tormented by hesitation. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Within the confines of his mind, two figures engaged in relentless combat. If he were to slay Naruto at this moment, he might awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, thus obtaining the power to rival Uchiha Itachi. Conversely, if he spared Naruto, he was uncertain how long it would take to attain such formidable strength. Yet, Naruto had been his classmate for many years, and they had forged a bond as teammates. They had fought and struggled together. Now, to strike down his friend, Sasuke's conscience stirred with unease. In agony, he tugged at his hair, clearly ensnared in a web of indecision. He had once glimpsed the secrets inscribed on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, detailing the path to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi, the very adversary he loathed, had declared, "Only by possessing the same Manjiki Sharingan as mine could you hope to defeat me." Now, all he needed to do was unsheath the kunai and gently pierce the fallen Naruto. In doing so, he would grasp everything he had ever desired. Under the weight of such overwhelming temptation, Sasuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and his body shook with fervor. Ultimately, in the face of such potent allure, Sasuke's conscience prevailed. He chose to spare Naruto, discarding the forehead protector as he resolutely turned away. At that very moment, Chinyu's figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 79. The Enigma of Confidence. Young man, do you intend to leave so easily? Chinyu inquired with a calm demeanor. His voice was neither loud nor accompanied by any chakra enhancement. Yet, this unassuming tone struck Sasuke like a thunderclap. This infuriating voice was all too familiar to him. Even without turning around, he recognized the identity of the intruder. The reason was simple. The owner of this voice was the very scoundrel who had repeatedly crushed him into the ground. His presence had overshadowed the brilliance of this Uchiha prodigy, rendering everything before him weak and insignificant. Uchiha Chinyu. With a visage marked by terror, Sasuke muttered that name, trembling as he turned around. Upon glancing back, he indeed saw Chinyu approaching him slowly. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sasuke's eyes were filled with dread and panic. As he beheld Chinyu's arrival, his face was a canvas of indignation. How infuriating it was for him to appear at this critical juncture. He was on the brink of escaping the land of fire, poised to soar to freedom. He was finally about to embark on the path of seeking ultimate power. Why? Why had this person arrived at the last possible moment? If it had been anyone else, he would not have cared, not even if it were a Jonin from Konoha. Empowered by the cursed mark, confidence surged within Sasuke, granting him the belief that he could contend with a Jonin. Yet, when faced with Uchiha Chinyu, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This individual possessed powers that far surpassed those of a Jonin. In his doubts, he pondered whether his strength was even akin to that of a Kage. Perhaps even Uchiha Itachi would pale in comparison. Sasuke bit down hard on his lip, his gaze fixated on Chinyu, his body taut with tension. He then asked in a low voice, Uchiha Chinyu, do you intend to forcibly bring me back to Konoha? Chinyu let out a cold chuckle, then gently shook his head. So, are you here to kill me? Upon hearing Chinyu's assertion that he did not intend to take him back to the village, Sasuke suddenly contemplated a far graver possibility. His pupils contracted sharply as he became acutely vigilant, regarding Chinyu with a wary gaze. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Chinyu waved his hand dismissively, adopting a relaxed and carefree attitude, and calmly remarked, had you truly dared to harm Naruto just now, you would already be a corpse. Murder. Such a grave matter slipped from Chinyu's lips with such nonchalance. Yet, that seemingly casual statement sent a wave of dread down Sasuke's spine, leaving him drenched in sweat. Reflecting on the moment, he couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. A mere fleeting thought had brought him to the precipice of life and death. Having spent considerable time together, Sasuke had gained a profound understanding of Chinyu. Harboring no doubts about his recent words, this man before him was indeed capable of ending his life at any moment, and crucially, he likely bore no psychological burden in doing so. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, Sasuke suppressed the chill within him, clenched his teeth, and in a grave tone, inquired, if you are neither here to capture me nor to kill me, then what is your true intention? Chinyu smiled faintly before speaking in a measured tone. I understand your desire for vengeance and your quest for power. After all, the insular nature of Konoha is not conducive to your growth, a sentiment I fully grasp. However, she continued, her tone shifting subtly, to claim you can simply leave while causing harm to so many comrades, even inflicting grave injuries upon Naruto, is where you have erred. At this point, Sasuke sensed an unsettling undertone in her words, yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity. So, what do you intend to do with me? He asked, his vigilance palpable. I offer you a chance, she replied, to kneel respectfully in the direction of Konoha and offer your apologies. Chinyu pointed towards the direction of Konoha and spoke softly. What? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression instantly changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated, creating some distance between himself and Chinyu. Why you? Sasuke could hardly believe that Chinyu would make such an outrageous demand. How dare he, a noble genius of the Uchiha clan, be asked to kneel and apologize? To his eyes, this was an unparalleled humiliation. Such disgrace was worse than death itself. Chinyu, you are truly despicable. If you wish to kill me, you need only to say so. Why resort to such underhanded tactics to create a pretext for violence? Sasuke exclaimed in fury. In his perspective, Chinyu was fundamentally intent on his demise, yet due to the bonds of camaraderie, he refrained from striking first. It seemed he was coercing Sasuke into taking the initiative, thus providing himself with justification for murder. Observing Sasuke's vehement reaction, Chinyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. Chinyu gazed at Sasuke with a gaze imbued with pity, shaking his head in disdain. Ah, I must say, your theatrics are truly excessive. If it were you, would you require any justification to crush an ant? Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing these words. In that instant, he comprehended Chinyu's metaphor, fully aware that in the other's eyes, he, a noble genius of the Uchiha clan, was regarded as nothing more than a mere insect. This notion was utterly unacceptable to Sasuke. Fury surged within him as he exclaimed, I have never endured such humiliation. Chinyu, how dare you insult me so brazenly? This is intolerable. I assure you, I am no longer someone you can easily manipulate. At this moment, Sasuke possessed the cursed mark bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, and having acquired such power, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps, with the strength of the cursed mark, he might stand a chance against Chinyu in a duel. Observing Sasuke's inexplicable confidence, Chinyu's interest waned. He coldly regarded Sasuke and declared, You have but two choices, kneel before Konoha and apologize, or face death. There exists no third option. Ah. So this is how the higher-ups of Konoha intend to treat me? Sasuke responded, infused with a sense of indignation. No. Chinyu shook his head and candidly admitted, That old man from the third generation is soft-hearted. He merely asked me to bring you back. Then what? Sasuke retorted furiously. But now, your heart has long since departed from Konoha. What good would it do to bring you back? Moreover, even if I were to take you back, I suspect you would not be inclined to comply. Chinyu probed with a soul-searching inquiry. Now, I can offer you a better choice, grant you freedom. However, before you depart, you must kneel and apologize to me. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face flushed with intense rage as he barked, Chinyu, I shall kneel only in death. With a thunderous roar, Sasuke's body was suddenly enveloped in cursed seals. Chapter 80. Continuous attacks. With Sasuke's fierce cry, his body became rapidly covered in cursed seals. The immense pressure exerted by Chinyu propelled him into the second stage of the curse mark. Sinister and malevolent symbols swiftly spread across Sasuke's entire being, transforming his once pale skin into a shade of gray. Even his previously dark eyes morphed into an indistinct gray hue. A strange wave pulsated through the air as power began to converge. An ominous cross began to materialize upon his brow, while two wickedly formidable wings sprouted from his back. The power within Sasuke was undeniably malevolent. Yet, it must be acknowledged that, under the influence of the curse mark, Sasuke's strength saw a tremendous enhancement. Originally, Sasuke's power was merely at the level of a chunin. Now, bolstered by the curse mark, his strength had surpassed that of a jonin. Chinyu stood quietly by, observing Sasuke's transformation with an air of calm detachment, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. After a considerable time, Sasuke finally emerged from his self-indulgence. His expression wild as he shouted towards Chinyu. Chinyu, behold the power I now possess. What can you do against me? Witnessing Sasuke's frenzied demeanor, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chinyu's mouth, and he inwardly mused, Oh dear, he has truly become insufferable. Chinyu truly fails to comprehend Sasuke, who effortlessly manipulates Orochimaru at his will. Yet, Sasuke, having acquired a mere trinket from Orochimaru, dares to put on such an act before him. This is indeed a perplexing display of confidence. Chinyu shrugged slightly, a hint of discomfort evident, and then remarked, If this constitutes your reliance and trump card, I can only say you are somewhat lacking in intellect. Chinyu, you are exceedingly arrogant, Sasuke retorted, fury igniting within him. With a swift motion, Sasuke began forming hand seals, as lightning surged wildly upon his left hand. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious electricity coalesced into the shape of a spear. As the lightning spear took form, it extended forward relentlessly, aiming directly at Chinyu. Chidori Sharp Spear. Under immense pressure, the power of Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear intensified. Furthermore, bolstered by the strength of his curse mark, the potency of his lightning release escalated to an entirely new level. Simultaneously, the enormous wings at Sasuke's sides flared dramatically, propelling him swiftly into the air. He then rapidly retreated. In truth, throughout this encounter, Sasuke had never intended to engage Chinyu in a life-or-death struggle. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing Sasuke create such a grand spectacle, he initially assumed that a fierce confrontation was imminent. However, to his utter astonishment, Sasuke's true intention was to make a hasty retreat. Although fleeing may seem somewhat shameful, it must be acknowledged as the most prudent decision he had made in quite some time. Had Sasuke truly engaged Chinyu in combat, he would likely have met his demise within mere exchanges. The remnants of his rationality afforded Sasuke a glimmer of self-awareness. He recognized that he was unworthy of facing Chinyu in earnest. His offensive maneuvers were merely a stratagem to buy himself some time to escape. Sasuke, brimming with arrogance, believed that with a moment's preparation, he could certainly outpace Chinyu. The ferocious lightning spear surged forth, swiftly reaching Chinyu's visage with lethal intent. Yet, Chinyu remained utterly composed, showing no signs of alarm or even movement. From within Chinyu's being, brilliant arcs of lightning began to flicker, subsequently extending into dazzling tendrils of electric light. Chinyu's entire being seemed enveloped in a layer of thunderous armor. This was the lightning release technique, Thunder Wave. With Chinyu's current strength, the potency of this technique had escalated to an extraordinary level. It could be said that even the legendary Kakashi Hatake would struggle to match his formidable power. When Sasuke unleashed his Chidori spear, it barely grazed Chinyu's Thunder Wave, failing to even spark a single electric flicker. Instead, the Thunder Wave effortlessly absorbed it, transforming it into its own energy. What? How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock. He had believed that his powerful lightning release technique, enhanced by the curse mark, would pose significant trouble for Chinyu. Even if it didn't, he assumed it would at least create some chaos, allowing him to seize the advantage. However, he never anticipated such an outcome. He realized he didn't even possess the qualification to make Chinyu acknowledge him. The latter didn't need to form hand seals or even shift his stance. Confronted with such a terrifying opponent, Sasuke's heart began to simmer with intensity. He recognized that every fleeting moment spent battling Chinyu revealed a staggering escalation in his strength. Reflecting on Chinyu's capabilities back in the Ninja Academy, it was astonishing to compare them to his current prowess. Delving deeper, Sasuke arrived at an incredulous conclusion. Chinyu was perpetually growing stronger. With the passage of time, his power would only amplify. In such a brief span, Chinyu's strength had ascended to an unimaginable level. As Sasuke witnessed his Chidori spear being effortlessly neutralized, a tremor coursed through his body. Consequently, he hastened his retreat with fervor. Yet, how could Chinyu allow him such an opportunity? Whoosh! A sharp, slicing sound pierced the air as Sasuke, in terror, realized that the gleaming sword of the Thunder God had appeared before him in an instant. Before he could even evade, Chinyu's figure materialized right in front of him. Chinyu's large hand grasped the hilt of the Thunder God's sword, its tip aimed directly at Sasuke. What? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, in a flurry of panic. He gritted his teeth and, with all his might, launched a punch towards Chinyu's chest. Humph! Chinyu let out a cold chuckle, slightly shifting his body to evade the punch. With his left fist clenched, he delivered a powerful blow to Sasuke's abdomen. Poof! Chinyu executed his strike with great ferocity, rendering Sasuke nothing more than a thoroughly cooked shrimp, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Subsequently, with a casual whip of his leg, Chinyu sent Sasuke plummeting from the heights. Coughing violently, Sasuke was momentarily dazed by Chinyu's flurry of attacks, struggling for some time to rise from the ground. Observing Sasuke's predicament, Chinyu found it amusing and taunted. TSK, is this the power you take pride in? So easily defeated. You. Sasuke seethed with rage. His face flushed, instantly losing his composure. In an instant, violent lightning crackled around his hand. Empowered by the cursed seal, the formerly blue Chidori transformed into a menacing black. Die! Sasuke screamed frantically, his two large wings flapping desperately as he charged towards Chinyu. Chapter 81. Just kneeled down with the cursed seal's enhancement. He was hardly impressive. Observing Sasuke's charge, Chinyu let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, violent lightning erupted from his hand as well. Sasuke, suspended mid-air, was momentarily taken aback, then sneered in amusement. What a foolish individual, thinking he could match me with a stolen Chidori. Such an imbecile. He doesn't even grasp the fundamentals of the Chidori thrust. Watch closely, you are unworthy. Die. Soon, the Chidori in both Chinyu's and Sasuke's hands, one black, one blue, collided with an explosive force. Indeed, in that instant of contact, Sasuke's black Chidori initially gained the upper hand. In that fleeting moment, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Fueled by his mastery of the technique and the power of the cursed seal, a mad, maniacal glint filled Sasuke's eyes as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting Chinyu. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, for he realized that the previously subdued blue Chidori suddenly surged with power. The entire technique seemed to have received a potent boost, radiating brilliance in an instant. At that moment, Chinyu's Chidori began to overpower Sasuke's black Chidori. What is this? Possible? Sasuke's face was a mask of disbelief. In that instant, his mind shattered. He could not fathom why this was happening. Clearly, he was more familiar with Chidori than Chinyu. He had initiated the technique first. He had the enhancement of the cursed seal. He had charged an extensive distance. Why? Why was he being suppressed? By what right was he being subdued? Sasuke is unaware that, whether in his comprehension of lightning release, mastery of chakra, or even in a mere comparison of chakra quantity, he falls significantly short of Chinyu. It is precisely in these aspects that Chinyu's later arrival enables him to overpower Sasuke with his black Chidori. Chinyu's move can be described as a direct retaliation, using his opponent's own tactics against him. In the brief moment that Sasuke was caught off guard, Chinyu's Chidori had completely depleted all the energy of the black Chidori. Moreover, he still possessed additional strength. With a subtle shift of his left hand, Chinyu deftly avoided striking Sasuke's vital point. The Chidori in his grasp pierced diagonally toward the large wing behind Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching cry. The enormous wing was punctured, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. In that moment, Chinyu was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Orochimaru's cursed seal was truly so absurd? The grotesque wing produced by this cursed seal turned out to be a corporeal mass of flesh and blood. Previously, he had assumed that the manifestation of the cursed seal would resemble the chakra cloak of the tailed beasts. Who would have thought it would be like this? The large wing on Sasuke's left side was left with a gaping hole, causing him immense pain as he howled in agony. Presenting a scene that was both tragic and somewhat comical, Chinyu disdainfully shook his head, raising his sword with a swift motion to sever his left wing at the root. The speed at which he drew his blade was astonishing, leaving Sasuke no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, his left wing had already fallen to the ground. In that moment, all Sasuke could do was emit a more agonizing wail. As for Chinyu's reasoning behind this act, it was simply for the sake of aesthetic appeal. Had Sasuke been privy to Chinyu's thoughts, he would likely have been driven to despair. After enduring a series of devastating blows from Chinyu, Sasuke finally grasped a semblance of reality. He was utterly unworthy of engaging with Chinyu. Thus, he flapped his remaining right wing with all his might, desperately attempting to flee. Though only one wing remained, the fierce instinct for survival seemed to bestow upon him considerable strength, allowing him to escape at an impressive speed. Chinyu lifted his head to gaze at the fleeing Sasuke, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, quite amusing. However, can you truly escape from my grasp? How laughable. Chinyu rarely extended his hands, and soon began to form seals. Quan and Ru Yin, descend and restrain. Grant me dominion. In an astonishing display, Chinyu unleashed the power of wood release. With a thunderous roar, the earth violently split apart, and an immense wooden hand surged forth from the ground. The ascent of the colossal hand was remarkably swift, and in an instant, it loomed over Sasuke, casting a shadow upon him. Within the palm of this gigantic hand, a monumental character radiated an overwhelming brilliance. What? Sasuke, suspended in midair, was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a formidable technique from Chinyu. However, the massive hand afforded him no time to react. The moment it descended, Sasuke felt a tumultuous force shake his very spirit, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling his own body. 3 seconds later, the influence of this mind-altering power finally dissipated. To his astonishment, Sasuke realized that he had been forcibly expelled from his cursed seal state. With his transformation undone, the remaining wings at his back vanished, leaving him unable to take flight again, and he plummeted to the ground. Under Chinyu's command, although the wooden hand no longer instilled fear within Sasuke's mind, it maintained its oppressive posture. While it did not land directly upon him, an overwhelming power continuously emanated from its palm, fiercely pressing down upon Sasuke. Sasuke's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist, refusing to kneel. Yet, despite his determination, the might of Chinyu's wood release was insurmountable. His knees buckled involuntarily, bending against his will. Observing Sasuke's struggle, Chinyu let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Even Orochimaru has been thoroughly pummeled by me. You, merely possessing a trivial curse seal he devised, think yourself capable? It would be wise for you to kneel before me." As Chinyu's calm voice fell, he gently waved his hand, and the oppressive force exerted by Koyan intensified once more. Bang! This time, Sasuke could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and collapsed heavily to his knees. Before him lay the direction of Konoha. In that fleeting moment, Boundless humiliation and resentment spiraled within Sasuke's heart. He bit down on his lip so fiercely that blood trickled forth, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. All he could do was fixate on Chinyu, his gaze ablaze with deep-seated fury and rage. Chinyu disregarded his gaze, instead shrugging with a hint of amusement as he remarked, "Wouldn't it have been simpler to just kneel down obediently? What a fuss for nothing." At this, Sasuke, unable to contain himself, spewed a mouthful of blood. This was not only due to the internal injuries inflicted by Chinyu, but also from the sheer frustration he felt. Chapter 82. I can recall it myself in the next moment. The dark depths of Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, the double tomo within them spinning rapidly like a windmill. Almost instantly, a surge of chakra surged forth, flooding his eyes. An additional tomo appeared in his gaze. Unexpected as it was, under Chinyu's provocation, Sasuke had activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, even this newfound power posed no threat to Chinyu, not even the slightest. Haha. With the sudden activation of his three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke erupted into a frenzied laugh. "Chinyu, did you see that? I, Uchiha Sasuke, am a genius. You had better kill me now. Otherwise, if I survive today, I will certainly take your life in the future." Observing the frenzied Sasuke before him, Chinyu shook his head dismissively. "Your capacity pales in comparison to that of your brother. You, do not speak of that scoundrel." At the mention of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's fury intensified, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "No future," Chinyu retorted with a roll of his eyes. He then casually waved his hand, and Quan followed suit, releasing his oppressive force. However, in a swift motion, Chinyu struck Sasuke with a powerful slap. The force of the blow exacerbated Sasuke's injuries, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into a large stone, finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Sasuke struggled to rise, casting a complex gaze at Chinyu from a distance. That look was brimming with resentment, pain, unwillingness, and a deeply concealed fear. Without uttering another word, he turned and fled. After just a few steps, he disregarded his injuries and bolted away, his pace quickening with each stride. Clearly, he dared not linger. Gripped by a profound fear that Chinyu might change his mind, leading to a dire fate for him. Once Sasuke had completely vanished from Chinyu's sight, Chinyu did not linger either. He swiftly lifted Naruto, and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, they disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, they materialized within the Hokage's office. Upon glancing down, Chinyu noted that the wound on Naruto's abdomen, inflicted by the cursed bird, was nearing complete healing. The third generation gazed upon the return of only Chinyu and Naruto, and could not help but set down his pipe. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "Chinyu, were you unable to bring Sasuke back as well?" Before returning, Chinyu seemed to have already envisioned that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would pose such a question. He then began to speak nonsensically, stating, "Naruto and Sasuke engaged in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End. By the time I arrived, their conflict had long since concluded. Moreover, I discovered signs of a large troop movement near the borders of the Land of Fire, suggesting that Orochimaru has likely dispatched someone to assist Sasuke." The fabrications spun by Chinyu were nothing short of exquisite. The truth of the matter rested with three individuals. One had defected, another had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the third was none other than Chinyu himself. The individual who had fainted was oblivious to the events that transpired. The defector, burdened by their own predicament, was hardly inclined to divulge such a scandalous tale. Given these circumstances, Chinyu was free to weave his narrative as he pleased, devoid of any flaws. Indeed, once Chinyu concluded his account, even the astute Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself utterly convinced. Moreover, considering Chinyu's significant efforts in this affair, there was no room for doubt. After all, the repeated utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique for long-distance transportation was a considerable drain on chakra, a fact well understood by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Well then, do not let it ruffle your feathers, old man of the third Hokage." Chinyu shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Since Sasuke's heart is no longer with Konoha, forcing him to stay would yield no beneficial outcome. Why bother?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who stood nearby, agreed wholeheartedly and chimed in, "What Chinyu says makes perfect sense. Sensei." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation. "Alas, at this juncture, there is no alternative. Yet, I feel a sense of guilt regarding." "Huh? Guilt about what?" Tsunade queried, noticing Hiruzen's abrupt pause mid-sentence with a hint of confusion. It's nothing." Hiruzen quickly retreated into silence. After all, The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated under the directive of Konoha's higher-ups, specifically Uchiha Itachi. The fewer who were privy to this information, the better. Even though Tsunade was his beloved disciple and was poised to succeed him as the fifth Hokage, Hiruzen was resolute in withholding this truth from her. Moreover, with Uchiha Chinyu present, a member of the Uchiha clan, he felt even more compelled to remain silent. Tsunade, I have obtained the daimyo's consent, and the various clans in Konoha have made the necessary arrangements. Your succession ceremony will be held in 3 days. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stated before turning to depart with a sense of melancholy. As for the young ones previously brought back by Chinyu from outside the village, they had long been taken to Konoha Hospital. Fortunately, they had not sustained serious injuries, thus did not require Tsunade, the legendary healer, to attend to them personally. Meanwhile, the old Lecher Jiraiya had already slipped out of the Hokage's office, likely retreating to some hot springs for his research endeavors. Thus, the expansive Hokage's office was left with only Tsunade and Chinyu. Finding himself bored in Tsunade's presence, Chinyu considered making his exit. He waved his hand and said, I'm off, farewell. Noticing Chinyu's intention to leave, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and bellowed, wait a moment. Afterward, she strode up to him, wearing a cold smile, and said, You little brat, isn't there an account between us that remains unsettled? Is there? I don't recall. Chinyu feigned ignorance. Don't remember? Do you need me to jog your memory? Tsunade retorted with a chilling smile. Is that so? Suddenly, Chinyu adopted a serious demeanor. He nodded earnestly and stated, I believe reminiscing is indeed necessary, but there is no need for assistance. I can recall it on my own. What? Tsunade clearly struggled to comprehend Chinyu's train of thought. In an instant, with a swiftness akin to a thief in the night, Chinyu executed a maneuver identical to one he had performed on Shortbook Street. Chapter 83, Half-Sleeve of the Hokage. He swiftly seized the opportunity. Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. The faintest sound, like a needle dropping, could be heard. After a long moment, Tsunade regained her composure, staring at Chinyu in shock. She had not anticipated that, even upon arriving at the Hokage's office, this young boy would dare to act so boldly. You little brat, perish. Enraged, Tsunade clenched her fist and brought it down with force. However, before her fist could descend, Chinyu had already vanished from sight, leaving only a lingering remark in the air. Regardless, you will eventually settle the score. I might as well add another entry. Boom. The floor of the Hokage's office shattered beneath Tsunade's overwhelming strength. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the third day, at 10 o'clock, the streets of Konoha were deserted. Countless civilians and ninjas who were not on missions congregated beneath the rooftop of the Hokage's office. At that moment, the area surrounding the Hokage's office buzzed with excitement. The reason for this gathering was simple. Today marked the day Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, would assume the position of the 5th Hokage. The title of Hokage symbolizes the highest nobility and wields the most formidable power in Konoha. Furthermore, Konoha is universally acknowledged as the strongest ninja village in the current ninja world, reigning supreme among the 5 great shinobi countries. In other words, the position of Hokage is the most coveted and influential role in the ninja realm. Nearly every ninja in Konoha has aspired to this title, striving tirelessly toward it. However, Konoha has been established for decades, giving rise to countless exceptional ninjas. Yet, among this multitude of talented individuals, only 4 have ever possessed the qualifications to occupy the Hokage's seat. Today, the long-awaited 5th individual is finally set to ascend to this esteemed position. In the small square, every face among the citizens of Konoha radiates with joy. Some might remark that it is merely the ascension of the new Hokage, yet the exuberance feels as if Konoha had unified the entire ninja world. Nevertheless, for the people of Konoha, this is indeed a momentous occasion. Particularly significant is the fact that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, is assuming the role. This bears exceptional meaning for the citizens. Following the recent war, the already aging 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has been in declining health and has rarely appeared before the public. Over the past fortnight, the citizens and lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha have felt a sense of unease, as if the vast village was devoid of leadership. However, with Tsunade's ascension, it is akin to receiving timely aid in the midst of a snowstorm. Although Tsunade had begun exercising Hokage authority a week prior, this information was primarily circulating among the higher-ranking ninjas, leaving the ordinary populace largely unaware. It was only 3 days ago that the formal announcement was made regarding the ceremony for the 5th Hokage's inauguration, allowing the people to fully grasp the situation. Tsunade carries a plethora of prestigious titles. First and foremost, she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a lineage of undeniable nobility. Additionally, as one of the legendary Sannin and the foremost kunoichi in the ninja realm, her renown is immense. Anyone of a certain age in Konoha has either heard of or witnessed her legendary rise, even among the younger generation. Those unfamiliar with her exploits are often enlightened by their elders. In summary, for the citizens of Konoha, the incoming Hokage Tsunade is undoubtedly a figure of trust and reliability. At this moment, on the rooftop terrace of the Hokage's office, 6 figures stand side by side. These figures include Uchiha Chinyu, Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and 2 advisors. Jiraiya, observing the humble lower ninja Chinyu present, cannot help but inquire with curiosity, "What brings you here?" Chinyu responded with a hint of annoyance. "If it weren't for the insistence of the old man and Tsunade, I would much rather stay home and play chess." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, and then his lips twitched in response. How foolish of him to inquire. Now he found himself embarrassed. In truth, such banter was only reserved for someone as simple-minded as Jiraiya. In the present day, Chinyu's reputation in Konoha is nothing short of resplendent. Although he holds no official title and remains merely a humble genin, in such a setting, his presence alongside the esteemed leaders of Konoha raises no eyebrows. To the citizens of Konoha, and even to its high-ranking officials, he has long been regarded as one of their own. This, indeed, is the extraordinary acclaim that stems from his remarkable strength and achievements. Before the multitude of Konoha's citizens, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ceremoniously removed the iconic Hokage hat, a symbol of his authority, and entrusted it to Tsunade. "Tsunade, from this moment forth, Konoha is truly in your hands." She solemnly accepted the Hokage hat, affirming, "Do not worry, sensei." With that, Tsunade raised the hat high above her head. In an instant, the fervor of the Konoha populace erupted, reaching a crescendo. Each face glowed with excitement as they fervently chanted her name, Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Just as the crowd believed the surprises had reached their peak, Tsunade made a sudden gesture, and an umbu appeared on the rooftop. As the crowd looked up, they beheld the umbu cradling a set of black ceremonial robes. This garment was distinct, for on the left sleeve, an intricate pattern of flames was embroidered, exuding an unmistakable aura of nobility. Witnessing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Not only the citizens, but even the 3rd Hokage and the 2 advisors were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? This was not part of the previously discussed ceremony. Had Tsunade secretly commissioned a special outfit for herself? Traditionally, the Hokage's robes were white. Yet this black ceremonial attire appeared entirely different. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Chinyu observed the unique black robe with a raised brow, anticipating the forthcoming revelation. Tsunade solemnly accepted the robe from the umbu, unfurling it to reveal the exquisite design on the left sleeve to the assembled crowd. With a cheerful demeanor, Tsunade ushered Chinyu to the forefront and personally draped the exceptional robe over him. "You deserve this honor, no matter what, you little rascal," she whispered gently in his ear. Chapter 84. The crowd erupts regardless of Tsunade's intentions. She had bestowed upon Chinyu such respect and glory in this significant moment, and he, of course, would not shy away from it. With a slight smile, he tossed the ceremonial robe dramatically behind him and proclaimed loudly, "As long as I, Chinyu, am here, Konoha shall remain unyielding." Boom. As soon as Chinyu spoke, the already explosive atmosphere was reignited, and the emotions of the Konoha citizens surged to a new zenith. In the minds of the older generation, the last person who donned such attire without being Hokage was the legendary Konoha White Fang. To the onlookers, this half-sleeve of Hokage signified recognition from the Hokage and unparalleled glory. Even the infamous god of death had never publicly held such a ceremony. Now witnessing Chinyu, so young yet bestowed with such an honor, underscored its rarity. Yet, no one felt any sense of impropriety. Back when Konoha was invaded by formidable foes, how did Chinyu single-handedly turn the tide and rescue Konoha from peril? This is a tale witnessed by many. Furthermore, whispers among the populace have long suggested that Chinyu was the 5th Hokage designated by the 3rd Hokage. For reasons unknown, he later declined the offer, which resulted in Tsunade assuming the position. given that he was once deemed worthy of the title of Hokage. What could possibly prevent him from wielding the power of a half-Hokage? Moreover, Chin-Yu's proclamation, "As long as I, Chin-Yu, am here, Konoha shall endure," ignited a fervor among the villagers. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chin-Yu, Chin-Yu, Konoha shall endure, Konoha shall endure. On the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily bewildered. Tsunade had taken unilateral action without affording him any opportunity to respond. Initially, he felt a twinge of displeasure. However, upon reflecting on the situation's advantages and the weight of Chin-Yu's bold declarations, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. Ultimately, he realized that he had sacrificed nothing but a mere title. Yet, this ephemeral title could effectively bind this warrior to Konoha's chariot of war. What a bargain that was. Meanwhile, in a corner, Naruto clenched his fist as he observed Chin-Yu basking in the villagers' accolades. "Chin-Yu, the recognition I so desperately sought, you have achieved it before me, but I shall not concede." Beside Naruto, Sakura appeared somewhat distracted. Witnessing the rise of someone with whom she had never shared a close bond stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. In moments like these, her thoughts inevitably turned to Sasuke. If only Sasuke had not defected, if only she could witness him receiving such honor. Lost in these thoughts, tears began to well in her eyes. While those around her radiated joy, she stood in stark contrast, her demeanor out of sync with the jubilant atmosphere. In another corner, Kakashi, alongside his exuberant friend Guy, felt a wave of nostalgia. His subordinate had now surpassed him in stature. "Hey, Kakashi, I wonder, when you next meet Chin-Yu, will he address you as Kakashi-sensei? Or will you call him Lord Chin-Yu?" Guy's innocent inquiry only served to stoke the flames of Kakashi's annoyance. "Guy, be quiet," he retorted, filled with a mix of envy and resentment toward Chin-Yu. The reasons for his feelings were manifold, not solely because of Chin-Yu's newfound glory. Another significant factor was the troubling rumor that this young man had begun to set his sights on the women of Kakashi's generation. What a vexing situation indeed. Even more outrageous is the fact that, as the sun sets, that young man seems utterly unwilling to relent. "I am undeniably handsome as well." At this moment, Kakashi experiences a rare sentiment in his life, realizing that the allure of his beloved paradise of affection has somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, Hinata Hayashi is initially in high spirits. For this rather pragmatic individual, the exceptional talent of his future son-in-law brings him undeniable joy. However, it is not long before he begins to feel a twinge of discomfort. While others lament the loss of a single daughter, he finds himself in the rather unfortunate position of potentially losing two. This insufferable young man, not content with merely pursuing one of my daughters, seems intent on captivating both. Just as his expression shifts from indignation to seriousness, a sense of unease washes over him. With Chin-Yu being such an extraordinary figure, can his daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, truly keep pace with him? With this thought, Hayashi promptly places a hand on each daughter's shoulder and inquires, "Hinata, Hanabi, when do you plan to marry Chin-Yu?" Marriage? We haven't really thought about that." The bashful Hinata is completely taken aback by the question. Even the typically straightforward Hanabi wears a look of confusion on her face, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Moreover, hadn't their father mentioned just days ago that Chin-Yu was entangled with too many women? "Oh, those are trivial matters. They are of no consequence, you know." Hayashi interrupts Hanabi with an eye roll and continues, "In any case, you both must understand that I hope for your swift marriage. But we are still young." Hinata timidly retorts, Then we shall consider an engagement for now," Hayashi decisively states. Hinata and Hanabi are momentarily left speechless. Is it truly possible to proceed in such a manner? Observing from the side, Niji Hyuga finds the situation amusing, raising his eyebrows at his two younger sisters. "Hinata, Hanabi, have you not grasped the situation? Uncle is quite eager." Upon hearing this, Hayashi's mouth twitches in irritation, and he exclaims in exasperation, "You be quiet." Upon being reprimanded by the day foot, Ningxi instinctively recoiled, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gathering, Yamashiro Kaichi was imparting similar sentiments to Ino. Hand and others were also conveying their concerns about their daughters. What was initially meant to be Tsunade's ascension ceremony was now overshadowed by the prominence of Chin-Yu. However, the outcome proved unexpectedly favorable. The entire Konoha, from the elite shinobi to the common folk, was engulfed in excitement. Of course, with the exception of a certain elderly figure, who was left with but an arm and a leg. Concealed underground, He witnessed Tsunade's ascendancy and the soaring reputation of his nemesis, Chinyu, and in a fit of frustration, struck the wall. At that moment, he realized that he had irrevocably severed ties with the position of Hokage. Chapter 85, Is This Fair? Danzo, ensconced in his root base, sighed heavily, lamenting the fact that after orchestrating schemes for the better part of his life, he ultimately fell to a mere child. How he loathed it. The once mighty root had diminished significantly after the last purge, now reduced to but a handful of subordinates. As for Danzo, bereft of his root operatives, the Sharingan of sure sway, and lacking the power to stir any significant waves, he was destined to remain inconsequential. Following the Hokage succession ceremony, Tsunade officially assumed leadership of Konoha. With the support of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything fell into place. Jiraiya also took Naruto on a journey of exploration and training, while the other young shinobi commenced their respective missions, steadily enhancing their abilities. Amongst all in Konoha, the one enjoying the greatest ease was undoubtedly Chinyu. As it turned out, being a lowly genin had its perks. His days were filled with little more than charming a few lovely ladies and engaging in exhilarating games of chutes and ladders. When boredom struck, he would meander through Konoha, seeking new acquaintances and potential advantages, leading a life of remarkable leisure and delight. Before long, 3 years had elapsed. One day, Tsunade unexpectedly dispatched Uzumaki Kiyomi to summon Chinyu. Reluctantly entering the Hokage's office, Chinyu immediately protested, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am but a humble genin. Please do not burden me with difficult tasks." Upon hearing Chinyu's words upon his entrance, Tsunade's lips twitched in annoyance as she retorted, "You lazy brat. I did not summon you for a mission. Rather, your 2 old friends have returned." "Oh, old friends?" Chinyu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, saying, "Those 2 fools, one big and one small, are back. You little rascal." Tsunade shot him a reproachful glare, but could not help but laugh. Well, it is quite an apt description. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out from outside, "Baka. As soon as I return, I hear you, Chinyu and Grandma Tsunade bad-mouthing me." The door to the Hokage's office swung open, and an elderly man and a young boy walked in. There was also a woman in a pink outfit, but Chinyu chose to disregard her presence. "Ah, it's really you too," Chinyu chuckled. Unsurprisingly, his smile was met with 2 exasperated eye rolls from the old and young. They exchanged pleasantries, and soon Kakashi entered as well. "Well, you 2 should test their training results," Tsunade declared with a wave of her hand, addressing Chinyu and Kakashi. "Huh?" Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Jiraiya's mouth twitched in protest. "Wait, you want this kid to evaluate them? That's utterly ridiculous. The results will surely show no progress." "Hey, perverted sage, what do you mean by that?" Naruto, whose silly nickname was well-earned, immediately protested, "You underestimate me. These past 3 years were not in vain." Jiraiya could only face bomb, speechless. How could he not know the capabilities of the disciples he had personally trained? Was this what they called unfounded self-confidence? Then it's settled. Tsunade decisively concluded with a wave of her hand. However, before leaving, she decided to lend a hand to Naruto and Sakura by imposing some restrictions on Chinyu. "Hey, kid, for the sake of fairness, you are not allowed to use the Sharingan, would release, or Flying Thunder God technique." Jiraiya's eyes lit up with delight as he immediately expressed his support. "Oh, is that so? What a brilliant idea." Chinyu, with a face full of questions, inquired, "Are you certain this is fair? You might as well have me stand there motionless and let them strike me." Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "Tell me, are you afraid?" Previously, it was often said that Chinyu thrived solely by relying on his bloodline techniques and secret arts. At that time, I was skeptical. Yet now, it appears to be true. Chinyu rolled his eyes in disdain and remarked, "I must say, esteemed 5th Hokage, could your provocation be any more inept? Who would utter such foolishness?" Tsunade, unfazed, chuckled and inquired, "So what of it? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chinyu curled his lips and remarked, "If it's unnecessary, then it's unnecessary. Do I really need those to deal with the 2 of them? Oh, how enthusiastic they seem. In that case, let us set off. Kakashi, keep a close watch on them." With a wave of her hand, Tsunade promptly issued an eviction order. Following this, Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, marched robustly to the 3rd training ground. It was here that they had once completed their Chunin exams. At this moment, Chinyu stood opposite Naruto and Sakura. "If you're ready, let us begin. The sooner I finish with you, the sooner I can return home for a nap." Chinyu yawned out of boredom. "Humph. You're as arrogant as ever. Naruto protested, visibly displeased. Just wait and see. I'll show you. Sakura clenched her fists in determination. Initially, upon hearing that her opponent would be Chinyu, she felt a pang of despair. However, after Tsunade restricted several of Chinyu's formidable techniques, she began to regain her confidence. I haven't wasted these 3 years. This guy has never even glanced at me since our days at the Ninja Academy. This time, I will make sure to reclaim my honor. Well then, Kakashi chuckled lightly and continued. It appears you all are quite spirited. Let us start. The rules remain the same. If you manage to seize those 2 bells from Chinyu, you win. With that, he swiftly retreated to a distance. Naruto and Sakura immediately tensed, charging at Chinyu from both sides. Upon witnessing this, Chinyu smiled faintly, displaying no signs of alarm. Bang! The 3 soon engaged in battle, yet within mere moments, Naruto and Sakura found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Their attacks were effortlessly thwarted or evaded by Chinyu. However, any casual move from him sent the 2 into a flurry of disarray. TSK. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim, challenging Chinyu to a physical confrontation seems rather unwise. This fellow is likely even stronger than Guy at this moment. Unless one possesses the intent to kill, seizing the bells will be utterly impossible. As Chinyu casually fended off 2 assailants, he chuckled merrily. How infuriating. Naruto gritted his teeth and retorted, don't get too cocky. I'm about to unleash my ultimate technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of Narutos emerged onto the scene, simultaneously launching themselves at Chinyu. Chapter 86. The Temptation of Paradise. Alas, Naruto's martial prowess paled in comparison to Chinyu's. Each clone that charged forward was swiftly dispersed upon contact. In the blink of an eye, most of Naruto's shadow clones had been annihilated. Who says only Naruto has special moves? It's my turn. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Naruto's clones, Sakura identified a blind spot. Leaping high into the air and delivering a powerful punch from above. Die. Boom. The immense chakra concentrated in her fist erupted with terrifying force, shattering the ground beneath her. The remaining shadow clones of Naruto were instantly obliterated, and the original Naruto nearly lost his footing from the shockwave. As skilled, the oblivious Naruto stared at Sakura in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chinyu's figure had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, did I fail? Sakura clenched her teeth. Clap, clap, as the 2 searched for Chinyu. A round of applause suddenly echoed from the trees. Oh ho, what a splendid job of eliminating your own teammates. Chinyu teased. Sakura's expression changed abruptly as she called out, take this. Simultaneously, she clenched her right fist and struck fiercely against the tree where Chinyu had been standing. What a tempestuous woman. Chinyu shook his head and executed a graceful backflip, landing effortlessly on the ground. Before he could catch his breath, Sakura pressed forward relentlessly. Her right fist imbued with formidable chakra aimed directly at Chinyu's left cheek. Did Tsunade not teach you that one should not strike the face? Chinyu remarked with a smirk. And do not get too complacent, either. Chinyu declared as he clenched his left fist, meeting Sakura's punch head-on. A cold smirk curled upon Sakura's lips as she mused inwardly. How ignorant and fearless, daring to exchange blows with me. She could already envision Chinyu's wretched state. Thud. In a flash of lightning and a roar of thunder, the fists of the 2 individuals collided with tremendous force. A powerful gust surged forth between their fists, erupting outward with astonishing intensity. However, in the next moment, Sakura's expression abruptly froze. Her face was suffused with disbelief, for she felt an overwhelming force emanating from Chinyu's fist. This strength, how could it be so formidable? In the next moment, Sakura let out a cry as she was propelled backward. Chinyu, with an air of tranquility, retracted his fist without so much as a shift in his stance. Meanwhile, a powerful hum resonated, intensifying from a faint whisper to a thunderous roar. Chinyu turned his head to behold 2 Narutos skillfully manipulating a large blue orb. They had already reached the final stage of their endeavor. In the next moment, a resounding shout erupted from Naruto. Both his original self and his shadow clones propelled the massive orb towards Chinyu. Chinyu, experience my new ultimate technique. Super Rasengan. Chinyu curled his lips in a wry smile and shook his head, saying, what you are playing with is merely the remnants of my past exploits. After speaking, he casually extended a hand. In an instant, chakra surged within his palm, and a large sphere took form, even with just one hand. Chinyu's sphere was far swifter than Naruto's, who relied on shadow clones to assist him. The comparison was stark, There was no need for a contest. The victor was already evident. Big Ball Rasengan. The two massive spheres collided with a thunderous roar, the force of this strike clearly surpassing that of the previous super-strength fist. Soon, Naruto's Big Ball Rasengan began to show signs of faltering, gritting his teeth in defiance. Naruto desperately channeled chakra to halt this decline. However, in terms of chakra cohesion, control, and comprehension of the technique, Chinyu surpassed him by leaps and bounds. In a mere 2 seconds, Naruto was sent flying, crashing through countless trees along the way. Damn it, Naruto muttered, unsteadily rising to his feet. I forgot that Chinyu could also perform this technique. But why is his version able to overpower mine? This guy truly possesses remarkable abilities. Even Sakura, who had recently gained a peculiar confidence, now gritted her teeth and remarked, I didn't expect him to master my super strength fist, and he wields it with greater prowess. TSK. Even without employing those extraordinary techniques, this kid is astonishingly powerful, Kakashi mused from the shadows, clearly taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Although Naruto and Sakura had made significant progress, they were still utterly outmatched. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Kakashi. Hey, you shouldn't be slacking off. Come join the fray. The unexpected sound startled Kakashi, and upon turning, he found Tsunade and Jiraiya standing beside him. I must say, esteemed elders, are you unaware that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Kakashi protested loudly. Whose fault is it that your vigilance is so lacking? Tsunade retorted with an eye roll before adding, enough of the nonsense, hurry up. No. Kakashi shook his head vigorously, panic evident in his voice. You want me to fight Chinyu? I refuse. I still wish to preserve some dignity as a teacher. Why would I willingly seek out suffering? Huh. Tsunade spat dismissively. You lack any spirit. This isn't a matter of spirit. Kakashi replied with a bitter smile, resigned. The truth is, Chinyu's strength is just too monstrous. Jiraiya, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. If you don't go, then it seems you shall have no connection to the unreleased third volume of Intimate Paradise. The man, while speaking, retrieved a green adult comic book from his pocket. Kakashi, who had previously appeared listless with his dead fish eyes, widened them in astonishment upon glimpsing the book. Not only that, but his breathing also became noticeably more rapid. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and inquired, do you want it? Then go for it. Regardless of whether you win or lose, if you fight, it will be yours. Moreover, if you manage to prevail, every subsequent volume that I pen will be yours first. Jiraiya, clutching the little green book, coaxed Kakashi with a rather unsavory expression. Every subsequent volume? Kakashi swallowed hard, his face alight with excitement. Their exchange was clearly overheard by Chinyu, who stood nearby. I said. Chinyu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. Do you really need to be this dramatic? Here I come. Thunder slash. Before Chinyu could finish his words, Kakashi shouted loudly, raising the Raikiri in his hand, and lunged towards Chinyu. Chapter 87. The Combined Ninjutsu, Hurricane Water Vortex Technique. With a sharp sound, as the Raikiri charged towards him, Chinyu remained utterly composed. He swiftly formed several hand seals, and a powerful surge of lightning erupted around him. This lightning was none other than the lightning release technique, lightning wave, Kakashi's prideful technique. The Raikiri was completely thwarted by the lightning wave. In fact, the electric waves emanating from Chinyu nearly inflicted harm upon him. It was his father's technique. Witnessing Chinyu wield the lightning wave, a complex expression crossed Kakashi's face. He never anticipated that the lightning wave, executed by Chinyu, could possess such formidable momentum. It surpassed that of his father by leaps and bounds. Simultaneously, the three tomo in his left eye spun rapidly, copying this technique. With a sharp exclamation, Chinyu unleashed a dazzling display of lightning that expanded significantly in its reach. Kakashi, startled, swiftly retreated to join Naruto and Sakura. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you're joining in too? Naruto exclaimed animatedly. Kakashi shrugged, expressing his reluctance. I had no choice. The temptation was simply too great. What do you mean? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. It's nothing, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. You just need to understand that the three of us must do our utmost to defeat Chinyu. All right. With Kakashi-sensei's assistance, we will surely triumph over Chinyu. Naruto proclaimed with his usual, inexplicable confidence. Don't be so overconfident, Kakashi warned, his expression serious as he focused intently on Chinyu, showing no signs of relaxation despite their numerical advantage. This adversary was not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Humph. Naruto scoffed, clearly believing Kakashi's words to be exaggerated. I refuse to believe that one person can stand against three. Before he could finish, Naruto charged once more towards Chinyu. Naruto. Kakashi urgently attempted to call him back, but it was too late. With no other option, he and Sakura rushed forward as well, surrounding Chinyu from 3 different angles. Among the trio, Naruto was the weakest in physical combat, as Sakura possessed incredible strength and Kakashi was renowned as one of the top-tier fighters in the village, enhanced further by his Sharingan. For a moment, Chinyu found it challenging to fend off the combined assault of 6 hands. Suddenly, Sakura spotted an opening and gathered a significant amount of chakra into her fist. Striking from an unexpected angle, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Chinyu. However, what she did not realize was that, despite appearing defenseless, Chinyu swiftly crouched just as her fist was about to connect. Sakura gasped in shock. Yet, it was too late to retract her punch. The forceful blow, infused with her formidable strength, missed Chinyu entirely and instead struck Naruto squarely in the abdomen. Naruto, caught completely off guard, was propelled backward by the sheer force, landing on the ground in a contorted position. Sakura's punch was far more powerful than the infamous sunflower strike of later times. The 9 tails within Naruto was nearly knocked unconscious by the impact. After delivering the punch, Sakura stood frozen, her mouth aged with a slight smirk. Chinyu casually kicked her away, sending her flying in the same direction as Naruto. Just as Naruto managed to rise from the ground, still dazed, he was knocked down once more by her. Kakashi sensed the impending doom the moment Naruto was sent flying, in less than 2 seconds. The favorable 3-on-1 situation had devolved into a dismal 1-on-1 confrontation. The pressure on him multiplied instantaneously. The rapid shift in circumstances was astonishing. Clenching his teeth, Kakashi swiftly drew the short blade from behind him. Almost simultaneously, the Raijin sword at Chinyu's waist was unsheathed. The clash of blades rang out incessantly amidst the chaos. As the son of the Konoha White fanned, Kakashi possessed remarkable swordsmanship. However, no matter how skilled he was, he paled in comparison to the extraordinary prowess of Chinyu, whose ability seemed almost supernatural. The vast disparity between them could not be bridged by the Sharingan alone. Soon enough, Kakashi's short blade was knocked away, leaving him startled and hastily distancing himself from Chinyu. "Damn it!" Naruto exclaimed, clutching his battered abdomen in indignation. "Chinyu is just too cunning. It seems taijutsu won't work. Let's try ninjutsu instead," Kakashi said helplessly. With his physical technique suppressed, Kakashi had no choice but to resort to ninjutsu in hopes of subduing Chinyu and securing victory. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball technique. As the roaring fireball surged towards him, Chinyu smiled faintly. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully exhaled forward. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind materialized, powerful enough to reverse the raging fireball's trajectory. "Nani?" Kakashi gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. How could the wind, which was inherently inferior to fire, achieve such results? Water release, water barrier. Kakashi had no choice but to deploy a defensive technique to shield the 3 of them. "Not bad," Chinyu remarked with a smile, then added, "Now it's your turn to take one from me." No sooner had he spoken than he began forming hand seals. "Nani? This is bad." Kakashi's Sharingan flared to its maximum capacity, instantly predicting that Chinyu was about to unleash a powerful fire technique. And this fire ninjutsu was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand alone. In a moment of urgency, he called to Naruto, who stood beside him. "Naruto, use wind release." "Huh?" Naruto was momentarily stunned by Kakashi's sudden command, but quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly began to gather chakra into a Rasengan. Meanwhile, Kakashi moved his hands with such speed that he nearly surpassed his own limits in forming hand seals. Water release, violent torrent. A formidable surge of water materialized from thin air, crashing against the Rasengan in Naruto's hands. Before the group, a colossal whirlpool swiftly formed. This combined ninjutsu was aptly named the Hurricane Water Vortex technique by Kakashi with a soft exclamation. Chinyu raised an eyebrow as he observed Kakashi's ninjutsu. He had not anticipated that this composite ninjutsu would be compelled to debut ahead of schedule by his influence. Moreover, this technique was a collaborative effort with Naruto. Just as the group was fervently practicing, a communication hawk from Sunagekure soared into Konoha. Chapter 88. Unbalanced competition. Witnessing the formidable vortex conjured through the combined efforts of 2 practitioners, Naruto and Sakura were utterly astounded. It was their first encounter with the sheer potency that composite ninjutsu could achieve. Their previous experiences in this domain had been scant, often involving rather lackluster techniques. With a resounding crash, Chinyu's great fire extinguishing technique collided with the hurricane water vortex technique unleashed by Naruto and Kakashi in unison. The clash of these two formidable ninjutsu generated a vast cloud of steam, ultimately resulting in their mutual dissipation. Yet, after the confrontation, Chinyu's expression remained as relaxed and carefree as ever. In stark contrast, Kakashi, who typically exhibited a composed demeanor, was now panting heavily. Little did anyone know that Chinyu had intentionally restrained his power, a phenomenon known as holding back. In fact, he had significantly reduced his strength, retaining only 1/5 of his original capacity. Such a considerable reduction transcended mere restraint. It could indeed be described as a deliberate release of power. Oh? Chinyu raised an eyebrow, encouragingly addressing Kakashi and Naruto. Not bad. You managed to withstand my great fire destruction. However, Naruto was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. He pouted in annoyance and retorted, "What the heck? We merely reached a stalemate?" Humph. Kakashi, in response, rolled his eyes at Naruto. He then calmly remarked, "A stalemate is quite an achievement. Had I not anticipated the power of that technique with my Sharingan, we would have been thoroughly roasted by now." Chinyu shrugged and helplessly remarked to Kakashi, "Your Sharingan is quite bothersome, you know." Kakashi chuckled lightly, jesting, "It's just because you can't use your Sharingan right now." Upon witnessing Kakashi's demeanor, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on Chinyu's face. He extended his finger and gently pointed at Kakashi, saying, "Since I cannot use my Sharingan, you shouldn't use yours either." Dark Arts Technique. A formidable chakra erupted from his fingertip, immediately disrupting Kakashi's vision, with Chinyu's Sharingan rendered ineffective. Kakashi was utterly unprepared for the Genjutsu and fell prey to it, instantly losing all sight, enveloped in darkness. Despite his adeptness in wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, he found himself unable to break free from the illusion. It is worth noting that this dark arts technique was originally devised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, specifically to counter the Sharingan. Senju Tobirama was a prodigious talent, having created an abundance of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques during his lifetime. However, there was a commonality among these various techniques. They were all, in essence, designed to counter the Sharingan. For instance, his mastery of water release was tailored to directly counter the Uchiha's fire release techniques. The dark arts technique, in particular, was capable of directly stripping away the Sharingan's vision. Moreover, the shadow clone technique, which perfectly mimicked the original, was intended to confound the Sharingan's discerning capabilities. The Flying Thunder God technique, with its remarkable speed and ability to launch surprise attacks from blind spots, also rendered the Sharingan incapable of prediction. As for the impure world reincarnation, it was a precautionary measure, designed to summon the first Hokage should the Uchiha clan ever become unmanageable. Returning to the matter at hand, as Kakashi was suddenly deprived of his vision, his body staggered. He desperately mobilized his chakra in an attempt to break free from the illusion. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his efforts proved futile as the pervasive darkness continued to envelop him. Naruto, observing Kakashi's disoriented state, exclaimed, "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Frustrated, Kakashi furrowed his brow and, regaining his composure, replied, "That rascal Chinyu has cast a genjutsu on me, stripping away my sight. Now, my Sharingan has become utterly useless." Genjutsu? Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then shouted exuberantly, "No worries. The pervy sage has taught me how to deal with it. Kakashi-sensei, don't panic. Watch me save you." As he spoke, the earnest Naruto placed his right hand heavily on Kakashi's shoulder. Following this, he summoned his chakra and began to channel it into Kakashi's body. However, this Navi fool was far too innocent. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had specifically crafted illusions to counter the Sharingan, and with Chinyu himself wielding it, how could it be so easily dispelled? It is worth noting that even the former Uchiha Izuna required a considerable amount of time to unravel a jutsu cast by the second Hokage. Indeed, reality delivered a harsh slap to Naruto's face. After expending a considerable amount of chakra, he found Kakashi's world still shrouded in darkness. Embarrassed, the Navi once scratched his head awkwardly. The fool, Sakura, standing beside him, also expressed her disdain with a slight pout, subsequently extending her hand to rest on Kakashi as well. From the outset, She had been recognized by Kakashi for her substantial talent in genjutsu and held great confidence in her ability to dispel it. She had anticipated an easy success, only to find herself thwarted. What? Sakura too failed to break the illusion, her brows furrowing in confusion. How is this possible? The genjutsu I cast is not so easily undone, Chinyu scoffed, casually gesturing once more to lift Kakashi's shroud of darkness. With the return of light, Kakashi was taken aback. I didn't expect your illusion techniques to be so formidable, kid. It seems I have no choice but to concede as your teacher. What? The obstinate Naruto appeared quite dissatisfied, retorting defiantly, we haven't lost yet. Well, you must face reality, Naruto, Kakashi replied with resignation. We cannot dispel this illusion. I have already exhausted half of my strength. Alone, you two are no match for Chinyu. Humph. Naruto, with a haughty demeanor, turned his head away, begrudgingly acknowledging Kakashi's words, though clearly displeased. There is no shame in losing to Chinyu, Kakashi shrugged and remarked, directing the blame towards Tsunade for selecting such a formidable opponent for you. Moreover, the one who should feel disheartened here is clearly me, my Paradise of Affection sequel. Once, I believed I could hold my own against anyone, that it would at least be a 50-50 matchup, but against Chinyu, I simply cannot compete. The unfortunate Kakashi lamented to the empty air. Chapter 89. Rock, paper, scissors to decide the captain. Just as the banter continued, Jiraiya and Tsunade emerged from the woods. Oh dear. Enough already. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, saying, I promise you, when the new version is ready, I will send it to you at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately perked up, shifting from his previous demeanor. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiraiya's aged visage, incredulously inquiring once more, Are you truly serious? What a disappointment. Jiraiya lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Very well. Since you have lost, the command of this team shall henceforth belong to Chinyu. Tsunade proclaimed emphatically. Nanny? A team? What team? Naruto expressed his bewilderment. Not only was Naruto perplexed, but Chinyu, Sakura, and Kakashi bore equally bewildered expressions. From this day forward, the four of you shall form a team and commence your missions. Tsunade shrugged and announced, that is how it stands. And what of the command? Naruto pressed further. Tsunade chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation in her smile. If you had emerged victorious, command would have rested with Kakashi. But alas, you lost. And command now belongs to that rascal. What on earth? Naruto retorted, visibly dissatisfied. So it turns out, regardless of victory or defeat, command has nothing to do with me. Hey, genius, you ought to possess a greater understanding of yourself. Chinyu approached and patted Naruto, the foolish one, on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. If you take charge of the command, I fear we might easily face utter annihilation. Pa. Naruto spat vehemently, stop looking down on me. Hey, Kakashi. You seem rather indifferent about being commanded by this kid Chin. Tsunade couldn't help but inquire. Humph. At this point, he is too preoccupied. Likely lost in the bliss of paradise, Jiraiya remarked with a sidelong glance at Kakashi, followed by a teasing comment. Ahem, that could be a contributing factor. Kakashi awkwardly rubbed his nose and insisted. Moreover, Chinyu is undoubtedly the strongest. It is only reasonable for him to lead. Heh, Chinyu scoffed lightly, then turned to Tsunade, saying, I am but a humble genin. How could I possibly be entrusted with command? Then let Kakashi do it. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. No way. I refuse such a troublesome task. Kakashi decisively declined. For him, having Chinyu around was an opportunity to take it easy. Damn, Naruto exclaimed in frustration. The position of captain, which he yearned for but could not attain, was being tossed back and forth between these two, leaving him quite displeased. He shouted, If neither of you will, then I shall take it. What nonsense. Kakashi looked at Naruto incredulously. Chinyu also twitched his mouth and suggested to Kakashi, How about we decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Sounds good. Kakashi immediately agreed. The two of them actually prepared to engage in this game. Hey. Witnessing their rapid mood shift, Naruto furiously scolded, You two are going too far. Kakashi-sensei, get a grip. As the two genuinely prepared to play, Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. To avoid a farcical situation, she decisively declared, You two, stop this nonsense. The captain will be Chinyu. Your current task is to. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared beside her, promptly delivering a top-secret letter marked with an urgent seal. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she accepted it, immediately tearing it open for a quick glance. Her expression shifted dramatically. What? How can this be? Seeing Tsunade's sudden change in demeanor, Naruto stared, bewildered, and asked, Grandma Tsunade, what's wrong? Jiraiya also frowned and inquired, what happened? With a heavy sigh, Tsunade exhaled deeply and then spoke in a grave tone. We have received urgent news from Sunagakure. Their fifth Kazekage has been abducted by an organization known as Akatsuki. What? Naruto gasped in shock, then anxiously asked, Gaara? How could this happen? Has that organization finally made its move? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Over the past few years, he had been covertly investigating the Akatsuki organization. Among those present, only Chinyu appeared unfazed. After all, Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, harboring the one-tailed beast within him. It was only a matter of time before he drew attention. Tsunade pondered for a moment and conferred with Jiraiya, arriving at a decisive conclusion. It was time to assign a new mission to Chinyu's team. With a wave of her commanding hand, Tsunade ordered Chinyu and his companions prepare immediately for departure to aid the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. No. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders, his face adorned with exaggerated expressions. He then, in a fit of indignation, lamented to Tsunade. How can such a challenging task be entrusted to a humble lower ninja like me? My adversaries are the ruthless Akatsuki, and I am filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the others nearly rolled their eyes in unison. Tsunade, however, was utterly disinclined to entertain his complaints. I believe having Chinyu alone suffices, does it not? At that moment, the previously silent Kakashi casually inquired, his hands continuing to flip through the third volume of Ica Paradise, which he had just acquired from Jiraiya. Observing Kakashi's sudden lapse into unreliability, Tsunade shot him a glare and sternly warned, if you keep prattling on, I shall incinerate all your precious belongings. Startled, Kakashi instinctively recoiled, hastily stowing away his treasures. Just then, the ever-earnest Naruto began to vent his frustrations. Pity me, having just returned with the perverted sage. And I don't even have a home. Before he could complete his thought, a resolute expression swiftly replaced his initial dismay as he declared, however, rescuing Gaara is of utmost urgency. As for Sakura Haruno, her opinion held little significance. The reason Chinyu had not outright dismissed her was due to the fact that he had a little brother-in-law, the cat-faced Kankuro, who, according to the original narrative, should have already succumbed to poison. Yet, it seemed that only the current team, the harbingers of destruction, could save him, hence, her inclusion. Having made the decision, Tsunade waved her hand decisively, commanding, all right, let us depart swiftly. If we hasten, we should be able to catch up with Shikamaru, who left Konoha not long ago. What? Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, when did she leave? Why has she not mentioned it to me? Chapter 90. The Method of Guiding with Shoes Humph. Tsunade let out a cold snort, then turned to smirk. You, always cooped up at home engaging in mischief. How could you possibly pay attention to such matters? Seeing that the others had finally ceased their incessant chatter, Tsunade waved her hand decisively. Enough of idle talk. You lot, it is time to set forth. Hey, you little brat, this mission is of utmost importance. You better be alert and no slacking off. We must rescue that brat from the wind shadow. Just before their departure, Tsunade made sure to give a stern reminder to Chinyu. Understood. I know. He is my little uncle. How could I not save him? Chinyu casually waved his hand. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the truth in his words. Given their relationship, why worry at all? Watching the departing figures, Jiraiya squinted his eyes, then bid farewell to Tsunade. Since they had already set out, it was time for him to gather intelligence. This organization posed a significant threat. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, and then returned to the Hokage office, her mind at ease. In this mission, neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya harbored any concerns, not even about Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Surprisingly, even Sakura, who had often seemed rather ineffective, appeared remarkably composed. For they all subconsciously believed, with Chinyu around, what danger could there possibly be? Chinyu swiftly departed from the training ground with a few companions, arriving at the village entrance. The ensuing scene became exceedingly awkward in an instant. Chinyu posed a question, wearing an expression of nonchalance, yet the inquiry was undeniably awkward. I inquired, among you, who knows the way to Sandhidden? For the past few years, Chinyu had predominantly remained within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village in the world of Naruto. The farthest he had ventured was perhaps to the Valley of the End and the Short Book Street. The Sand Village expedition commenced when the boisterous Naruto attempted to showcase his prowess, only to find himself lost, awkwardly silencing his own bravado. It was indeed a tall order to rely on a foolhardy individual for navigation. Even Sakura shook her head in bewilderment. Kakashi, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in the bliss of his own paradise, having relinquished his responsibilities as captain, ready to coast along. Observing his teammates in such disarray, Shinyu could not help but smirk, remarking, "I never anticipated encountering such a challenging situation right outside the village." Just then, an idea struck him, and he proposed to the group, "Why don't we toss our shoes?" "Toss our shoes?" Sakura queried, her expression one of utter confusion. "What on earth does that mean?" "Precisely. We throw our shoes into the air, and whichever direction the toes point, that is the way we shall proceed." Indeed, upon hearing Chinyu's explanation, Sakura was left with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Is that even a viable method? Even Naruto furrowed his brow, hesitantly voicing his thoughts. Sakura gazed at him expectantly, hoping he would utter some dismissive words. However, in the next moment, Naruto's expression drastically changed, and he enthusiastically declared, "It seems quite reliable." He even began to remove his shoes as he spoke. Sakura and Naruto stared in shock, mouths agape. Kakashi, unable to bear the absurdity unfolding before him, reluctantly closed his book and grumbled, "What on earth are you all doing? The sand village is that way. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Chinyu retorted, rolling his eyes at Kakashi before setting off. "Kakashi-sensei, you are becoming increasingly lazy." Both Naruto and Sakura chimed in unison. Trailing behind, Kakashi sighed in resignation, lamenting, "As a teacher, my authority has diminished considerably." With the direction now established, the group quickened their pace. Led by Chinyu, this small team includes Kakashi, an elite jonin, Sakura, who has refined her taijutsu, and Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As for Chinyu, his prowess speaks for itself. Each of them brims with vitality. Thus, within a mere half-day, they caught sight of Temari. Temari had departed from Konoha in a fit of anger, and when a woman is riled, she seldom hurries her journey. At each town she passed, she paused to transform her indignation into appetite. Consequently, she was soon overtaken by the swiftly advancing Chinyu and his companions. Who goes there?" Upon hearing the sound of rushing wind behind her, Temari swiftly unfastened her 3-star fan for defense without turning around. However, before she could steady herself, she felt an emptiness in her hand. "What?" Temari gasped in shock. Ever since Chinyu had snatched her fan years ago, she had been particularly cautious about it. For a long time, no one had managed to wrest it from her grasp. The occurrence today suggested the presence of a skilled individual. Temari's instincts kicked in, and her body tensed. Suddenly, a familiar black figure appeared in her line of sight. Chinyu. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily frozen. In the next second, the fan in the air turned slightly and landed a direct slap against Temari's backside. Slap. A crisp sound reverberated through the air, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. Temari's expression, too, was suspended in that instant. Kakashi and his companions were similarly stunned expressions. After a few seconds of shock. As Temari fully processed the situation and recognized it was Chinyu, her eyes turned crimson. That scoundrel. He could behave like this in private, but in public? Moreover, when she had left, her expression had been entirely different. How had he not noticed? It was only after she had run so far that he chose to pursue her. She was well aware that she had indulged in excessive eating along the way, likely adding quite a few pounds. Sometimes, a woman's anger stems from a mere thought, escalating rapidly. Furthermore, women are often creatures of contradiction, much like Temari in this moment. Upon seeing Chinyu catch up, her heart raced with excitement. Yet her expression remained composed. She fixed him with a cold gaze and remarked, "What are you doing here? Weren't you content at home?" In response, Chinyu offered an awkward smile. Yet, who was Chinyu? A shameless master of charm. He had countless solutions for such predicaments. With a swift move, he sidled up to Temari, wrapped his arms around her waist, and before the eyes of the onlookers, planted a kiss on her cheek. Chapter 91. The Unveiling. Although Tamaki is a woman of bold affections and fierce emotions, she could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She hurriedly extricated herself from Chinyu's embrace, promptly dismissing her earlier discontent. The onlookers were left in a state of speechless awkwardness. As the saying goes, when a dog walks down the street, dog food falls from the sky. The current situation was no exception. Tamaki then recalled the reason for her outing, feeling a sense of urgency regarding Gaara's circumstances. As Chinyu comforted his companions, they hurried along the path. The group moved with remarkable speed, and it wasn't long before they reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Once they crossed into this territory, Yu periodically paused to touch the ground, enhancing his sensory perception. Although he was familiar with the overarching plot from the original narrative, he only retained a vague memory of its critical events. The minutiae, the lesser details, were lost on him. According to the story, after Deidara and Kakazu captured Gaara, they did not venture far. Instead, they proceeded to the land of river, situated between the land of fire and the land of wind, where they began the extraction of the tailed beast. Kakashi's team first traversed the land of fire and the land of river, crossing a significant portion of the land of wind to reach Sunagakure. Only then did they discover the location of the Akatsuki, necessitating a retracing of their steps back through the land of wind and into the land of river. Ultimately, they were left to confront the cold, lifeless body of Gaara. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. With Yu, the time-traveling prophet, among them, they could directly approach the Akatsuki's base and rescue Gaara. Of course, the exact location was not specified in the original text, leaving Yu uncertain. Nevertheless, the land of river was relatively small. He was confident that with his sensory abilities, which surpassed even the Byakugan, he would be able to locate the Akatsuki's hideout. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yu sensed a familiar chakra, Gaara's chakra. Moreover, within his perception, he detected several exceptionally powerful chakra signatures nearby. If his assumptions were correct, those belonged to the members of the Akatsuki. Yu halted his steps and subsequently engaged in conversation with Kakashi and the others. His primary focus was on communicating with Kakashi and Temari, while Naruto, the ever-enthusiastic one, was merely required to accompany the team. As for Sakura, he chose to disregard her. Upon hearing Yu mention that he had sensed Gaara's presence, Temari's emotions surged with excitement, and she was eager to rush forth. However, Yu swiftly intercepted her, embracing her gently and assuring her, "Patience, I will handle everything." Instantly, Temari regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, feigning ignorance of this moment that could be deemed a blow to the singletons. To think that during this mission, I must endure such romantic displays. It is quite enough. Though he thought this, his words conveyed something else entirely. As expected of you. Yu, I wondered why you had been stopping intermittently. It turns out you were locating Gaara's position. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Naruto's face lit up with understanding. He exclaimed with fervor, "Now that we know Gaara's whereabouts, let us set off immediately to rescue him." "Wait a moment, Naruto." Kakashi quickly interjected, adding, "Do not act impulsively. We must first deliberate on our strategy." Even though we have pinpointed Gaara's location, Lady Tsunade's orders were to proceed directly to Sunagakure and await their instructions. Sakura observed the eager individuals around her, furrowing her brow in concern. Yu cast a cold glance at Sakura before calmly stating, "Orders are lifeless. People are vibrant. Do you understand? We are on the verge of an encounter, yet instead of offering assistance, we would divert to Sunagakure and then return? Is there a flaw in your reasoning? Besides, I am a leaf ninja. When did it become their prerogative to command us?" Sakura was infuriated by Yu's blatant disregard for her feelings. However, recalling his formidable prowess, she suppressed her anger and replied, "Even if you were correct, can we truly ensure that we can rescue Gaara with just the few of us?" In response to Sakura's inquiry, Yu merely scoffed. "Can you guarantee that if we venture to Sunagakure and return, Gaara will still be alive? Furthermore, it seems you have misunderstood the situation. I never intended to rely on you for assistance." Sakura was so incensed by Yu's words that she clenched her teeth in frustration and declared, "If we're going, then let's go. I'm not afraid." "Yoshi." Yu nodded in satisfaction and then waved his hand decisively, commanding, "In that case, everyone is to proceed. Follow me directly to the secret base of the Akatsuki and rescue Gaara." "Understood." Kakashi replied with a nod, but then added, "However, wait a moment. Yu raised an eyebrow. Kakashi smiled, swiftly traced his finger across his mouth, and then quickly formed hand seals, pressing his hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, the miniature dog, Pakin, appeared. Kakashi produced a map, marking a few key locations, and then relayed some instructions to Pakin. The little dog nodded and promptly dashed towards Sunagakure. Observing Kakashi's actions, Yu shrugged and said nothing. The group hesitated no longer and immediately set off for the Akatsuki's secret base. As they began their journey, an idea suddenly struck Yu, and a smirk appeared on his face. He heightened his sensory perception to its utmost level. Almost instantly, he detected a nearby carnivorous plant lying in wait. Shortly after the group departed, A massive pitcher plant emerged from the treetops above the spot they had just vacated. Inside the plant, a figure of half black and half white, known as Kuro, the most elusive being in the ninja world, lurked. Remarkably, he was a man who could engage in conversation with himself, never feeling bored. Kuro observed the direction the group had taken and remarked darkly, "This could spell trouble. These Konoha ninjas have arrived much quicker than anticipated." Meanwhile, Shiro squinted and said, "That little brat possesses formidable skills, despite the distance and our additional seals. He was still able to sense our location. We must swiftly relay this information to the main body and have the organization send someone to intercept them." Just then, a blinding white light suddenly shot towards them from afar. "Nanny?" Kuro's eyes widened in shock, but he had no time to react. The razor-sharp sword of the Thunder God pierced through Shiro's chest from his side. In the next instant, Chinyu's figure materialized directly above Kuro. Smack! Chinyu curled his lips, descending without hesitation to place his foot upon Ju's head. "Little brat, quite impressive that you could detect my presence. How did you manage that?" Ju, pinned beneath Chinyu's foot, found himself flattened but remained remarkably unfazed. "Is it necessary for a dying man to know such things?" Chinyu remarked with a cold smirk. Hee. Ju chuckled in a somewhat deranged manner. "Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" No sooner had he spoken than his entire form began to contort. He transformed into a mass of white substance that enveloped Chinyu's body entirely. Following this metamorphosis, Ju swiftly employed his sport technique, completely shrouding Chinyu in his essence. It seemed that Chinyu stepping on his face had inadvertently granted Ju a significant opportunity. With a mocking grin, Ju observed Chinyu and proclaimed, "What a delectable and powerful chakra you possess, little brat. I shall gladly accept it." As Ju's words echoed, Chinyu felt the chakra within him being drawn away by those white tendrils. "How does it feel, little brat?" Ju sneered ominously. Clearly, Ju had great confidence in his technique, which had a remarkably tenacious grip, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to resist. To break free, one would have to use ninjutsu against him, but attacking him while he clung to them was akin to striking oneself. Just as Kakashi and his companions arrived from a distance, they witnessed this scene unfold. "Chinyu!" Temari exclaimed, startled and instinctively prepared to rush forward. "Calm down," Kakashi admonished sharply. Sakura grasped Temari's arm, urging her, "Don't worry, that guy is not easily dealt with." Moreover, those who dared to restrain him over the years typically met with dire fates. Temari managed to regain her composure slightly, observing Chinyu in the arena. She noted that he exhibited not a shred of panic, remaining as composed as ever. In the next moment, Chinyu slightly curled his lips. Suddenly, powerful lightning erupted from every pore of his being. The electric force struck Ju, who was still clinging to him. Temari's lips twitched. Sakura was correct. Those who attempted to bind Chinyu seldom ended well. "Nanny?" Ju gasped in shock. He had never anticipated that Chinyu possessed such ninjutsu capable of emanating from within. Yet, the surprises were far from over. The young man in black suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Hey, ugly, it seems you were enjoying yourself quite a bit just now. Now, return it all to me." In that instant, Ju felt an overwhelmingly potent and familiar force of attraction emanating from Chinyu's body. "Nanny?" This time, the shock was more exaggerated than ever before. It was actually would release. How could this be possible? Previously, Ju was desperately trying to cling to Chinyu, but at this moment, he was frantically attempting to escape from him. Yet, Chinyu's would release power was akin to that of the legendary Hashirama Senju, possessing the purest form of would release energy. How could Ju, with his diluted version of would release, hope to resist it? Ultimately, Ju met his demise. The chakra within him was forcibly extracted by Chinyu, leaving behind not even a trace of consciousness, just a collection of cold, white remnants scattered on the ground. With the battle concluded, the group once again set forth on their journey. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, Ju opened his eyes in astonishment. Pain furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you, Ju? Have you made a discovery?" "Indeed, I've detected a squad of leaf ninjas swiftly approaching our base. They are less than 30 kilometers away," Ju replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Pain found it hard to believe and immediately asked, "How could they locate us in such a short time? Are you certain they are coming for us?" Ju responded with resignation, "I am quite certain. They're indeed targeting us. One of my farthest-reaching clones was unexpectedly eliminated." Pain's expression turned serious as he remarked, "They were able to trace your presence? It seems there are some formidable individuals among them." Heh. Ashigaki Kasame smirked, casting a scornful glance at Ju. It's hardly surprising that someone as weak as Ju would be taken down so easily. Ju felt a surge of anger. Enough. Pain interjected urgently, sensing the impending discord. With pursuers on our tail, we must act to ensure the extraction of the tailed beast goes flawlessly. Let us employ the technique. Upon hearing the leader mention the technique, Scorpion immediately understood. Clearly displeased, he protested, "Damn it, those two are my subordinates. Consider the circumstances. We haven't even extracted half of the one tail yet." Pain responded coldly, "Humph." Scorpion simply huffed in reply and fell silent. As the leader, Pain commanded considerable respect within the Akatsuki organization. Each member was fiercely independent, unwilling to yield to one another. Nevertheless, there was near universal obedience to Pain's directives. After surveying the room and noting the absence of further dissent, Pain issued his command. "Kisame, it appears your energy is quite abundant. In that case, you and Itachi shall go and intercept them." Coincidentally, the visitors this time are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Last time, you happened to fall into their hands, and now you have the opportunity to regain some face. Zetsu, please inform them of the identities of our guests. Upon hearing this, Zetsu nodded and began the introduction. There are a total of 5 individuals, among whom one is a female ninja from the Sand Village, presumably the elder sister of the current Kazekage. As for the remaining 4, they include Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and another inconsequential female ninja. And who is the last one? Zetsu, are you incapable of counting? Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly mocked playfully, but it doesn't matter, since you mentioned it last. It must surely be a weak character, one that Itachi and I can easily handle. However, before Kisame could finish his boastful statement, Zetsu interjected once more. He chuckled, saying, "I fear that the most troublesome individual is precisely this last one. The name of this final ninja seems to be Chinyu, if I recall correctly." I couldn't hear clearly from a distance. The moment the name was spoken, Kisame's arrogant words abruptly ceased. Chapter 93, The Frightened Kisame Duo. Following this, Kisame's face twitched uncontrollably, causing the illusion of his shadow to flicker uncertainly. Chinyu? Could it be Uchiha Chinyu? Itachi, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired. The usually composed Uchiha Itachi exhibited a hint of astonishment in his tone. That seems to be the name. Zetsu furrowed his brow, noticing Zetsu's uncertainty. Itachi couldn't help but ask, what are his distinguishing features? Zetsu pondered briefly before responding. His traits include being rather arrogant and insufferably conceited. Upon hearing Zetsu's description, Itachi narrowed his eyes and continued, what about his attire? That guy is not very old, wearing a black ceremonial robe and wielding a sword infused with immense lightning power. Zetsu squinted his eyes, carefully recalling the information conveyed by his clone. Upon hearing this description, Itachi confirmed that the individual was indeed Uchiha Chinyu. At this moment, Kisame had also come to the realization that it was Uchiha Chinyu, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "It's him. Konoha actually sent him here? Huh. Just who is this Chinyu, to instill such fear in the fearless Hoshigaki Kisame?" Deara asked boisterously, though the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Uchiha Chinyu? That name sounds familiar. A cold voice emerged from the scorpion-shaped puppet of Sasori, stating, "I recall that 3 years ago, when Itachi and Kisame went to Konoha, it was this person they battled against." Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Kakuzu recalled events from 3 years prior. Your mention sparked a memory. It seemed that Hoshigaki Kisame's arm had indeed been severed by that individual. Ultimately, it was I who reattached it using the Land of Earth's unique technique. As the financial mastermind of the Akatsuki and the adept at suturing, this individual has accomplished many extraordinary feats. In the original narrative, he utilized the same technique to mend wounds for Deidara and Haiden. However, in this current world, Kisame has now joined the ranks of his injured clientele. "Oh ho!" Deidara exclaimed excitedly, "So it is that fellow. In that case, he is indeed our organization's nemesis. 3 years ago, I had contemplated seeking him out in Konoha. If he could defeat Itachi, then surely, if I were to vanquish him, it would serve as a testament to my artistry, wouldn't it? With your capabilities?" Kisame scoffed at Deidara's arrogant declaration, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. "That man could defeat you with one hand tied behind his back." Fuming at the insult, Deidara retorted, "You're talking nonsense. How dare you underestimate me? Do not conflate me with a failure like you." The mere mention of Chinyu's name plunged the Akatsuki's base into further discord. Nagato's lips involuntarily twitched, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him. At this moment, Kakuzu interjected, "I was initially intrigued by this individual, believing he would fetch a handsome price. However, to my surprise, there are no bounties on him in the black market. I recall now Zetsu chimed in, after Itachi and Kisame returned defeated. The leader was furious and dispatched me to investigate this person. Alas, in the 3 years that have passed, he has virtually vanished without a trace. And I had nearly forgotten him. Vanished? Never to be seen? Kakuzu's expression darkened, and he said gravely, no wonder there are no bounties on him. How infuriating. Are the higher-ups in Konoha insane? To ignore such a formidable individual? If he were to make an appearance, he would undoubtedly command a significant reward. Truly vexing. Nagato, however, had a different perspective and remarked, could it be that Konoha regards him as a secret weapon, keeping him hidden? This remains uncertain. Uchiha Itachi then added, yet, one thing is certain. After 3 more years, his strength must be even more terrifying. At this juncture, Pain finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He shot a cold, steely gaze at Kisame and stated, given the formidable nature of our adversary, we must dispatch someone to intercept him. Otherwise, should he breach our defenses, we could find ourselves in dire straits. As the leader cast his gaze upon him, Kisame shook his head fervently, akin to a rattling drum, and exclaimed in a state of panic, Leader, you should seek someone else. I absolutely refuse to go. Tendo regarded him coldly, his eyes reflecting a profound dissatisfaction and a hint of astonishment. After all, Kisame had been introduced by Uchiha Madara and possessed a wealth of confidential knowledge, thus standing as an indelible core member of the Akatsuki organization. His unwavering loyalty had been a constant, so what had prompted this unusual deviation from his character? Seemingly realizing the lack of rationale behind his refusal, Kisame continued, ever since I escaped from Konoha last time, I vowed never to set foot in that place again. Nor do I wish to confront that person. Deidara, witnessing Kisame's cowardice, burst into unrestrained laughter. Is this truly one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? How utterly amusing. Oh, Deidara, we are all part of the same organization. Such words are unnecessary. Haiden, equally arrogant, interjected in an attempt to mediate. However, before anyone could respond, he abruptly shifted his tone. After all, losing the Samahata and having an arm severed must have left some psychological scars. That is quite understandable. Isn't it? Ha! Fool. Kisame, never known for his patience, erupted in fury. You lot have never faced that individual. You cannot possibly comprehend the extent of his terror. His chakra, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu are all of the highest caliber. He even wields the unfathomable space-time ninjutsu. Engaging him in battle reveals him to be akin to an endless abyss, ever concealing his trump cards. You can never truly gauge his depth or breadth. Despite the passage of 3 years, the mere recollection sends shivers down my spine. Kisame's heartfelt lamentations were met with indifference from the defiant members of the Akatsuki, who were quick to hurl derisive comments. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. When did our organization harbor such a coward? After losing an arm, he is truly frightened to death. How can we elevate this so-called Chin-Yu to such heights? If he is so formidable, why doesn't he ascend to the heavens? Chapter 94, The Comical Kisame. It seems that, according to him, a swarm of our members would be effortlessly subdued by that little brat. What purpose does it serve to keep someone like him in the organization? Listening to the derision of the crowd, Kisame felt an unprecedented wave of despair wash over him. The turmoil within him was profound, yet expressing it seemed futile. At that moment, a sense of resentment began to brew in Kisame's heart, and he cast a glance at his partner, Itachi Uchiha. He understood that only Itachi, who had also faced Chin-Yu, could truly comprehend his plight. Kisame had anticipated that Itachi would voice his support, affirming to their fellow Akatsuki members just how formidable Chin-Yu was. However, disappointment awaited him. After exchanging a few words with Pain, Itachi fell silent, closing his eyes. Little did Kisame know that for Itachi, who was a double agent, the ideal scenario involved everyone underestimating Chin-Yu, leading them to confront him one by one, ultimately resulting in their demise and a quieter ninja world. Thus, there was no way Itachi would speak up at such a moment. Meanwhile, Pain observed the chaotic situation with a heavy sigh, commanding, settle down. Kisame has a point. Our opponent is undoubtedly a formidable adversary, so do not let your guard down. The crowd responded in a scattered manner, yet they ceased their bickering, recognizing Pain's authority as the leader. After a brief pause, Deidara exclaimed, Leader, since Kisame is hesitant, allow me to take on this task. I will surely eliminate that Konoha brat for the organization. Pain regarded Deidara sternly and replied, "You should reconsider. You've already lost an arm. We are not physical entities. After extracting the tailed beast, we will retreat. Only you and Sasori must confront the enemy directly, so it is best for you to conserve your strength for now." Deidara pondered Pain's words and, finding merit in them, chose not to argue further. Meanwhile, the restless Haiden volunteered loudly, "Then let me go. I will send those fools to meet Lord Jashin." "No," Pain interjected, furrowing his brow. He turned to Kisame and said, "That technique can release 30% of chakra. The greater the chakra, the more effective it becomes. Kisame, you should accompany Itachi on this mission." Upon hearing his name called once more, Kisame's expression stiffened, and he was about to refuse again, saying, "Leader, I've had enough." However, Pain sharply interrupted, "I am instructing you to use the technique to obstruct him. It is not your physical self that will be at risk. What are you truly afraid of? Do you expect me to go myself?" Indeed, those words struck a chord. Kisame's lips twitched involuntarily as he thought, "Damn it, he's right. It's not my physical self going. There's no real danger. Why am I so intimidated by that person?" Pain's cold gaze bore into Kisame as he asked, "Is there any further objection?" At this moment, Kisame had completely subdued, responding in a halting manner, "I did not." Finally, Kisame ceased his incessant chatter. Tendo nodded and declared, "I shall now perform the technique to transport you. Remember, do not engage in direct confrontation. Your mission is not to annihilate the enemy, but to delay them for as long as possible." "Understood." Itachi and Kisame replied in unison. Everyone paid heed. "Increase your chakra output. Extract the one tail with utmost speed." Outside, a 5-member team led by Chinyu was advancing at an incredible pace. 30 kilometers was not a daunting distance for ninjas, especially for these 5, who had developed their physical abilities, allowing them to traverse the terrain even more swiftly. They pressed on without pause, swiftly covering 20 kilometers. Temari and Naruto wore expressions of growing excitement, believing they would soon rescue Gaara. Just then, 2 figures clad in Akatsuki cloaks appeared on the path ahead. One was tall, the other short, standing side by side, gravely observing the 5 rushing towards them. An enemy blockade? Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, his body tensing instinctively. "Ah, it's you again, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki." Upon the appearance of these two, Kakashi, Sakura, and Temari immediately assumed a defensive stance, their expressions grave. As for the somewhat naive Naruto, he was utterly oblivious to the tension, exclaiming with bright eyes, "You bastards who kidnapped Gaara, die?" With that, he lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by Kakashi. Gazing at Itachi and Kisame, Chinyu offered them a smile. With a sincere demeanor, he remarked, "So it's you two again. What on earth compels you to seek your demise before me? Kisame, do you no longer wish to keep your arms intact?" Such irreverent banter, paired with his earnest tone, was deceptively potent. Hearing Chinyu's audacious words, Itachi merely twitched his lips, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Kisame inwardly grumbled, "Do you think I want to be here? I'm being forced into this situation." Despite his internal musings, his exterior was markedly different. The towering figure of Kisame suddenly adopted a nearly obsequious expression as he addressed Chinyu amicably. "Well then, let us negotiate. Fighting is such a poor choice. How about we simply chat?" Upon hearing Kisame's unexpectedly cordial suggestion, Itachi found his lips twitching once again. Could this warlike individual truly utter such words? Fighting is not good. How could Kisame lose all sense of dignity? Itachi, naturally eager for Chinyu and his team to arrive swiftly, decided to take action without further delay. Seizing the opportunity to speak, he subtly extended his fingers towards Naruto. Naruto, who had been pacified by Kakashi, suddenly furrowed his brow. "Dare to approach? I shall end you." Naruto casually formed a Rasengan, unleashing it into the air with fervor. Upon witnessing the subtle movements of Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu could not help but let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe you can obstruct my path with such feeble attempts?" Chinyu extended his finger forward, mirroring Uchiha Itachi's previous gesture with uncanny precision. Itachi instinctively sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate what it was. However, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. The formidable Kisame, standing beside him, suddenly drew forth his great sword with a swift motion, aiming directly for Itachi's head. Chapter 95. This blame is truly remarkable. Previously, Kisame had lost his Samahata in Konoha. But being a member of the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen, he was well versed in the art of swordsmanship. Left with no choice, he resorted to wielding a regular great sword as his weapon. While this sword lacked the unique properties of the 7 legendary blades, it was undoubtedly capable of slicing through steel with ease. Now, this very sword was aimed at his companion. Itachi's heart raced in shock, and he exclaimed, "It's an illusion." Yet, his combat training was exceptional, and his reflexes were lightning fast. He instinctively reached for a kunai to defend himself. This was almost a subconscious reaction. However, midway through his motion, he suddenly realized this was not his true self. Why should he be so eager to defend? If Kisame struck him down, it would expedite Chinyu and the others' arrival. But then, he reconsidered. Even if he were to let things slide, it must not be too conspicuous. In this contemplation, the strength and speed of his actions visibly diminished. Clang! The great sword wielded by Kisame collided with the kunai in Itachi's hand. Instantly, the kunai was sent flying. Yet, the sword's trajectory was slightly altered by the interruption, missing Itachi's head and instead slicing into his arm. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Kisame's face. Outside the illusion, Kisame, now drenched in blood, abruptly broke free from the Jinjutsu. Gazing at the injured Uchiha Itachi and then at the bloodied sword in his hand, he was taken aback. Uchiha Itachi, observing Kisame's escape from the illusion, furrowed his brow in silent contemplation. How could he break free so swiftly? I had hoped he would strike me several more times. It must be that my frequent use of illusions during our training has heightened his resistance to them. Itachi's brow furrowed deeper, though he was merely experiencing mild pain. To Kisame, it appeared otherwise. The remorseful Kisame, having inadvertently harmed his ally, felt an overwhelming wave of guilt as he witnessed Itachi's expression. Itachi, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. Are you all right? Is it serious? This is all my fault. The straightforward man stammered, an unusual sight for him. Seeing Kisame's distressed demeanor, Itachi maintained his usual icy composure and replied, "It is somewhat serious. The injury to my arm may hinder my hand seals, making it quite challenging to perform ninjutsu." Kisame was taken aback, filled with regret as he lamented. "It is all my fault, all my fault." Chinyu possessed an extraordinary sense of perception, even from a considerable distance. He could hear the dialogue between the two with remarkable clarity. Observing as Kisame was completely bamboozled by Itachi's words, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Chinyu's mouth. Even he, the king of cunning maneuvers, could not help but admire Itachi's deft tactics. It was akin to shooting countless birds with a single arrow. First, Itachi provided himself with an excuse for not participating actively. Then he instilled a sense of guilt in Kisame, and ultimately, he saved a significant amount of time for the rescue team led by Chinyu. Most importantly, he deftly shifted the blame for the inadequate obstruction onto Kisame. Given their capabilities, it was never feasible to delay for long. The return to the Akatsuki would undoubtedly result in punishment. However, now, all the blame would rest squarely on Kisame's shoulders. With Kisame's straightforward nature, it was likely that he would willingly shoulder the responsibility. Inflicting harm on a teammate was a stain that could never be washed away. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Kakashi and Sakura, Naruto finally broke free from Itachi's Jinjutsu. As soon as the iron-headed Naruto escaped the illusion, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! That cursed Jinjutsu again." Thankfully, the perverted sage taught me how to break it. While he shouted, he glanced towards Itachi. Noticing the blood on Itachi, Naruto wiped his own face and, with a mysterious confidence, declared, "Humph. At least my Rasengan caused him some damage." Kakashi and Sakura exchanged involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this, while Temari could only facepalm in disbelief, rendered speechless. Kakashi silently thought to himself, "Good grief, Naruto is truly something else. Even if he can't discern whether he is under a Genjutsu, how can he not differentiate between a knife wound and the damage from a Rasengan? Did Lord Jiraiya really instruct him properly?" Among the trio, only Sakura, with her fiery temperament, shouted directly at Naruto, "You fool, Naruto. You've been under the Jinjutsu from the very beginning. Your Rasengan completely struck at empty air." Huh. At Sakura's outburst, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, his face a mask of disbelief as he stammered, "Have I been under the Jinjutsu since then?" However, after a moment of embarrassment, the oblivious Naruto indignantly retorted, "Damn it. Those who play with Jinjutsu are truly nefarious individuals." Even Chinyu, who had been indifferent until now, felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, who had already been rendered speechless once, now found himself twitching again, especially since he occasionally employed Jinjutsu himself. Temari and Sakura, the two young women, were caught in a struggle between laughter and restraint. "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Naruto, true to his reputation for being oblivious, curiously scratched his head and asked, "By the way, wasn't that guy's arm injured by me? How did he get hurt?" With an uncontrollable burst of laughter, Shimaru could no longer restrain herself upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Sakura, while struggling to suppress her amusement, painstakingly elucidated. It was Chinyu who cast an illusion on that shark-faced individual, causing him to mistake Uchiha Itachi for us. To which Naruto responded with a profound nod of understanding, but thereafter fell into a contemplative silence. Upon witnessing this situation, Chinyu could not help but roll his eyes. He then exclaimed to Naruto, "I say, do you not have anything to say to me?" "What?" Naruto scratched his head, utterly perplexed, and replied, "No, not at all." Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. He truly was an extraordinary individual. Such a peculiar and naive character is indeed a rarity these days, and I can only consider myself unfortunate. Damn it. Although Chinyu continually attempted to console himself, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. He swiftly approached Naruto from behind and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. His mastery over strength was remarkable, directing Naruto's trajectory straight towards Itachi and Kisame. As Naruto soared through the air, he lamented with an anguished curse, "Damn it. Chinyu. You scoundrel." Chinyu chuckled and exclaimed loudly, "If you wish to avoid a beating, then you must devise your own solution." Kakashi merely rolled his eyes in response and remarked, "What nonsense." Chinyu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Don't worry, Naruto isn't that weak." Chapter 96. The beginning of tragedy indeed. Even in dire straits, one can unleash their latent potential, especially when it comes to the fate-bound Jinchuriki, the ever-earnest Naruto. As he observed the approaching adversary, Naruto gritted his teeth and, while soaring at breakneck speed, conjured a Rasengan. Upon witnessing Naruto's high-speed execution of the Rasengan, Kisame was taken aback, exclaiming, This kid possesses some skill." Instinctively, he intended to evade the attack with his agility, which should not have posed a challenge. However, upon glancing at the injured Itachi beside him, he hesitated for a moment. It was this fleeting hesitation that cost him the opportunity to escape. There was no time to deploy a water barrier. In desperation, he infused his long blade with chakra and raised it to intercept the descending Rasengan. Itachi, initially pleased to see Kisame's moment of indecision, felt a glimmer of hope. He had mentally prepared for both of them to face their demise, or, at the very least, to be severely injured together. Little did he anticipate that Kisame had such a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Chinyu's expression was even more animated upon witnessing the scene. All of Itachi Uchiha's teammates are truly exceptional. First, we had the strongest warrior, Kiba Shiz, who cleaved through the fourth Mizuki's tailed beast bomb. And now we have Kisame slicing through Naruto's Rasengan. This is Rasengan, but had it been the big ball Rasengan, his fate would have mirrored that of Kiba Shiz. Seeing Naruto break through under such circumstances, Kakashi was momentarily stunned. He genuinely did not expect Naruto, in his earnestness, to generate a Rasengan while flying at such speed. Truly an astounding feat. Crack. Crack. At that moment, a crisp shattering sound echoed. The surface of Kisame's massive blade suddenly erupted with numerous fissures. What? This technique? As Kisame stared in disbelief, the cracks widened until they completely shattered the blade. The destruction of the blade consumed a significant amount of the Rasengan's energy. Nevertheless, Kisame still had enough strength to charge toward the two. Damn it, Kisame cursed quietly. And with no other option, he swiftly grasped Itachi and vanished from their original spot. However, the proximity of the Rasengan had left them with unavoidable scratches and abrasions. Hey! After successfully landing a blow, Naruto finally touched down. Seeing that he had forced the two back, an inexplicable surge of confidence washed over him, prompting him to charge forward once more. Kakashi, suddenly alarmed, shouted, "Naruto." Chinyu shook his head, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, "That last move was somewhat advantageous." It seems to have instilled a false sense of confidence in him. No sooner had he spoken than a mischievous grin appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slyly added, "This blind arrogance can only be vanquished through a few more blows." The outcome, indeed, was rather tragic. Naruto's prowess and body techniques underwent a transformative change only after mastering Sage Jutsu. Prior to that, he was merely a naive fool, easily taken advantage of. And even the shadow clone technique proved futile. After being mercilessly pummeled by Kisame's iron fists, the simpleton Naruto was sent flying once more. Thud. Ultimately, he landed heavily in front of his companions, feeling utterly embarrassed. How infuriating. Why do all of you enjoy sending people flying? On the opposing side, Itachi, nursing a wound on his arm, remained silent. Meanwhile, Kisame, observing Itachi's condition, felt a surge of guilt wash over him. Seemingly resolved, he steeled himself and spoke solemnly. "Rest assured, Itachi, I shall take the lead in this battle." Itachi patted Kisame's shoulder, conveying a look of encouragement as he said, "I leave it to you, Kisame." "Indeed." Kisame nodded decisively and added, "In that case, it is prudent to create a terrain that favors me." Water release, exploding water colliding wave. With hands clasped, Kisame unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, transforming the surrounding area into an ocean spanning hundreds of meters. Witnessing the formidable might of Kisame's jutsu, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, his mastery of water release is truly terrifying. To conjure such powerful currents in this arid land is remarkable. In the entire ninja world, only the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, could rival him. As Kakashi marveled at the spectacle, Kisame's water release technique reached its completion. He chuckled with a newfound confidence. Addressing the Leaf Ninja, "Prepare yourselves, Leaf Villagers. It's time for you to truly experience this." Water release, 5 shark attack. Kisame plunged his right hand into the water beneath him. With the release of his chakra, 5 formidable sharks materialized in the depths. With a swift flick of their tails, the menacing sharks surged towards Kakashi and his companions. Seeing this, Kakashi shouted a warning, "Be careful." Chinyu curled his lips and declared, "Humph. Water release. Just you wait." He then plunged his hands directly into the water. In the next moment, an infinite radiance of lightning erupted from his hands. Lightning release, thunderclap. With a gentle exclamation from Chinyu, the lightning intensified. Seeing Chinyu unleash the lightning ninjutsu, Kakashi's face was filled with astonishment as he murmured, "This is my father's technique." Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What a formidable lightning release, far more terrifying than Kakashi-sensei's Raikiri." The powerful lightning surged into the water, instantly obliterating the 5 sharks summoned by Kisame. Moreover, the tremendous current surged through the water beneath their feet, racing towards Kisame and Itachi in the distance. What? Kisame clearly did not anticipate that his water release would be countered in such a manner. As he exchanged glances with Itachi, the two of them launched themselves skyward simultaneously. Boom! The powerful current struck the ground where they had just been standing. Phew, that was close. Kisame, now suspended in midair, remarked with a hint of trepidation. What a powerful technique. Enough with the lamentations. We should focus on how to safely land, Itachi replied coldly. However, Kisame dismissed his concerns with a fearless retort. What is there to fear? Can he maintain this technique indefinitely? Just how much chakra would that consume? Suddenly, Kisame seemed to recall something. This individual indeed appeared to possess an abundance of chakra. As soon as he thought this, he looked down. Indeed, even after they had ascended, Chinyu did not cease channeling his chakra. The ferocious lightning continued to spread through the water, merely awaiting their descent. Chapter 97. The duo's demise. Kisame's mouth twitched. This time, his cleverness had truly backfired. Kakashi gazed at the electrified ocean, reflecting, to think of using lightning release against water release is quite ingenious. However, this kid has an incredible amount of chakra, enabling him to sustain his father's lightning release technique. At that moment, Sakura, who had remained silent until now, suddenly remarked, however, this puts Kisame in quite an awkward position. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of malicious glee. Suspended in the air, Kisame finally grasped the reality of his situation and frantically asked Itachi, "Do you have a plan, Itachi?" Itachi shook his head and replied matter-of-factly, "I do not. If only I could summon Susanoo, but due to this frail body, I am unable to wield the Manjiki Sharingan." In truth, Itachi possessed a means to counter the situation, for he was adept in earth-style ninjutsu. He could have effortlessly summoned an earthen wall to provide support for the two, enabling them to leverage it, even if it would be susceptible to Chinyu's lightning release. However, upon deeper contemplation, Itachi pondered the futility of such an action. Was it not far more expedient to simply relinquish his life? Frustration etched across Kisame's visage, revealing his dismay. He was truly limited to water-style techniques, lacking any other capabilities. At that moment, the two had ascended to their zenith, only to begin an uncontrollable descent. Suspended in the air, they found themselves devoid of any means to regain their footing. In light of this, Kisame resolved to gamble everything. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve. Although his body plummeted, he initiated a series of hand seals mid-fall. Water release, water shark bullet technique. With a surge of determination, Kisame endeavored to manipulate the vast ocean he had conjured beneath him to assist in coalescing the water shark bullet. Yet, regardless of his attempts to summon it, he found himself unable to synchronize with the currents below. The waters remained unyielding. What? Kisame exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, clarity swiftly dawned upon him. It was Chinyu. It was Chinyu's lightning release that suppressed the very currents, rendering them beyond his control. Enraged by this revelation, Kisame erupted in a flurry of curses. However, at this juncture, mere invectives would not suffice. Kisame was left with no choice but to harness his chakra entirely, striving to conjure a stream of water anew in midair, laboriously forming a singular water shark bullet. Upon witnessing the aerial maneuvers of the ghostly shark, Chinyu couldn't help but smile, effortlessly retracting thunder movement. In the next moment, his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. Water release, water shark bomb technique. At this moment, Chinyu unexpectedly unleashed a ninjutsu strikingly similar to that of Kisame. This very technique was one he had previously copied with his Sharingan during their last confrontation. With a resounding shout, the vast expanse of water at his feet surged violently. In no time, an extraordinarily massive water shark bomb took shape. In terms of size, Chinyu's water shark bomb was more than twice the size of Kisame's. Moreover, what was even more critical was that his water shark bomb was laced with flickering arcs of lightning. This was due to the residual thunderous energy from before, which had not yet dissipated and was now infused into this attack. By the heavens, Kisame exclaimed, his frustration and regret palpable as he witnessed the spectacle unfold. At this moment, he felt a mix of anger, sorrow, and heartache. The sheer magnitude of Chinyu's display was undeniably bolstered by his own prior actions. Had it not been for the vast amount of water he had released earlier, Chinyu, relying solely on his chakra, could never have conjured such a formidable force. Kisame's heart sank in despair. What was happening? The water shark bomb facing him seemed to be the progenitor of his own attack. Was this truly a water shark bomb? Or perhaps a grand shark bomb? Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the two water shark bombs, one large and one small, collided violently. The outcome was utterly predictable. Confronted with a larger water shark bomb amplified by lightning, Kisame's attack crumbled instantly under the overwhelming pressure. In fact, Chinyu's water shark bomb hardly expended any of its power in shattering Kisame's, continuing its formidable trajectory toward both Kisame and Itachi. Oh no! In an instant, Kisame's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Itachi, standing beside him, reveled in his delight. However, in a bid to maintain the pretense, he decided to make a token effort. With great difficulty, he suppressed the pain in his arm and painstakingly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, neither too large nor too small, erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at the oncoming water shark bomb. At that moment, Kisame's mouth twitched in disbelief. He turned to Itachi, his expression a mix of pain and incredulity, as if to say, "You're using fire release while he employs water release? Are you mocking me?" Sighing deeply, Itachi replied, "What can I say? Fire release is my specialty." Upon hearing this perfectly reasonable explanation from Itachi, Kisame was left speechless. Ultimately, Itachi's great fireball barely made a splash, extinguished completely by the overwhelming force of water. Boom. Finally, the approaching water shark bomb collided violently with both of them. Pooh. The tremendous impact caused both to spit out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Immediately thereafter, the lightning within the water shark bomb began to wreak havoc. Crack, crack, crack. Arcs of lightning flickered around their bodies, inflicting severe secondary damage upon them. Pooh. Once again, both individuals simultaneously coughed up blood. Subsequently, they both perished midair, their lifeless bodies plummeting rapidly before ultimately plunging into the water below. Impressive, young one. Observing the utterly silenced opponent, Kakashi could not help but utter a word of praise. In this battle, whether in strength or combat awareness, Chinyu exhibited an almost overwhelming dominance. The opponent leaves no room for retaliation. Shumi gazed at Chinyu, her eyes filled with admiration at that moment. Truly deserving of being my man, still so remarkably powerful. Naruto expressed his discontent, muttering softly to himself, "What is this? My Rasengan is undeniably crucial as well. I didn't even have the chance to make my move." Kakashi was amused by Naruto's antics. Naruto performed admirably this time and deserves commendation. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss with those two individuals. Let's investigate, Chinyu remarked lightly. The bodies of the two had already sunk beneath the water, but with a casual wave of his hand, Chinyu effortlessly parted the immense flow of water, creating a path. What an astonishing mastery of water attribute chakra. Kakashi silently expressed his admiration. The more skilled one is, the more adept they become at discerning the strength of others from subtle details. A few individuals approached the lifeless bodies of Itachi and Kisame, their faces transformed beyond recognition, and they were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 98. The leader's unfounded confidence. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. What on earth is happening? What has become of these two? Though Chinyu was aware of the situation, he was too apathetic to provide an explanation. All right. Regardless, now that the obstacle has been dealt with, let us embark immediately. We are quite close to their base. With a decisive wave of his hand, he charged forth, leading the way. Onward. Let us rescue Gaara. The others followed closely behind. Within the shadowy confines of the Akatsuki's base, Itachi and Kisame's shadowy clones flickered momentarily. The sudden manifestation of their clones captured everyone's attention. No way. You two took just 10 minutes? Deidara exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, although the preceding battle had seemed complex, it had been resolved in less than 10 minutes. Seeing Deidara speak first, Haiden began to voice his thoughts. While Kisame may not be the most reliable, I've always regarded Itachi as a master. How could you be so inept? Kakazu, wearing a cold smile, interjected. Had I known, I would have gone myself. Enough. Pain's icy voice interrupted, silencing their complaints. He then turned to Itachi and Kisame, asking sternly, what happened? This cannot be your true capability. Did I not instruct you before leaving to avoid head-on confrontations and to delay as much as possible? I expected you to at least stall for half a day, yet here we are, 10 minutes? Though Pain was the leader of the Akatsuki and possessed unparalleled strength, he was typically tolerant of his members. However, it was evident that he was genuinely angered this time, especially given the importance of collecting the tailed beasts. His cold gaze was fixed intently on Uchiha Itachi. While Kisame had previously attempted to evade responsibility, Nagato had confidence in him. Yet, regarding Itachi, Pain harbored considerable suspicion. In this predicament, he had ample reason to doubt Itachi's capabilities. Nevertheless, Itachi met Pain's gaze with composure, stating gravely, the strength of our opponents far exceeds our expectations. Moreover, my abilities are heavily reliant on the Meijiki Sharingan, which I could not utilize in this form, significantly weakening my effectiveness. Humph. Despite Itachi's truthful assertion, Pain merely snorted dismissively. Ah, Itachi, there is no need for you to shield me. I admit, this is entirely my fault, Kisame said gratefully, casting a glance at Itachi. Itachi's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his inner monologue was, apologies, brother, but I never intended to cover for you. The forthright Kisame suddenly turned to Pain, explaining, Leader, it was my lack of vigilance that led to our downfall. Unbeknownst to me, I fell prey to the enemy's Jinjutsu, mistaking Itachi for an adversary and wounding him. Upon hearing Kisame's explanation, Pain's body flickered with rage. Kisame had clearly taken the blame, leaving Nagato with little room to respond. What now, leader? Deidara exclaimed. Should we send someone to stop them? What else can we do? Pain replied coldly. We have exhausted our 2 living vessels. It is impossible to deploy the technique of transmutation again. Moreover, they were not far from us before and are likely approaching rapidly now. At that moment, Zetsu suddenly remarked in a sardonic tone, Be confident. You can remove the likely. They are already outside. The eyes of everyone present narrowed in unison. Outside, just as Zetsu had stated. Chinyu had led his team and finally arrived at the entrance of the secret base. Kakashi squinted, observing the surroundings, and questioned, Is this the place? It appears to be just behind that large stone. With their destination in sight, the impulsive Naruto shouted, What are we waiting for? Let us charge in. Having been overshadowed by Chinyu earlier, he was eager to prove himself. Without hesitation, the boisterous Naruto formed a Rasengan and dashed towards the massive round stone. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the seal on the stone burst forth with brilliant light. However, when the radiance faded, the stone remained almost entirely unscathed. What? Naruto exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He clearly did not anticipate that his potent Rasengan would have no effect on a mere stone. Damn it. If that's the case, let us use that. Seeing the situation unfold, the determined Naruto decided to create a shadow clone and began to prepare a tailed beast Rasengan. Kakashi, speechless, face-bombed and hurried to intervene. Once it was revealed that enemy reinforcements had arrived outside, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Conan, usually quiet, spoke up with a serious tone. We are mere illusions and cannot take action. Leader, what should we do? Conan was genuinely worried. After all, she was the only one in the Akatsuki who truly aligned with Nagato. Therefore, despite her usual silence, it was she who spoke at this critical juncture. Beside her, the carefree and inexplicably confident Deidara bellowed, "What is there to worry about? You may not be real, but Scorpion and I are. With the two of us here. If those guys dare to come in, we will eliminate that Chinyu in no time. Right, Scorpion?" He added. Humph. Sasori of the Red Sand snorted coldly and confidently replied, "Indeed. Since they dare to come, I shall accept their bodies, which will serve perfectly to supplement my collection of human puppets." Hearing the arrogant words of the two, Haiden furrowed his brow. "Enough," Tendo remarked coldly from the side. "Scorpion, Deidara, should a battle ensue, exercise utmost caution. Do not be careless." "Understood, leader." Scorpion and Deidara responded reluctantly. However, Deidara did present a valid point. There is no need for excessive concern. We should simply quicken our pace. There are still 2 layers of defenses outside, especially that concealed second trap. Tendo smiled icily, his face brimming with confidence. "Since you all have extolled that so-called Chinyu to such heights, just wait until he falls prey to that trap. It will be over before he knows it." Uchiha Itachi silently shook his head, thinking to himself, this peculiar confidence seems to be contagious. Even Pain, the leader, has succumbed to some of this inexplicable self-assurance. Chapter 99. The slap in the face arrives too swiftly. Boom. However, before Tendo could finish his sentence, and while Itachi's thoughts were still coalescing, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from outside. Following that, the Akatsuki's base was rocked by an earth-shattering tremor. The members of the Akatsuki, bewildered, turned their gazes towards the entrance. Buzz! With a strange and piercing sound, the massive circular stone at the entrance was unexpectedly cleaved in two. A golden sword light, stretching a full 40 meters, sliced through the air with remarkable speed. This sword light was magnificent, forcefully shattering the ceiling barrier while also splitting the gigantic stone at the entrance. Moreover, this sword light bore an overwhelming might, aimed directly at the central outer path golem. In that instant, Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, turned ashen. Just a moment ago, he had been exuding misplaced confidence, assuring his members of how reliable his methods were, capable of stalling for a considerable time. Yet, in the next moment, the barrier was forcibly breached. The slap in the face came too swiftly and cruelly. More critically, the angle of this sword light was exceedingly cunning. It did not strike the crowd, but directly targeted the central outer path golem. Furthermore, due to the incredible speed of the strike, the members had no time to react, and Nagato was completely caught off guard. Roar! The massive outer path golem was instantaneously injured by the resplendent sword light, letting out a mournful wail. Simultaneously, the sealing technique for extracting tailed beasts, the illusionary dragon's 9 seals, was forcibly halted. At this point, only half of a tailed beast chakra had been extracted. Yet, more alarmingly, signs of chakra overflow from within the outer path golem began to manifest. Observing the chaos before him, Tendo's expression darkened like stormy waters. At this moment, Kisame suddenly spoke with a grave expression, declaring that such a terrifying assault must be the work of Chinyu. The other members of the Akatsuki organization fell into silence, unsure of what to say. Initially, they had regarded Chinyu and his companions with disdain. However, after witnessing that formidable sword strike, any trace of underestimation vanished. Instead, a sense of trepidation arose in each of their hearts. Such a fearsome attack was rare even among the elite of the Akatsuki. The moment that sword was unleashed, not only were the members within the base left in stunned disbelief, but those outside were equally astonished. Kakashi gazed at Chinyu, who had forcefully dismantled the barriers, and exclaimed in shock, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He had originally intervened to prevent Naruto from recklessly attempting to breach the seal, fearing that he might suffer a backlash or fall into other traps hidden within the seal. Simultaneously, he had been preparing himself to devise a way to unravel the seal. Yet, he never anticipated that Chinyu would decisively shatter the 5 sealing barriers with sheer force. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Chinyu straightforwardly urged, "Let us go. Do not linger in a daze." Within the base, Pain took a considerable amount of time to recover from his astonishment. He glanced at the severely injured outer path golem, and then at the disrupted one tail, his expression darkening considerably. However, being the leader of the organization, he knew he must maintain composure at this moment. "My comrades, while we may not have fully extracted the one tail, we have nevertheless siphoned off about half of its chakra. I appreciate your efforts. I will inform you of any further developments. Moreover, we must exercise utmost caution regarding Shinyu. Now, aside from Sasori and Deidara, who cannot leave, everyone else should immediately dispel the hiding technique and ensure that our identities remain concealed from the enemy. Pain, as the Akatsuki leader, displayed remarkable poise in handling the situation. However, nearby, Haydn expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "What is this? The organization's grand plan has been so severely disrupted. Are we simply going to let this go?" In response, Pain coldly regarded him and asked, "What would you propose instead? Our true forms are absent, and we cannot engage in battle with these bodies. It has been decided. Execute it immediately." The others responded in unison, affirming his command, and one by one, the hiding techniques were dispelled, leaving only Pain's illusionary form behind. "You two should not engage directly. Seek an opportunity to escape. I have no desire to recruit new members." Humph. Deidara and Sasori sensed a hint of disdain in Pain's words and snorted in unison. At this juncture, the entrance to the base was completely obliterated, and several figures charged in one after another. Coincidentally, Pain's illusion also vanished at that moment. He had waited until the end to withdraw, solely to witness firsthand the identity of the Uchiha Shinyu, who had so thoroughly disrupted their plans. "Shinyu, is it? You are remarkable, and I shall remember you." As Shinyu and his companions directed their gaze towards the center of the base, the figure of Tiandao had already vanished, leaving behind only a cold and menacing remark lingering in the air. "TCH." Shinyu merely scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. A person who hides their intentions. "Is this all they have?" Behind Shinyu, Kakashi spoke in a low voice. "This individual's modus operandi is quite cautious. He must have dispersed the others before our arrival." "Humph." Shinyu snorted coldly, then smiled as he declared, "Today, the Akatsuki organization is destined to lose 2 members." At that moment, the remaining members of the Akatsuki, Deidara, and Scorpion, began to confront the rescue team led by Shinyu from a distance. Naruto, ever the hothead, shouted at the two before him, "Hey, you two bastards, hand over Gaara." Upon hearing this, Deidara was greatly displeased and retorted, "You little brat, who are you? Are you that so-called Shinyu?" "Foolish Deidara," Scorpion replied coldly, "it is obvious that this child is not him. Did I not mention the black attire and sword? It is clearly the one before us." "I see." Deidara realized and nodded, saying, "So this noisy little brat is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He doesn't seem very bright." At this remark, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. There was no denying that Naruto's first impression always seemed to be that of a fool. "What?" After hearing Deidara's words, the thick-headed Naruto was instantly enraged, shouting, "How dare you underestimate me?" With that, he made a move to charge forward. "Naruto." Kakashi hurriedly reached out to block his path, advising, "Do not act recklessly. Gaara is still in their hands." Fuming, Naruto glared at the two before him. However, neither Deidara nor Scorpion paid the slightest attention to him, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Chapter 100. The comedic duo of Akatsuki at this moment. Their focus was singular, fixated solely on Shinyu. Deidara stared intently at Shinyu, a flicker of fervent battle intent igniting in his eyes. "You little brat, are you Shinyu? Was that sword strike just now delivered by you?" Upon hearing this, Shinyu let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You are the real brat. Your entire family consists of brats." Deidara was momentarily taken aback by Shinyu's sharp words. He had never anticipated that the individual revered by Itachi and Kisame as extraordinary would turn out to be such a childish character. "Heh." The Scorpion of the Red Sand also chuckled derisively. At that moment, Deidara, still in disbelief, stated, "Brother Scorpion, do we really intend to flee from such a character?" Scorpion smirked and replied, "How could that be? The leader is simply too cautious." Delighted by Scorpion's support, Deidara expressed his enthusiasm. "Then let us have some fun with him. It's the perfect opportunity for me to showcase my art." Upon hearing Deidara's declaration, Scorpion immediately retorted with discontent, "Humph. Can your explosions truly be considered art? Only the eternal can be deemed genuine art." Deidara, unwilling to back down, countered defiantly, "Humph. How infuriating. My explosions epitomize art. True art should be a brilliant moment." "Nonsense. Eternity is art." Observing the two bickering in front of their adversary, Kakashi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What in the world is happening? Is it certain that these two are the ones who captured Gaara? There must be some mistake. These two are simply ludicrous. After a moment of reflection, Kakashi considered it more normal. After all, who among those joining such a perilous organization could be deemed sane? The two clowns continued their quarrel for a while, until the more mature Scorpion eventually interjected. Enough, Deidara. We can discuss who embodies true art another time. For now, let us eliminate these bothersome foes. In agreement, Deidara responded. You make a valid point, Brother Scorpion. Once the subject of battle arose, Deidara became intrigued and promptly declared, however, this Qin you must be entrusted to me. Scorpion, displeased by this statement, retorted sharply, nonsense. As the one who dealt with the wind shadow, this individual should naturally fall to me. What? Deidara exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. How can that be? Can the wind shadow even be compared to Qin? Upon hearing this, Scorpion erupted in anger. Deidara, are you implying that you wish to take all the glory for yourself? You are already missing an arm. It would be wiser for you to spectate. Huh? Are you belittling me? I intend to capture him as a puppet. You're talking nonsense. I will defeat him and prove that I am stronger than Itachi. I will validate my art. Enough. Scorpion, thoroughly irritated by Deidara's incessant chatter, devised a plan and said, continuing this argument will lead us nowhere. We can use the wind shadow as leverage. Brilliant, Brother Scorpion, Deidara exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration and agreement. Let us proceed as such. Hee. The Scorpion chuckled in a low tone. However, before the two could make a move, Qin had already acted first. Clash. Whoosh. Two sounds resonated simultaneously. Scorpion and Deidara quickly focused their gaze, as a sharp gleam was swiftly approaching. Hee, such an impatient little brat. The red sand Scorpion coldly remarked. But is this all you can muster? With a swift motion, the enormous metallic tail that had been dragged behind him suddenly swung, positioning itself before the two. Clash. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Thunder God's sword collided with the massive metallic tail. The tail was instantly sent flying backward. This fellow possesses incredible strength. Hidden within the Crimson Stream, Scorpion was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's maneuver. However, his astonishment was far from over. Swish! A gust of wind erupted, as Qin Yu's figure unexpectedly appeared in the air above the Crimson Stream. What? Both Scorpion and Deidara were astonished simultaneously. The distance between them was at least several meters. How could he possibly cross that in an instant? This individual, in terms of chakra, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, is undoubtedly top tier. Moreover, he wields the profound and elusive space-time ninjutsu. Engaging him in battle reveals that he is like an abyss, forever possessing hidden cards. His depths remain unfathomable. For some inexplicable reason, in that fleeting moment, the words of Kisame echoed in both Scorpion's and Deidara's minds. This is space-time ninjutsu. I never expected that after the fourth Hokage, there would be another who mastered such a secret technique. In an instant, Scorpion and Deidara found themselves begrudgingly inclined to believe Kisame's words. However, the suddenly approaching Qin Yu clearly had no intention of indulging them in idle chatter. Charging directly towards Gaara, who lay on the ground. Humph. You think you can just take him away like that? How naive of you, little brat. As an elite of the shadows, the Red Sand Scorpion, though momentarily stunned by the previous attack, reacted swiftly. In an instant, he manipulated the metallic tail behind him to rise vertically. The razor-sharp tip shimmered ominously. It shot rapidly towards Qin Yu. According to the original text, this tail seems to be coated in poison. Although aware of this, Qin Yu remained unfazed, even refusing to dodge. He merely smiled lightly, extending his right hand outward. Observing this, Deidara couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Heh, what an audacious fellow, daring to meet Scorpion's tail head-on. He will either be impaled or poisoned. How dull. I expected a genuine expert, yet this is all there is? Humph. The Scorpion of crimson sand, concealed within the vibrant flow of scarlet, now bore a sullen expression. How infuriating. Does this wretched creature underestimate me? Buzz. At last, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the metallic tail of the Scorpion collided with the palm of Qin Yu. However, contrary to the expectations of Deidara and the Scorpion, the anticipated sound of the tail piercing did not resonate. Instead, a harsh crackle of electricity filled the air. It was evident that Qin Yu's outstretched right hand had, unbeknownst to anyone, been enveloped by a formidable layer of lightning release. The massive metallic spike attempted to puncture, yet it was utterly unable to breach the barrier of lightning. Both Deidara and the Scorpion were taken aback in unison. Qin Yu smiled slightly, and with a sudden, fierce grip of his right hand, he unexpectedly seized the metallic spike. At that moment, the lightning coursing through his hand surged with newfound intensity. Chapter 101. The display of extraordinary strength shatters the puppets. The lightning now not only shielded his hand from harm, but also served as a formidable weapon. The powerful current traveled along the massive metallic spike, directly channeling towards the body of Fei Luohu. This is bad. The scorpion of red sand, a true shadow-level powerhouse, sensed the impending danger the instant the lightning flared. Needle 8 waves. In an instant, the scorpion of red sand deftly commanded Fei Luohu to raise its head. Immediately, Fei Luohu's mouth opened wide, aiming at Qin Yu, and unleashed a torrent of ultra-dense poison needles and barbs. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu let out a cold chuckle. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he drew the enormous metallic tail before him and began to dance it gracefully. Clang, clang, thud, thud. A multitude of venomous needles and stingers were thwarted by the very metallic tail of Fei Luohu, leaving only a few that managed to slip through. Nevertheless, those that evaded were effortlessly deflected by Qin Yu's sword held in his left hand. Despite the blockage, the red sand scorpion was devoid of any anger. The venomous needles he unleashed failed to distract Qin Yu, as the formidable lightning surged unimpeded toward the body of Fei Luohu. The ferocious bolts of lightning penetrated even the hard and heavy shell of Fei Luohu, directly impacting the essence of the scorpion. Within Fei Luohu, the anguished cry of the red sand scorpion echoed. Clearly, this strike inflicted considerable harm upon him. Had it not been for his own transformation into a human puppet, enhancing his resilience significantly, this single blow might have left him gravely injured. Yet, even so, it incited a furious wrath within the red sand scorpion. His expression turned grim, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, he prepared to unravel more of Fei Luohu's seals. At this moment, the red sand scorpion only wished to rend this detestable foe into pieces. However, before he could make a move, Qin Yu had already taken the initiative. With a swift motion, he hurled the Thunder God's sword directly at Gaara's side. Gripping the tail of Fei Luohu tightly with his right hand, he exerted tremendous force, lifting Fei Luohu into the air. What? Within Fei Luohu, the red sand scorpion's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly fathom that someone possessed such strength. The ability to lift Fei Luohu directly? The very weight of Fei Luohu was astonishing, laden with various mechanisms and an array of stored equipment. For an ordinary person, even dragging it would be nearly impossible. Even the scorpion himself relied on mechanisms to mobilize it. Now, to think that Qin Yu could hoist Fei Luohu into the air solely by its tail was utterly shocking to the scorpion. Moreover, Fei Luohu continued to spew venomous needles and stingers incessantly. Suddenly yanked by Qin Yu, the trajectory of the onslaught shifted unexpectedly. By sheer coincidence, it began to spray toward Deidara, who exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, scorpion, what are you doing? Pay attention." Startled, Deidara quickly conjured an earth-based defense. However, the scorpion merely halted the spraying of venomous needles to avoid collateral damage, having no time to heed Deidara. For, yet again, Qin Yu tugged, and Fei Luohu plummeted at an astonishing speed toward Qin Yu's head. "You wretched fiend." A chilling voice emanated from within Fei Luohu. The red sand scorpion sneered. "Do you perceive me through ordinary eyes? Do you truly believe a puppeteer is incapable in close combat?" As he beheld the rapidly descending Fei Luohu, the scorpion resolved to turn the tables. Let the scarlet flowing jade draw as close to Qin Yu as possible. Then, utilize the mechanism above to directly eliminate him. With such proximity, let us see how you evade. The cold smile of the red sand scorpion spread across his face as he discreetly activated the mechanism within the scarlet flowing jade. Yet, before the red sand scorpion could take action, Qin Yu unleashed a powerful punch directed skyward. Bang! With a resounding crash, Qin Yu's fist shattered the scarlet flowing jade with ease. The formidable scarlet flowing jade crumbled under the might of Qin Yu's strike, reducing it to 4 fragments. The fragmented pieces of the scarlet flowing jade instantaneously revealed the true form of the red sand scorpion concealed within. It was a youth with crimson hair and a strikingly handsome countenance. Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on the scorpion of the red sand, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "So, do you still believe in your close combat skills?" The shattered remains of Fei Luohu lay scattered, and the scorpion's expression, already grim, now bore an additional layer of shock amidst his fury. Upon hearing Qin Yu's taunt, his countenance darkened further, eliciting a disdainful snort from him. This slap in the face was indeed swift and timely. It was crucial to note that the punch Qin Yu had delivered was imbued with monstrous strength. The sheer magnitude of this power is exemplified by the legendary Tsunade, who earned her formidable reputation in the ninja world through her unparalleled strength and medical ninjutsu. particularly in the Sand Ninja Village. While the ninjas of Sand Village were renowned for their puppet mastery and poisons, these tactics proved utterly ineffective against Tsunade. With mere flicks of her monstrous strength, she could shatter puppets, and her medical ninjutsu rendered poisons useless. During her tenure at the borders of the Wind Country, her extraordinary abilities single-handedly instilled fear in the Sand Ninja Village, earning her the title of the Puppet Master's Nemesis. Thus, it would be absurd to suggest that Chinyu, possessing such formidable strength, would struggle to obliterate a puppet. As for the poison, it was futile. It could not even penetrate his defenses moments ago. However, this was merely the surface reality. The true reason behind his ability to shatter Fei Luhu with a single punch lay not only in the immense power of his monstrous strength but also in his awareness that behind Fei Luhu was a formidable defense. Yet, the defensive capabilities around Fei Luhu's abdomen were considerably weaker. Chinyu astutely seized upon this vulnerability, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the crimson stream of Hu. Observing the unveiled form of the Akatsuki's scorpion, Kakashi, positioned behind, expressed his astonishment. I never expected this puppet master to be so youthful. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, I sensed something rather peculiar. Peculiar? The ever-earnest Naruto stared intently at the scorpion, unable to discern anything amiss, and inquired of Kakashi, "What do you mean by peculiar?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi responded hesitantly, "I have an inkling that this individual is not of flesh and blood. Rather, he resembles a mere puppet." Not of flesh and blood? Sakura furrowed her brow. Wait, isn't this person a rogue ninja from the Sand Village? Kakashi exclaimed suddenly, casting a glance at Temari beside him. At that moment, Temari too knitted her brows. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she gazed at the scorpion in disbelief and speculated, could it be? What is it? Do you know something? Kakashi pressed urgently. Temari nodded and remarked, during my time in the Sand Village, I heard whispers of a prodigious puppet master who was notorious for his ability to create human puppets. Human puppets? Kakashi frowned. Indeed, human puppets. As the term suggests, it involves transforming a living person into a puppet. Furthermore, it is said that such puppets can retain the secret techniques and even the bloodline limits of their former selves. Kakashi inhaled sharply, clearly taken aback. This form of ninjutsu was undeniably sinister, reducing a living being to a mere combat automaton. At that moment, the once dominant scorpion, now feeling the weight of his previous defeat, dared not linger before Chinyu any longer. With a disdainful huff, he retreated swiftly. Meanwhile, his companion Deidara burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Scorpion, you're in quite the predicament, being bested by this little brat." Silence. The scorpion's expression darkened further at Deidara's mocking words. Observing the scorpion's hasty retreat, Chinyu offered a slight smile, choosing not to pursue. Killing him was certainly a goal, but first and foremost, he had to reclaim Gaara. In a flash, Chinyu vanished from sight, only to reappear at Gaara's side. It became evident that Chinyu had meticulously planned every detail from the outset. Before striking the Crimson Stream, he had already cast the sword of Raijin towards Gaara's vicinity, all for this very moment. After repelling the scorpion, he immediately approached Gaara, effortlessly hoisting him onto his back. This display infuriated Deidara, who stood nearby. The proximity between the two was striking, yet Chinyu audaciously carried Gaara, utterly disregarding Deidara's presence. How outrageous! Deidara, possessing an intense competitive spirit and pride, was instantly enraged. How dare he ignore me? With a huff, he swiftly shoved a clump of clay into his mouth, chewing it briefly before expelling a spherical explosive clay, a signature technique known as the exploding clay bomb. With a cold smirk, Deidara hurled the explosive towards Chinyu. What the? Does he have a mouth on his hand? Exclaimed Naruto, who had been fixated on Gaara in shock. Even Kakashi, Sakura, and Temari were equally astonished by the bizarre sight. Such an anomaly was understandably disconcerting. Observing the scene, Chinyu couldn't help but ponder how they would react if they knew this peculiar individual also had a mouth on his chest. Seeing Chinyu momentarily stunned by his antics, Deidara smirked. As the explosive neared Chinyu, he swiftly pointed his fingers towards his chest and shouted, "Explode." Boom. In an instant, the explosive detonated midair. Witnessing the successful explosion, a flicker of delight crossed Deidara's face. However, he remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the site of the blast. 3 seconds later, as the smoke dissipated, Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. The explosion had only created a deep crater, with neither Chinyu nor Gaara in sight. He quickly glanced toward Kakashi and the others, and indeed, Chinyu was handing Gaara over to Sakura. TCH. Deidara scoffed. Expressing his dissatisfaction, is it that mysterious space-time technique again? Deidara was not mistaken. Chinyu had indeed evaded the recent attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. He had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark behind Naruto during the previous battle, allowing him to return to his original position with that very mark. Well done, Chinyu. As Chinyu swiftly retrieved Gaara, Kakashi couldn't help but murmur a quiet commendation. Temari, filled with concern, embraced Gaara, her gaze towards Chinyu brimming with gratitude and affection. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had often proven to be a hindrance, finally seemed reliable in this moment. Activating her medical skills, Sakura hurriedly began examining Gaara. However, her brow soon furrowed in perplexity. Gaara's condition was rather peculiar. His breath was exceedingly faint, yet all other vital signs remained perfectly normal. Though there were superficial injuries from the blast, they were merely skin-deep and clearly not the root of the problem. This left Sakura utterly at a loss as to how to treat Gaara. Witnessing this, Chinyu's lips twitched involuntarily in irritation. Surely, this person couldn't even manage to save a life. Was this truly a medical ninja? Had she even trained under Tsunade? With a resigned shake of his head, Chinyu felt utterly disheartened by Sakura. Ultimately, it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. In truth, Gaara's current predicament was not particularly complex, nor was it life-threatening. It is worth noting that in the Naruto universe, both the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails had experienced the extraction of their tailed beasts. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto's young Nine Tails was extracted, yet he survived thanks to the transfer of the Nine Tails from the Fourth Hokage. The situation with the Eight Tails was even more remarkable. The entire beast was removed, leaving only a single horn for Killer Bee, who managed to survive. Currently, Gaara had merely lost half of his one-tail chakra, which could be considered a relatively minor issue. His condition stemmed from the fact that the seal placed upon him had been torn open by members of the Akatsuki. This breach had caused the one-tail within him to become extraordinarily agitated, suppressing Gaara's consciousness and rendering him unable to awaken. Therefore, to save Gaara, it was essential to restore the torn seal. However, Chinyu was unfamiliar with the sealing techniques of Tsunade, and attempting to apply his own seals would prove somewhat troublesome. The most straightforward solution was to completely dismantle the existing seal of Tsunade and then apply a brand new one. With this thought in mind, Chinyu sprang into action. He lifted Gaara's garment, revealing the damaged seal upon his abdomen. Through this seal, it seemed as though Chinyu could sense the turbulent presence of Shikaku within Gaara. Yet, no matter how agitated Shikaku might be, it would not intimidate Chinyu. "What are you doing?" Temari gasped in alarm. Chinyu replied nonchalantly, "What am I doing? Of course, I am here to save him." Haruno Sakura, somewhat bewildered, inquired, when did you learn medical ninjutsu? Yet, without lifting his gaze, Chinyu responded to Sakura's question, "After your thorough examination, you should have realized that the root cause of his inability to awaken is not his wounds." Chapter 103. The request for the seal of one tail. I have discovered it. But what is the fundamental issue? Sakura's brows furrowed in concern. This time, Chinyu did not answer her. Instead, he gestured for everyone to step back, stating, "Stand clear, for I am about to commence my efforts to save him." Chinyu's hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals as he began to invoke the unsealing secret art of the Uzumaki clan. Unseal. After Chinyu completed the hand seals, he unleashed a powerful shout, channeling chakra from his right hand and striking the seal on Gaara's abdomen. Crack, crack, crack. The mechanical sounds echoed as Gaara's seal gradually began to unravel. Kakashi was startled by Chinyu's exclamation, momentarily bewildered by the nature of his actions. Nevertheless, he held an unwavering trust in Chinyu. Without further contemplation, he positioned himself in front of Chinyu alongside Naruto and Sakura, vigilantly guarding against the impending threat from their adversaries. However, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of chakra that threatened to break free. This was troublesome. Cold sweat drenched Kakashi's back. What on earth? It seemed this fellow had unbound the seal of the Kazekage. What was he planning? At that moment, Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand were equally astonished by this unexpected maneuver, utterly perplexed by Chinyu's intentions. Sasori's gaze remained fixated on Chinyu. While Deidara nonchalantly remarked, "Sasori, there's no need to be so tense. It appears he is merely courting death, which presents a perfect opportunity for us. Let us eliminate these nuisances first. Then we can seize the tailed beast and achieve a significant feat for our organization. Two birds with one stone." Sasori acknowledged Deidara's reasoning, but maintained a cautious demeanor. What you say has merit, but we cannot afford to be careless. This individual possesses a certain, peculiar quality. Deidara scoffed lightly. As they conversed, they began to prepare their next moves. Deidara eagerly consumed his clay, while Sasori retrieved a new scroll. Impatiently, Deidara inquired, Sasori, shall we strike now? Sasori replied with a chilling smile, no rush. We can act once the tailed beast is free. Yet, Deidara's concern began to surface. But what if he sets a new seal in an instant? You're overthinking it. Resealing a tailed beast is no simple task. The one-tail won't let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Roar. Cackling sounds erupted as another mighty roar resonated through the air. A massive claw of the one-tail began to emerge from the seal. In contrast, Chinyu remained completely unfazed. With a mere thought, his spiritual energy re-entered Gaara's seal in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the seal of the one-tail had nearly been entirely shattered, and Shikaku was on the verge of bursting forth. Upon witnessing an unexpected intruder, Shikaku abruptly halted in its tracks. As the identity of the newcomer became clear, a wave of shock washed over it, causing its chakra to spiral into disarray. It was you. The one-tail, Shikaku, was taken aback upon seeing Chinyu. What brings you here? Shikaku awkwardly scratched its head with a claw. Chinyu smiled gently and said, I am here to reinforce the seal. Shohei let out a piercing scream, then lamented, half of my chakra has been siphoned away. I must hasten to retrieve it. Hee. Chinyu let out a cold laugh and said, reclaiming chakra? With your abilities? I suggest you save your breath. You cannot even defeat those two over there, let alone contend with the multitude within their organization. However, while I may not be able to best you, I believe I can still handle others. At this moment, the one-tail Shikaku surprisingly appeared to be filled with an inexplicable confidence. Upon witnessing this, Chinyu let out a cold laugh, saying, do not be foolish. Their organization aims to gather all 9-tailed beasts. Surely, you are not unaware of this. Do you think I am obstructing you to cause you harm? In truth, I am saving you. Do you not realize that? As he spoke of gathering the 9-tailed beasts, Shohei was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly ponder, within this monstrous entity that seeks to seal itself, there seemed to be the auras of 2 other tailed beasts. Do they truly dare to proceed with such audacity? Thus, you now comprehend the peril that lurks outside, do you not? Chinyu smirked and continued. If you venture out there, you are essentially walking into a trap. You will be captured in an instant. Conversely, if you remain within this creature's form, you may find yourself safer. After all, this being is the wind shadow. The eye of the one-tail widened in astonishment, evidently swayed by Chinyu's words. However, it soon began to shake its head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, insisting, no. It is not safe to follow this fellow. I would rather follow you. Become my Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's lips involuntarily twitched. The one-tail, seemingly oblivious to Chinyu's reaction, grew increasingly animated, convinced that this was an extraordinarily sound decision. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Become my Jinchuriki. In response, Chinyu shook his head vigorously, refusing with fervor, no. The one-tail, upon hearing this, became anxious and exclaimed, why not? I am incredibly powerful. I can undoubtedly become your formidable ally. Chinyu, with a disdainful glance, retorted, powerful, you say? I fail to perceive such strength. The one-tail was momentarily taken aback, unable to counter this assertion. Deep within, it felt a mix of indignation and sorrow. Ever since the old man passed away, when has this esteemed one-tail ever sought the humble assistance of mere humans to be its Jinchuriki, and yet, to be rejected? Upon reflection, it did seem that it had little to offer. Nonetheless, this was a tremendous affront to its pride. In truth, Chinyu had his reasons for declining the one-tail. To him, it was of little utility, merely a superfluous addition. Had it been the 9-tails, he might have considered it more seriously. After all, it is well known that when the Sage of 6 Paths divided the tailed beast chakra, the distribution was as follows. 1-tail received 1 share, 9-tails 1 share, 2-tails 1 share, 9-tails 1 share, 3-tails 1 share, 9-tails and 8-tails 1 share, and so forth. Additionally, for his brother-in-law Gaara, the 1-tail represented a crucial lifeline. At this moment, across from Chinyu, the 1-tail continued its lamentations. Yet, even more exasperating was the fact that it had even adopted a theatrical flair. I beg you, take me away. I wish to be sealed within you. Here, I risk being captured at any moment. Chinyu's lips twitched slightly. What kind of alchemy transforms one into a dramatic genius? The ninja world surely owes you an Oscar statuette. Yet, at this moment, the tailed beast continued to chatter incessantly, showing no signs of halting. Chinyu rolled his eyes in silence, then coldly exclaimed, "Enough." Upon hearing Chinyu's outburst, the creature promptly ceased its performance, retreating in a rather subdued manner. Thus, it was settled. You shall obediently remain within this being. Chinyu spoke with an undeniable authority directly to One Tail, stating, "The fact that he has ascended to the position of Wind Shadow indicates his considerable strength. If you can foster a harmonious relationship with him and help him evolve into a perfect host, then we need not be overly concerned about the Akatsuki." However, One Tail seemed reluctant to concede, continuing to murmur, "But I still believe you are." Silence. Chinyu rolled his eyes once more and retorted with unabashed candor, "If you continue to prattle on, I shall once again siphon off half of your chakra." Coughing slightly, Shoha, the One Tail, immediately fell silent. Upon witnessing that Shoha had finally ceased its incessant chatter, Chinyu casually waved his hand and remarked, "Bring forth this fellow's consciousness." With a reluctant acknowledgement, Shoha released the suppressed awareness of Gaara. At that moment, Gaara appeared to be in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Shoha with a puzzled expression and inquiring, "Shoha? Chinyu? What are you doing here?" Chinyu immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, I am here to rescue you." Gaara narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Has the village sought assistance from Konoha?" Alas. Chinyu waved his hand and remarked, "Whether Sand Ninja seeks assistance from Konoha is of no consequence. What truly matters is that your sister has implored my aid." In truth, Chinyu was well aware of the underlying circumstances, yet he felt the need to maintain a facade of dignity. Thus, he articulated his thoughts in such a manner, achieving a semblance of perfection. Gaara scratched his head, realizing the truth in those words. After all, this individual was, in a sense, already his brother-in-law. But what was the current predicament? Those individuals had captured him solely for the sake of the One Tail sealed within him, hadn't they? He had sensed it before. They had siphoned away a considerable amount of his chakra. Chinyu nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed. They siphoned off approximately half of the chakra. Their retreat was compelled only by our arrival. The current situation is that your seal has been compromised. I wish to impose a new seal. Yet this creature no longer desires to associate with you." At this, Gaara appeared somewhat bewildered and inquired, "What do you mean it no longer wishes to be with me?" Chinyu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "This creature despises you as a Jinchuriki and desires for me to become its host." Upon hearing this, Gaara pondered for a moment before responding, "Shikaku, I understand that your existence here has been fraught with hardship, and I recognize your solitude and yearning for freedom. If it were possible, I would gladly grant you that freedom, even at the cost of my own life. However, as the Kazekage, I cannot so easily embrace death, and I hope for your assistance in this matter." Gaara's words were imbued with sincerity and strength. As Chinyu listened nearby, he couldn't help but smirk. This fellow has truly immersed himself in the role, almost rivaling a certain foolish individual. Gaara's heartfelt declaration evidently left Shikaku, the One Tail, quite shaken. The genuine emotions expressed by Gaara, combined with Chinyu's coercive persuasion, had thoroughly stirred its heart. Yet, as a tailed beast, it still retained a shred of its pride. With a dismissive curl of its lip, the One Tail looked down upon Gaara and proclaimed, "Humph. Little brat, considering your sincerity, I shall temporarily reside within you and spare your life." Haha. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, and the eternal kaleidoscope unfurled in an instant. His crimson gaze merely a fleeting glance. The formidable power of his eyes surged into Sho's mind, causing it to emit a muffled groan as its body jolted violently. In the next moment, its demeanor shifted dramatically, succumbing to a state of utter lethargy. The might of the eternal kaleidoscope was utterly beyond its capacity to withstand. Witnessing this scene, Luo's pupils constricted sharply. Truly remarkable, even at this juncture. Why persist in this charade? Chinyu gazed at the guardian crane and spoke with a hint of irritation. "We have already faced life and death together. Let us cooperate harmoniously moving forward." Yes, I shall heed your words." In that fleeting moment of being under Chinyu's piercing gaze, the guardian crane appeared more obedient than ever, no longer daring to adopt an arrogant demeanor. Moreover, upon reflection, it dawned on the crane that Chinyu's assertion held some truth. In a certain sense, it had indeed shared the trials of life and death with this Gaara. Chinyu gazed at the two individuals and spoke calmly, "You two may engage in a meaningful exchange here. I shall weave a new seal within Gaara. Afterward," he turned to Gaara and instructed, "I will hand you the key shortly. When you deem the moment ripe, you may release it from its constraints, granting this creature a semblance of freedom. Indeed, Gaara nodded emphatically. In truth, Chinyu's words were also directed towards Shikaku, implying, if you conduct yourself well, I shall not neglect you. Upon hearing this, Shikaku appeared to take solace in the sentiment, its previously fierce gaze softening slightly. Chinyu curled his lips into a slight smile before turning to depart. Behind him, Shoei shouted, My lord Chinyu, what shall become of my half of the chakra? If given the opportunity, I shall assist you in reclaiming it. Without turning his head, Chinyu directly stated, What you must do is safeguard your remaining chakra. After uttering these words, Chinyu completely departed from this realm of consciousness. The large eyes of Shikaku, the one-tail, fixated intently on the spot where Chinyu had vanished, a glimmer of wisdom flickering within his gaze. Subsequently, he mused quietly within himself, Chinyu, could he be the prophesied child spoken of by the old man? The azure-eyed youth, who had been playfully calling upon the names of the 9 beasts, paused. Azure Eyes seemed a slight inconsistency. Never mind, regardless of whether he is the prophesied child, he is undoubtedly a remarkable young man. I hope he will not disappoint me. In the next moment, this tailed beast, who habitually referred to himself as this lord, genuinely engaged in conversation with Gaara, although his tone remained somewhat rigid. It marked a promising beginning. Upon exiting the realm of the mind, Chinyu swiftly formed seals and initiated the 4-symbol seal. Yet, in the tangible world, only 2 seconds had elapsed. The passage of time within the tailed beast's spiritual domain diverges significantly from that of the external world. While it had been nearly half a day within, merely 2 seconds had transpired outside. Chapter 105. Clash of Killing Intent outside. As Chinyu emerged from the spiritual realm, he rapidly created seals and forcefully pressed his hands against Gaara's abdomen. For symbol seal, activate. As Chinyu's command resonated, enigmatic and profound symbols manifested on Gaara's belly, ultimately vanishing from sight. Although this was a mere casual act by Chinyu, it far surpassed the seals previously established by the Sand Shinobi in strength. At the very least, even if the one-tail refused to cooperate, Gaara could rest peacefully. In his current state, Gaara had no reason to fear the one-tail rampaging during his slumber. Moreover, the one-tail had already consented to collaborate, and with the addition of this 4-symbol seal, the situation was exceedingly secure. Across from them, Deidara cast a pained glance at his companion, Sasori of the Red Sand, and inquired, Brother Sasori, it seems that little brat has successfully resealed the one-tail. Sasori's expression darkened. It had been his suggestion to wait until the one-tail went berserk to take action. Now, witnessing the one-tail sealed without a hint of disturbance, he felt exceedingly awkward. I cannot fathom how that fool of a one-tail failed to seize such an excellent opportunity. He mused. Or perhaps we underestimated that kid named Chinyu. He may have subdued the one-tail in an instant. Sasori furrowed his brow, articulating his conjecture. Humph. Brother Sasori, do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. I assure you, it is utterly impossible. Deidara retorted arrogantly. He is just a mere child. How could he possess such formidable capabilities? The one-tail must have been frightened by us and is too intimidated to emerge. Deidara's words managed to convince Sasori to some extent, since the seal had been successfully reinforced. Further discussion was pointless. It was time to prepare for battle. I must see what this Chinyu is truly capable of, to determine if he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Before long, Gaara, who had been lying on the ground in a stupor, slowly opened his eyes. Gaara, Temari exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon witnessing her brother's awakening. Oh, you're awake, Temari said, her enthusiasm overflowing as she heard her brother call her sister. A rare occurrence indeed. Sakura, astonished that Gaara had genuinely been revived, gazed at Chinyu in disbelief, silently pondering, what else is this person capable of? Naruto, equally elated, eagerly helped Gaara to his feet. As Gaara rose, he cast a grateful look towards Chinyu, uttering, Chin. Chinyu cast a sideways glance at him. Gaara, meeting Chinyu's gaze, momentarily faltered before promptly addressing him. Brother-in-law, I am truly grateful. Temari's face instantly flushed crimson as she shot a discreet glare at Chinyu, her embarrassment palpable. Upon hearing this, Chinyu solemnly patted Gaara's shoulder and remarked, Well done, young man. Becoming the Kazekage certainly suits you. You've made significant progress. After exchanging a few brief words, Gaara turned and coldly regarded the scorpion and Deidara across from him. Noticing that Gaara had risen, seemingly having regained his combat prowess, Scorpion's expression darkened. This lad truly possesses some skills. He has managed to restore the Kazakage. This complicates matters. Humph. I previously wounded him. Now that he is standing, how much strength can he actually muster? Deidara, however, scoffed disdainfully and said, "What's wrong, Scorpion? Are you afraid?" "Huh? Afraid?" The red sand scorpion sneered. "I do not comprehend the meaning of fear." In an instant, both sides began a clash of momentum. A more terrifying battle was on the verge of erupting. Observing the escalating tension, Chinyu smirked slightly, choosing to remain a quiet and composed presence. The clash of momentum, or rather, the exchange of murderous intent, was not a forte for Naruto, Sakura, or Temari. They had hardly participated in many battles, let alone taken lives. Their murderous aura was as playful as a childish game. Only Gaara and Kakashi exuded their murderous intent, applying pressure on the two members of the Akatsuki. Humph. They dare to employ such tricks. Deidara scoffed. "Scorpion, I believe this is your area of expertise." "Humph." Scorpion responded coldly with a smile. "To dare play such games before me? Truly seeking discomfort for oneself. This meager murderous intent dares to show off in my presence. Allow me to demonstrate what true murderous intent is." The once exquisitely handsome face of the red sand scorpion was now filled with a chilling murderous aura. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent suddenly erupted from within him. In an instant, the murderous aura of Kakashi and Gaara was shattered, and the others felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How is this possible? A cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow as he exclaimed in shock. How many must be killed to possess such murderous intent? Gaara, too, found himself in a dire state, drenched in cold sweat. He had taken countless lives since childhood. Once upon a time, his murderous aura had deeply intimidated his foes. Yet now, he was similarly shaken by the overwhelming aura of the red sand scorpion. Drenched in cold sweat. How pathetic. Within Gaara, Shikaku disdainfully scoffed. After their previous interactions, they had learned to coexist quite well. Seeing this, Gaara directly pleaded, "You, Shikaku, lend me your strength." "Humph. Let me take over." Shikaku snorted coldly and unleashed its own murderous intent. With Shikaku's assistance, Gaara and Kakashi regained the upper hand. HM? Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from across, the scorpion of the red sand narrowed his eyes slightly, taken aback. Hey, Deidara exclaimed, "Brother Scorpion, this won't do. You're being suppressed." "Silence." Scorpion retorted coldly. It was that tailed beast that made its move. A tailed beast? Deidara paused, then burst into laughter. "Brother Scorpion, if you're looking for excuses, at least choose a plausible one. Do you think I am a fool? 3 days ago, when I went to capture the wind shadow, even in the direst situation, the tailed beast did not intervene. Now you tell me it has? Is that even possible?" Scorpion's expression darkened. He could not deny that Deidara had a point. I do not know why. However, within that wind shadow, a formidable murderous aura indeed erupted. Deidara smirked and shouted, "So, Brother Scorpion, are you capable or not? If not, let us just engage directly." "Humph." Scorpion scoffed, then confidently declared, "In terms of murderous intent, even the leader cannot surpass me. I have only exerted 60% of my power. Watch me crush them." Chapter 106. Infighting amongst the duo. A flicker of madness crossed Scorpion's face. Immediately, an even more violent murderous aura erupted, even with the assistance of the one-tailed Shikaku. Gaara and his companions were swiftly overwhelmed. This is the murderous intent of the strongest puppet master in the shinobi world. Over the past decade, Scorpion has taken countless lives. His ultimate technique, the 100 puppetry, comprises 100 human puppets, each meticulously selected from those he has slain. Moreover, he has used this technique to massacre entire nations. And not just one. One can only imagine the heavy blood debts he carries. The number of lives he has claimed is far beyond anyone's imagination. Such a staggering death toll has forged his extraordinarily exaggerated murderous aura, even eclipsing that of the tailed beasts. As this murderous intent emerged, everyone, except for Chinyu, felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Had he not yet exerted his full strength? Kakashi was left in shock. "Nanny?" The one-tailed Shikaka narrowed his eyes, incredulously stating, "This little brat is truly exceptional." At this, Gaara quietly asked, "What? Even you cannot withstand it?" "Humph. Every time I emerge. Before I can even slay a few, I am sealed by you wretched humans." The one-tailed defended. "What is the panic? Murderous intent does not equate to strength. Just beat him and be done with it." "Humph." Scorpion glanced at Deidara beside him and boastfully inquired, "Do you see this?" This time, Deidara did not hold back his praise. "Impressive, Brother Scorpion." Such a scenario was utterly unexpected. However, before he could finish his boast, His expression transformed dramatically. He distinctly sensed an aura of murderous intent far more potent than that of the scorpion, surging towards him with overwhelming force. The formidable killing intent of the red sand scorpion shattered instantly. Cold sweat drenched the scorpion's back. How could this be? The red sand scorpion was left in disbelief. He had once believed that the killing intent within him could easily overpower everyone else. Yet now, he found himself face to face with Chinyu, who had swiftly brought him back to reality. Furthermore, he could feel that the murderous aura emanating from his opponent was significantly stronger than his own. This killing intent was nearly tangible. The menacing aura emanating from Chinyu was derived from the essence of Uchiha Madara, acquired through the system. It is crucial to recognize that the murderous intent inherited from Uchiha Madara is formidable indeed. While Scorpion had claimed numerous lives and even obliterated small nations, he paled in comparison to Uchiha Madara, who had traversed the battlefield since the Warring States period. Uchiha Madara is renowned as the Shura of the ninja world. What does it mean to be Shura? No one has taken more lives than he. The moment Uchiha Madara's aura manifested, it instantly instilled fear across the arena. Kakashi and Gaara, witnessing the terrifying murderous intent unleashed by Chinyu for the first time, were equally astonished. How could this young man, who had scarcely ventured out of Konoha in 3 years, possess such overwhelming killing intent? Kakashi furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Perhaps this was the manifestation of gestation. One could not gauge it by common logic. Even the one-tail within Gaara was startled, exclaiming, "What the hell? This guy is indeed extraordinary." His murderous intent is not in the least inferior to those two individuals. Intrigued by this, Gaara inquired, "Those two individuals?" The one-tail, Shikaku, scoffed, "What ignorant child? Who else could possibly occupy my esteemed attention but them?" He sneered dismissively. "Of course, it's Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, those two rascals." This creature dared not breathe in the presence of Chinyu, but now had found a target to bully in Gaara. Hearing those two names, Gaara gasped in disbelief. So it's those legendary figures. Coincidentally, both Gaara and Kakashi, who possessed their own murderous intent, were taken aback. However, the three others, Naruto, Sakura, and Temari, who lacked such an aura, exhibited little reaction. Opposite them, Scorpion took a moment to regain his composure, fixating his gaze on Chinyu, and in a deliberate manner, demanded, "Just who are you?" Chinyu smiled faintly and remarked, "The one who will kill you." "Hiki." The Scorpion of the Red Sand responded with a chilling smile, "Very well. A worthy opponent indeed. Chinyu, is it? After your demise, you shall become my finest masterpiece." The Scorpion licked his lips with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, gazing at Chinyu as if admiring an exquisite work of art. Before Chinyu could respond, Deidara, standing nearby, interjected with dissatisfaction, Hey, Scorpion. What are you talking about? How has he become your opponent?" Deidara, what did you say?" The Scorpion cast a cold sideways glance at him. Deidara retorted with a sneer, "This guy is my opponent. I must defeat him to prove I am superior to Itachi, to demonstrate my art." "Nonsense," the Scorpion exclaimed, clearly displeased. "You captured the Wind Shadow, so it's my turn now." Hey, Scorpion," Deidara grumbled, "let us be clear. The Wind Shadow? Can he even be compared to this guy?" "The Wind Shadow cannot be compared to this individual." The Scorpion did not deny it. Instead, he smirked and said, "However, you broke a hand just dealing with the Wind Shadow. How can you possibly contend with him?" Their voices were not intentionally hushed, and the conversation was audible across the way. Gaara's lips twitched. He still could not comprehend how he had become embroiled in this conflict. TSK, little brat. "You've been looked down upon," the one-tail remarked gleefully. Gaara hesitated, wanting to respond. The one-tail chuckled softly before continuing, "But it doesn't matter. In the entire ninja world, it would be difficult to find someone who can compare to that lad. You." Deidara, having his sore spot exposed, became furious and snapped. "That was my oversight. Do you understand? It was a mistake." "I don't care," the Scorpion declared fiercely. "I must capture him to turn him into a puppet." In an instant, the two began to quarrel over the right to battle Chinyu. Gaara's gaze remained fixed on Deidara, revealing that his previous defeat at Deidara's hands had left him quite disgruntled. "Hiki, little brat, are you feeling indignant? Do you wish to seek revenge?" One-tail Shikaku chimed in within Gaara. "It's all because your previous strength was too lacking. But fear not, with my assistance this time, you shall surely defeat him." Gaara nodded subtly and turned to Chinyu, saying, "Sister-in-law, leave that clay user to me." Before he could finish, The Scorpion of the Red Sand suddenly summoned a humanoid puppet. Chapter 107. The eve of battle. Upon witnessing the puppet summoned by the Scorpion of the Red Sand, Gaara's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. As the fifth Kazekage, he was well acquainted with the legends and portraits of previous Kazekages. Thus, with just a glance, he recognized it as the third Kazekage. Temari's expression also shifted dramatically as she incredulously inquired, "Gaara, could that be the esteemed third Kazekage?" To this, Gaara replied with a grave tone, "Indeed." "What? The most powerful Kazekage who mysteriously vanished?" Kakashi exclaimed, his pupils contracting in astonishment. "What is he doing here?" After a moment of contemplation, Gaara solemnly stated, "It appears that this Scorpion of the Red Sand has transformed him into a puppet." Clearly, this Kazekage still possessed a wealth of information. A puppet? Kakashi gasped in disbelief, recalling what Temari had just mentioned. "Yes, a puppet," Gaara nodded, assuming the others were unaware, and began to elucidate. "It is a particularly sinister technique of puppet making that directly utilizes a human body to create a puppet, retaining the original secret arts and even bloodline limits." Kakashi inhaled sharply. "That is exceedingly wicked." The Scorpion of the Red Sand, overhearing, let out a cold chuckle. "Heh, I didn't expect this little brat to be so knowledgeable." Gaara's expression darkened significantly as he retorted, "As the genius puppet master of Sunagakure, you dare engage in such disgraceful acts. Today, I shall purge Sunagakure of its filth." "Oh, Gaara, weren't you just about to confront that mud player? What happened to your vendetta?" Chinyu asked with keen interest. "You insolent fool," Deidara shouted furiously. "You're the one who plays in the mud. Your whole family plays in the mud." Gaara then earnestly responded to Chinyu, "In comparison to the hatred I bear for the entirety of Sunagakure, personal grievances pale in significance. Eliminating this traitor is my duty as the fifth Kazekage." Upon hearing this, Chinyu nodded and remarked, "TSK. I never imagined you possessed such awareness." The Scorpion of the Red Sand also acknowledged Gaara's resolve, yet merely offered a cold smile. "Even the so-called strongest wind shadow, the third Kazekage, fell at my hands. And you, an inexperienced fifth Kazekage, why seek your own demise? You wish to challenge me, but I harbor no interest in you." As Scorpion uttered these words, he didn't even spare a glance at Gaara. His gaze was firmly fixed on Chinyu. Uchiha Chinyu was his true target. "Oh dear. Scorpion, this is rather unbecoming of you." At that moment, Deidara interjected, saying, "Since this brat wishes to spar with you, why not educate him, esteemed senior? As for Chinyu, I shall take care of him. Leave." Scorpion rolled his eyes in annoyance and retorted, "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your insidious intentions. I warn you not to harbor such thoughts." "Hee. Deidara chuckled slyly and replied, "Scorpion, I fear this may not be up to you." What do you mean?" Scorpion narrowed his eyes. This time, Deidara chose not to respond, but instead hurled a piece of clay onto the ground. Smack! The clay landed and instantly expanded into a large bird. Deidara swiftly leaped onto the bird's back and ascended into the sky. "Scorpion, do you think if I fly away, that brat will pursue me?" Deidara quirked an eyebrow at the Scorpion of the Red Sand below. "You." Scorpion's expression shifted, and he growled, "Damn it, Deidara, how could you resort to such despicable tactics?" Hee. Deidara smirked wickedly and replied, "This is called skill. You know, Scorpion. If you are capable, bind that brat's feet and prevent him from pursuing me." As soon as Deidara finished speaking, he guided the clay bird soaring towards the outskirts of the base. "Humph." Scorpion snorted disdainfully and declared, "While I cannot detain him, I can certainly hold you." With that, he deftly manipulated his fingers. 10 chakra threads burst forth from his fingertips, darting towards the giant bird beneath Deidara. "I can't believe it. Scorpion, you have gone too far," Deidara exclaimed, startled. He quickly maneuvered his steed, twisting and turning, barely evading the pursuit of the chakra threads. Once he escaped their grasp, Deidara controlled his mount to perform a flamboyant loop in the sky. "Chinyu, is it? If you have the ability, come out and spar with me." Hee. Chinyu smiled faintly and said, "Since you insist on courting death, then I shall oblige." He had long found this chatterbox insufferable, simply begging for a beating. Beside him, Naruto exclaimed in excitement, "Hey, Chinyu, there's no need for you to take action. Allow me to handle this." Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and inquired, "Which of your techniques can possibly reach him? Are you suggesting the use of Shuriken?" Caught off guard by Chinyu's probing gaze, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Perhaps I should deal with the fellow over there instead." Deidara, controlling his mount. Soared out of the base, while Kakashi and the others turned their attention to Chinyu, regardless of whether they hailed from Konoha or were from the Sand Village. With Gaara and Temari among them, they all regarded Chinyu as their steadfast pillar of support. Well then, since the challenge has been laid down, it would be remiss of me not to engage in battle. Chinyu shrugged and remarked, as for that puppeteer across from us, I shall leave him to you. Lord Fengying intends to cleanse the premises, after all. Ahem. Upon hearing Chinyu mention Lord Fengying, Gaara awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, Rest assured, we shall handle him. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. You must proceed with caution. Kakashi chuckled and said, No need for concern. With Sakura, the healing prodigy, on our side, the adversary's capabilities have been significantly diminished. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's lips twitched slightly as he declared, It is precisely because she is here that I feel uneasy. You, Haruno Sakura, incensed, bit her lip and retorted, Humph. Just watch. I will prove my strength. Let us hope so. Chinyu cast a sidelong glance at her, responding in a nonchalant manner. He then turned to whisper to Gaara and Kakashi, That fellow's physique is rather peculiar. However, I have observed that the area near his left chest should be his Achilles heel, so do take heed. Chapter 108. C2 Dragon well versed in the original narrative. Chinyu was aware that the Red Sand Scorpion had transformed his entire body into a puppet. Furthermore, there existed a regeneration core within his left chest, which constituted his vulnerability. Ah, I see. Gaara and Kakashi nodded in unison, assuring, Rest assured, we shall handle it. Meanwhile, Naruto, standing aside, muttered in dissatisfaction. What as with all the secrecy? Very well, I shall leave this to you. I will confront that mud-wielding adversary outside. Chinyu chuckled and waved his hand, then vanished in an instant. How infuriating. The Scorpion of the Red Sand could only watch as Chinyu departed, feeling quite displeased. Nevertheless, he controlled the third Kazekage and initiated the assault. The battle within the base had officially commenced. Upon stepping outside, Chinyu spotted the soaring figure of Deidara high above, alongside the strikingly empty and fluttering left sleeve that caught the eye. Noticing that Chinyu had indeed pursued him, Deidara's excitement was palpable as he burst into a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. You, my friend, seem to possess a modicum of courage, daring to confront me all alone. Chinyu cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Deidara, then mockingly remarked, Although your posturing in the sky appears quite flamboyant, the sight of you with a single arm is truly pitiable. Indeed, Chinyu's jibe incited Deidara to fury. You insufferable wretch. Even with but one hand, I can effortlessly vanquish you. Deidara, by nature an exceedingly arrogant individual, regarded the loss of his arm at the hands of Gaara as a profound humiliation. Thus, Chinyu's open derision of this misfortune ignited his